In modern society, can you tell me which rare and exotic beasts truly exist? My name is Su Yuan. After 9 years of compulsory education and 3 years of a high school life that was less than human, I managed to get into a university that is quite terrible. I thought I was about to embark on a 4-year journey of laziness and relaxation in college. However, within the first month of enrollment, I was taken by 2 soldiers to the freezing Arctic. Thus began my fantastical and absurd dragon-catching life. My name is Su Yuan, and I have seen many geniuses, yet they all say that I am the genius. Chapter 1. Are you kidding me? The glaciers of the Arctic resemble the backbone of the Earth, stretching endlessly, frozen and towering. An armed snow vehicle travels across the ice, heading deep into the Arctic. I in the back seat of the vehicle. 2 armed soldiers have a youth who looks like a student sandwiched between them, staring intently ahead. I say, brothers, it's been 2 days, where exactly are we going? The youth furrows his brow and tightens his military coat. The youth's name is Su Yuan. 2 days ago, he was playing games in the school dormitory when these 2 soldiers kicked open his door and took him away without a word. In the past 2 days, he has traveled by car, plane, ship, and now by snow vehicle, using several modes of transportation. The 2 soldiers beside him seem either mute or deaf. Aside from giving him a few warm clothes, they have not communicated with Su Yuan at all. Inside the snow vehicle, only the rumbling of progress can be heard, and the driver, also in military uniform, seems to ignore Su Yuan's words entirely. Deep in the Arctic, a spectacular complex of buildings stretches for miles, resembling a small city. Various heavy weaponry and equipment are stationed in every corner of this city, and fully armed soldiers patrol continuously in formation. Chapter 2. Dragon Tamer. Do you know my old man? I haven't seen him in 10 years. Upon mentioning his father, Su Yuan meets Professor Chen's gaze, a complex expression in his eyes. Hearing this, Professor Chen turns around. You'll see him eventually, let's move on. As they walk, Professor Chen continues, in public areas like the Arctic, discovered exotic beasts have a 400-day national protection period. After this period, people from other countries can participate in capturing them. Su Yuan is puzzled. What's the purpose of capturing dragons? I'll tell you later. Su Yuan continues to ask, but I have no idea what the methods you mentioned are. How can you be sure that I will? As long as you are your father's biological child, you will. After saying this, Professor Chen pauses, stops walking, and turns around. What's wrong? Does your family have any moral issues? Shouldn't there be? Although I don't know what my old man does, in my memory, my mom has always been proud of him. Su Yuan scratches his head. That's good. Zheng Fei beside them clicks his tongue. Your dad is quite an extraordinary figure. Chapter 3. Under the polar night. 2 days later. For the past 2 days, aside from eating, Su Yuan has hardly left this room. Professor Chen came by once, bringing Su Yuan some materials about beast tamers. Zheng Fei has tried several times to take Su Yuan out for a stroll but has been stopped by Professor Chen. They all understand that Su Yuan needs time to digest this information that exceeds his comprehension. Knock, knock. A knock on the door sounds. Su Yuan, buried in his studies at the table, looks up and walks to open the door. Zheng Fei stands at the door with a big smile. Su Yuan, the weather is great today, it's polar night outside. Want to go for a walk? Polar night? Is there aurora? Hearing this, Su Yuan immediately perked up. It had been quite dull reading materials in the room for the past 2 days. The combination of the Arctic's polar night and aurora is a perfect remedy for boredom. Of course. If the weather is good, there will definitely be. The tranquility of the polar night seems to allow one to hear the breath of the universe, with countless stars dotting the vast night sky. The splendid aurora, dreamlike and ethereal, hangs in the night sky, making the entire sky dance. Beautiful. Su Yuan, bundled up like a bear, rarely shows a smile on his face.
Chapter 4. Strange sister. Inside the circular building, there were minimalist pieces of furniture, and next to the open living room were 5 doors adorned with photos and names. It was obvious that this house was designed for small teams. Su Yuan sat on the sofa for a long time, before slowly taking off her heavy winter clothes. Su Yuan, let me introduce you. These 2 are my team members. This is Tang Yun, Zheng Fei said, pointing to a woman with shoulder-length hair. Tang Yun smiled and waved to Su Yuan gracefully. Hello, Su Yuan, I've heard so much about you. Hello, Sister Tang Yuan. Just as she finished speaking, another woman with a ponytail sat directly beside Shu Yuan, propping up Shu Yuan's chin with her right hand and smiling. Hello, Shu Yuan, my name is Li Xin. Zheng Fei, who was standing there, looked speechless. Shu Yuan, keep your distance from this woman. She only preys on male university students like you. What? Shu Yuan almost jumped up from the chair, staring wide-eyed at Li Xin. Brother Zheng, she eats people. Not like that. He, little brother, you're really interesting. Li Xin crossed her legs on the sofa and looked at Shu Yuan with great interest. Chapter 5 Arctic 007 Deep in the ice cave, the cold was bone-chilling. And a group of 5 was walking forward. Captain Zheng, if we fail, can I try to control that dragon? Sun Wanlin asked. Zheng Fei didn't even look back. You don't have the life for it. If anyone could control it, it wouldn't he come down to you. Sun Wanlin had been in the Arctic for over 3 months, and hadn't he encountered any other exotic beasts. During this time, the entire Research Institute's focus had been on this ice dragon. Shu Yuan had only just arrived a few days ago, so she naturally felt unbalanced. Seeing Sun Wanlin looking somewhat displeased, Li Xin glanced at her but didn't say anything. The dark blue ice cave gave a feeling of tranquility and purity, with ice blocks shimmering with strange lights and the ice wall having various patterns. The winding ice path led who knows where. After walking for an indeterminate amount of time, Shu Yuan felt the air around her getting colder, as if everything were about to freeze. The deeper they went, Li Xin's expression grew more serious, and she lost the mood to joke with Shu Yuan. After rounding the last bend, they found themselves in a vast space. A massive ice cave appeared before them, with ice crystals of different colors and shapes embedded in the ice walls. In the middle of the cave, they saw the ice dragon coiled atop the ice crystals, its silver-white scales shimmering with a cold light. Chapter 6 Nine-tailed fox. Shu Yuan anxiously supported Tang Yuan, who wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth. A bluish light flickered in her right hand as she slowly placed it on her chest. As the blue light grew brighter, Tang Yuan's complexion gradually improved. Seeing Shu Yuan's surprised expression, Tang Yuan said, My Qingyuan is not a combat-type exotic beast. It has outstanding support and healing abilities. Sister Tang Yuan, you should rest for a bit. Shu Yuan frowned. I'm fine, you two stay close to me. Tang Yuan tidied her slightly disheveled hair and quickly chased after the ice dragon that had disappeared from sight. Meanwhile, on the other side, 3 foreign beast tamers had entered their beast transformation state, with a white background and red dot patches on their chests. 2 of them, who resembled bulls, were flanking Zheng Fei. Li Xin had also entered her beast transformation state, her face furry, with a pair of twitching fox ears and 9 white tails swaying irregularly behind her. Li Xin held a pink energy ball in her right hand, her gaze sternly fixed on a panting woman across from her. That woman spoke in broken Chinese. I didn't expect to meet you here. Chapter 7 Deadlock in the ice cave. Dragon's nest. The cold wind howled. Ice crystals formed in the air, as the extreme cold breath of the dragon caused the entire ice cave to be riddled with holes. Zheng Fei and Li Xin stood side by side, not yielding an inch against the ice dragon. Tang Yuan's perfectly timed wind attribute attacks enhanced Zheng Fei's assaults. The battle lasted several minutes, and Li Xin appeared fatigued. Captain, my beast transformation is about to wear off. We need to finish this quickly. If we can't take it down, we'll have to retreat. Zheng Fei frowned. Their small team was already not at full strength, and since encountering the ice dragon, they had been in continuous combat, their stamina depleted. Tang Yuan, Zheng Fei shouted, and a massive wind sphere quickly formed in front of him. Hearing this, Tang Yuan's turquoise feather crown emitted a bluish light, and then an aura expanded from her, enveloping Li Xin and Zheng Fei. Li Xin closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and the tips of her white tails gradually condensed colorful energy balls. I really envy the sheltered Sun Wanlin hiding behind the ice crystal. She couldn't help but exclaim. Xu Yuan looked at Sun Wanlin, puzzled. Chapter 8 Dragon Lock Chain. The ice cave continued to collapse, as if the entire earth were shaking. Zheng Fei and Tang Yun leaned against each other, watching the dazzling white light gathering in the ice dragon's mouth. They awaited the arrival of death. Suddenly, a black iron chain, as thick as a wrist, shot out, wrapping around the ice dragon's neck in the blink of an eye. The immense force caused the unfinished dragon breath to instantly dissipate into specks of light. Roar! The immense power from the black iron chain made the ice dragon involuntarily let out a roar filled with fear and panic. Immediately after, countless black iron chains surged from all directions of the ice walls. The chains supported the ice cave, which was about to completely collapse. And the ice dragon was tightly bound by the chains. The ice dragon's pained groans echoed throughout the ice cave. Zheng Fei, kneeling on the ground, looked utterly incredulous. Xu Yuan, you're still alive. Captain, what are these black iron chains? Tang Yun also looked incredulous. A smile appeared on Zheng Fei's scarred face. This is the Xu family's ability, the Dragon Lock Chain. Chapter 9 Devotion. The polar night in the Arctic often lasts for half a year. Inside the completely sealed Arctic Research Institute, various researchers in lab coats rushed around in different laboratories. In the medical facility, through a two-way mirror, Zhao Qianming watched Xu Yuan, who was lying on the hospital bed in a deep sleep, contemplating something. Major General, Xu Yuan's test report is out. A soldier handed a document to Zhao Qianming. Glancing over the report, a slight smile appeared on Zhao Qianming's lips, just as Professor Chen predicted. Let this kid sleep well, there won't be such leisurely days ahead. Zhao Qianming, smiling, turned and left. By Xu Yuan's hospital bed, Tang Yun sat beside her, flipping through a book. She wore a light purple dress, her long, shiny black hair cascading over her shoulders. Sister Tang Yun, Xu Yuan half opened her eyes and softly called out. Xu Yuan. You're awake. Tang Yun hurriedly set down her book and rushed to help Xu Yuan sit up. At this moment, Xu Yuan looked confused, as if still immersed in a dream. Tang Yun's beautiful face was very close to Xu Yuan, her bright eyes blinking. Xu Yuan, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Chapter 10 The strongest newcomer. After eating and drinking enough, the four of them headed to the training room. In the center of the research institute was a huge open space filled with countless projections of rare and exotic beasts. The most eye-catching was the slogan behind the projection, the Hall of Thought, the Hall of Science, the place where dreams set sail. Xu Yuan couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Are you talking to me about science in a place like this? Tell me where the science is. Passing through this area and a sparsely populated corridor, they arrived at the training room. Inside, Zhao Qianming and Professor Chen had been waiting for a long time. In the center was a large instrument shaped like a blooming flower, slowly rotating. Professor Chen held a white briefcase and handed it to Xu Yuan upon seeing him. There's a changing room in the back. Go change into this outfit, Professor Chen said. Xu Yuan took the briefcase and opened it to reveal a black outfit that looked identical to the black jumpsuits worn by Zheng Fei and the others. Zhao Qianming said, This is called the 100 transformation garment. It can change along with your beast transformation. If you don't wear this, you'll be completely naked every time you revert from beast form. Zheng Fei tugged at his own 100 transformation garment. Chapter 11 The extreme cold ice. The monotonous training life began. The training room on the west side of the research institute was divided into several parts. The place where Xu Yuan had previously stayed was called the measurement room, specifically for measuring the physical data of beast tamers. There were also simulation training rooms and combat rooms. Among them, the simulation training room was where Xu Yuan primarily stayed. It could simulate various extreme environments for high-intensity endurance and strength training. During breaks from training, Xu Yuan stayed in the adjacent lounge reading various materials sent by Professor Chen. Before heading to the front line of the extreme point, he found these materials boring, but after experiencing them firsthand, he found them quite interesting. At this moment in the simulation training room, The high temperature compressed the air to an unbearable heat, making it hard to breathe. Xu Yuan sat cross-legged in the middle, surrounded by raging flames. Sweat was dripping from his forehead. Something's not right. Behind a glass wall, Professor Chen kept shaking his head while looking at the data in his hand. Beside him, Zheng Fei seemed rather relaxed. What's wrong, Professor Chen? By all accounts, Xu Yuan should have mastered the ice dragon's ability to control ice and snow. He shouldn't be sweating so much in this high-temperature environment. Chapter 12. The change the next day, in the combat room. This combat room also utilized virtual scene technology. At this moment, Xu Yuan, who had already entered dragon form, and Li Xin, who was in beast form, were in a mountain gorge, with a small stream flowing and ancient trees covered in mottled moss lining the banks. Clearly, this was a favorable environment for the nine-tailed fox. According to the training plan proposed by Professor Chen, they would rotate the combat venue every 3 days to help Xu Yuan quickly adapt to various environments. Unlike the extremely fast speed of Tang Yun's Qingyuan, Li Xin's nine-tailed fox was agile, making it impossible for Xu Yuan to catch her. At this moment, Li Xin was covered with snow-white fur, her 9 tails swaying irregularly, and energy balls of different elements were forming behind her tails. Boom! An energy ball pulsating with lightning elements exploded next to Xu Yuan. He dodged quickly and looked back at the spot where he had just stood, where an irregular large hole was still sparking with tiny electric arcs. Sis! You really are holding nothing back, Xu Yuan said, stepping onto a nearby thick tree trunk and using it to quickly charge at Li Xin. Li Xin slightly shifted her body, stepping through the air to dodge Xu Yuan's sharp dragon claws, laughing, "If I held back now, I would be doing you a disservice." Chapter 13. I won't die that night. All the members of Zheng Fei's team stayed awake, sitting in their rooms all night. The next morning, they went to the medical facility to keep watch over the unconscious Han Ming. Beast tamers have physical qualities far beyond ordinary people. After just 1 night of recovery, Han Ming showed almost no visible injuries, but he still appeared somewhat weak. Xu Yuan was currently standing in Han Ming's hospital room with Zheng Fei and the others. And Professor Chen was also present. Han Ming's mood was low as he sat at the head of the bed, explaining the entire process to everyone. He briefly recounted how he and Meng Chao had received the mission to track the exotic beast and then engaged with beast tamers from other countries. Before he died, Meng Chao told me to be sure to bring the exotic beast's body back for Professor Chen. Han Ming said, "Captain, it should have been me who died." After a night of adjustment, Zheng Fei's condition had also nearly returned to normal. Now he had to show the demeanor expected of a captain. He stood by Han Ming's bed, speaking softly, "What is done, you don't need to blame yourself. Everyone feels awful about losing a comrade who was with us day and night, and we couldn't even bring back the body. No one would feel good about that. The exotic beast is currently being dissected, and some materials can indeed be used. You two have completed your mission," Professor Chen said. Chapter 14. Do you think I don't want to? The next morning, after breakfast, Xu Yuan adjusted himself to the best state, preparing for the upcoming battle. Outside the simulation training room, Zhao Qianming and Professor Chen, whom he hadn't seen for a long time, were both present. Zheng Fei and the other 2 stood beside Zhao Qianming, watching through the glass wall. Professor Chen was selecting today's simulated scene at the control panel. Choose an environment favorable for Han Ming and see how Xu Yuan responds, Zhao Qianming said. Without responding to Zhao Qianming, Professor Chen continued to select until he finally settled on a scene. This scene was half plain and half hilly. The 2 stood facing each other on the plain. Han Ming extended his fist. "Be careful, Xu Yuan. Let us have a good match." Xu Yuan stepped forward to bump fists with Han Ming. "Beast transformation!" Han Ming shouted. And in the next moment, white fur grew through the 100 transformation garment, a spotted pattern appeared on his forehead, and a long, slender tail emerged from behind. His entire appearance resembled that of a leopard, but the patterns on his body were quite strange. Beast tamer Han Ming, exotic beast Meng Ji. Han Ming extended his right hand, a sharp leopard claw looking very threatening. Dragon transformation. Xu Yuan didn't he dare to be careless. And with his voice came a wave of cold air, causing the temperature around them to drop sharply. Chapter 15, Tang Yun in the blink of an eye. Another half-month passed in the simulation combat room. The mountain gorge was lush and vibrant, with flowers blooming in a stunning display. However, this beautiful scenery was covered with a layer of frost. Xu Yuan and Li Shan were currently locked in an intense battle. Professor Chen, holding a computer, was recording data outside, muttering as he noted, "Combat ability has significantly improved, dragon transformation time has noticeably increased, and the freezing range is getting larger. Physical fitness improvement. Physical quality enhancement, Ice Dragon and Whisked current compatibility is 30. Accurate data still needs continuous observation." After recording, I looked up at Zheng Fei. "Today is Li Shan and Whisk's last day of training, right?" Tomorrow it will be Tang Yun's turn." Zheng Fei's eyes were also fixed on the two fighting. Li Shan was at least showing more than half of her strength, and Whisk surprisingly could match her. Professor Chen nodded and put away his laptop. "The discrepancy with my calculations is not significant. We can start controlled training tomorrow." "Professor Chen, aren't you going to let him rest for 2 days?" Zheng Fei suddenly felt a bit sympathetic towards Wish. For the past month, Wish had been battling Li Shan with his eyes wide open, resting for 10 minutes when exhausted, and immediately starting again once his stamina was slightly restored. Chapter 16, Gravity Training Room. Tang Yun's guidance lasted a whole month. During this time, Tang Yun forbade Wish from using transformation, and instead had him control extreme cold ice in his normal state. In Tang Yun's words, if he could use it freely in his normal state, it would be even stronger after transformation. It was already difficult to use that power in a normal state, let alone achieve fine control, making it understandably challenging. No wonder Tang Yun said it required patience. This task could not be done by someone without it. Under Tang Yun's guidance, Wish was growing at an astonishing speed. Tang Yun saw this and understood why they said Wish was a prodigy. Having both talent and hard work, such a person is the most terrifying. The last day of training with Tang Yun came to an end. During this month, Wish rarely saw Li Shan. He heard from Tang Yun that she was also training, and Han Ming had completely vanished, as if he had evaporated. Those beast tamers not on the front lines all had their own training tasks. Zheng Fei's team had a particularly tough time. They had to complete their training tasks while also teaching Wish. "Starting tomorrow, the captain will be responsible for your guidance. Take care, Wish." Tang Yun looked at Wish, her eyes showing sympathy. Chapter 17, Watching the fun in the gravity training room. The sound of fists colliding was incessant. The immense power of the two made the training room tremble continuously. Inside, the gravity was already 30 times that of the outside world. An ordinary person would be crushed to a pulp upon entry. The two soldiers stationed at the door exchanged glances, and couldn't help but swallow nervously. The battles between beast tamers were not something ordinary people could participate in. Just listening to the sounds from outside allowed them to imagine how intense the fight inside was. At this moment, Professor Chen, heavily wrapped up, strolled over leisurely. The two soldiers immediately stood at attention and saluted. "Professor Chen, is it still not over?" Professor Chen frowned. One of the soldiers glanced at the time. "It should be about 10 minutes until it ends." "Then I'll wait here a bit," Professor Chen said, finding a step to sit down. Today was Wish and Zheng Fei's last day of training. He had timed his arrival. Over the past month, Wish and Zheng Fei had not left this training room. They had resolved all eating, drinking, and bodily needs inside. The gravity equipment had not only not been turned off, but had been continuously increased. Soon, the sounds of fighting in the training room ceased. Chapter 18, Newbies are like this in Professor Zhong's room. He was flipping through Chitong's information while taking out a confidential document from a drawer. Chitong, 17 years old, from Tian, Shandong, after failing the college entrance examination, worked as a cashier in your uncle's internet cafe, right? Professor Zhong remained calm. He had been through this countless times. Yes, that's me. What do you want? This is kidnapping, do you know? Chitong's eyes widened, his expression a bit angry. Ignoring him, Professor Zhong calmly handed him the confidential document. Sign here, and I'll tell you after you sign. If you don't sign, you won't leave this room. These two will keep an eye on you. Professor Zhong pointed to Zheng Fei and Jiang Shao behind Chitong. Chitong turned to look at the two tall and sturdy men behind him, involuntarily swallowing. Professor Zhong, I just came to watch the fun, Zheng Fei chuckled. Can you watch the fun for free? Professor Zhong shot him an annoyed look. Wish had been stifling laughter since he entered. Jiang Shao and Zheng Fei stood like two door gods, their expressions unfriendly as they glared at Chitong. Hurry up and sign. Wish was dumbfounded. Realizing that signing the confidentiality agreement was completely not voluntary. Chapter 19. First mission begins in the icy, snowy Arctic, under the polar night. The aurora adorned the entire night sky in a dazzling display. Snowmobiles raced across the ice. Zheng Fei drove quickly but steadily. Wish, although I am not your captain, I want to remind you of a few things. Zheng Fei looked ahead, glancing at Wish through the rearview mirror. Wish's heart was filled with excitement as he nodded. Brother Zheng, you say it. This time, when seizing the exotic beast, a battle may occur. If you encounter people from other countries, don't hold back, use all your strength, it's best to kill. Remember, this is the front line, not a place for playing house. Zheng Fei's tone was serious, contrasting sharply with his usual demeanor. Wish nodded earnestly. I understand, I'm already prepared. That's good, put away your compassion on the battlefield. If you don't kill him, you will be the one killed. Some lessons need to be taught by seniors, while others need to be learned through personal experience. On the way to the front line at the polar point, Sun Wanlin's gaze was fixed on Wish. During training, Li Shen had also mentioned that Sun Wanlin's retreat was due to her orders, and she had nothing to say about that. Chapter 20. Never lost under the concealment ability of the exotic beast Mengji, the four-person team vanished without a trace. Not even their breaths could be detected. Just as they disappeared, a dozen foreigners with high noses rushed in. They wore battle suits similar to tactical gear, with their national flags on their chests. Counting, there were a full 15 of them, 3 fully equipped teams. Wish and his companions hid beside the ice crystal, not daring to breathe. Their current position was some distance away from Wish and the others, and they could vaguely hear what they were saying. But it was too far, and the simultaneous translation on the headset could not function well. After staying here for less than half a minute, those people immediately chose a direction and ran off. Once their presence completely disappeared, Han Ming finally lifted the concealment state. Wish looked at his gradually reappearing figure with some surprise. Han Ming's ability was called concealment, capable of perfectly hiding even their breaths. It was simply a great means for killing and looting. However, it could not last too long, otherwise this ability would be too overpowered. Let's go. Back to guard the entrance of the ice path. Zheng Fei frowned slightly and took the lead in leaving. The main task of their team was to cover Jiang Shao's team heading to the ice snake's habitat. Chapter 21. The roar of dragons and lions. Xu Yuan maintained a smile on his face, but to Singer, that smile looked like a grimace. Boom! Boom! 2 heavy punches struck the ice wall, sending shards of ice flying everywhere. Singer had suffered losses before and dared not take it head-on again. However, Xu Yuan was quick. And Singer couldn't afford to be careless, so he focused all his energy on observing Xu Yuan's every move. His beast transformation was 2 heads taller than Xu Yuan's dragon transformation. Singer's beast form stood nearly 4 meters tall, significantly taller than Zheng Fei. Unlike him, Xu Yuan's dragon transformation showed no change in height. But this silver-haired youth, with ice crystal dragon horns on his head, made Singer not dare to underestimate him. On the other side, Han Ming and Li Shan each faced one opponent. Zheng Fei's strength was overwhelming, easily handling the two and occasionally glancing towards Xu Yuan's battlefield. Li Shan said with a smile, "Captain, Xu Yuan has been smiling the whole time. This kid has been suppressing his nature since coming to the Arctic. I noticed it when he trained with me before. He is a warrior at heart." Zheng Fei slapped one of the attackers away with a single palm, and then delivered a powerful knee strike to another's abdomen. The immense force almost contorted his face. Chapter 22, Blasting Ice. Han Ming couldn't help but feel frustrated as he watched a newcomer, who had only trained for a few months, surpass him. But then he thought that Xu Yuan was controlling that ice dragon, which left them utterly helpless, and he felt relieved. After all, they started from different points. They were born as cattle and horses, while Xu Yuan was born in Rome. Looking at the others, Xu Yuan said, "I owe my current strength to your patient guidance and training." This sounded nice. Zheng Fei instantly grinned widely. Li Shan even leaned closer. "Xu Yuan's little mouth is so sweet, come on, let sister have a taste." At that moment, Xu Yuan was also lost in thought. Although it was his first real battle, the exhilarating excitement left him unable to calm down. Back in school, he struggled to focus on his studies. But the combat techniques Li Shan taught him were easily grasped after just one viewing. Perhaps he was just not cut out for academics. In that battle, the extreme cold greatly enhanced their strength. Since entering the ice cave, Xu Yuan felt something different. It was as if this place was his natural battlefield. Chapter 23, Narrow Path of Enemies. After leaving for a short distance, Zheng Fei and the others unconsciously stopped, staring blankly behind them. The explosions of the ice wall continued, echoing like thunder. From Li Shan and the others' perspective, the sight of the ice wall exploding was extremely beautiful, like fireworks made of ice, a blend of power and aesthetics. But the Korean beast tamers did not see it that way. Ignoring their teammates caught in the explosions, they only wanted to escape this icy path. The explosions lasted a long time until the ice walls on both sides completely collapsed, and the ice path was no longer visible. Watching Xu Yuan stroll over leisurely, Zheng Fei was in disbelief. "When did you learn this?" He then looked at Li Shan beside him. "Did Tang Yun teach him?" "I don't know. Yana doesn't know this either." Li Shan shook her head, her face full of surprise. Xu Yuan smiled. "I don't just stay in my room reading materials every day. I occasionally study my abilities too." Han Ming had a helpless expression as he looked at the completely sealed ice path behind Xu Yuan. "What should we do to get back after the mission is completed?" "There should be a way, right?" Xu Yuan replied. "I didn't think that much at the time." Chapter 24, The Twin Heroes of the South China Sea. The two stared at each other in confusion. Then, they simultaneously went to investigate the entrances of various ice paths. After a round of investigation, they found nothing unusual. Han Ming casually sat down. "I don't know if it's the American's abilities, or that ice snake's ability. Are you saying that someone has the ability to change the terrain around here?" Xu Yuan frowned. "Is that possible?" "Yes." Han Ming nodded. "We encountered a beast near Zhangjiaji that could change the terrain. We couldn't catch it after 4 days of pursuit." After saying this, Han Ming looked at Xu Yuan standing in front of him. "Xu Yuan, can you blow this place up?" The scene of Xu Yuan blowing up the ice path was still fresh in his memory. "I can blow it up. But I'm worried that Tang Yun and the others are in one of the ice paths and might get hurt," Xu Yuan replied somewhat helplessly. He had thought of this method, but upon consideration, he found it unreliable. "True," Han Ming pondered, "just the two of us can't investigate all these ice paths. Let's head back first." "All right." With no other good options, they chose the ice path Han Ming had come from and retraced their steps. Chapter 25, You two go together. The two walked in silence until they reached the end of the ice path. Unsurprisingly, there were again several familiar forks ahead. Sun Wanlin behind them looked surprised. "Why are there so many forks?" "Huh? Were you standing there the whole time?" Xu Yuan was even more surprised. She had entered long before him. Sun Wanlin frowned slightly. Yes, at this location, I judged that waiting for rescue was the best course of action. Xu Yuan remained silent and randomly chose another ice path to enter. Sun Wanlin's gaze was fixed on Xu Yuan, her expression complicated. After hesitating for a long time, she finally asked, Xu Yuan, what does it feel like to become a beast tamer? After several months of reflection, the arrogance in Sun Wanlin's tone had diminished significantly. I feel great. I eat well and feel strong. Professor Chen said I shouldn't be called a beast tamer, but a dragon tamer. Xu Yuan paused and continued. Once you control a beast, you'll understand. I can't quite describe it, it's very wonderful. At this point, Xu Yuan was also curious. He had no consciousness while controlling the ice dragon, so he was eager to know how an ordinary person could control a beast. He stopped, turned to Sun Wanlin. Have you learned how to control a beast? Chapter 26. Deeper inside above the bodies of the two deceased American beast tamers, two milky white spheres floated slowly. At this moment, Xu Yuan was still contemplating the power of the extreme cold ice, feeling that he hadn't fully tapped into it. Only now did Xu Yuan understand why Tang Yun had not allowed him to enter dragon transformation, and instead conducted control training in his normal state. Controlling the extreme cold ice became more refined and diverse after dragon transformation. At this time, Sun Wanlin had not yet recovered from the shock, 1 against 2. It was almost a one-sided slaughter. The two American beast tamers had almost no ability to fight back in front of Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan lifted his right hand slightly, and the ice spikes lying horizontally in the ice path slowly retracted back into the ice wall, disappearing completely in an instant. Even the two ice walls he had initially created exploded into ice debris. Xu Yuan stepped forward, picked up the two spheres, and examined them closely. The two spheres were the size of walnuts, completely milky white. One contained a rhinoceros with horns on its back, while the other held a uniquely shaped fish. Remember this thing called the Beast Pearl? Before, Xu Yuan had also wished for and received two, but they disappeared after waking up. Probably taken away by Zheng Fei and the others. Chapter 27. You so bad this place seemed like a mysterious ice wonderland. Ice crystals of various shapes flowed with dazzling colors, dreamlike and enchanting. The entire scenery was tranquil and sacred, making one marvel at the wonders of nature. Tang Yun couldn't help but smile, somewhat entranced. I've been to many beautiful places, but I've never seen such a beautiful scene of ice and snow. Soon, Tang Yun regained her composure, adjusting her state and returning to her original demeanor. This was an unknown territory, Xu Yuan, we can't be careless. At that moment, Xu Yuan wore a relaxed and content smile, feeling a refreshing sensation upon arriving here, as if every pore in his body was absorbing the cold air. Perhaps that ice dragon also came from here. Don't worry, Sister Tang Yun, Xu Yuan said, taking the lead and walking ahead. The surroundings were quiet, and the four of them walked for a while when a sudden sound of flowing water entered everyone's ears. No way, Qitong frowned, in such a cold place. There's an underground river. Isn't that nonsense? Following the sound of the water, they indeed found an underground river about 15 meters wide appearing before them. Chapter 28. Ice and wind. The extreme cold gradually condensed into an energy ball between Xu Yuan's hands. Tang Yun, circling above Xu Yuan, could feel the chill. And she couldn't help but be a bit surprised. Xu Yuan was nothing like a novice, he was too familiar with his own power. Becoming adept in just a few months. The ice fox was also busy, opening its mouth as an energy ball that looked identical to Xu Yuan's gradually formed in its mouth. Xu Yuan pushed his palms forward. The energy ball hovered between his hands, extreme cold beam. Almost simultaneously, the ice fox suddenly spat out the energy ball from its mouth. Bang! The two icy energies collided in the air, and a fierce cold wind exploded instantly. The ice fox's energy ball didn't last long before being engulfed by Xu Yuan's beam. and the residual force ruthlessly struck the ice fox's abdomen. A woo! The ice fox's cry was piercing, the fur at the spot just hit was gone. And its red eyes showed a hint of retreat. It didn't expect to lose to this human in ice control. Xu Yuan, look! Tang Yun exclaimed in the air. Xu Yuan hurriedly looked over, and saw the tail behind the ice fox starting to slowly condense again. Chapter 29, Exceeding expectations. The surroundings were quiet. It seemed to hide the unique tranquility of the Arctic. The group could hear the gentle sound of flowing water not far away. And the scenery around them showcased the silence and beauty of the ancient glacier. Xu Yuan sat on the ground recovering his strength, while Tang Yun and Qi Tong stood beside him. Directly in front was Sun Wanlin, her hands placed on the barely breathing ice fox, her eyes tightly closed. Sun Wanlin's face gradually changed, seemingly in pain. Success, Tang Yun said softly. As soon as Tang Yun's voice fell, the ice fox in front of Sun Wanlin exploded with a bang, and immediately transformed into countless rays of light entering her body. A white light surged from her body. Quite mysterious. Xu Yuan felt it clearly. Sun Wanlin's aura gradually changed from that of an ordinary person to that unique to beast tamers. Qi Tong beside her widened her eyes. How can she control it so easily? That ice fox was on its last breath. How much spirit do you think a dying beast could have? Tang Yun raised her eyebrows. Xu Yuan slowly stood up. It seems this mission has been exceeded. Sun Wanlin slowly opened her eyes, her face showing signs of fatigue. She was just about to say something when, in the next second, her eyes closed again. And she fainted. Chapter 30, Joining the team. The so-called task report refers to the entire process from entering the ice cave to the completion of the task. Write down the entire experience as detailed as possible. Tasks are mostly conducted in small teams, and everyone must submit a task report to avoid discrepancies in the content. Xu Yuan remembered the recent events clearly, and the entire report was written smoothly. Just as he stepped out with the task report in hand, he saw Li Xin, who had just finished her workout, walking towards the dormitory. She was wearing yoga pants and a sports tank top, with her hair tied up in a high ponytail. Sister Xin, working so hard. Xu Yuan's eyes lit up at Li Xin's outfit. There weren't many women in the lab, and most were middle-aged professors and doctors. Li Xin and Tang Yun were like the spices of this research institute. Of course, seeing you grow so fast, even I feel pressured, Li Xin said with a smile, looking in a good mood. Xu Yuan naturally didn't believe her words. Zheng Fei had said that the most talented one in their team was Li Xin. Moreover, in terms of individual combat capability, Li Xin was also the strongest. Zheng Fei was a power-type beast tamer, while Li Xin was an all-rounder. Her nine-tailed fox had some abilities that were too incredible. Chapter 31, The Ice Beauty. Ling Shuang. Zhao Qianming's eyes widened, cursing internally and wishing he could eat Zheng Fei and Xu Yuan. Professor Chen, rarely smiling, looked at Zhao Qianming with interest. So they have successfully formed a team. Old Zhao, I remember that team formation among beast tamers is free, right? Zhao Qianming was left speechless by his words. Although they were high-ranking officers and superiors to Zheng Fei and the others, they couldn't control team formations among beast tamers. Zhao Qianming's expression was visible to everyone. Li Xin and Tang Yun suppressed their laughter. Han Ming didn't care about that, grinning widely. Sigh, Zhao Qianming sat down with a worried expression, realizing plans needed to change. Professor Chen lifted the thermos beside him. If there's nothing else, I'm leaving. After saying that, he didn't wait for Zhao Qianming to speak and turned to leave. Zhao Qianming covered his face, feeling distressed. Let's disperse the meeting. Let us go, let us go. Li Xin's eyes were filled with laughter as she quickly pulled Xu Yuan out of the conference room. Just as they exited the conference room, the four members of Zheng Fei's team excitedly rushed over to hug Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan, welcome to the team. Surrounded by several people, Xu Yuan's eyes squinted into a line. Thank you, everyone, thank you. Chapter 32, Returning home. Li Xin, back in the dormitory, still hadn't recovered from the earlier emotions. Tang Yun noticed this and followed Li Xin to her room for a heart-to-heart. 3 days after Ling Shuang's arrival, early in the morning, Zheng Fei's team received a meeting notice. In the conference room, there were only Zhao Qianming and Professor Chen. Once the entire Zheng Fei team had arrived, Zhao Qianming spoke. "A few days ago, Ling Shuang's team came to replace you. Due to Xu Yuan's addition to your team, the mission has changed. This year's rookie training period has begun, and there are a total of 25 newcomers in Xu Yuan's batch, including Qi Tong. The training location is at Kunlun Mountain. And your team will take Xu Yuan to participate in the training. In the next 3 years, you will stay in the country." Upon hearing this, Zheng Fei and the others exchanged smiles. "Great. Finally, we can go back home." Zhao Qianming wore a satisfied smile. "It's also a way to give you a break. To rest well. But the tasks in Kunlun Mountain still need to be completed." "Don't worry, General. All right, you guys go back and pack your things. We'll set off at noon today." Zhao Qianming waved his hand. Then he said to Zheng Fei and Xu Yuan, "You two stay." At this moment, Li Xin and the others didn't care about anything else and cheerfully went back to pack their things. Chapter 33, Are You Crazy from Poverty? Arriving in Sangzhou was already late at night. Many restaurants had closed, so Zheng Fei had no choice but to navigate towards the night market area. "Let's just grab a quick bite for dinner, we'll have a big meal tomorrow," Zheng Fei said as he stopped the car. Outside the night market stalls, tables were set up, and many young people were eating barbecue and drinking beer. Seeing a military vehicle parked here was a bit surprising. Li Xin smiled broadly. "It's nice, it smells better than the cafeteria at the research institute." As night fell and the lights came on, even though it was already late, the night market was still very lively, with various snacks wafting delicious aromas. Zheng Fei and the others found a table outside, while Li Xin and Tang Yun studied the menu, wanting to eat everything they saw. "Well, when we were in the Arctic, being able to eat a warm meal was already great. Now that we are back home, we can eat whatever we want." Zheng Fei looked at the table next to them where people were drinking and felt tempted, standing up to look around. Xu Yuan blinked. "Captain, what are you doing?" "He." Han Ming rolled his eyes. "He's craving alcohol. He's probably looking for a hotel." Just as he finished speaking, Zheng Fei pointed ahead. "Li Xin, Han Ming. You two come with me to register for a room. Xu Yuan, you and Tang Yun stay here and order whatever you want." Chapter 34, Back to Changsha. It was over 300 kilometers from Sangzhou to Changsha. Zheng Fei would stop for a break for 10 minutes at the service area along the way. So they arrived in Changsha just past midnight. After grabbing a quick bite, they went to the hotel to rest. Xu Yuan stood by the window, looking at the familiar city, feeling a bit melancholic. It felt like a long time had passed even though it had only been a few months since she left. Lying in bed, she scrolled through her phone. Apart from some middle and high school classmates chatting in groups, there wasn't much news. Xu Yuan's finger lingered on her mom's contact. But after thinking for a moment, she decided against it. After all, she would be going home tomorrow. The next day, they didn't leave the hotel until noon. As a local, Xu Yuan naturally knew where the good food was. Zheng Fei drove while Xu Yuan directed, making several turns before arriving at an unassuming restaurant. "Are you sure this place is good?" Han Ming, still playing games on his phone, looked up at the nearly worn-out sign with some doubt. "You don't believe a local? How about I take you to the snack street that specifically targets outsiders?" Xu Yuan rolled her eyes at him. She used to come to this restaurant often during middle school because it was close to her school. Only locals would come here. It's absolutely authentic Hunan cuisine. Chapter 35, Kunlun Mountains. Before parting, Xu Yuan's mother didn't say much and even refused to go downstairs to see her off. Zheng Fei understood what she was thinking and left with the puzzled Xu Yuan. The vehicle traveled on the highway, with traffic flowing past outside the window. Yuan looked out, not really knowing what she was thinking. They left Changsha, passed through Chongqing, entered Chengdu, and finally reached Qinghai. The Kunlun Mountains are located at the junction of four provinces: Qinghai, Xinjiang, Tibet, and Gansu. After a week of driving, the five of them had fun along the way, with Zheng Fei and Han Ming taking turns driving. Yuan, Li Xin, and Tang Yun sat in the back of the car. The vehicle finally stopped in a village. Yuan looked up and saw the majestic Kunlun Mountains, towering peaks shrouded in clouds, extremely spectacular. Isn't it beautiful? Zheng Fei smiled while unloading the luggage. Yuan nodded dumbly. It's too spectacular. The village had many ordinary people, as well as quite a few soldiers and military vehicles stationed there. Seeing Zheng Fei and his group, didn't he seem strange to them? Yuan found it odd and asked Tang Yun beside her, "Sister Yun, do these ordinary people know about the existence of exotic beasts?" Tang Yun nodded. "Yes, look here, it's under military jurisdiction. These villagers have been guarding this place for generations. Don't worry, they are our people." Chapter 36. There are fish in the North Sea. Under the azure sky, the Kunlun Mountains stretch endlessly, like a giant dragon lying on the earth. The majestic mountains stand in the western part of our country, known as the backbone of Asia. Yuan stood on the playground, admiring this grand and magnificent view. Xiaohua had somehow run to Yuan's side. "Isn't it spectacular? I've been watching it for so many years and still can't get enough. Every time I open the window, I'm amazed." "Yeah, both beautiful and magnificent." Yuan nodded. Xiaohua smiled mysteriously. "Don't be anxious. What will shock you even more is still to come." "What is it?" "Don't rush. You'll know when the time comes." Xiaohua flashed a big white smile and ran off to another place. The two beauties and Han Ming went out to buy daily necessities, while Zheng Fei was loading luggage into the car. In fact, Yuan and the others didn't have much luggage. Mainly it was Li Xin and Tang Yun, whose clothes filled several suitcases. But it was clear that Zheng Fei was already used to it. Every time they got in and out of the car, he was the one responsible for the luggage. Without any hint of a captain's attitude. "Captain, can I help you?" Yuan said, but her body showed no intention of moving. Zheng Fei rolled his eyes almost to the sky. "You just know how to talk. If I had that time, I'd have finished loading it myself." Chapter 37. Kunlun Mountain Research Institute. Yuan didn't know how long she had been watching, still unable to recover from the shock. The vehicle drove on cliff roads above the clouds, and through the thin mist, they could already see the location of the research institute below. Xiaohua said they wouldn't reach the institute until nightfall, as the winding mountain roads wasted a lot of time. "By the way, Zheng Ji." Xiaohua turned to look at Zheng Fei. "Since you're back, I'll take over the task of delivering supplies to the mountain from now on. Just let me know what needs to be brought when the time comes." Xiaohua raised her eyebrows at Zheng Fei. Zheng Fei immediately understood and grinned. "Good kid. I didn't spoil you for nothing." The Kunlun Mountain Research Institute also strictly prohibits smoking and drinking, but with Xiaohua around, they could secretly bring some in. Yuan rested her chin on her hand, her gaze lingering on the giant creature. How did this thing come to be? Exotic beasts, in short, are wild animals with special abilities. They cannot be domesticated, and there are many mutated beasts as well. In short, it's quite complex. And the Research Institute has been looking for answers. There's a long-standing legend in our country that says dragons give birth to 9 different offspring. But there's another saying, dragons give birth to dragons, phoenixes give birth to phoenixes. Chapter 38. Zilin Shang Yuan. After a hearty meal, the 5 of them walked out of the cafeteria. Looking up, the continuous snow-capped mountains resembled a painting, shrouded in mist halfway up. Beneath their feet, the research institute was filled with green trees, red flowers, chirping birds, and babbling streams. The most astonishing sight, however, was the enormous creature that could be seen anytime, anywhere by simply looking up. It was so striking that it took one's breath away. Forget about making wishes. Zheng Fei and the others didn't even know where Professor Chen's office was. They had to ask several people to find out. At that moment, in Professor Chen's office, he was deeply engrossed in the materials at hand, with a slight frown, as if he was contemplating something. Just in time, Xu Yuan, come here. Professor Chen waved to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan sat down in front of him, and Professor Chen pushed a document over. Take this back and read it slowly. Oh, okay. Professor Chen. Xu Yuan flipped to the first page, which had the topic written on it, the preceding hypothesis on dragon riders controlling a second dragon. Seeing this title, Xu Yuan gasped, was it coming so fast? He hadn't even fully connected with the first dragon yet. At the same time, Professor Chen handed Xu Yuan a form. This is the training plan for this year. I've circled the courses you need to attend in red. And you don't have to go to the others. Chapter 39, The Dragon Tamer, from Zilinshan Yuan to Professor Chen's office. The smiles on Xu Yuan and his companions' faces never faded. Along the way, Xiao Zhong mentioned that he was an assistant assigned to Professor Chen by the commander, and would be responsible for Professor Chen's daily needs and various matters. After greeting Professor Chen, Xiao Zhong went off to get busy, leaving Xu Yuan and the others behind. Professor Chen set down his thermos and looked at them warmly. Are you satisfied with your accommodation? Very satisfied, thank you, Professor Chen. Before Xu Yuan could speak, Zheng Fei jumped in. Professor Chen shook his head. It's a waste for us old folks to stay there. It's better suited for you young people. As he spoke, Professor Chen stood up and looked around the room at the group. Now that Xu Yuan is in your team, there are some things you have the right to know. Follow me. Outside the research institute, Xiao Zhong stood in front of a vehicle. Beside him stood Commander Zhu Buqing. Commander. Zheng Fei and the others immediately stepped forward to salute, their demeanor very proper. Zhu Buqing nodded. Get in the car. The vehicle drove out of the research institute again, heading in the opposite direction of Zilinshan Yuan, with Zhu Buqing and Professor Chen remaining silent along the way. Zheng Fei and the others dared not even breathe loudly. Chapter 40, New recruits gathered. Xu Yuan leaped down into the valley, slowly walking towards the giant dragon. He fixed his gaze on the dragon's eyes. And the black dragon was also intently watching the human approaching it from a distance. The 6 people above were all focused on Xu Yuan. With Zheng Fei frowning, is Xu Yuan going to be in danger? No, I've studied it. The dragon lock chain has been absorbing that dragon's power. It can't move. Professor Chen's tone was very certain. Li Shen looked somewhat worried. Xu Yuan wouldn't he be foolish enough to try to control it, would he? He would, Professor Chen said, staring at Xu Yuan below, uttering 2 words. At that moment, Xu Yuan had reached the front of the dragon and then turned to walk aside, examining the dragon lock chain binding the black dragon. This was his first time seeing the dragon lock chain. He had attempted it during a mission in the Arctic, but he had no clue about the power he was dealing with. Zheng Fei had described it to him, saying that each chain he released back then was as thick as a wrist. But the dragon lock chains in front of him were as thick as utility poles. They were on a completely different level. Unable to resist, Xu Yuan reached out to touch the dragon lock chain, and the moment he made contact, it felt as if he had been electrocuted, a tingling sensation spreading throughout his body. Chapter 41, hit them hard to the west of the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute. A large number of beast tamers had gathered. Among them were both newcomers and those who had long since become beast tamers. Dozens of officers and researchers were also present. At this time, Xu Yuan and his group were crossing the entire research institute from the east to meet up in the west. The walkway was very spacious, with transparent glass walls on both sides, allowing a clear view of the personnel working inside. Passing by a laboratory, Xu Yuan couldn't help but stop. What is this? Xu Yuan leaned against the glass wall, staring intently inside. In that laboratory, equipment was suspending the corpse of a strange beast. And hundreds of fully armed workers were performing an autopsy on it, directed by a disheveled professor. Xu Yuan recognized him, Professor Liu Shunsen. Seeing the strange beast's corpse, Zheng Fei chuckled, "Great, we'll have something to eat in the next few days. We can have strange beast meat." "Oh? Can this thing be eaten?" Xu Yuan looked incredulous. "Are you kidding? Humans eat everything." "You make a good point," said Tang Yun, suppressing a smile. "They are dissecting this strange beast, aside from the meat. Its skin, scales, and horns can be used to make strange beast weapons." Chapter 42. Don't play with ice in front of me. Not only the people present, but even those in the stands looked incredulously at Zhu Bucheng. "Commander, are you serious? This is too chaotic. 24 against 1, isn't this bullying?" "Commander, although Xu Yuan is the most talented among this batch of newcomers, this is just too much." The crowd voiced their concerns. Such a situation had never happened before. Only Zheng Fei's team and Professor Chen remained calm. While Professor Liu snorted, "I want to see what this kid can pull off." At that moment, Xu Yuan stood in the center of the arena, his brow slightly furrowed. This was different from what Zheng Fei had told him about a one-on-one fight. How did it turn into a group fight? Tang Yun quietly asked, "Captain, given Xu Yuan's personality, will he take the initiative?" "Absolutely. This kid is not the type to back down." Zheng Fei grinned. He still vividly remembered Xu Yuan's first battle. Back then, Tang Yun wasn't around, so she didn't know. Xu Yuan moved his body and took off his shirt, revealing the Bai Ji shirt underneath. So this is turning himself into a test subject for these people. The original 1v1 test had turned into a group fight. And now it was a test involving him too. Chapter 43. Natural suppression. The spectators in the stands were dumbfounded. The crowd in the arena was no better off. They watched as Xu Yuan leisurely walked towards Sun Wanlin, looking at him as if he were a monster. Two beast tamers who had entered the beast transformation state used all their strength in one strike, yet they didn't even harm a single hair on him. What was the point of that? Sun Wanlin, still in her beast transformation state, had exhausted all her energy from that last attack and could barely stand. Her legs shaking uncontrollably. Xu Yuan's expression was filled with disappointment. "Can we still fight?" "I can't fight anymore." "Next." "I still can," Sun Wanlin gasped. With her tail behind her completely stopped from recovering. She took a deep breath, concentrating the remaining strength in her right hand, and heavily stepped towards Xu Yuan. She had experienced this state before making her wish. After transforming, she couldn't hold on for more than 3 minutes in front of Li Xin. The transformation state consumed a large amount of physical strength every second, and without good physical fitness, it was simply unsustainable. But at that time, she was just a beginner. And it would only get better from there. Sun Wanlin had been learning to use the abilities given to her by the Ice Fox during this period. But she had never trained personally. Chapter 44. Turning the table. Looking at Xu Yuan standing there relaxed and at ease, Wang Jianjun's expression changed subtly. This guy had excellent control over his abilities. He didn't look like a newcomer at all. Since his ability was well controlled, then his power must be. Wang Jianjun thought to himself, as his horse-like feet stomped through the water waves directly towards Xu Yuan. His punch whistled through the air, fast and powerful, landing heavily towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan shrugged off his hands, opening his right hand to receive Wang Jianjun's punch. Bang! The powerful force brought a whooshing sound. Xu Yuan frowned slightly. As expected of a soldier, his physical fitness was strong, and after becoming a beast master, his strength increased geometrically. But compared to Zheng Fei, he was still far behind. How could this be? Wang Jianjun gritted his teeth secretly, suddenly retracting his fist and adopting a fighting stance. Although the commander said to hit hard as long as he didn't kill him, I'm afraid my punch might be too heavy for you to handle. Xu Yuan looked into Wang Jianjun's eyes and gently shook his head. Upon hearing this, The pent-up anger in Wang Jianjun surged instantly as he gathered all his strength into his right fist. A faint layer of water waves swirled around his fist, resembling a glove made of water. Chapter 45. Big-eyed cute girl Xu Yuan walked over to Tang Yun, who was squatting down to treat the injured newcomer. Seeing Xu Yuan approach, Tang Yun looked up at him. 4 ribs broken. How much strength did you use? I think about 60 to 70, Xu Yuan scratched his head. Looking at the person lying on the ground, sorry, buddy. The person had a resentful look but soon relaxed. It's okay, good thing you held back. He. Tang Yun thought it was quite normal since Xu Yuan's strength was all trained alongside Zheng Fei. While Xu Yuan was still smiling, Zheng Fei and the others walked over leisurely. Zheng Fei grinned widely. Xu Yuan, well done. You really made me proud, ha ha ha. Li Shan walked up to Xu Yuan, wrapping her arms around his neck generously, her beautiful big eyes blinking. How does it feel? Not bad, but it's far from the Arctic. Xu Yuan was already used to Li Shan like this, smiling gently. When they were in the Arctic, it was because there were many experts backing him up. And when he fought that Indian guy, it was clear that the opponent looked down on newcomers, which was why he suffered a loss. Chapter 46. Zone 7. In front of the villa, Lu Ru looked surprised and delighted at the 2.5-story building. Are we living here? Yes. Zheng Fei was looking for this expression. His biggest hobby was to see newcomers looking surprised and clueless. Lu Ru couldn't help but ask, Sister Li Shan, do all formal team members get to live in villas? Of course not, we owe it all to Xu Yuan, Li Shan smiled. She didn't have any aversion to Lu Ru, at least she was polite. The rooms on the second floor were roughly the same, just with different layouts. So there was no distinction between master and guest rooms. There were a total of 7 rooms. If Lu Ru took one, there would be one left empty. When Lu Ru finished organizing her things and came downstairs, she found everyone doing their own thing. Han Ming was lying on the sofa playing games on his phone. Tang Yun was reading at the tea table, and Xu Yuan and Li Shan were watching TV. Zheng Fei was rummaging through the fridge, worrying about what to eat for dinner. Seeing this scene, Lu Ru couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. It had been a long time since she had such a relaxed time. Captain, what should I do? She blinked, asking cautiously. Zheng Fei, with his back to her, continued to search the fridge. Just do what you like. Chapter 47. Night in the mountains. There was no road in the valley, the vegetation ahead was dense, and the ground was covered with gravel and dirt. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, spilling into the babbling stream, creating a feeling of a winding path leading to a secluded place. The melodious bird calls echoed through the mountains and forests, as if one were in a paradise. Han Ming walked at the front, followed by Zheng Fei, with Li Shan and Tang Yun providing support, placing Xu Yuan and Lu Ru in a safe position. Here, as long as one looked up at the sky, one could see the Kun swimming above the mountains. After walking for several hours, Lu Ru's stamina gradually waned. Zheng Fei noticed and said to Han Ming ahead, Han Ming, find a place to rest for half an hour. Okay, Captain. After Zheng Fei finished speaking, he looked at Xu Yuan, who was okay but breathing heavily. This mountain path was too difficult to walk, consuming more stamina than usual. Han Ming found a relatively open area, with a pile of scattered stones to sit on, next to a small stream. Tang Yun put down her backpack, and took out a water bottle, gently asking, anyone want some water? Yes, thanks for your hard work, Yun Ji. Xu Yuan also pulled out his water bottle from his bag, which he had received from the supplies department. Yuna, I want some too, Li Shan said with a smile. Chapter 48. Night calls. Xu Yuan couldn't remember when he fell asleep. The next morning, he was awakened by Han Ming, who was on watch. Opening his eyes, he saw a foggy scene in front of him, and the air had become more humid. Zheng Fei had already packed up. He frowned, it's foggy, making the path harder to navigate. You have 10 minutes to get ready to depart. Yes? Shu Yuan shook his head to wake himself up, putting his blanket back into his backpack. Han Ming completely extinguished the campfire, and the group headed deeper into the mountains. The weather in the mountains changed quickly. Around noon, the fog gradually dissipated. Just as the fog hadn't completely cleared, it started to rain lightly from the sky, making the ground muddy and difficult to walk on. Everyone in the team, including Li Xin and Tang Yun, didn't complain at all. Clearly, they were already accustomed to this environment. As they walked, Zheng Fei turned his head and said, "The weather is bad today, so we won't rest. Lu Ru, can you handle it?" Lu Ru's stamina had long been depleted. She gritted her teeth. "I'm fine, Captain, let's keep going." Lu Ru was clear about her position. She knew that if she messed up this time, she would probably have to go back to where she came from after this mission. Zheng Fei glanced at her but didn't say anything. Chapter 49, School of Redfish. The bright moonlight poured down, making the river surface resemble silver silk. The moonlight was bright. Everything was clear except for the pitch-black cave entrance. The entrance was covered with a strange plant that occasionally emitted a faint glow, like the light of fireflies. Chirp, chirp. The strange sound was still there, unmoving. The two walked along the riverbank, with Zheng Fei moving slowly, his expression cautious, his gaze fixed on the direction of the sound. Shu Yuan felt the unique aura of the strange beast and frowned slightly. When they were less than 10 meters away, Zheng Fei stopped and lowered his voice. "I see it." Shu Yuan frowned slightly and looked up at Zheng Fei. Zheng Fei's eyes had turned into bright yellow tiger eyes, emitting a faint glow in the night. This was a partial transformation into a beast, which Shu Yuan could not do yet. Zheng Fei squinted and took a step forward. This startled the strange beast in the river, and the surface of the water suddenly rippled, revealing a golden-red dorsal fin. Thanks to the moonlight, Shu Yuan finally saw the appearance of that strange beast. It was a large fish about 4 or 5 meters long, entirely golden red, and curiously, it had a face that looked exactly like a human. Chapter 50, Coiling Snake. That night, everyone did not rest well, all thinking about how to pass through the cave the next day. Only Lu Ru, lying on a blanket hugging her backpack, slept soundly. The next day, the sky was overcast. Looking up, dark clouds loomed, and that giant coon was swimming among the clouds. Large pieces of fish meat were sizzling by the campfire. Han Ming was nearby, using a small knife to dissect the red fish, and called out, "Captain, what should we do with these fish scales?" "Find a place to put them, take them back for Professor Liu," Zheng Fei said, flipping the fish meat on the grill. Not paying him much attention, Han Ming pouted and muttered, "You say I only know how to eat. I see you are even more greedy. You little brat." "What did you say?" "I said nothing, the captain is mighty." Li Xin was still yawning, lazily leaning on Shu Yuan's shoulder. Tang Yun frowned slightly, deep in thought. After a while, when the fish meat was nearly done, Lu Ru rubbed her sleepy eyes and sat up. "Is it dawn yet?" Everyone fell silent. Zheng Fei smiled slightly. "Lucky girl. It's time to eat, Lu Ru." Chapter 51, Suspended Waterfall. The cave was dim, with faint fireflies flickering in the stone walls. The giant snake twisted madly above them, as it moved forward, its lantern-sized eyes emitting a faint light. Bang! 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 The red fish in the river shot out water cannons, hundreds of water jets raining down like a storm. Zheng Fei and Tang Yun, as soldiers retreating from the battle zone, were exceptionally sensitive to attacks, dodging those water jets purely by instinct. Boom! 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 A tremendous force struck the cave's stone wall, sending debris flying. The writhing body of the python above made a rustling sound, sending chills down their spines. A water cannon struck its body directly, and the giant snake was like paper in the face of the strange beast's attack, the water cannon instantly piercing through it. The giant snake groaned in pain, its huge body thudding down from the top of the cave. It let out a shrill cry, sounding strange. And after splashing into the water, it continued to chase after Shu Yuan and the others. Shu Yuan was being lifted by Zheng Fei in mid-air. His eyes fixed on the giant snake. It seems to be fleeing. Shu Yuan frowned and said. Li Xin, upon hearing this, also looked at the giant snake. To her surprise, she saw a look of fear in the giant snake's eyes. Chapter 52, Weeping Zheng Fei noticed this and waved his hand to Shu Yuan, who was standing. Shu Yuan, come over and rest for a bit. Oh, Shu Yuan seemed a bit dazed, and only snapped back to attention upon hearing Zheng Fei's voice. He sat cross-legged, still gazing into the distance. Li Xin sat down beside Shu Yuan and softly asked, "What are you thinking about?" "It's an indescribable feeling. There are many strange beast auras in my mind." Shu Yuan rubbed his eyes, his tone calm. Upon hearing this, Li Xin exchanged glances with Zheng Fei. Then they both looked at Shu Yuan. Shu Yuan completely ignored their actions, stood up, and stretched. Zheng Fei took out a map from his bag. And everyone gathered in a circle. Pointing to one of the river's tributaries, Zheng Fei said, "The place we need to go is here. The soil insects like to live in rocky areas. We'll pass through here and avoid the lake in the middle. We need to reach the vicinity of our destination before dark and set up camp, then start searching for the soil insects' traces tomorrow." After finishing, Zheng Fei looked at Lu Ru. "Lu Ru, it will be quite tough to travel here. Can you handle it?" "No problem, Captain." Lu Ru nodded seriously. She was determined to perform well and stay in the team for the rookie training. Chapter 53, Eaten. The cry of the Jiu Jiao sounded like a baby's wail. Sharp and urgent. Ever since Lu Ru heard that it liked to eat people, her gaze towards the Jiu Jiao had changed. "It's a powerhouse, right? Li Xin and Tang Yun will hold the line, Shu Yuan will be the main attacker, and Han Ming and Lu Ru will assist me," Zheng Fei commanded. And everyone quickly formed a formation, with Shu Yuan at the front. When they came, Professor Chen had specifically instructed that in combat situations, Shu Yuan should take the lead. Professor Chen wanted Shu Yuan to grow quickly, which is why he agreed to let him join Zheng Fei's team as an official member. Shu Yuan. The Jiu Jiao has great strength, but its attack method is single. Avoid direct confrontation, Tang Yun advised. No rush, Yun Ji. I want to test how strong it really is. Ice flowers floated around Shu Yuan, and as he spoke, he had already transformed into a dragon. However, Zheng Fei held a different opinion. How can it be training if you don't confront it head-on? Right, Shu Yuan. The captain is right. Shu Yuan grinned, his silver eyebrows unfurling. Here it comes. Li Xin behind him whispered. The Jiu Jiao flapped its wings and took off, its body folding in like an arrow, diving towards Shu Yuan. Shu Yuan did not dare to be careless. He clenched his right hand into a dragon claw, exerting all his strength to meet its hard beak. Chapter 54, Tremor and Roar. It took a long time to dismantle the body of the Jiu Jiao, and it took considerable effort to remove the pair of horns from its head. The night gradually faded, and dawn broke on the horizon. Han Ming dragged several pieces of dissected strange beast meat to the cave entrance. The horns had been hidden away by Han Ming for retrieval after the mission. Back inside the cave, everyone was no longer sleepy. Lu Ru leaned against the stone wall, completely exhausted. Captain, I'll go find something to burn, Han Ming said, putting down the meat he was holding. Go ahead, be careful, Zheng Fei replied. Okay. Han Ming moved quickly, disappearing from sight as he climbed the mountain wall. Shu Yuan leaned against the stone wall, closing his eyes to rest, his strength gradually recovering. Ever since he had controlled that ice dragon, he could clearly feel his physical condition strengthening, and the duration of his dragon transformation was increasing. However, using abilities in this place was far more exhausting than in the Arctic. Shu Yuan, what does it feel like to be eaten? Zheng Fei smiled slightly as he asked Shu Yuan. Shu Yuan opened his eyes and shook his head. Not pleasant, it feels like being in a gravity chamber, with my whole body being compressed by a tremendous force. Tang Yun unscrewed a water bottle and handed it to Lu Ru. You should be thankful that avian strange beasts only swallow food. If they chewed, you'd be done for. Chapter 55. Good Child. The thunderstorm continued. The sounds of rain, thunder, and wind intertwined, creating a feast unique to nature. It was already night, and the low-hanging dark clouds shrouded the surroundings in darkness. Shu Yuan lay on a pile of rubble with his eyes wide open, his pupils gradually focusing. His consciousness slowly returned, and his mind was still hazy, needing some time to regain clarity. The heavy rain mercilessly poured down on him, and Shu Yuan gritted his teeth to slowly get up, realizing that his backpack had disappeared. Pain radiated from various parts of his body, and he felt heavy. Lu Ru's voice was hoarse as she softly called out. No one responded. All he could hear were the sounds of rain and thunder. After a few minutes, Shu Yuan finally regained his senses, disregarding the pain in his body, as he stood up and carefully surveyed his surroundings. The place he found himself in resembled a disaster zone after an earthquake, with no clear direction and irregular stones scattered everywhere. Not far away, Lu Ru was lying on a rock, her lower body submerged in water, still unconscious. Shu Yuan gritted his teeth and dragged his heavy body toward Lu Ru. There was a horrifying wound on her right rib, almost exposing the bone. Not knowing what had caused the injury, Shu Yuan looked down and noticed that the outer layer of her Baiji clothing was slowly self-repairing. Chapter 56. Gathering Point. Shu Yuan. Li Shan rushed in, her strong momentum knocking Shu Yuan down. Li Shan's expression was a mix of grievance and worry, her face indistinguishable between tears and rain. Woo, you scared me to death. Li Shan hugged Shu Yuan's neck, and the two of them fell to the ground together. Shu Yuan almost passed out from the impact, but gently patted Li Shan's arm, saying, "It's okay, Sister Shin, I'm fine." Han Ming completely ignored the two of them, sensing that Lu Ru's breath was somewhat weak. "Injured?" "Yeah, Brother Han Ming." "Why are only you and Sister Li Shan here? Where are the captain and Sister Tang Yuan?" Lu Ru instinctively covered her injured side. Han Ming shook his head. "I haven't found them, I've been looking for several days." "I see," Lu Ru said, feeling a bit down. Han Ming chuckled, "Don't worry. The captain and Sister Tang Yuan are both very capable, they won't get into trouble." Li Shan and Han Ming had some compressed biscuits and water in their backpacks, which they took out and shared with the others, exchanging stories about what had happened over the past few days. Originally, Li Shan was supposed to be with Tang Yuan, but upon seeing Shu Yuan disappear, she had rushed forward without a second thought. Chapter 57. Finding a place to vent. Shu Yuan and the others briefly shared their experiences after being scattered. Zheng Fei also told them he had been in this place, and Tang Yuan had come looking for him the next day, worried that someone might return and not find them. The two had searched the area multiple times, but found no trace of them. After consuming a large piece of beast meat, a wonderful energy spread throughout Shu Yuan's body, like a long dry forest receiving rain. Shu Yuan felt his stamina and strength quickly recovering, and fortunately, they hadn't encountered any beasts during these days, otherwise, given his previous state, it would have been hard to escape. Han Ming, starving, didn't care whether the roasted meat was hot or not, shoving it into his mouth. He and Li Shan hadn't eaten since meeting Shu Yuan and Lu Ru, leaving the remaining compressed biscuits for the two of them. However, compared to Han Ming, Li Shan's eating was still quite graceful, showing no signs of having been hungry for days. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, Han Ming looked up, just about to say something to Zheng Fei, when Shu Yuan waved his hand. "Brother Han, don't say anything." Han Ming sighed deeply and quietly shifted to the side. Everyone's attention turned to Shu Yuan, and Li Shan blinked and asked, "What's wrong, Shu Yuan?" Chapter 58. Observing the mountain. A team of 6 ignored the heavy rain. Zheng Fei and Tang Yuan transformed into beasts, carrying the other 4, as they flew through the air. Zheng Fei led Shu Yuan and Han Ming, who was somewhat curious. "Shu Yuan, how did you guess?" "Well, I started to suspect it when I saw those Kailuan groups. Although their scales are tough, I could find a way to kill them, you all could too. When Lu Ru and I were trapped in the arch, I reviewed everything from start to finish. And it seemed like you all had never used your full strength. To put it simply, the power you exhibited didn't seem like it could hold the front lines in a war zone. Then, when Brother had mentioned that the captain killed a soil insect with one punch, I became even more convinced of this idea. Zheng Fei, transformed into a Qiongqi, looked down at Han Ming. So it was you, kid. I just said it casually. Han Ming quickly waved his hands, fearing a beating. Zheng Fei smiled. Your acting skills are still too poor. Beside them, Tang Yun wore a relaxed smile, looking very at ease. Li Shan looked up at Tang Yun. I told you it couldn't be hidden. Our Shu Yuan is so smart, right, Yuna? Yes, you're right, Tang Yun replied with a smile. Chapter 59, Summerching. The group moved quickly, showing no signs of stopping. They flew swiftly to the cave entrance they had come from, where the giant horns of the Jiujiao were resting in their place for them to rest after exiting. Shu Yuan accelerated to the front, reaching out to grab the horns and charging into the cave. Shu Yuan's feet touched the river water, and the areas he stepped on quickly froze, continuously expanding outward. Without those Kailuan, Shu Yuan froze the river water very solidly, showing no signs of melting. Simply put, it was still because he wasn't strong enough, otherwise he could have frozen those Kailuan in the river as well. The stone walls ahead were stained with fresh red blood, presumably from that giant snake. But there were no visible remains. Those Kailuan had been chewed down to the bones and skin. Han Ming lagged behind, not following too closely, maintaining a certain distance from the others. As Shu Yuan ran, he thought about Zheng Fei's battle with the Qiongqi, wondering if he would also turn into an ice dragon when entering the beast frenzy state. Behind him, Lu Ru's breathing became heavier. Let's rest outside the cave, Zheng Fei said as he directly hoisted her onto his shoulder. This journey had been taxing for Shu Yuan, let alone for Lu Ru. The urgent task was to withdraw quickly. Who knows what kind of madness that Qiongqi would exhibit in the inner circle, and that thing was also quite petty. Chapter 60, Swimming Dragon. In Zhu Buqing's room, several women were chattering. Professor Chen frowned slightly, feeling it was a bit noisy. He patted Shu Yuan's arm, looking him up and down. You're not injured, are you? Shu Yuan gently nodded. I'm fine, Professor Chen. I have something to ask you. Seeing Shu Yuan's serious expression, Professor Chen thought for a moment, placed the thermos cup on Zhu Buqing's desk, and his clear eyes glowed with intensity. Professor Chen stared at Shu Yuan for several seconds before waving at Xie Qing, Zheng Fei, and the others beside him. You all go out. Yes? Xie Qing and the others stood up without hesitation, saluted, and quickly pushed the still dazed Lu Ru out of the room, closing the door to Zhu Buqing's office as they left. Professor Chen sat on the sofa, his tone very calm. Do you want to take a shower before we talk? Is this important? Shu Yuan asked expressionlessly, looking at Professor Chen. Not important. What do you want to ask? Shu Yuan glanced at Professor Chen, then turned to Zhu Buqing. Professor Chen, Commander, why did you issue that kind of mission to the captain and the others? Zhu Buqing closed his eyes, trying to avoid the question. The room was very quiet, with no one speaking. Professor Chen remained silent for several minutes before saying, Take me to Zhenlong Valley. Chapter 61, Split into two paths. 3 days after returning to the Research Institute, in the conference room on the top floor, Professor Chen, Professor Liu, Zhu Buqing, and Zhu Wenzheng were all present. There were also some unfamiliar professors and military officers sitting at the conference table. Zheng Fei's team, along with Lu Ru, were all there. Zhu Buqing held Zheng Fei's team's mission report in his hand. Today's meeting mainly focused on 3 individuals, Shu Yuan, Li Shan, and Zheng Fei. Zhu Buqing glanced at the 3 of them as he spoke. Shu Yuan seemed fine, he generally knew what problems might arise. However, Li Xin and Zheng Fei looked somewhat confused, completely unsure of how this meeting related to them. Zhu Buqing continued, "We've discussed the issue regarding Xu Yuan. We were too hasty and overlooked his feelings. This was our mistake. Xu Yuan, you can continue to stay in Zheng Fei's team, but after the 3-year training period, you need to show me your results. Otherwise, I will transfer you to another place. If you refuse my transfer order, it won't just be a simple house arrest. You need to understand one thing, this is not a negotiation." Zhu Buqing's gaze was sharp, lacking any trace of amiability, revealing the full authority of his position as the commander. Chapter 62, No spring and autumn. The group returned to their residence to pack a few clothes. Each person had a small backpack. A car was parked at the door, with 2 soldiers in the front and passenger seats responsible for taking Xu Yuan and the others to the airport. As the vehicle left the research institute, only after exiting the dome did everyone feel they had returned to the real world. The 3 were seated in the back, with Xu Yuan in the middle. On the left, Han Ming was flipping through the information in his hands, while Lu Ru looked out the window like a curious child. Han Ming turned to Lu Ru and asked, "Lu Ru, do you have an ID card?" "Yes, it's at home," Lu Ru blinked her big eyes and replied. Xu Yuan and the others were speechless. How could that be considered having one? It was essentially a lack of one. Han Ming handed the information to Xu Yuan, saying, "Take a look at this. After we arrive in Xining, we'll buy Lu Ru a mobile phone first, and I'll use my ID to get her a SIM card." Lu Ru seemed puzzled. "Huh? Why do we need to buy a phone, Han Ming Ge?" Han Ming pulled out his phone and found the chat with Zheng Fei. "The captain learned about our mission, and wants you to go back to Shanghai first. To visit home." "Huh? Really, Han Ming Ge?" Lu Ru exclaimed with joy. "Yes, all expenses during this mission will be reimbursed by the captain. Once we get to the city, you can buy whatever you want." Han Ming added quietly, "I wonder if game top-ups will be reimbursed." Chapter 63, The second mission. The room had little furniture, just a dilapidated wooden table and a simple bed, along with an old coal stove on which an aluminum kettle was placed. A light bulb hung from the ceiling, emitting a faint yellow light. There wasn't even a stool by the table. Wu Erming was sitting on 2 bricks stacked together. On the table was a bowl of instant noodles that had only been eaten a couple of bites. Wu Erming felt a bit embarrassed. "Sorry, soldier comrade. I have no place to sit." Han Ming was unfazed. "It's fine, we'll sit on your bed later." He placed the 2 tote bags he was carrying on the table. "Stop eating instant noodles. This is the late-night snack I just bought from the street, eat this instead." Xu Yuan looked at Han Ming in slight astonishment. He thought Han Ming was a careless person, but it turned out he was quite considerate. "Isn't this inappropriate?" Wu Erming watched as Han Ming took out food one after another, feeling a bit at a loss. Once all the food was laid out, Han Ming then casually sat on his bed. "There's nothing inappropriate about it, just eat." Xu Yuan sat down beside Han Ming. The bed was very hard, with only a thin sheet laid on it. "Thank you." Wu Erming was clearly starving, finishing all the food on the table in no time. Chapter 64, Taoist Priest. The 4 of them drove towards Luoyang. Han Ming hummed a little tune all the way, not caring what music was playing in the car. He had to hum along for a couple of lines. His happiness was evident. Xu Yuan was holding a small notebook and writing something, glancing at Han Ming. "Han Ji. Are you very happy? How long has it been since you went home?" "It's been several years. Aside from occasional phone calls, we hardly keep in touch." Han Ming replied with a smile. Lu Ru, sitting behind Xu Yuan, leaned on his back. "Xu Yuan Ji, what are you writing?" Han Ming grinned. "He's been writing for several days." Xu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. "I'm coming up with some impressive names for my moves." He lifted the notebook to show Lu Ru. "What do you think of this one? Absolute Zero, Ice Freeze." Lu Ru was a bit speechless, unsure of how to respond. "Ha ha 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 ha. Han Ming laughed uncontrollably. Xu Yuan blushed and quickly crossed out the name. No, if Han Jie laughs, then Sister Xin will definitely laugh at me. Wu Erming in the car had been observing the group, staying close to the car door and trying to keep a distance from Lu Ru. Before they even entered Luoyang, some hills were already visible. Chapter 65, Human-Faced Owl. Attention all tourists, the Meteorological Bureau has issued an orange snowstorm warning. To ensure the safety of all tourists, the first level and second level cable cars are now open for free, and tour buses and other facilities can be used for free. Staff will orderly arrange for everyone to evacuate. We sincerely apologize for any inconvenience caused. The announcement repeatedly echoed throughout the entire Laojun Mountain. Meanwhile, the military had entered Laojun Mountain, with several military vehicles driving along the winding mountain roads to assist in evacuating tourists. It was expected that all tourists would be evacuated and the mountain sealed off in about 2 hours. Some soldiers were hiking up the mountain, advising tourists to leave halfway up. It was needless to say, this was all Han Ming's handiwork. He nudged Xu Yuan beside him and whispered, "When the fight starts, create some snowstorm to solidify this matter." Xu Yuan gave him an okay gesture. "What? We came all the way to Laojun Mountain, and we haven't seen enough yet before having to go down. With such nice weather, how could there possibly be a snowstorm? It's a scam. Hurry, hurry. Let me take a few more pictures." The group was surrounded by tourist complaints, and Han Ming shrugged at Xu Yuan. "There's nothing we can do." Wu Erming saw that Xu Yuan and the others weren't moving and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't we leaving?" Chapter 66, Taoist Priest. "You overrate yourself." Xu Yuan looked in the direction of the voice and saw a Taoist priest covered in fish scales, his kind face transformed into a hideous fish head. A snake-like tail dragged behind him. The Taoist priest closed his eyes, stretching his hands toward the direction of the fire pillar with 5 fingers spread wide. Suddenly, the Taoist priest opened his eyes, revealing pure white eyes without pupils, looking very eerie. Above the fire pillar, a giant waterfall appeared out of nowhere, instantly extinguishing the fire pillar. That waterfall seemed to contain immense power, pinning the human-faced owl to the ground, rendering it unable to move. At this moment, Lu Ru had returned to her normal state, walking towards Han Ming with a face full of grievances. Han Ming patted her head, as if comforting his little sister. "It's not your fault. The Taoist's power was still being output, and that waterfall directly created a large pit around the body of the human-faced owl. I tried my best," the Taoist said, sweat beading on his forehead, as the waterfall gradually shrank and the scales on his body began to fade. The Taoist quickly grabbed a robe nearby and wrapped it around himself. He had no clothes on, and after returning to normal, he was bare-chested. Xu Yuan smiled slightly. "That's enough, Taoist." He could feel the aura of the human-faced owl growing weaker, indicating that the Taoist's attack was effective. Chapter 67, Physical Training. Outside, the sky was brightening, nearing noon. In Han Ming's room, he sat on the sofa playing with his phone, occasionally glancing at Wu Erming on the bed. After a while, Wu Erming let out a grunt from the bed. Han Ming put down his phone and said flatly, "Awake." Wu Erming frowned, rubbing his groggy head as he slowly sat up. Han Ming tossed him a bottle of mineral water and watched him quietly. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, and Han Ming stood up to open the door. Xu Yuan and Lu Ru stood outside, carrying lunch. "Brother Han, we brought you lunch," Xu Yuan said as she walked in, smiling slightly at Wu Erming on the bed. "Oh, you're awake. Sorry, I didn't expect you to wake up. I'll go buy you some more later." Xu Yuan smiled and sat down next to Han Ming, crossing her legs. Wu Erming remained silent, looking at the three of them with an odd expression. Han Ming tore open a package and ate while staring at Wu Erming. The 4 of them exchanged glances in the room until Wu Erming could no longer hold back. "Who exactly are you?" He recalled everything that happened last night. It couldn't possibly have been a dream. Han Ming was eating and couldn't speak, so Xu Yuan replied, "Didn't I tell you? All your questions will be answered later. Just not now." Chapter 68. District 12. Zhu Buqing finished reading the battle report on the human-faced owl. "If that's the case, can we advance the plan? I estimate that he now has a 70% compatibility with the ice dragon. If he continues to grow at this rate, he will be able to control that black dragon within the 3-year training period." Professor Chen's tone was calm. But Zhu Buqing's mouth dropped open in shock. "Is this really possible?" "Pretty much. Xu Yuan's talent exceeded my expectations. It's even better than that girl Tan Jin's." Professor Chen's lips curled slightly. Zhu Buqing put down the documents in his hand and sighed. "It's been so many years, finally, someone can teach that arrogant girl a lesson." Professor Chen looked at Zhu Buqing with a teasing expression, still worried about the money. "Money? What money? If I don't have enough, I'll just go get it. If I can't get it, I'll just rob it." Zhu Buqing laughed broadly and waved his hand as he left. After training began, there was only time for eating and sleeping. Professor Chen always set a timer for the training room, which would automatically stop when the time was up. Professor Chen had Xiaozhong bring a recliner, and he would lie there every day leisurely drinking tea and looking at data. His training plan was more precise than a computer, and the training room would stop every time Xu Yuan could no longer withstand it. Chapter 69. Singing. A light rain fell, and a gentle breeze occasionally swept through. The moon in the sky occasionally peeked out from behind the clouds, briefly illuminating the earth, only to be swallowed by the clouds again. The campfire burned, and the flames ignited the fat on the meat, making a crackling sound. In this place, the only cooking methods for the ingredients were boiling and grilling. Zheng Fei glanced at Xu Yuan while grilling meat, while the latter stared intently at the distant valley. It was strange that it was raining lightly here, but the valley was shrouded in thick fog. Li Shan handed a piece of grilled meat to Xu Yuan. "Xu Yuan, this one's ready, you can eat it first." "Thanks, Sister Xin." Xu Yuan continued to gaze at the distant valley, seemingly distracted. Li Shan tilted her head and leaned closer. "What's wrong, Xu Yuan? Why are you staring over there? Is something unusual?" Xu Yuan took a bite of the meat and chewed thoughtfully, frowning slightly. Everyone noticed his unusual behavior, although Han Ming was a scout-type beast tamer. They had all experienced Xu Yuan's sensitivity to the aura of strange beasts. Xu Yuan had more say in this regard. "Why do I feel like that strange beast is getting closer to us?" Xu Yuan said casually. "What?" Han Ming exploded in shock. "No way." Chapter 70. Slaying Evil. A massive figure slowly walked out from the thick fog, with a white head, its body patterned like a tiger's skin, and dragging a fiery red tail behind it. The records describe it as resembling a horse with a white head, its patterns like a tiger's, but with a red tail. It sounds like a melody, and it is called Lu Shu. Lu Shu stood in the valley, its red eyes fixed intently on Xu Yuan and the others outside the valley. The animal, Ling Ling, was caught in the middle, looking terrified. Xu Yuan had a smile on his face, his gaze focused on the Lu Shu behind Ling Ling. This Ling Ling posed no threat to him. Xu Yuan completely disregarded it. Hiss! The sound emitted by Lu Shu was like heavenly music, and its body, which was about 3 or 4 stories high, moved. It moved with an eerie speed, and in the blink of an eye, it was behind the Ling Ling. Lu Shu opened its mouth wide and bit down on the Ling Ling in front of it. Squeak! The Ling Ling had no time to react and let out a piercing scream, as its body was bitten in half by Lu Shu. Blood filled Lu Shu's mouth, and with its blood-red eyes, it looked particularly strange. After devouring the Ling Ling, Lu Shu raised its head and looked at Xu Yuan and the others. Boom! The rocks under Zheng Fei's feet shattered with a loud bang, and a powerful aura surged like a massive wave. Zheng Fei's eyes widened, a fierce grin on his face. "You're asking for it, eating in front of me." Chapter 71. Strange Things. Zheng Fei chuckled, jealous, "Huh. When we captured the ice snake in the Arctic, Jiang Shao took out the strange beast weapon, and I was so envious. At this moment, Xu Yuan was still savoring the heavy feeling from earlier. Although he couldn't sense its power, he had an intense desire to possess his own strange beast weapon right away. Stop daydreaming, let's go. Zheng Fei tugged on Lu Shu's horsetail with one hand and held onto its menere with the other, while the severed body continued to bleed. The three of them flew in the air towards the valley's exit, and Xu Yuan couldn't help but ask, "Captain, what are the conditions for refining strange beast weapons? Does the compatibility with one's own strange beast need to reach 100%? Zheng Fei nodded. Yes, it needs to reach 100% compatibility. This is not only a condition for controlling a second strange beast, but also a requirement for entering the frenzy of beasts and refining strange beast weapons. However, the latter two are relatively relaxed restrictions. For the frenzy of beasts, as long as the compatibility reaches 100%, one can naturally enter. Refining strange beast weapons also requires one to possess extremely strong strength and mental power. I was at Shenongjia, and it took me more than 50 days to refine that one. Chapter 72, Elemental Feast. As Zheng Fei completely passed by a few people, Xu Yuan finally got a clear view of that strange creature. Tang Yun. That creature had the exact same face as Tang Yun. But the expression on its face was wrong. It had white fur all over its body, with small flames constantly bursting out from its hair. It suddenly turned its head, eerily looking towards the location of the three people, and that familiar face unexpectedly revealed a charming smile. Discovered. How could that be possible? Han Ming's concealment could completely erase one's aura. Xu Yuan felt a chill at that smile, with Han Ming gripping his arm tightly and Li Shan holding his hand forcefully. He could sense the fear from the two of them now. Zheng Fei and that strange creature walked into the thick fog, and the figures of Han Ming and the others slowly appeared. Han Ming sat down heavily on the ground, breathing heavily. What the hell is that thing? How could it be Yana? Didn't we just see her following Lu Ru? Li Shan was still shaken, her expression very complicated. Xu Yuan suppressed this emotion, his voice trembling slightly. Brother Han, how did you discover it? Just now, Sister Yun caught up with me and told me about it. No, Han Ming gritted his teeth, his eyes becoming more panicked. Chapter 73, Black Mountain Divine Tree. Tang Yun flew at the front, constantly emitting power from her body to disperse the thick fog. The speed of the group was very fast, and the cries of the beasts behind them grew quieter until they completely disappeared. The valley was long and dark, with the thick fog blocking out the sunlight. Those beasts definitely did not always live in these valleys. They were closely related to that mutated nine-tailed fox. Li Shan recounted to everyone what had happened when she was a newcomer. Back then, Li Shan had just been selected as a beastmaster, and like Xu Yuan, she was taken by a formal team to Alao Mountain to capture exotic beasts. Since Li Shan was just an ordinary person at that time, their team did not enter deep into Alao Mountain, but searched for exotic beasts near the outer mountains. Unfortunately, the mountain was filled with miasma, which beastmasters were indifferent to, but even with protective gear, Li Shan contracted malaria. In a daze, she felt someone holding her hand and leading her forward. Li Shan didn't pay much attention, and just followed along. It wasn't until she unknowingly walked into a valley filled with white bones, and the miasma dissipated, that she realized everyone had encountered the same situation. Chapter 74, Riding the Wind. Its shape resembled a magpie, blackish red with 2 heads and 4 legs, capable of controlling fire. The two flew side by side, and the 2 birds ahead moved quickly like arrows. Zheng Fei couldn't hide his excitement. Xu Yuan, pull some fur from this thing to give to Professor Liu. We'll make a big profit on this mission. Captain, it seems like they are flying deeper into the inner circle, right? Xu Yuan frowned slightly. Huh? Upon hearing this, Zheng Fei wiped the smile off his face. Those 2 birds aren't strong enough to survive in the inner circle. How could they possibly be flying there? After hearing Zheng Fei, Xu Yuan turned to look at the giant tree that seemed to reach the sky, That means they are running for their lives. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge branch came rushing at the two like a javelin. Xu Yuan's pupils constricted. And just as he was about to speed up to dodge, Zheng Fei suddenly accelerated, wrapping his arms around Xu Yuan's neck to quickly evade. Whoosh! Thick vines coiled around the branch, almost grazing Xu Yuan's nose as it passed. Xu Yuan was secretly alarmed. Damn. He didn't even feel the creature's presence and almost got ambushed. Phut! The thick branch pierced through one of the birds, which let out a painful shriek as the branch fell. Chapter 75. Dragon-headed bird body mountain god. Zheng Fei quickly finished the fruit, clapped his hands. You all eat. I'll go to the riverbank to catch some fish for dinner. Han Ming, get the fire going. Got it. Han Ming laid the collected firewood directly on the bird's feathers. This thing could control fire, so it wouldn't catch fire anyway. Zheng Fei set up the area like a bird's nest. The bird's feathers were soft and warm, no need for blankets. It wasn't dark yet, and the team had finished eating early and went to sleep. Zheng Fei sat nearby, looking at the small stream not far away, and revealed a knowing smile at Xu Yuan and the others. Li Shan leaned against Xu Yuan, Lu Ru embraced Tang Yun, and Han Ming was still mumbling in his sleep. Fish meat isn't as tasty as exotic beast meat. Everyone slept soundly, as it was safe with Zheng Fei on watch. As night fell, the entire forest fell into slumber. Compared to the previous Black Mountain, there were many more bird calls at night here. In the deep mountains, a deep and powerful call echoed in Zheng Fei's ears. He stood up unconsciously, looking towards the direction of the sound, unable to sense any aura, only hearing the sound, probably due to being too far away. Xu Yuan, who was asleep, slightly lifted his eyelids, but was still too exhausted to wake up. Chapter 76. Snowfall Dragon-headed bird body mountain god, bird-head dragon body mountain god. These two types of exotic beasts live deep within the Kunlun Mountains, numbering about 20 or so. In ancient times, some people worshipped them as gods. What good luck! I didn't expect to encounter one here. Tang Yun had a hint of joy on her face. Xu Yuan was eager to try. What do you think, Captain? Should we take action? Zheng Fei looked at Xu Yuan's eager expression, thought for a moment, and then said, if our team puts in all our effort, we can fight it. But you can't refine it or control it now, so killing it would be a waste. Zheng Fei then looked at Li Shan and Tang Yun. What do you both think? I think, since it doesn't show hostility towards us, it's better to avoid it. The priority should be to find that nine-tailed fox. Tang Yun's beautiful eyes sparkled as she spoke softly. Li Shan nodded. I agree with what Yun said. All right, then let us avoid it. Zheng Fei nodded and signaled Han Ming to lead the way. He guessed that the sound he heard that night must have come from it. Xu Yuan looked at the dragon-headed bird body mountain god, which was also staring at him. It had long noticed their presence, but for some unknown reason, it did not take action. Chapter 77. Invisible beasts. Snow fell heavily, and it got bigger and bigger. The red-leaved forest was covered in silver-white snow, exuding an oddly beautiful sight. Zheng Fei moved the camp to a cave near the forest. The cave had a foul odor, and some white bones could still be seen. It was probably a cave abandoned by some exotic beast. Everyone gathered around the campfire, listening to Zheng Fei speak. His fingers kept pointing at the map. Seeing the dragon-headed bird body mountain god proves we have already entered deep into the inner circle. The appearance of those two during the day was suspicious. We will face more and more exotic beasts later. We're not in a hurry. We'll adopt a strategy of exploring while resting, traveling during the day, and resting at night. This way, we can keep our energy up at all times. Tonight, I will keep watch with Tang Yun first, then it's Han Ming and Lu Ru, and finally Xu Yuan and Li Shan for the last shift. Is that all right? Everyone nodded in unison. No problem. Outside the cave, the heavy snow was falling, while inside, a fire was lit, and a bed made of bird feathers provided warmth and comfort. Although everyone had strong resistance to the cold, the fire on a snowy day brought a sense of security. In the second half of the night, Shu Yuan, who was dozing off, was shaken awake by Lu Ru. Shu Yuan, Shu Yuan. Chapter 78. The fiery nine-tailed fox. Shu Yuan never expected that Meng Ji, this beast, had such a magical origin. He also didn't realize that Han Ming was such a kind-hearted person. No wonder the Taoist said that back on Laojun Mountain. Throughout the journey, Shu Yuan kept reflecting on Han Ming. He had never thought deeply about it before, but now he realized it was indeed true. Han Ming's thoughts were simple, and he was quite carefree. Sometimes he could be a bit scatterbrained, but he was friendly to everyone. Even when he completely didn't know Wu Erming at the time, he still knew to buy him a lavish dinner. As if sensing Shu Yuan's thoughts, Tang Yun looked at him. Shu Yuan, are you thinking about Han Ming? Yeah. I didn't pay much attention to Brother Han before. I didn't expect it. I really didn't. Shu Yuan nodded lightly. Li Shan smiled. Maybe that Meng Ji isn't nearby. If it is, you might see it. Shu Yuan was still somewhat aware of himself, and he quickly shook his head. Forget it, everyone has some evil thoughts in their hearts. And those who can truly be kind-hearted are as rare as phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. That's a good point. Tang Yun nodded approvingly. The most important thing for a person is to have a clear understanding of oneself, and it was evident that Shu Yuan was doing well in this regard. Chapter 79, The Third Symphony. Are you ready? Heavy snow was falling in the nearby sky, but this black mountain range had no snowflakes in sight. A team of 6 stood on the peak, looking down at the fiery nine-tailed fox below. Shu Yuan and the others nodded. We're ready, Captain. Li Shan and I will be the main attackers. Shu Yuan, you look for opportunities. Tang Yun, maintain power enhancement throughout. Han Ming, you and Lu Ru assess the situation and decide what to do. If we need to retreat, you two will be responsible for covering us. Zheng Fei's orders were concise and clear. After speaking, he looked at the others beside him. This will be a tough battle, so be prepared. Hurry up, Captain. Shu Yuan clasped his hands together, eager to go. Seeing Shu Yuan's battle-ready smile, Zheng Fei smiled slightly. Let us begin. With that, Zheng Fei sprouted wings from his back and leaped down. Shu Yuan and the others jumped down in the opposite direction, standing on the dark rocks, looking at the peak they had just stood on. No way, that fox is bathing in magma. How could we fight it there? With a whoosh, a column of fire shot up into the sky, accompanied by the furious cry of the nine-tailed fox. Zheng Fei's figure burst out from the fire column, now in beast transformation, cursing. This beast really has a bad morning temper. Chapter 80. The Ice Dragon roars. This strike took a lot of effort from Li Shan. Shu Yuan wrapped his arms around her waist, hovering in the air, clearly feeling her energy weaken. The elements were still in a frenzy, tearing apart the black rocks within 1,000 meters. Zheng Fei carried Tang Yun and the others back to the distant forest, watching the rising elemental light with a mix of astonishment and fear. Even they had rarely seen Li Shan use such a wide-range attack. Lu Ru gritted her teeth. Her wings injured, the flames of the nine-tailed fox were something she couldn't withstand. It was already remarkable that she managed to hold on for so long. Han Ming, you and Lu Ru slowly head that way. You two can't participate in this battle. Tang Yun, come with me. Seeing the elemental light gradually dim, Zheng Fei told the others, then spread his wings and flew back. Tang Yun flapped her green wings, following Zheng Fei. Han Ming sighed, adjusting the bird feathers on himself. Lu Ru, with eyes full of reluctance, couldn't he help but ask Han Ming, Brother Han, why can't I ever help out? You need to learn to get used to it. Not all newcomers are as strong as Shu Yuan. I'm not suited for combat either. My compatibility with Meng Ji is already at 90%, yet I still can't help. Chapter 81, The Magma Cave. In the distance, a giant creature was flying toward them, the dragon-headed, bird-bodied mountain god. Below, the fiery nine-tailed fox was wounded and running through the air, engulfed in flames. Chase! Zheng Fei thought resolutely, not bothering with the dragon-headed mountain god. First, they needed to incapacitate that fox. Transformed into Qiongqi, Zheng Fei shouted, "Don't teleport, you old hag." What he feared most was that move. If the fox teleported away now, Zheng Fei wouldn't know who to cry to. With that, Zheng Fei dashed toward the fiery nine-tailed fox, and Li Xin, who was on his back, said, "Don't worry, Captain, in its current state, even if it teleports, it won't go far. Yun Ji, let us chase." Xu Yuan looked up at Tang Yun. Tang Yun pondered for a moment and said, "Can your stamina still support you to continue fighting?" "I'm fine, I recover quickly." Xu Yuan was unconcerned about his stamina. He naturally recovered faster than Zheng Fei and the others, and with Tang Yun's assistance, it wouldn't be a problem to recover to a combat-ready state in a short time. Tang Yun glanced worriedly at the dragon-headed mountain god flying toward them. "Shouldn't we worry about it?" "No need to worry, it's not coming for us." Chapter 82, The Burden of the Birds. The magma was rolling, distorting the air. Xu Yuan looked confused, the stones underfoot were deep red, and he wandered aimlessly along the cliff. He felt no presence at all, there were no people, let alone the presence of strange beasts. It was impossible for any ordinary creatures to live in such a ghostly place. His stamina had nearly been exhausted, and the last attack seemed to have missed. Sigh. I wonder what is happening over there. Xu Yuan sighed deeply, surrounded only by the bubbling sounds of magma. This place resembled a complex underground cave, with numerous small and large intersections and openings. Xu Yuan didn't know how long he had been walking, constantly weaving through the caves, his stamina fully restored. But his mouth was dry and parched. He simply created an ice block to hold in his mouth, quenching his thirst and cooling him down. However, using abilities in this environment was somewhat difficult. Who would make ice in a magma cave? As he walked, three very weak presences suddenly entered Xu Yuan's mind. Xu Yuan immediately perked up, quickening his pace toward the direction of the presences. Regardless of what they were, he would check it out first. Not far ahead, in a cave, magma flowed like a small stream at the entrance. Chapter 83, Where Dreams Reach. The deep red magma cave was dark and oppressive, with unbearable heat surrounding it. The fiery red crystals hanging above seemed like they would melt at any moment. Only the bubbling sounds of the magma echoed nearby. What day is it? And when will this end? Xu Yuan dragged the three bird eggs behind him, his voice weak. These days, I rely solely on my own abilities and strong physique to survive. I can hardly stand the temperature here, so I have to use the power within me to drive away the heat. However, the consumption here is significant. Using my abilities for 5 minutes requires at least a 10-minute rest, otherwise, I quickly lose stamina. Fortunately, there are plenty of birds in this cave, so food isn't a concern. I can't even remember how many raw chicken legs I've gnawed on these days. Splash. Lying on one of the bird eggs, I looked up at the fiery red crystals above. I wonder how things are outside and if Sister Xin has successfully tamed that dead fox. I gasped for breath, rhythmically tapping the bird egg beneath me. I have to say, these bird eggs are incredibly hard. Despite all the bumps and knocks, they haven't sustained any damage. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't even have a place to sleep. The ground is just too hot. Chapter 84, Swen Ni. As I passed through the rocky cave, a shocking scene unfolded before my eyes. The massive tree roots weren't embedded in the ground, but were unexpectedly suspended in mid-air, extending upwards unknown how far. The complex roots spread out in all directions. In front of me was a very spacious area, and directly beneath the gigantic tree roots lay a massive beast, entirely covered in fiery red scales. It was the master of that powerful aura. It seemed to have sensed my arrival. Slowly standing up from the molten lava and looking this way, with lava continuously sliding off its body. This is bad. Looking at the beast, I released the net bag in my hand and smiled helplessly. The beast was fiery red all over, with a dragon's head and a lion's body, crowned with dragon horns. Its body covered in dragon scales, and its neck adorned with fiery mene. It was the Swan Ni, one of the 5 sons of the dragon. The size of the Swan Ni was similar to that of the Yazi, but its body was even more imposing. Roar. The roar of the Swan Ni sounded like a dragon's chant and a lion's roar, shaking the heart. I sighed, realizing I might really be a jinx. I encountered Yazi on my first mission, and now Swan Ni on my second. Am I destined to see all 9 sons of the dragon after 9 missions? I recalled the information I had seen before. The Swan Ni was depicted as golden in color, which was quite different from the one in front of me. Could this thing also be a mutation? Chapter 85. Evacuation. On top of the giant tree in District 12, a massive white-headed, red-footed monkey hung upside down from a branch. It was Zhu Yang, who had previously hunted the Luans. Zhu Yang's eyes were partially closed, seemingly resting. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and Li Xin and Han Ming abruptly appeared in front of Zhu Yang. The enormous Zhu Yang instantly opened its eyes, a fierce aura erupting. Roar! Zhu Yang's body sprang up, grasping the branch and glaring with murderous intent at the 2 in front of it. Li Xin frowned slightly, her gaze flashing as she once again teleported with Han Ming, appearing the next moment at the valley entrance, 100 miles away. Han Ming dispelled his beast transformation. Collapsing to the ground, looking shaken, that Zhu Yang almost scared me to death. Li Xin looked at Han Ming with a blank expression. Wasn't it you who locked onto its aura? I was in a hurry and just picked an aura. Who knew it was that monkey? Han Ming gasped, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Li Xin released the feather net bag, slowly placing the unconscious Shu Yuan down, letting him lean against the bird egg behind him. Gradually returning to her normal state, Li Xin looked at the unconscious Shu Yuan and smiled slightly. Han Ming. What was that all about? Li Xin turned to Han Ming and asked. Chapter 86. Conceptual Divine Beast. Watching this scene, Professor Chen's eyes gradually widened, and his expression of surprise transformed into delight. You mastered the dragon locking chain. Shu Yuan nodded, retracting his right hand, and the dragon locking chain disappeared back into the mountain wall. Professor Chen, how can I quickly become stronger? Shu Yuan turned to Professor Chen, his brow involuntarily furrowing. Professor Chen still wore a joyful expression, but upon hearing Shu Yuan's question, he quickly shook his head. Shu Yuan, you need to progress steadily step by step. Being eager for success won't work. All right, sigh. Shu Yuan sighed deeply. Since waking up, he had been absent-minded, his mind constantly occupied by the Swan Ni beneath the giant tree, confirming a saying, in the face of absolute power, any flashy technique is futile. Indeed, all human fears stem from insufficient firepower. Professor Chen frowned slightly. What exactly happened to you? I was teleported by that fox to a place far underground, where there was molten lava everywhere. Shu Yuan recounted his tragic experiences over the past 17 days, including the fiery red Swan Ni beneath the giant tree in District 12. And finally, the appearance of the dragon locking chain along with Han Ming and Li Xin. Chapter 87. Fire Control Fan. Shu Yuan grinned, raising an eyebrow. Since the research institute needs it, let's give it to them. That should be no problem, right? Shu Yuan rubbed his hands together, wearing a mischievous smile. Zhu Buqing sighed helplessly, smiling faintly. All right, your money won't be missing. Why are you being so straightforward, Commander? Shu Yuan felt a bit embarrassed by his words. During the Beast Tamers team mission, apart from the mission objectives, all other spoils belonged to the Beast Tamers team for free disposal. It was this principle that led Zhu Buqing to ask Shu Yuan's opinion. The 3 eggs have great research value, and Zhu Buqing also hopes to keep them at the research institute. Hearing Shu Yuan say this, the disheveled Professor Liu excitedly rubbed his hands together. He was interested in the corpses of exotic beasts and various strange items, unlike Professor Chen, who studied the characteristics of exotic beasts and their compatibility for a lifetime. Additionally, The feathers of the ones you brought back will not be rewarded to you. Professor Liu intends to use those feathers to make a weapon from exotic beasts for your team's use. Zhu Buqing casually handed the document to Zhu Wenzheng, saying. Upon hearing this, Zheng Fei and the others in the room all displayed expressions of disdain. What? Man-made exotic beast weapons. Can we not have that? Chapter 88, Dragon-Absorbing Water Boom. Boom? In the gravity training room, Xu Yuan and Zheng Fei's fists constantly collided, causing the training room to tremble with each impact. Zheng Fei's strength was incredibly oppressive. Unlike during training in the Arctic, this time Zheng Fei was seriously sparring with Xu Yuan. Professor Chen's training plan for Xu Yuan was different from before. He only allowed Xu Yuan to start training after lunch and stop by evening, training only half a day, with the morning time at his disposal. The reasoning was ample, stating that Xu Yuan would only grow rapidly in actual combat, and that these trainings could only serve as assistants, requiring a balance of work and rest. The results were surprisingly good. Xu Yuan could feel his strength increasing every day. And he wouldn't suffer such a huge loss if he encountered something like the Swan Ni again. Xu Yuan and Zheng Fei found themselves bored, usually spending their mornings at Zilinshan Yuan, driving to the Research Institute for lunch just before noon, training after lunch, and then returning to Zilinshan Yuan after dinner at the Research Institute. The other few people are living in the Research Institute for convenience in training, and during these days, everyone can only gather together at meal times. During the mornings when there's nothing to do, Zheng Fei teaches Xu Yuan how to drive. Chapter 89, Absolute Perception. On the rooftop of the main building of the Research Institute, the helicopter's rotor blades create a roaring sound as they cut through the air. A team of 6 is taking a helicopter to the foot of Kunlun Mountain. In Zhu Buqing's office, Professor Chen, who was calm earlier, is now pacing back and forth in the room, deep in thought. Zhu Buqing is getting a bit annoyed by his back and forth movement. Old Chen, what are you doing? It's not good. It's still a bit difficult for Xu Yuan to lock down that dragon now. Is there anyone in the country right now? Professor Liu looks worried and glances up at Zhu Buqing. Let me think, Zhu Buqing says as he sits at the desk, rubbing his temples. Got it. That girl Tan Jin seems to have come back. Zhu Buqing suddenly stands up, flips through the phone book beside him, and dials the phone in front of him. Professor Chen's expression brightens. Then let's send Tan Jin over. This time it will be a good practice for Xu Yuan. Soon. There are 2 beeping sounds from the phone in Zhu Buqing's hand, followed by a sweet voice. Hello, this is Xiao Tan. I'm still sleeping. If you have something to say, please leave a message after the beep. Beep? Zhu Buqing slams the phone down hard. This dead girl's phone never gets through. Chapter 90. Turning the clouds. A powerful impact erupts from the mouth of the Azure Dragon, and the two quickly separate in midair. The Azure Dragon's attack passes through the gap between them and strikes into the Yangtze River below. The dragon-locking chain in Xu Yuan's hand whips through the air, creating a wave-like line, and then wraps around the giant dragon's neck. A mysterious force flows into Xu Yuan's body through the dragon-locking chain. Li Shen moves in the air, wanting to rush forward, but Xu Yuan tightly grips the dragon-locking chain with his right hand. Sister Shin, don't go over. Roar. Just as he finishes speaking, a sharp dragon roar reverberates through the mountains and rivers, and the waters of the Yangtze River below begin to stir. An invisible force is emanating from the Azure Dragon. A powerful pulling force comes from Xu Yuan's hands, and his dragon-like eyes flash. The dragon scales on his neck quickly spread up his cheeks, causing his aura to suddenly rise. Beast! Xu Yuan curses silently, and then a second dragon-locking chain bursts from his left palm, intertwining with the first chain and tightly binding the giant dragon's neck. A voice from the earpiece says, Xu Yuan, it's angry. After saying this, Han Ming looks at Zheng Fei behind him. Captain, the dragon's aura is weakening. No way, the power of the two dragon-locking chains is not enough. Zheng Fei's brows furrow deeply, and he spreads his wings behind him, quickly flying out. Chapter 91. A shot that breaks the sky. The Yangtze River is majestic and turbulent. Underwater, Shu Yuan's eyes emit an ice blue glow, and everything at the bottom of the river is clearly visible. Shu Yuan takes a deep breath, and the river water slides into his mouth and nostrils without any sense of obstruction. The azure dragon pulls Shu Yuan and continuously rushes forward at the bottom of the river. The swirling water column above the surface is blown away by Zheng Fei's strong wind, while the black storm clouds in the sky continue to churn. Zheng Fei and Li Xin hover above the water's surface, watching the flashing blue light below, their expressions troubled. Captain Li Xin furrows her brows and softly calls out. Zheng Fei, with a worried expression, looks at Li Xin. Calling me won't help, you know I'm not good underwater. This fiery nine-tailed fox seems to have weakened my combat power in the water. Li Xin looks at her hands and lets out a long sigh. Tang Yuan. Focus your strength on Shu Yuan, Zheng Fei says after thinking for a moment. The green feather cluster above Tang Yuan's head shines, and warm energy penetrates the river water and enters Shu Yuan's body. At the bottom of the river, two dragon-locking chains lock onto the azure dragon's body from below, while 6 dragon-locking chains emerge from Shu Yuan's body, the thickness of a wrist, appearing like thin threads on the azure dragon. They continuously draw power from it, but cannot restrict its movement. Chapter 92. Tanjin. She slowly lands in front of Zheng Fei and the others. Upon seeing her, Li Xin's expression shifts from confusion to surprise. Jinna. Long time no see, Sister Xin. She tilts her head and smiles at Li Xin, dispersing the longbow in her hand and the wings behind her, and quickly steps forward to hug Li Xin. Zheng Fei's eyes widen in disbelief. Tanjin. Shu Yuan looks at Zheng Fei with a confused face. Who is she, Captain? How to put it, like you, she's a talent freak. Back then, just like you. She stood out among her peers and caused quite a stir in the circle. Li Xin happily pulls Tanjin to Shu Yuan and Zheng Fei. Jinna. Let me introduce you. This is my captain, Zheng Fei, and that is Yana, you've met before. This is Shu Yuan, you should have heard of him, right? Tanjin nods lightly. I've heard of him, the commander told me he was here, which is why I came. Tanjin squints her eyes slightly, looking at Shu Yuan. Hello, I've long heard of your name. Zheng Fei steps forward and extends his hand to Tanjin. Tanjin smiles slightly and shakes Zheng Fei's hand gently. Captain Zheng, I've heard of you from Sister Xie Qing. Then she extends her hand to Shu Yuan. Hello. I'm Tanjin. Chapter 93. Playing in Area 9. After returning to the Research Institute, a team stayed in the Zilinshan Yuan for 6 consecutive days. During these 6 days, only the logistics department delivered a batch of supplies, nothing else happened. Zheng Fei felt anxious for several days and finally received a call from Zhu Buqing after lunch that day. Yes, Commander, yes, I'll be right there. After hanging up the phone, Zheng Fei looks at Shu Yuan with a pained expression. Shu Yuan, please accompany me. You're an adult, go by yourself. I'm in the middle of a hard-fought game with Sister Yuan. Shu Yuan gestures to Zheng Fei with his right hand holding a white chess piece. Zheng Fei rolls his eyes at him and mutters, with your level, you can still be evenly matched with Tang Yuan. After speaking, he looks at Han Ming on the sofa, and before Zheng Fei can say anything, Han Ming suddenly jumps up from the sofa and rushes to the bathroom. My stomach hurts. Lu Ru is busy studying at a table nearby, leaving only Li Xin free. At this moment, Li Xin is sitting next to Shu Yuan, pouring him tea. Li Xin, if you agree to reimburse me for the money I spent on clothes, I'll accompany you. I'll go by myself. Zheng Fei changes his clothes, picks up the car keys, and drives to the Research Institute. Chapter 94. You are too weak. As the sun sets in the west, a giant coon flies through the skies above the Kunlun Mountains. The forest ahead exudes a dead silence. The moment one steps into the forest, sunlight is blocked, and everything around becomes dark and eerie. The trees emit black mist, their leaves about to wither. Sunlight cannot penetrate this forest, making it particularly strange. Captain, is Area 9 always like this? Lu Ru hides behind Tang Yuan, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Ever since she learned that the end of this forest leads to the Snake Marsh, she has been on edge. Pretty much. When I first came here, there were several pythons living here. This time, I didn't see those pythons, they were probably wiped out by the scouting team. Zheng Fei speaks casually, but Lu Ru's frown deepens. Han Ming walked ahead of Zheng Fei and couldn't help but glance back at Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan looked speechless. Don't look at me, Han Ji, I can sense their presence. He, it's been a while since you've seen those two, right? Han Ming raised his eyebrows, his tone teasing. Xu Yuan responded with an expression of helplessness. To be honest, I'm not very good at dealing with that woman. Li Xin understood their conversation and her expression darkened. The woman from the Arctic. Chapter 95, Snake Swamp. Xu Yuan and Han Ming moved quickly, with Han Ming exuding a bright aura, running at the forefront. Various beasts in the dark forest sensed that aura and dared not approach them. The ground ahead gradually became uneven, and the soil beneath their feet grew softer. As they ran further, Xu Yuan and Han Ming sensed more and more presences in their minds. Han Ji, Xu Yuan called out to Han Ming. It seems the snakes in the snake swamp are all ordinary snakes. Han Ming did not look back. Yes, there are some exotic beast snakes below the snake swamp. I can feel them. Han Ming's perception extended deep underground, and the writhing presences below made his brow furrow deeply. The two passed through the forest, and a vast swamp composed of countless pits appeared before them. The light above was dim, the water in the swamp was murky, emitting a fishy smell, with snake heads occasionally poking out of the surface. Looking up ahead, the numerous snake heads made Xu Yuan's scalp tingle. With so many snakes, Xu Yuan did not stop, while Han Ming slowed down ahead, allowing Xu Yuan to overtake him. Xu Yuan ran ahead, and the moment his feet touched the swamp, it froze over. Han Ming followed closely, stepping onto Xu Yuan's icy surface. Chapter 96, Instant Kill. Lu Ru was engulfed in flames, and the temperature around her rose. She hovered above the fat Isha snake, looking like a small sun. Oh? The recovery speed has increased. Han Ming's gaze was fixed on Sun Wanlin, clearly seeing that the ice tail behind her was recovering, and the speed was noticeably faster than before. The recent freezing rain had taken a toll on Qi Tong, who took a step back and stood beside Sun Wanlin, looking up at Lu Ru, who was radiating dazzling light in the air. In the flames, Lu Ru opened her eyes, and the ice on the fat Isha's body began to shatter, unable to hold for long. Fiery meteor. Countless flames shot out from Lu Ru, resembling streaks of meteors with fiery tails, attacking the large fat Isha below. The moment the fiery meteors landed on the fat Isha, they exploded. Boom! 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 Accompanied by deafening explosions, the intense flames surged in waves, with every fireball bursting out with tremendous power. Xu Yuan couldn't contain his smile. Who would still say Lu Ru was a liability? He would be the first to disagree. Just this one move from Lu Ru was more effective than the attacks from Qi Tong and Sun Wanlin combined. Han Ming smiled slightly. This attack is effective. The aura of the fat Isha has weakened, but Lu Ru's aura has also diminished. Chapter 97, Shared Perception. Zheng Fei and the others were not tired yet. But the three scouts, who had been tense for a long time, relaxed and quickly fell asleep. Han Ming, are there any not-so-powerful exotic beasts nearby? Zheng Fei asked while smoking. Han Ming gently looked up. There's one in the east. It has been lurking around us, but dares not approach. All right. Then that's it. Tang Yuan, take Lu Ru to practice a bit. Just give her some support effects, don't intervene, let her handle it herself. Okay. Tang Yuan stood up. Lu Ru was beaming with joy. This was a roundabout way of letting her deal with an exotic beast alone. A form of affirmation of her current strength. Lu Ru looked at Xu Yuan and Li Xin, who were huddled together. Xu Yuan, Ge, aren't you going? I'm not interested. Xu Yuan waved his hand. At this moment, He was huddled with Li Xin, studying the skill names in a small notebook. Sister Xin. What do you think of this super ice explosion spiral strike? Li Xin looked speechless. Are you serious, Shu Yuan? You're a science student, right? How could that be? I'm in the humanities stream. Our school focuses on liberal arts, Shu Yuan pouted. Li Xin looked skeptical. I really can't tell. Chapter 98. Exiled to the deep mountains. Upon seeing Professor Chen, Li Xin, Lu Ru, and Han Ming immediately stood up straight. Just as they were about to speak, Professor Chen raised his hand for silence, then slowly walked behind Shu Yuan. Tang Yun was also a bit surprised, but calmed down after seeing Professor Chen's gesture. Han Ming poked Zheng Fei, who was having a great time, and Zheng Fei looked up to see Professor Chen, startled. He was about to shout, but was covered by Han Ming's hand. At this moment, Shu Yuan was staring at the chessboard, frowning deeply as he held a piece. Professor Chen stood behind Shu Yuan, also observing the chessboard. After watching Shu Yuan ponder for several minutes without making a move, he slowly said, "Stop thinking, you've already lost." Professor Chen. Shu Yuan was startled, almost dropping the piece in his hand, and quickly stood up. Professor Chen waved his hand, signaling him to sit down, and said to Tang Yun, play another round with him, I'll watch. All right, Professor. Tang Yun nodded lightly and placed the pieces in the box. In the first 10 moves, Shu Yuan played quickly, hardly thinking, and Professor Chen's brows furrowed deeper. Until Shu Yuan made a poor move. Professor Chen could no longer hold back. Haven't you made any progress during this time? You're playing like a novice. Chapter 99. Alao Mountain Shining has a rich cultural heritage, where modernity and history intertwine, filled with magical colors. Strolling along the streets, the unique atmosphere of the plateau city makes one feel relaxed both physically and mentally. Last time, Shu Yuan, Han Ming, and Lu Ru spent an entire afternoon here, but didn't have much fun. This time, with Zheng Fei leading the way, the group spread out to enjoy themselves, with Shu Yuan and Han Ming laden with bags. It was obvious that it was the work of the three beauties, while Zheng Fei followed behind, looking forlorn as he paid. Zheng Fei often wore black leather jackets, and with his burly figure, he looked like a bodyguard trailing behind the group. Lu Ru held a cup of milk tea in her left hand, and constantly took photos with her phone in her right hand. After playing in Shining for 3 days, the group boarded a plane to Kunming that afternoon. The weather was exceptionally nice that day. High above, sunlight pierced through the clouds like layers of thin gauze. Zheng Fei looked out at the cloudscape from the window and felt a bit unaccustomed. While on a mission in the Kunlun Mountains, he had dealt with extreme weather, and Shu Yuan had also adapted to that environment. Now, this felt a bit unreal. Shu Yuan and Lu Ru sat together, and this girl was still flipping through the photos taken over the past few days on the plane. Chapter 100. Splitting up after eating and drinking to their fill. The 6 of them returned to their dormitory to rest. For the next few days, there were no significant tasks, and everyone continued with their routine of eating and sleeping. Shu Yuan felt a bit restless, and decided to wander around the research institute. Although it was small, it had all the necessary facilities. The institute was covered by a massive iron cage, situated deep in the mountains, rarely seeing sunlight. The fog and haze linger throughout the year. The air is damp and carries a fishy smell. On the west side of the main building is a laboratory, similar to the one in the Kunlun Mountains, with a layer of transparent glass on the outside. Inside the laboratory, several researchers are studying a strangely shaped corpse. The corpse is nearly 3 meters tall, covered in black feathers, with a pair of wings draped behind it. Its face is frightening, featuring human-like features. The whole body gives off a very eerie feeling. Is this an alien creature? Shu Yuan leans against the glass, carefully examining the humanoid beast. A man's voice comes from behind. To be precise, it's a humanoid monster. Shu Yuan turns her head, and sees a rugged-looking man, with a full beard standing next to her. He smiles at Shu Yuan and extends a friendly hand, hello. You must be Xu Yuan, right? My name is Xu Peng, and I'm a beast tamer stationed at Alao Mountain. Chapter 101, Ren ye fish walking in this wild primitive forest, thick vines wrap around the tree trunks, and the ground is covered with brightly colored fungi. Insects, ants, and venomous snakes are everywhere. The environment here is unique, with trees growing in horrifying and bizarre shapes. The three of them move forward, stepping on broken branches that crack underfoot. Snakes, blending in with the colors of the trees, slither away, trying to distance themselves from the three. Sister Xin, how long did you stay here back then? Xu Yuan asks, following behind Li Xin. The fog is dense here, visibility is less than 5 meters. And the three are very close to each other. Li Xin blinks. About 6 months. After that I went to Shenongjia for newcomer training. Did you often go into the mountains back then? Xu Yuan asks. Yes, back then the equipment wasn't as advanced. And the training room in the research institute wasn't very useful. I followed a few veteran beast tamers into the mountains for exploration missions. I wasn't strong back then. And I was always anxious every time I went into the mountains. Li Xin shares many survival tips and knowledge about Alao Mountain with Xu Yuan and Tang Yun. Although both are listening attentively, Xu Yuan hasn't remembered as much as Tang Yun. The paths on Alao Mountain are very slippery, covered in green moss. Chapter 102, The Flood Dragon Roll Away. Xu Yuan quickly enters the dragon transformation state, her body flipping in the air, her right foot glowing with icy blue light, powerfully kicking the creature on its head. The beast shudders, and Xu Yuan's immense strength sends its massive body crashing into the water with a splash. Its grey form, like a snake, swims continuously in the water, the hard scales on its head glimmering as it breaks through the ice surface. The neck has grey fur that moves like fish fins in the water. Xu Yuan furrows her brows, looking at the giant creature below. Is it a flood dragon? Its shape resembles a dragon, but rarely has horns, with 4 legs and a slender neck, broadly classified as a dragon type. In mythology, this thing can transform into a dragon. Who knows if that's true? The flood dragon swims swiftly in the water, opening its large mouth to swallow the half-dead Renyi fish. Watching the massive creature below, Xu Yuan can't help but wonder how deep this pool is, if it's shallow. It wouldn't be possible for such a beast to exist here. She wouldn't be able to sense its aura either. Yuna, is the flood dragon considered a type of dragon? Li Xin asks Tang Yun, who is more authoritative on this subject. Tang Yun slightly furrows her brows. In a broad sense, yes. The classic of mountains and seas also categorizes it as a dragon type, but more often it symbolizes a monster. Chapter 103, The Feathered People. The dark mountain forest is shrouded in a thin mist, creating an eerie atmosphere that sends chills down one's spine. Snakes are everywhere, crawling on the ground and on bizarre branches. There are many shallow puddles on the ground, which they don't avoid as they pass, with Xu Yuan around. The water surface is like solid ground. They have been walking for 4 days without seeing a single gudu eagle or mountain monkey, although there are plenty of snake-like beasts. Xu Yuan steps on a fleeing scorpion, lethargically. Don't worry, we haven't entered deep into Alao Mountain yet, Li Xin says softly as she turns her head. The three are currently walking on a rock wall above a mountain gorge. The path is very slippery, and to the left is a bottomless valley. The visibility here is excellent, and today the fog isn't as dense as before. In the distance, a giant snake rolls its body in the green water, its massive form coiling around a prey, creating a chilling scene. Xu Yuan furrows her brows slightly and can't help but ask, Sisters, what did you think when you were newcomers entering such places? Generally, girls wouldn't come here, right? The two follow Xu Yuan's gaze and also see the giant snake rolling in the water. Chapter 104, The Heavenly King covers the earth. Tiger Tang Yun squats by the bonfire, looking up at the two. It was about a month ago. Li Xin thinks for a moment and says to Xu Yuan and Tang Yun, what do you think? Should we bypass it or continue following this path? I suggest we continue forward, Xu Yuan raises her hand to indicate. Tang Yun thinks for a moment. I also suggest we continue along here. Then let's keep going. Li Shan immediately decides. With the team leader absent, Zheng Fei instructed before leaving that in case of disagreement, they should vote. And the three of them could always come to a conclusion. Li Shan has informed Xu Yuan of this. The Alao mountain area is close to the border with Myanmar, where beast tamers from Myanmar often bring newcomers across the border to Alao mountain to tame exotic beasts. Although there are beast tamers guarding the border, many of those from Myanmar possess abilities similar to Han Ming's. They use various means to evade the beast tamers stationed at the border. The only way to deal with such people is to kill them. Although there are only three of them, Xu Yuan and Li Shan are both combat types. Plus the versatile support Tang Yun. As long as they don't encounter particularly outrageous enemies, they can always remain in Alao Mountain. They have been following this path for 2 days. Chapter 105, Mountain Monkey. The night in Alao Mountain feels even more eerie and terrifying. Today's luck is poor, and they haven't found a suitable cave to rest. The three casually find a spot to camp. By the bonfire, Xu Yuan practices the breath control methods taught by Tang Yun. Breath control is akin to your strength. You usually maintain a relaxed state, only infusing your strength into your attacks during combat. The same goes for breath. Last time, Sun Wanlin was forced back to her normal state by your breath, which was an explosive enhancement of breath. Shin Shin and the team leader also maximize their breath when entering a frenzy. Some weaker exotic beasts dare not approach you when they sense your powerful breath. The same goes for beast tamers. Ordinary beast tamers don't learn this technique. They usually maintain a relaxed state like you. However, when you face those top experts in the future, you will find that the breath they emit is very weak, partly to lower the opponent's vigilance. On the other hand, it's to hide their true strength, but when they start to fight, they will unleash a fierce breath. Chapter 106, The Chain Snake. Sitting cross-legged, Xu Yuan looked at Tang Yun beside her. Are you pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger? Xu Yuan, run! In the forest, Li Shan shouted at Xu Yuan and then quickly changed direction and ran away. Without any hesitation, Tang Yun followed her. Xu Yuan gritted her teeth in anger. 3 giant mountain spiders were rushing towards them. Behind them were 2 mountain monkeys. Xu Yuan quickly caught up with the two and widened her eyes. Aren't these the ones you attracted, Sister Shin? You have no responsibility at all, just running away. I'm most afraid of spiders. Li Shan ran fast, holding Xu Yuan's backpack in her hand. Initially, Xu Yuan thought 3 mountain spiders wouldn't be a problem for her. But she didn't expect there were 2 mountain monkeys following behind. For 2 months, Xu Yuan had been dealing with these mountain monkeys. The mountain spiders and mountain monkeys in Alao Mountain were particularly numerous, and at most, she encountered nearly 20 in a day. The current situation wasn't critical, and Li Shan had no intention of intervening. Ahead was a cave that was 2 people high. Li Shan's figure was agile, and she slid directly into the cave. The 3 mountain spiders and 2 mountain monkeys behind them were like a marching army, their footsteps quick and close behind. Chapter 107, Nest. The undivided corpse of the chain snake floated on the water's surface. Tang Yun said that the scales of the chain snake were good materials for making exotic beast weapons, but unfortunately, they couldn't bring them back. The front of the cave was dark and deep. It was an underground river, with water flowing from the front, and they didn't know where the water led. Xu Yuan and the others weren't worried. As long as Li Shan was willing, she could teleport them out at any time. Walking ahead, Xu Yuan's foot landed on the water's surface, instantly freezing it. The ice layer wasn't thick, but was enough to support the weight of the 3 of them. Rustle! Li Shan's heart stirred, and a cluster of burning flames rose from her left shoulder, illuminating the cave. Xu Yuan couldn't help but look up. Many strange insects were crawling on the cave's ceiling, some of which she had never seen before. The meat of the chain snake is tastier than that of the fat one. Xu Yuan smacked her lips, reminiscing about the delicious exotic beast meat. Li Shan looked back. It's a pity about those snake scales. We could exchange them for a lot of money at the research institute. Why don't you take them? Tang Yuan chuckled lightly. Li Shan shook her head. Forget it. The water flow of the underground river was swift. Through the thin ice, it was clear, but strangely, despite the rapid flow, they didn't hear the expected rushing sound. Instead, it was unusually calm. Chapter 108, Mutual Harm R. Above a tranquil pool of water, dozens of black chain dragon lynx extended from all directions. They lifted a gigantic GU eagle, completely lifting it off the water's surface. The sound emitted by the GU eagle was like a baby's cry, piercingly desperate, inducing a deep-seated fear. Accompanying its cry was a wave of psychic energy that invaded Shu Yuan's brain, attempting to seize his consciousness. This is hard to adapt to, Sister Yuan. Shu Yuan gritted his teeth, holding two ice spikes tightly and throwing them at the GU eagle. The GU eagles encountered in Alao Mountain were stronger and larger than the one he faced in Zone 7. Shu Yuan even suspected that the one in Zone 7 was just a chick. Come on, Shu Yuan, you'll adapt slowly. Tang Yuan shouted to Shu Yuan. After throwing the ice spikes, he condensed two more in his hands. Shu Yuan was like a perpetual motion machine, continuously attacking the suspended GU eagle. According to Tang Yuan, they needed to control the GU eagle's movements and use non-lethal attacks to wear it down while keeping up the psychic assault. This method was torture for both Shu Yuan and the GU eagle. The sensation of having their brains eroded was truly unpleasant. The previously encountered GU eagle had its spirit and consciousness worn away by Shu Yuan. Chapter 109, Invaders in the third month of entering Alao Mountain. The rain drizzled down in the primitive forest. The fog was a bit ethereal, with many snake frogs poking out from their holes, enjoying the rain. Tang Yuan tied her blanket into a pouch, and was happily collecting wild mushrooms in the forest. She knew which mushrooms were edible, unlike Li Shan and Shu Yuan, who only picked the brightly colored ones. The two casually tossed the ones they picked into Tang Yuan's pouch. She remained silent, quietly discarding the inedible ones. Li Shan bent down to pick a mushroom, but noticed a plastic packaging bag next to the bright mushroom. Picking up the bag and wiping off the dirt, Li Shan's brow furrowed deeply as she surveyed the surrounding environment. This location was very hidden, with dense trees. Yana, take a look at this. Li Shan handed the plastic bag to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan took a look, and her expression instantly darkened. Our research institute doesn't have food in this kind of packaging. Shu Yuan leaned in as well. The bag had strange characters printed on it, the font twisted and contorted. This can't be. Before Shu Yuan could finish, Li Shan and Tang Yuan said in unison, there are invaders. Chapter 110, Beast Pearl. The chain dragon lynx retreated, and the birdman's body fell from the air onto the ice. A stream of white breath emanated from his corpse, slowly coalescing into a beast pearl above. There was no time to collect it. Over by Zheng Fei. The beast tamer lay on the ice, still alive, a strong aura bursting from him. In an instant, he transformed into a gigantic blue carp, clearly having entered a frenzy state. Crack! Boom! The ice surface exploded, and the blue carp plunged into the water, the flow surging like a ferocious beast. Zheng Fei's face turned ashen. He never expected that the previous strike wouldn't take his life. I'll handle it. Shu Yuan stepped forward, grasping the air with his right hand, sharp dragon claws embedding into the ice beneath him. A glimmer of fierce light flashed in his ice-blue dragon eyes. Extreme cold ice seal. The power of the extreme cold ice penetrated the ice surface, reaching the bottom of the pool, completely sealing the water. Zheng Fei's whole body erupted with an extremely strong force. The power to cut evil gathered in his fists, striking the ice surface with all his might. Shu Yuan and the others reacted quickly, swiftly retreating to the shore. Boom! The ice layer instantly shattered. Countless ice fragments blooming in the air like flowers. Zheng Fei's powerful force shattered the ice surface into pieces. Chapter 111, training ends. Alao Mountain had abundant rainfall, and rainy days were common. In the research institute, the guarding soldiers were dumbfounded at the scene before them. And one of the guards immediately grabbed a walkie-talkie to report to the laboratory. A red-black two-colored turtle, with a massive body like a small mountain, stood silently outside the research institute. In front of the turtle's corpse stood 3 people, 1 man and 2 women. Li Shan waved cheerfully at him. "Could you please open the door?" "Thank you." "Oh, oh, oh." The soldier was taken aback, pulled down the gate, and the heavy iron door rumbled upwards. Xu Yuan and the other 2 walked into the research institute with smiles, heading straight for the main building. Dozens of researchers in protective suits rushed out of the main building, seemingly ignoring Xu Yuan and the others as they hurried towards the corpse of the spinning turtle outside the institute. After half a year of training, the remaining 3 months had been focused on activities centered around the spinning turtle. There were few encounters with the Jiujiao nearby, but the human people and mountain monkeys had encountered quite a few. Among them were 2 large wild wolves with natural powers, which Xu Yuan had to expend considerable effort to deal with. The spinning turtle endured 3 months of Xu Yuan's attacks before it was finally killed at the end of the training and brought back as a trophy. Chapter 112, Snowy Harbin. The light rising in the east signaled the start of a brand new day. The wind today was particularly boisterous, and there was no fog in the research institute, giving a long-lost feeling of comfort. Xu Yuan, wearing a windbreaker and with his hands in his pockets, stood by the guard, watching the wild, primitive forest outside the iron cage. The trees danced wildly in the wind, as if a fierce beast could burst out at any moment. 2 soldiers occasionally stole glances at Xu Yuan, making him feel uneasy. "Is there something strange on my face?" "No, no, it's just that some comrades mentioned a few things about you, and we're a bit curious," one soldier said with a silly smile. The other added, "I just didn't expect you to be so young. It's great, you look even younger than my sister. That big turtle you brought back a few days ago was really impressive. I also want to become a beastmaster, but unfortunately, during the last selection at the Research Institute, our entire military district only got 1 spot. But I guess I'm lucky, otherwise I wouldn't have had access to so many secrets. Be content, we are already luckier than many brothers. Sigh, I also want to become a beastmaster. It seems so cool." The 2 chatted back and forth, leaving Xu Yuan with no chance to interject. Chapter 113, Go Crazy. While young Xu Yuan surveyed the exquisite decor, noticing many delicate crafts. "Captain, I always thought you were a rough person. I didn't expect you to have such good taste in houses." Zheng Fei took off his jacket, and didn't hide it. "I haven't lived in this house much since I bought it. We come back to stay during our breaks after missions. The decoration was done by Li Shan and Tang Yun. I just paid for it. The kitchen is open plan, and the cabinets next to the dining room are filled with various brands of liquor, while a black piano sits next to the dining table." Captain, which room will I stay in?" Lu Ru excitedly jumped in front of Zheng Fei and asked. Zheng Fei pointed to a room near Li Shan and Tang Yun's. "That one is still empty, you can go there." He then pulled Xu Yuan aside and pointed to another room. "That one used to be Meng Chao's. If you don't want to stay there, we can switch to another." "It's fine, I'm not that particular," Xu Yuan said as he walked in with his backpack. The others also returned to their respective rooms to tidy up. The room was clean and tidy. The moment Xu Yuan stepped in, the curtains in front of the floor-to-ceiling window slowly closed, and the TV at the foot of the bed automatically turned on. The entire house was equipped with smart home technology. The bedding was very clean and carried a hint of lavender laundry detergent. Chapter 114, Xu Haoming. The scenery along the way was breathtaking, with mountains and rivers covered in a thick layer of white snow. The warm sunlight poured down, shining with a golden glow. Outside, it was freezing cold, but inside the room, it felt warm like summer. Zheng Fei's mother, aged, looked at him with misty eyes filled with tears as he returned. A black and white photo hung on the wall, Zheng Fei's facial features resembled those of the deceased elder, and it was clear it was his father without needing to guess. Above the sofa in the living room hung a family portrait, with a couple standing behind Zheng's mother, the man looking very much like Zheng Fei. Two small children stood beside Zheng's mother, but Zheng Fei was conspicuously absent from the photo. Zheng's mother insisted on cooking for everyone, and Zheng Fei had no choice but to get up and help. Tang Yuan and Han Ming rushed into the kitchen, leaving only Xu Yuan, Li Xin, and Lu Ru sitting there, staring at each other with wide eyes. After a while, the middle-aged couple from the photo walked in with smiles, carrying a bunch of ingredients. They paused upon seeing Li Xin and the others, placing the ingredients down and extending their hands in a friendly manner. "Hello, hello, you are." Li Xin boldly stepped forward to shake his hand. "Hello, we are comrades of Captain Zheng, you are Zheng Long." Chapter 115. The East has Fusang. After 2 consecutive months of high-intensity training, Xu Yuan showed no signs of breaking through. His strength was increasing at a very slow pace. But that was not what Xu Yuan wanted. Zhu Buqing looked at the fully equipped team. The 3rd District Exploration Team has brought back intelligence on Zhu Huai. You should go find its trace. With the dragon lock chain, Xu Yuan should be able to capture a live one. Saying this, Zhu Buqing paused. Additionally, if possible, you can delve into the 3rd District first. Zhu Buqing's gaze fell on Xu Yuan as he spoke. If you want to break through your bottleneck, you don't necessarily have to go to the 12th District. Xu Yuan was a bit puzzled and was about to ask when Zhu Buqing waved his hand. All right. Let's set off. Yes. Walking through the primitive forest towards the 3rd District, Xu Yuan finally asked, "Captain, what did the commander mean just now?" Zheng Fei's expression was somewhat complicated. How should I put this? The 3rd District is known as a forbidden zone for beast masters, where many top-tier exotic beasts live. Let me explain, Captain. Tang Yuan took over the conversation, turning to Xu Yuan. "Xu Yuan, do you know that we live on a planet?" Ancients referred to a top-tier exotic beast as the sun, and of course, it's not the sun you are familiar with. Chapter 116. The canine mountain beast. The long night dragged on. It was hard to sleep in the dry and hot environment without the ice created by Xu Yuan. The campfire had already died down, with only a few embers glowing in the fire pit. After keeping watch, Xu Yuan and Li Xin fell into a deep sleep. They hadn't slept for several days, and the moment they closed their eyes, exhaustion washed over them. The latter half of the night was quiet, the sky dim, and the air was filled with a stifling heat. Plop! A drop of rain the size of a bean fell on Xu Yuan's face. He, still asleep, brushed it off carelessly. Just as he was about to turn over and continue sleeping, Han Ming suddenly shouted, "Don't sleep anymore, wake up." "What is it?" Li Xin rubbed her eyes and sat up reluctantly. Han Ming and Tang Yuan quickly packed their things. "Hurry, hurry, don't sleep." Xu Yuan's mind was still a bit foggy. Just as he stood up, a torrential downpour of rain began to fall. The cool rainwater instantly woke Xu Yuan up, and he hurriedly packed his backpack. Damn! Zheng Fei moved quickly, finishing packing his bag in a few swift motions. Han Ming and Tang Yuan stood in place with their bags. Looking at the withered yellow forest ahead, "Yuan Ji, did you hear any sounds?" "I heard something," Tang Yuan frowned. Chapter 117. Heroic invitation. One blow wasn't enough. Xu Yuan quickly charged down. The Shanshan beast lying on its back in the valley was completely caught off guard, and what awaited it was a solid kick. The immense force caused cracks to form in the ground beneath the Shanshan beast, and in an instant, fragments of stone mixed with ice flew everywhere. Xu Yuan quickly ascended, his dragon horns shining, and the ice chunks soaring in the air rapidly transformed into a sky full of ice arrows, ice blade arrow rain. The rain of arrows poured down, each arrow hitting the Shanshan beast squarely. The surrounding temperature had dropped to freezing point, and Lu Ru flapped her wings, her entire body of red feathers glowing with firelight. In this icy environment, the temperature began to rise rapidly. Lu Ru raised her hands towards the suffering Shanshan beast below. Her eyes filled with determination. Earth flame pillar. A giant pillar of fire shot up from beneath the Shanshan beast, enveloping its massive body. Roar. The painful roar echoed as the Shanshan beast rolled out of the fire pillar, its body ablaze with flames. Its entire body glowed with a dim light. And the flames quickly vanished. With limbs resembling hands, it clenched its fists, and the light on its body gathered at its forelimbs. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the Shanshan beast, Xu Yuan did not hesitate for a moment, turning to grab Lu Ru's hand and rapidly ascend. Chapter 118, 91. Bringing Zheng Fei to the air above Yingzhou, Li Shan swiftly broke through the air. Wild beasts. The bodies of the two rapidly grew larger. Zheng Fei's eyes bursting with a bright yellow light, and his massive wings spread behind him, blocking out the sun. Roar. The long tiger roar reverberated through the valley, echoing like thunder. Li Shan's body was agile, her 9 white tails shimmering with flames, enveloped in flowing fire, and her powerful aura shook Xu Yuan's heart. Xu Yuan watched intently, but did not notice Han Ming's gaze fixed on him. Transforming into Qiongqi, Zheng Fei flapped his wings. And the fierce wind blew away the black mist surrounding Yingzhou. Li Shan stepped through the air, her white fox paws leaving trails of fiery flowers in the sky. Looking stunning. The tips of the 9 fiery tails converged, gathering several sparks at their ends. With the black mist blown away, Yingzhou's strange form was exposed in front of the two. Zheng Fei quickly dove down, raising his right forepaw, the power of exorcism shimmering. Bang! With a single strike, Yingzhou was unable to resist and was swiftly smashed down. Boom! Yingzhou's body struck the barely alive Shanshan beast. And the tremendous force caused the Shanshan beast's breath to weaken even further. Chapter 119, Fusang Tree. Lu Ru blinked. So, Professor Chen re-emerged for Brother Xu Yuan. Yes? What else could it be? Now it was Zheng Fei's turn to be surprised, staring blankly at Lu Ru, and then realizing, oh right, I haven't told you about this. So, Professor Chen guiding me is also because of Brother Xu Yuan. Lu Ru's face was filled with disbelief. She was unfamiliar with Professor Chen before, as she was also a newcomer. She thought Professor Chen gave her a training plan because all newcomers at the same time had one. It was only later that she learned how important Professor Chen was in the circle, a figure who could shake the beast-taming world with a stomp. A living encyclopedia. The most authoritative top professor. Right? Besides Xu Yuan, the others all nodded at her. Lu Ru made a sad face. Woo woo woo. I always thought it was because I had good talent and Professor Chen paid special attention to me. The others were speechless, but felt it was inappropriate to bluntly undermine her confidence. Lu Ru did have talent, but compared to Xu Yuan and Li Shan, she was quite a bit behind. All right, not counting Xu Yuan, you are the best in your cohort. Chapter 120, Human-Faced Mountain God. On the way back from Area 3 for research, Han Ming led them to avoid powerful beasts. During this time, Han Ming was also trying to search for the mission target, Zhu Huai. However, powerful beasts in Area 3 were easy to find, while Zhu Huai, who was of average strength, was indeed hard to locate. Captain, should we keep looking? Han Ming casually asked. No need to look anymore, the mission target isn't important. Even if I get scolded when we return, it'll be me alone. Zheng Fei's tone was casual, capturing a small Zhu Huai was not a big deal. The main thing was that Xu Yuan had broken through. Li Shan stepped forward, wrapping her arm around Xu Yuan's neck. Xu Yuan, brother. Let us do combat training together when we get back. It's a good chance for me to see how strong you are now. Forget it, Sister Xin. I don't have any masochistic tendencies. Wait until I tame that black dragon, then we can try. Xu Yuan pouted and shook his head. Watching the greenery gradually appear in the mountain forest ahead, Zheng Fei said to the others, let South rest at the place where we stored the beast pelts before. Rest for a night and then head back to the research institute. All right. The cave Han Ming found was near the outer circle. not far from the little stream where they had previously rested. The return journey for the team was a mix of walking and stopping, not too tiring. Chapter 121, Arctic Urgent Report. In the lobby of the main building of the Research Institute, a group of people gathered at their agreed meeting place. Zheng Fei and the others appeared from the staircase. Xu Yuan, sitting in the lobby, stood up. Captain, how is it? Did you get scolded? Zheng Fei looked very relaxed as he walked up to Xu Yuan. No, the commander was very excited to hear about your breakthrough. What did Professor Chen say? He is unclear about the mountain god beast, but Professor Chen said he would look into it and inform me of any progress. Then let us head back to rest. Zheng Fei smiled, putting his arm around Han Ming's neck. Let us go back. Teach me how to play that game console. Every time I see you and Xu Yuan playing, I get itchy to try. Captain, you won't become addicted to games, will you? Han Ming opened his mouth, looking incredulous. Damn it, can't I play? Do I have to cook and do housework for you every day? Zheng Fei gritted his teeth in anger, tightening his grip on Han Ming's arm. Han Ming patted Zheng Fei's arm. Just teach you, let go, Captain. Xu Yuan and the girls grinned. The vehicle provided by the Research Institute was parked in the parking lot outside, and the group turned in their supplies and drove back to Zilinshan Yuan. Han Ming left Kunlun Mountain the next day, accompanied by Tang Yun. Chapter 122, Choi Subucheng stood up, facing Professor Chen. Old Chen, do you have anything to say? You've already given your instructions, what else is there for me to say? I'm heading back to rest. Professor Chen gave Xu Yuan a meaningful glance and turned to leave. Watching Professor Chen's back, Zhu Bucheng frowned and said to Xu Yuan, call Zheng Fei and the others in. Zhu Bucheng pointed at Xu Yuan and addressed Zheng Fei and the others. The specific task details will be communicated to you by Xu Yuan when you return. This task will be primarily led by Xu Yuan, Zheng Fei, Li Xin, Jiang Xiao, and Ling Shuang. The remaining matters will be arranged by the three of you captains. Go back and rest for now, it's still early, rest for 2 days, and set off for the Arctic early the day after tomorrow. Zheng Fei and the others stood straight and saluted, yes. Then he cautiously asked, Commander, Lu Ru. Old Chen said that Lu Ru has already qualified as a formal team member, and this time she will still participate as an external member of your team. Zhu Bucheng slowly sat down as he spoke. Upon hearing this, Lu Ru's face lit up. Thank you, Commander. Why are you thanking me? It's your own hard work. Now go back, I also need to rest. Zhu Bucheng waved his hand impatiently. Chapter 123, Returning to the Arctic. Xu Yuan held a wine glass, gently sipping the spicy liquor. I don't know. And to be honest, all this time, I have been working towards mastering the Black Dragon. What Professor Chen said has left me a bit confused. However, Xu Yuan looked up at Zheng Fei. A smile unconsciously appearing on his face, Professor Chen mentioned that the Black Dragon possesses destructive power, and to be honest, I'm quite curious. Zheng Fei couldn't help but laugh. So you have an answer in your heart, right? Not yet, I'm just curious. Professor Chen shouldn't harm me. His concerns are not without reason, let me think about it some more. Xu Yuan shook his head slightly, then downed the liquor in his glass and grabbed a handful of peanuts to munch on. Zheng Fei picked up the wine bottle and poured him another glass. Xu Yuan, you are our teammate. Although mastering the Black Dragon may put you in danger, we respect your choice. Whether you are mastering the Ice Dragon or the Black Dragon, we support you. We don't know much about dragon tamers, so we can't give you any good advice. I can only give you a reassuring pill. Chapter 124, Jiang Xiao. Familiar with the route, they made their way to Zhao Qianming's office. Come in. Zhao Qianming's deep voice came from inside the room. Seeing Zheng Fei and the others enter, Zhao Qianming put down his pen and stood up. Zheng Fei, long time no see. Long time no see, Lieutenant General. Zheng Fei smiled widely. Zhao Qianming's gaze shifted to Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan, you haven't changed much, just your eyes have changed. Lieutenant General, long time no see. Xu Yuan smiled slightly and stepped forward to salute Zhao Qianming. Zhao Qianming slowly sat down. It has indeed been a long time, almost 3 years. The commander really has patience. It took almost a year to send you over after the urgent report was sent out. Zheng Fei chuckled. It seems the commander kept this matter under wraps. We just received the news. You are Lu Ru, right? I've read your file. It's my first time seeing an external member participate in a formal mission. Zhao Qianming looked at Lu Ru and said. Zheng Fei stepped forward. Lieutenant General. You don't need to worry, Lu Ru has been specially authorized by the commander to participate in this mission. I know. Zhao Qianming smiled lightly, showing more white hair at his temples. So the commander sent you here because Xu Yuan has met the requirements. Chapter 125. Pre-battle deployment. After finishing the last sip of his drink, Zheng Fei wanted to pour more. Jiang Shao raised his hand to refuse. It's better not to drink too much, Lao Zheng. Team Ling and the others have been on a mission for half a month, and will return at any time. Let's be prepared to go on a mission at any time. All right. Drinking too much would be bad if others find out. Zheng Fei nodded in agreement, picked up the remaining liquor, and was about to stuff it under the bed. Jiang Shao directly reached out to stop him, snatching it and putting it in his arms. Hey, you don't need to hide the rest. I'll take it back for my brothers. Zheng Fei looked speechless and took out 2 new bottles from his bag and handed them to him. Just take them all. Then I'll thank you on behalf of my brothers, Captain Zheng. Get lost, get lost. Zheng Fei lit a cigarette. Everyone, go back and rest. And be prepared for any mission at any time. Yes? In the following week, the group stayed in the research institute. Except for Lu Ru, who took Tang Yun out every day to see the aurora, the others were completely lazy. Team Ling completed their reconnaissance mission 3 days ago. And Zhao Qianming gave them 3 days of rest. In the office, Zhao Qianming said to the fully prepared Zheng Fei's team and Jiang Shao's team, go. Bring that ice dragon back for me. Chapter 126. Strike first. In the extreme cold ice cave, ice pillars hung down. The hard ice looking like abstract sculptures crafted by a master artist. The cold was bone-chilling. Occasionally, a whistling sound came from the upper reaches of the dark river, resembling a cry from ancient times. Lu Ru seemed to never get tired of it, full of energy as she bounced around. She pointed at one of the ice pillars. Sister Tang Yun, doesn't he that look like Captain Smoking? Zheng Fei looked speechless, burying his head and walking forward. Jiang Shao lightly nudged Zheng Fei. You really can. How did you think of bringing a rookie? Don't say that. This girl has great talent. After a few more months of training, I think she will be evaluated as a formal member. Zheng Fei smiled broadly. Damn. Why do all the good things happen to you? After following the dark river for more than a day, Ling Shuang finally said to Zheng Fei and Jiang Shao, Captain Zheng, Captain Jiang, let us take a break. Okay. Han Ming, Zheng Fei called out to Han Ming. Han Ming stopped. Don't worry, Captain. A team heading towards the ice dragon is far from us. That's good. Han Ming put down the ice mouse in his hand and waved to Lu Ru. Lu Ru, start a fire. Coming, brother Han Ming. Chapter 127. Arctic number 097 Slap. A barbed ice whip struck a galleon beast tamer fiercely. Ling Shuang's eyes were filled with killing intent, her whole body wrapped in a powerful chill. And every swing of the ice whip could tear flesh from the opponent's body. Xu Yuan watched in shock. Wow, what is this, Captain's Queen Whip? Don't talk nonsense. The Captain's beast weapon is named Frost, just like her name. Jian Guo pouted. The beast tamer locked by the dragon chains struggled desperately to break free from the chains. But the sturdy dragon chains remained unmoved. Xu Yuan squinted. Can they still move? Ding ding. Dozens of dragon chains surged from all directions, tightly binding their bodies. The 4 beast tamers were completely immobilized. Countless fireballs followed Li Xin, attacking the four like they were free. The cold power from Ling Shuang flowed outward, instantly freezing the four solid. Crack, crack, crack. The four exploded with powerful force, cracks quickly spreading over the ice on their bodies. Transform. The sudden roar of the four beast tamers came through the earpiece. A smile appeared on Shu Yuan's face, and he rushed out lightly, transform. Chapter 128, Frozen Grave Valley Tang Yun, full power amplification throughout. Han Ming, keep Lu Ru on alert, kill anyone who gets close. Xiao Yifan, follow Han Ming's commands. Jian Guo, follow Han Ming's commands. Yes. With a command from the three captains, Zheng Fei and Jiang Xiao quickly rushed out, their auras swelling to the limit. Shu Yuan and Li Shan exchanged glances, and followed closely behind. Behind Tang Yun, the twin wings of the Qingyuan spread open, wrapping the five of them in a deep indigo light. A magnificent power surged forth, as if the strength buried deep within their bodies had been awakened. Beast transformation. Ling Shuang, standing there, spoke coldly, her entire body enveloped in an ice-blue light. Shu Yuan couldn't help but turn to look. She saw Ling Shuang's body rapidly enlarging as the light faded. Ling Shuang had transformed into an ice figure composed entirely of energy. Shimmering blue light floated around her, adding a touch of chill to the ancient ice cave. What is this? Shu Yuan felt dragon scales gradually creeping up her body, momentarily stunned by Ling Shuang's appearance. Li Xin, without looking back, said, an ice demon controlled on Changbai Mountain, a humanoid beast. Beast transformation. Zheng Fei and Jiang Xiao's voices synchronized, the red and yellow colors shining brightly as they entered beast transformation in the blink of an eye. Chapter 129, Rampaging Dragon. It suddenly flew in front of Shu Yuan. Its massive dragon head less than 10 meters away, slender dragon whiskers swaying. The ice dragon opened its massive mouth, an extremely cold power gathering within, clearly about to unleash a breath attack. Zheng Fei, flying at the top, quickly dove down, the power of slaying evil enveloping his body as the ferocious Qiongqi descended from the sky. Nearby, Li Xin's eyes sparkled with pink light as she quickly reached out her hand to Shu Yuan. Shu Yuan frowned, her eyes stern. Whoosh! 8 dragon-locking chains shot out from the ice walls on either side at high speed, directly wrapping around the ice dragon's neck and suddenly tightening. The gathering cold power instantly dissipated, and the ice dragon's angry eyes flashed with a hint of panic. Are you giving me face? Shu Yuan's voice was cold as she moved her body, directly stepping on the ice dragon's nose with her feet. The massive eyeball of the ice dragon radiated an oppressive aura, but Shu Yuan showed no fear. Her right arm's muscles bulged as she delivered a powerful strike to the ice dragon's eye. Roar! The painful roar of the dragon echoed through the sky, and the immense force sent the ice dragon's body rapidly retreating. The dragon-locking chains wrapped around it did not tighten, but instead elongated as they followed the ice dragon's retreating body. Chapter 130, Unyielding. The sound of the dragon-locking chains echoed in the blizzard as the ice dragon roared towards the sky. The restorative power was being drained by the dragon-locking chains, and the speed at which the wounds pierced by Shu Yuan healed was slowing down. Shu Yuan's figure floated between heaven and earth, displaying endless majesty. A pair of dragon eyes emitted a faint glow. The ice dragon's eyes were filled with unwillingness as it desperately struggled, and the snowstorm grew fiercer. Shu Yuan swam above the ice dragon, urging the extreme cold ice within her body, as countless ice lotus flowers scattered down towards the ice dragon. Ding ding ding. The ice dragon suddenly shook its body, and with a resounding dragon's roar, an extremely powerful force surged from it. The entire Arctic icebound land trembled continuously, and the surrounding glacier collapsed. Broken ice and snowflakes flew everywhere, creating a scene that seemed like the end of the world. Still not behaving. Shu Yuan's voice was filled with authority, as the ice lotus flowers around the ice dragon exploded instantly. Then, dozens of dragon-locking chains shot out from the air, tightly binding the ice dragon's massive body. The ice dragon struggled madly, its aura rapidly weakening, but the cold power it released continued to increase. A feeling of mental fatigue washed over Xu Yuan as she swam in the air, silently cursing the situation. Chapter 131, Dragon's Abyss. The dazzling ice blue light shot into the sky, filling all beast tamer senses with extreme cold power. The light gradually descended, finally enveloping Xu Yuan and the ice dragon, forming a massive semicircular light screen. The light was blinding, illuminating the night sky, making it impossible to see the situation inside the light screen. Control, enter the ice dragon's spiritual world and beat it a few more times until it submits. This was easy for Xu Yuan. Even in the ice dragon's spiritual world, she could use the dragon locking chains. Refinement. Wrapping the entire body of the ice dragon with her own power until its body was assimilated into her strength. The assimilated ice dragon would respond to Xu Yuan's heart's desires. This was something Zheng Fei had taught her back in the Purple Forest Upper Garden. Time reached the 7th day since the ice dragon fell. The semicircular light sphere enveloping the ice dragon and Xu Yuan continued to shine brightly. The observing beast tamers gradually retreated to their respective research facilities, as the presence of the South Sea duo and Li Xin and Ling Shuang was too intimidating. They remained there, completely without the opportunity to act. Zheng Fei shouted loudly, calling out to Anton and After not far away, "All right, most of you have left. What are you still doing here?" The two teams of Bear Country beast tamers stood up and walked towards Zheng Fei. Chapter 132, Perfect completion. Silver white long hair swayed gently, dragon scales covering her body, and scattered ice crystal dragon scales at her eyelids exuded a sense of mystery. Holding the dragon's abyss, a powerful force surged forth, greatly satisfying her heart's desire for strength at this moment. Buzz? The dragon's abyss emitted a low hum, quickly dissipating in Xu Yuan's hand. Xu Yuan could clearly feel the power of the dragon's abyss flowing through her body, easily manipulated. She raised her right hand, a faint ice blue light glowing as the power of the dragon's abyss gathered in her right arm. Xu Yuan smiled, letting the light in her hand fade as she gently nodded to Jiang Xiao and Ling Shuang. "Thank you, Team Jiang and Team Ling. Not a big deal. Next time when we return to the country, I'll treat you to drinks." Jiang Xiao waved his hand dismissively, his character similar to Zheng Fei's, generous. Ling Shuang nodded slightly, "It's just the task content." Zheng Fei stepped forward 2 paces to Xu Yuan, watching her gradually return to normal. "Very good. You're even stronger than me now. Want to go back to the training room and give it a try?" Xu Yuan raised an eyebrow and asked. "You go aside. You go play with Li Xin." Zheng Fei lightly punched Xu Yuan's shoulder, gritting his teeth. Xu Yuan laughed so widely that her teeth were visible. "That's not possible. I can't bear to be rough with Sister Xin." Chapter 133, Nightfall. The Kunlun Mountain Military District was bustling with activity. Researchers and beast tamers filling the small village outside the military district to capacity. At this time, vehicles were continuously arriving from the direction of the research institute. Xiaohua was busy with a group of soldiers, the helipad and runway filled with emergency tents. Some researchers stretched lazily. "The scenery down the mountain is really nice." Being in the research institute for years was almost like growing fur. Soldiers and beast tamers were moving computers, files, and other valuable items. Xiaohua, smiling and wiping the sweat from his forehead, said, "This is the first time the military district has been this lively. What on earth happened?" At this moment, a beast tamer carrying a file taller than himself said, "I don't know, the commander ordered everyone to withdraw." "Where's the commander?" Xiaohua asked. "Still at the research institute. I don't know what's going on, such a big commotion." The person shrugged, carrying the documents into the building. The sky gradually darkened as an armed helicopter descended at the entrance of the village. The bustling crowd immediately cleared a space. An off-road vehicle honked its horn to force the crowd to make way and parked beneath the helicopter. The driver was Zhu Wenzheng, who opened the car door and said to Zheng Fei and the others about to disembark, "Get in the car, don't speak. Chapter 134. The Dragon of Retribution. A whistling wind filled the air, and Marjan's expression darkened. I can feel it. The black dragon's aura was very weak. Completely undetectable because it was bound by the dragon lock chains. Only beast tamers like Li Xin, who had dual beasts, could sense its presence up close. Yuan could only feel it when standing in the Dragon Lock Valley. Captain, you all wait outside the valley. I'll go get it out. Yuan said before suddenly accelerating and flying straight toward the Dragon Lock Valley. Li Xin and Zheng Fei exchanged a serious glance. Yuan was the sole commander for this mission, and her words were orders during the operation. Above the Dragon Lock Valley, there was a gap. Yuan flew directly to the top of the valley and slowly descended. Moonlight poured through the gap, illuminating the black dragon, which was as dark as ink, showing no trace of color. Under the bright moonlight, the black dragon's scales glimmered. Sensing Yuan's aura, the black dragon slowly opened its eyes. Its dragon gaze calm as water. After seeing Yuan, its eyes slowly closed again. Landing on the platform, Yuan looked down at the black dragon tightly bound by hundreds of dragon lock chains, and took a deep breath. Finally, that day had come. A smile gradually appeared on her face, vividly recalling the scene when she first met it, and was directly overwhelmed by its powerful mental force. Chapter 135. The Dual Dragon Conference Boom. Yuan landed in the valley, a massive force smashing down and creating a huge pit. Gritting her teeth, she stood up. Her silver-white dragon scales charred, occasionally flickering with tiny black arcs of electricity. The sensation was tingly and numb, accompanied by a faint pain, as if her flesh was being bitten. Yuan, are you okay? Tang Yun quickly descended, the green light flashing. With Tang Yun's healing combined with Yuan's recovery, the charred dragon scales quickly regained their shining luster. Feeling her still slightly numb arms, Yuan looked up at the sky. My arms were almost broken. If I hadn't refined the second ice dragon, I wouldn't have been able to keep my arms intact after that blow. The Kaming beast and the Qiongqi beast in the sky shone brightly. Zheng Fei opened his massive mouth, and wind bullets roared. Marjan's Kaming beast shone with golden light, and 9 heads simultaneously shot out powerful golden rays. Damn, so tough. Zheng Fei cursed, as his previous wind bullet had almost no effect on the black dragon. The power of the evil slayer gradually gathered in his mouth, and the roaring gale, along with the freezing rain falling from the sky, was sucked into his mouth. Wind thunder roar bullet. Boom. Chapter 136. The son of flames. The black falling thunder resembled giant dragons, with each bolt striking the ground and leaving a shocking pit. The pits were charred black, with tiny black arcs of electricity crawling outwards. Thunder boomed unexpectedly, startling all living things. The entire sky was dark, and the raging thunder poured down, as if it were the apocalypse. Only the light emitted by the ice dragon could be seen. Above the rolling thunderclouds, a faint firelight flickered. Marjan led the way, followed closely by Zheng Fei and Tang Yun, who had avoided all the falling thunder in advance. Tang Yun couldn't help but glance up at the sky. In this stormy environment with thunder booming, the flames overhead looked like a dawn. So strong, Tang Yun murmured. Marjan chuckled lightly. 2 fire attribute dual beast tamers working together. It would be strange if they weren't strong. Too bad our captain isn't here. Otherwise it would be even stronger. The sound of thunder gradually ceased, and the trembling earth began to calm. Tang Yun, do you still have stamina? Zheng Fei steadied himself, looking at the ice dragon and black dragon locked in battle not far away. No problem, Captain. Tang Yun replied, and the dim blue flames above her head ignited. Boost me and Marjan. After Zheng Fei said this, his body suddenly grew larger, revealing the form of Qiongqi, and he flapped his wings to take off into the air. Chapter 137. Forceful control. Various icy powers continuously attacked the black dragon. Yuan knew in her heart that even if she killed this thing, it wouldn't submit. No matter how severe her injuries were. The anger in its eyes showed no signs of fading. Dragons were born proud creatures. And Xu Yuan also understood that only by removing the dragon lock chains and fighting it could she subdue it. Removing the dragon lock chains. That would be pure folly. At this point, she could only incapacitate it and forcefully control it. In the distance, Zheng Fei and the others were rushing over, and everyone had returned to normal. In a normal state, the speed of recovery was faster. We have to hurry, I see something bad. Ma Zhen was quick, but leading the charge was Li Xin. Li Xin, don't rush so fast, or your stamina won't keep up. Zheng Fei chased from behind, his tone anxious. Tang Yun frowned slightly, Xin. We'll still be fighting later, don't rush. Li Xin's speed gradually slowed down, keeping pace with the others. At this moment, Xu Yuan was panting, pouring all her strength into the black dragon. The force coming from the dragon lock chains allowed her to recover quickly. The massive body of the black dragon lay on the ground, its eyes fixed on Xu Yuan. As Xu Yuan got closer, the half-squinted eyes of the black dragon suddenly opened wide, and countless black thunders shot towards Xu Yuan along the ground. Chapter 138, Master Yushan. The sky was already bright, and Zhu Wenzheng and the others drove back to the research institute along the mountain road. The main building was in ruins, and the raging thunder had blasted a deep pit in the open space outside the main building. Some surrounding facilities had completely collapsed. Zhu Buqing stood outside the main building, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes sharp as an eagle's. Han Ming, where on earth did Xu Yuan go? Probably deep in Zone 12. I can no longer sense his aura. Han Ming gently shook his head. Professor Chen stared silently at Zhu Buqing. It had been more than 10 minutes since Xu Yuan disappeared, and Zhu Buqing had not dared to look at Professor Chen. So he ordered to return to the research institute first to discuss further plans. Several off-road vehicles steadily stopped in front of the main building. Zhu Wenzheng opened the car door and rushed out, holding a satellite phone. Commander, there's a call from Xie Qing. Zhu Buqing took the phone, and Xie Qing's voice came through. Commander. What happened? Zhu Buqing frowned. Commander, Xu Yuan has exited Kunlun Mountain. Just now, my celestial dome sensed him. Upon hearing this, Zhu Buqing's eyes widened. What did you say? He's out of Kunlun Mountain. Where did he go? Unclear. He left from Zone 12, heading north. And once he exited my celestial dome, I could no longer sense his aura. Chapter 139, Pure Land of Humanity. In the late autumn of Alator, the valleys were dyed golden by the autumn atmosphere, and blue rivers flowed gently. A small mountain village is nestled in this beautiful painting, isolated from the world. Li Xin and Han Ming crossed through Zone 12 directly to the Kunlun Mountains, heading to the nearest military base to Altai to contact Zhu Buqing. After learning about Xu Yuan's location, Zhu Buqing let out a long sigh of relief and ordered all beast tamers who had gone out to search to return. Most of the soldiers in the Kunlun Mountain Military District had entered the Research Institute, collaborating with the staff there on the construction tasks. An off-road vehicle with military plates drove into the mountain village, which is very close to the border, and villagers often see people from the military, making it a common sight. The vehicle slowly stopped in front of Uncle Yushan's small courtyard, and Li Xin opened the car door to get out. A pair of leather boots left footprints on the soft ground, and she wore a tactical vest over her combat uniform. Her ponytail swayed gently in the breeze. Li Xin stared at the small house, her expression complex. Han Ming opened the car door and got out from the driver's seat, standing beside Li Xin. It's Xu Yuan. Such a weak aura. Professor Chen's concerns have come to pass. Normally, with Xu Yuan controlling the aura of 2 dragons, it shouldn't be this weak. Chapter 140, Useless. Here the off-road vehicle slowly left the small mountain village, and Xu Yuan looked out the window, where he could still see the Karna's lake, shining like a gem. Han Ming was driving, while Xu Yuan and Li Xin sat in the back. Xu Yuan, you seem to really like this place, Li Xin asked. Xu Yuan nodded slightly. his gaze still fixed on the beautiful scenery outside the car window. Yeah. I don't know why, even though it's my first time here. It feels so familiar. Coming here to retire in the future would be a good choice. Then I'll accompany you. Li Shan smiled gently, her mood significantly lightened. Han Ming glanced at Xu Yuan through the rearview mirror. Xu Yuan, your aura has changed. It feels quite intimidating. Is that good or bad? Xu Yuan looked at Han Ming, their eyes meeting in the rearview mirror. Han Ming grinned, both good and bad. Even though your aura is very stable now, I can still feel your strength. The bad part is that you feel a bit unfamiliar. Maybe it's because of that dragon. I actually haven't fully mastered it yet. I need to become stronger, strong enough to completely eradicate its consciousness. Xu Yuan looked at his hands and clenched his fist suddenly. Han Ming frowned slightly. What do you mean you haven't fully mastered it? Chapter 141. Training camp ends. The midday sun streamed through the sheer curtains into the living room. Li Shan and Han Ming were still asleep in the room, having not had a good night's sleep while taking care of Xu Yuan in Altai these past few days. Xu Yuan had slept particularly well this time. After feeling groggy for so many days, he finally relaxed last night when Tang Yun used her abilities. Have a sip of water, Professor Chen said, handing Xu Yuan a cup of warm water. Professor Chen, what are you doing here? Xu Yuan asked. Surprised to see Professor Chen, when he opened his eyes, remembering that he had returned to the Zilinshan Yuan before falling asleep. Professor Chen sat down beside him without answering Xu Yuan's question. Drink the water, and tell me about your situation. Xu Yuan drank the water in one gulp, rubbed his eyes, and explained to Professor Chen what had happened with the black dragon. The more he spoke, the more Professor Chen's brow furrowed. Those mountain spirits. Weren't they called by you? How could I have that ability? I don't know what happened, Xu Yuan exclaimed, wide-eyed. He joked that if he had that ability, he would have summoned them long ago, instead of expending so much effort battling the black dragon. Your family still has too many unknown secrets. Professor Chen gently shook his head, and then asked Xu Yuan some more questions. Chapter 142. Took her out. Zheng Fei and Lu Ru gave a few instructions. And Lu Ru nodded lightly, stepping lightly into the team. The new recruits at the same time sensed the calm aura emanating from Lu Ru. For a moment, they couldn't help but gasp. According to their instructor, controlling one's aura is extremely difficult, and their priority is to increase their strength. As for the methods of controlling aura, stronger beast tamers would teach them once they are evaluated as formal members. Only Xu Yuan and Lu Ru from their cohort were selected for the formal team, receiving the best resources and guidance among them. At this moment, Zhu Wenzheng came down from the second floor with documents, dressed in military uniform with an upright posture. Behind him were 6 soldiers, each wearing white gloves and carrying a tray with black military uniforms on it. Now that everyone is here, let's begin, Zhu Wenzheng said, lowering his hands and looking at the crowd. The crowd whispered among themselves, and Sun Wanlin raised her hand to salute. Report, General, Xu Yuan hasn't arrived yet. Xu Yuan's situation is special. He will not participate in this graduation ceremony, Zhu Wenzheng replied to her in a calm tone. He continued, based on your training and task reports from the past 3 years, 6 of you have been evaluated as formal members. Chapter 143. Time to part again. Lu Ru's feathers glowed like they were on fire, and her sweet face became more enchanting after transforming into a beast. Xu Yuan noticed the changes in Lu Ru. At 19, she stood gracefully, her face showing a bit more maturity. The powerful aura radiating from her overshadowed Sun Wanlin. Sun Wanlin, already in a bad mood, was furious when Lu Ru made that remark, quickly transforming into beast form. The two of them, one icy and the other fiery, formed a stark contrast. Han Ming blinked at Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan, can Lu Ru really take her out? If she can't, I'll give that girl a beating. Xu Yuan chuckled lightly. Besides himself, Lu Ru had the best resources among this batch of new recruits. The training results from Alao Mountain were significant. And she had so many formal team members, and a captain-level person leading her. If she couldn't take out Sun Wanlin, that would be unacceptable. The battle quickly began, with Sun Wanlin holding her breath, and her expression growing colder. Her speed was fast, and her storm-like attacks rained down on Lu Ru. Lu Ru stood her ground. Engulfed in roaring flames, neither dodging nor avoiding, she easily blocked all of Sun Wanlin's attacks. Did you see that? This is the gap between the instructors and the formal team. Chapter 144, The award ceremony today. The sun shone brightly on Kunlun Mountain, and one could see an extraordinarily large Kun floating in the sky. It swam forward, and after watching for a while, one would notice it had slight movements. It was unclear whether it was the clouds moving or an illusion. Outside the main building's parking lot, a group of people waited for Lu Ru. Zheng Fei had brought back a lot of ingredients from the cafeteria, and the trunks of 2 cars were stuffed full. After a while, Lu Ru walked over with her head down, looking somewhat unhappy. Over the years, Lu Ru had grown tall and graceful, and the black military uniform looked fitting and beautiful on her. Captain, Lu Ru lifted her head, her big eyes brimming with tears, ready to spill over at any moment. Li Shan smiled gently as she walked up to Lu Ru, her slender white hands cradling Lu Ru's round face. Now that you're wearing the military uniform, don't cry easily, you are already a capable warrior. Lu Ru nodded heavily, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gently wiping Lu Ru's tears, Li Shan softly embraced her. The others exchanged glances and silently got into the car. Henming didn't need to drive here, so Xu Yuan directly opened the passenger door of Zheng Fei's car and sat down. Chapter 145, Island Vacation. Zhu Buqing looked at Zheng Fei, his expression somewhat shocked. He didn't expect Zheng Fei to dare say such things to him. Are you unhappy because I let Xu Yuan ride the black dragon? Zhu Buqing's gaze was sharp as a sword. Zheng Fei was unafraid and met Zhu Buqing's gaze. No. Riding the black dragon was Xu Yuan's own choice. As his captain, I just think Xu Yuan's current state isn't suitable for the battlefield. Didn't I say that Tang Yun is here? Zhu Buqing frowned. Zheng Fei felt somewhat helpless. Do you know that the time it takes for Tang Yun to stabilize Xu Yuan's mind is getting longer each time? Zhu Buqing fell silent for a long time before slowly speaking. Zheng Fei, you're not just a warrior, you're a soldier. Obey orders. I will, Zheng Fei replied, turning to leave. At the door, he turned his head and said, Commander, you know, I'm starting to understand what Team Knight said to me before. The matters of the war zone are not decided by you, but by the beast tamers. After hearing Zheng Fei's words, Zhu Buqing remained silent, watching Zheng Fei leave. After a while, he let out a long sigh, as if all his strength had been drained, slumping into his chair. Another one. Chapter 146, Beastmaster Captain. After staying at the hotel for several days, Zheng Fei and Xu Yuan received messages simultaneously on their phones that morning. In the top-floor suite, Zheng Fei, who was washing up, casually pressed off his phone. Li Shan and the others were in the living room looking at their phones while enjoying the breakfast provided by the hotel. Zheng Fei finished shaving and wiped his face as he walked out of the bathroom. The frigate has arrived. Li Shan and the others were indifferent, lightly responding with an O. Xu Yuan, however, stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, looking out with a hint of excitement. In the distance, a small frigate was docked at the harbour, ready to take them to the South Sea Research Institute. After breakfast, a group of people changed into military uniforms, their shiny boots making a dull clattering sound on the floor. Zheng Fei, tall and robust, looked like a small mountain in his military uniform, instilling a sense of security. Xu Yuan now understood why Li Shan said Tang Yun looked good in military attire. Her soft and elegant face paired with the black uniform was simply stunning. Li Shan's demeanor was completely different. She walked with brisk and decisive steps, resembling a general about to go into battle. In the hotel lobby on the first floor, a group of soldiers in navy uniforms stood tall, attracting the attention of tourists. A student-like girl picked up her phone to take a picture. But a hotel staff member approached her, extending a hand. Sorry, no photography allowed. Chapter 147, title Encouraging Infighting Among Beast Tamers, was acceptable as long as it didn't result in death. Any form of combat was fine. In the circle of beast tamers, authority was always determined by strength. Whoever had the strongest fists had the most say. The South Sea Research Institute had few personnel. Aside from the station troops, only a few researchers were busy working. Zheng Fei and Jiang Shao stood outside the Research Institute, smoking and chatting. It was remote here, and no one cared about smoking. Some researchers were even smoking inside the institute. Is this situation in the war zone really not going to cause problems? Jiang Shao asked with concern. Zheng Fei shook his head. There will definitely be problems, but the higher-ups insist on sending Xu Yuan to the war zone now. What can I do? Jiang Shao sighed. You're not having an easy time either. That Jiang Feng guy is quite strong and has beast weapons. If a fight breaks out, Jiang Shao was cut off by Zheng Fei. Don't worry if a real fight happens. Xu Yuan won't stop until he has Jiang Feng begging for mercy. Wow, that's strong. Jiang Shao was slightly surprised. Of course. How powerful do you think dragons are? You don't need me to explain that, do you? Xu Yuan now has the power of 3 dragons within him. Zheng Fei's face was filled with confidence. The facilities at the South Sea Research Institute were relatively simple. The dormitory only had a bed and nothing else. Chapter 148, setting the scene outside the Research Institute building. A crowd had gathered, the work was light, and the researchers had stopped their tasks. Nearby, soldiers on duty were sitting in a vehicle smoking. All right, all right. Another fight has broken out. They were used to it. When I was on duty in the East Sea, there was a small fight every day and a big one every 3 days. Group fights were common. I envy you. I haven't been to other places on duty. Watching Xu Yuan and Jiang Feng take their positions, Han Ming gave Jiang Feng a thumbs up. Jiang Feng, you're awesome. If you don't beg for mercy later, you're done for. Information about Xu Yuan had been sealed by the higher-ups. They only knew he was a dragon tamer, and nothing else about him. Jiang Feng looked at Xu Yuan's handsome face, gritting his teeth. Who ends up begging for mercy is still uncertain. With a swish, Jiang Feng spoke. And his right hand unleashed a burst of blue flames, which quickly coalesced into a long sword full of classical charm. Gentleman's sword. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a smirk as he looked at Xu Yuan with some mockery. You have beast weapons too, right? Let us see if your strength matches. Xu Yuan smiled lightly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Feng immediately exploded with rage. Blue snake scales appeared on his body, and his entire form split in an eerie way from the neck down into 2 snake heads. Chapter 149, slightly out of control. Jiang Feng was engulfed in blue flames. The flames spread, and his figure rapidly elongated. Jiang Shao gritted his teeth and waved his hand. Everyone, back to the Research Institute. Damn it. This little brat using the berserk beast is breaking the rules. In the white team, using a berserk beast turns it into a fight to the death. Zheng Fei's brow was deeply furrowed as he turned to Bai Wenwen. By team, this is breaking the rules. Bai Wenwen's frown was even deeper than Zheng Fei's. She couldn't intervene, biting her silver teeth. From their earlier exchange, Bai Wenwen had already figured out the situation. Xu Yuan had been holding back and had given enough face. Now that Jiang Feng used the berserk beast, the duel had turned into a fight to the death. At sea, half of Jiang Feng's body was submerged, with a single snake head and double bodies. Most of his massive form was protruding from the surface. And the gigantic snake head was terrifying to behold. Jiang Feng's eyes were blood red, his snake pupils sinister, fixated on Xu Yuan. Floating in the air, Xu Yuan glanced downward as researchers and soldiers rushed into the Research Institute, while Zheng Fei and the other beast tamers stood guard at the entrance, showing no intention of intervening. With them present, even if Jiang Feng used his abilities, the research institute would be safe. Zheng Fei gently nodded at Xu Yuan, who smiled slightly, instantly understanding Zheng Fei's meaning. Chapter 150. No, Brother Fei Yi's enormous body was charred and floating on the sea, his snake pupils trembling with fear. That earlier violent aura was no joke. If it weren't for Li Shan and Bai Wenwen arriving in time, he would have been dead by now. Xu Yuan held his head, feeling the power of Tang Yun and Yang Cheng continuing to output. After transforming into a dragon, he couldn't be swayed by emotions, otherwise that black dragon would take advantage of the moment. No wonder the black dragon kept trying to transform into a dragon when it eroded its own consciousness. That dog is really cunning. Xu Yuan closed his eyes. The dragon transformation was already lifted, and Li Shan was standing in front of him. He explained to Li Shan the changes that had just occurred. Li Shan frowned slightly. It seems we need to temper your temperament. You should spend more time reading and meditating with Yana. Xu Yuan nodded gently and slowly stood up. He opened his right hand. And ice crystals gathered in his palm, turning into a brilliant ice crystal spear in the blink of an eye. Bang! Gripping Longming tightly, the spear emitted a low, rumbling dragon roar. Black lightning spread from his palm, gradually crawling up the spear. The originally chilling Longming turned completely pitch black, with countless arcs of electricity flowing along its body. A smile crept onto Xu Yuan's lips. He didn't expect Longming's compatibility to be so strong that it could accommodate the power of the Black Dragon. Chapter 151, Battle Zone Base. Bai Wenwen glanced at Jiang Feng beside her, only to find him swallowing hard, his eyes wide open, staring at Xu Yuan. You're lucky to concede early, otherwise, even with 10 of you in this state, you'd still be no match for him. Bai Wenwen said lightly. But Jiang Feng shook his head gently. 10. Captain, you're underestimating it. By the way, Captain, what do you mean by beast transformation armor? A powerful beast master can transform the beasts they control into beast transformation armor to wear, which requires a very high talent. Beast transformation armor is also known as the entry ticket for top-tier powerhouses. Yang Cheng beside them asked softly, how come I've never heard of this before? In the country, only the Night Team and Tan Jin possess beast transformation armor, and counting Xu Yuan, this is the third one. Even if you've heard of it, what difference does it make? At this moment, the black armor on Xu Yuan emitted small black lightning, and he raised his hand to gently pat the dragon head relief on his chest. With a bang, the armor on his body instantly exploded, and fragments turned into countless black lightning that surged into his body. The dragon transformation state was slowly being lifted. Xu Yuan only felt dizzy, stumbling and almost falling down. Li Shan immediately stepped forward to support Xu Yuan, looking at him returning to his normal state with a knowing smile. Are you okay, Xu Yuan? Chapter 152, Mermaid. The list was filled with various sea beasts. Xu Yuan looked at it in astonishment. What is this? It's our mission list. We need to capture all the sea beasts listed within a year for the mission to be considered complete. This is just the first phase. After completing this phase, a second phase mission list will be sent based on the completion rate. This is secondary. The main focus is still on suppressing enemy forces in the battle zone. Beast pearls and heads are the best merits. Zheng Fei smiled. Very few people can capture live exotic beasts. Your dragon lock chain is the best ability. If you can catch one alive, that would be a great achievement. Xu Yuan chuckled bitterly, pointing to the position of his heart. The dragon lock chain shouldn't be usable for now. All the ones I can mobilize are locked onto the black dragon. I see. Then it doesn't matter. Consider it as not having this ability. Zheng Fei waved his hand. Tang Yun frowned slightly. Xu Yuan, you locked the black dragon in the position of your heart. Yeah, I've tried other places, but it can't be contained anywhere else, only here works. Xu Yuan pinched the area where his heart was. A couple of days ago, when I used the power of the black dragon to transform, my heart felt a sense of pressure, as if a dragon claw was gripping it, ready to crush it at any moment. Chapter 153, Out of control slap. The massive tail of the mermaid slammed against the surface of the sea, instantly creating a spray of water. Xu Yuan raised his hand, and the cold air surged. The water spray was frozen into ice before it even reached Han Ming. With a splash, it fell into the sea. Xu Yuan slowly descended, his toes touching the surface of the water. Han Ming was swimming in the sea, flailing his arms, and looked up at Xu Yuan. "Why aren't you making a move? Dude, if you can't bear to do it, how can I? Let me think of a way to capture it alive." Xu Yuan glared at him. It seemed he was going to do all the good work. Han Ming chuckled. "You think about it first, I'll go play with it for a while." As he said that, Han Ming swam quickly towards the mermaid. The mermaid was about 4 meters long, very agile in the water. Facing Han Ming, who was swimming towards her, she opened her mouth full of sharp teeth and charged at him. Xu Yuan pondered. The mermaid's strength wasn't high, so a single dragon lock chain could capture her alive. However, the ones he could mobilize were all locked onto the black dragon, so removing one should be harmless. Making up his mind, Xu Yuan raised his hand just as he was about to release the dragon lock chain, only to see Han Ming already entangled with the mermaid. Chapter 154. Sea Patrol on the platform outside the base. The atmosphere was lively as Han Ming transformed into a chef. He didn't even look at the recipe, improvising instead. 2 teams gathered there, holding beers and eating hiluo fish, enjoying themselves. Jiang Shao was wet. "Old Zeng, why don't you report to the higher-ups and keep that mermaid as a wife? You're single and should get a wife. Get lost." Zheng Fei nearly crushed the can in his hand. Xu Yuan had heard from Zheng Fei that Jiang Shao was already married and had 2 kids in school. Whenever he had a break during missions, Jiang Shao would go home, making Zheng Fei, the old bachelor, envious to death. "It's really beautiful," Xiao Yifan said as he savored the bouncy fish meat. Jiang Shao chuckled. "Xiao Fan, if old Zheng doesn't want it, it's yours." "No, Captain. Just now." Han Ming said. It nearly bit his shoulder off. "I can't handle that." Xiao Yifan quickly shook his head. A guy a few years older than Xu Yuan, standing beside him, asked, "Xu Yuan, is that mermaid alive? How much can we get for it from the higher-ups?" Xu Yuan recognized him. He was also a skilled person in Jiang Shao's team, named Cheng Han. "I don't know. How much do they usually pay for live captures?" Xu Yuan asked. Chapter 155. Infiltrators. The sea was raging with strong winds and roaring waves. When the 2 returned from patrolling the sea, a storm had already risen, and the base was submerged in the sea, completely unaffected by the wind. A mist covered the sea surface, signaling the approach of a heavy rainstorm. Underwater, they couldn't feel the strong winds. The base was very sturdy and completely unaffected. In the living room, everyone was doing their own things. Li Shen's arm was resting on Xu Yuan's shoulder as she watched him and Tang Yun practice calligraphy. "Everyone on night watch tonight, be extra cautious. In this weather, the enemy might take the opportunity to invade," Zheng Fei said, holding a can of beer. "Don't worry, Captain." Han Ming was fiddling with a 9-linked ring, something Tang Yun had given him to pass the time. He still hadn't managed to solve it after several days. Zheng Fei turned around. "The message from the Research Institute says that this heavy rain will last for 7 or 8 days, so the sea patrol tasks are temporarily suspended. Our 3 teams will operate simultaneously." Xu Yuan raised his head, pressing his pen harder. The nib pierced the paper. "Captain. Then I'll participate in the night watch tonight as well, so everyone can have more time to rest." Noticing the increasing intensity of the lightning patterns at the corners of Xu Yuan's eyes, Zheng Fei squinted. "No need, you should rest well." Chapter 156. Explosive scene on the stormy sea. 3 figures rushed toward Zheng Fei and the others at high speed. On the sea surface, 2 teams of beast tamers were racing at full speed, dragging a bizarre beast's corpse. Sensing the presence of Zheng Fei and his group, their speed increased. The leader shouted, Move faster. Zheng Fei's expression was grim, and the white wings behind him flapped rapidly. Not far away. The beast transformation Jiang Shao was running on the surface of the sea. Once he stopped, he would immediately fall into the water. Looking up at Zheng Fei in the sky, he roared, "Old Zheng." Zheng Fei glanced sideways and saw that the entire Jiang Shao team was there. "How's Bai's team doing?" "I couldn't contact them before leaving. They probably engaged in battle." Zheng Fei's eyes darkened, as soon as his wings began to rapidly enter beast transformation. He knew that a stormy day wouldn't bring good news, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. Seeing Li Xin's worried expression, Zheng Fei cleared his throat and said, "Li Xin, now is not the time to worry about wishes." "Understood, Captain." Li Xin's worries were swept away, replaced by a determined expression. Jiang Shao didn't notice Xu Yuan and Tang Yun's figures, and roughly guessed what had happened. He pursed his lips, thought for a moment. But didn't he ask? Chapter 157. Dawn. The surrounding seawater was frozen solid, the cold wind biting, and the temperature had dropped to its lowest. Long Ming emitted a chilling aura. Xu Yuan's eyelids were covered with ice crystal-like dragon scales, and the black lightning patterns at the corners of his eyes had not completely faded. Suddenly, he opened his eyes wide, and the ice-blue dragon pupils burst forth with small black arcs of electricity, filled with fighting spirit, as he stared at Li Guangyao in front of him. Li Guangyao felt as if he was being targeted by a large beast, and he couldn't help but shiver. Looking at Xu Yuan's transformed appearance, a long-buried memory surfaced in his mind. The tamer of the Arctic ice dragon. Xu Yuan tightened his grip on Long Ming and charged out, wearing a defiant smile. "You know your stuff." Snowflakes swirled around the gun, as he ruthlessly thrust it towards Li Guangyao. Clang! Xu Yuan's speed was incredibly fast. Li Guangyao only felt a flash of blue light in front of him, and the next second, Xu Yuan was already in front of him. He hurriedly raised his hand axe, and the gun tip struck the heavy axe head, producing a unique metallic clash. This strike was powerful and heavy. Li Guangyao's pupils contracted, and he pressed against the axe head, but even so, he was pushed back repeatedly by this blow. Chapter 158. Directional transfer. At the same time, Sun Chen, who was battling Zheng Fei and Jiang Shao, had an explosive surge of energy and transformed into a strangely shaped pig. Xu Yuan, holding Long Ming, was pursuing the fleeing beast tamers ahead. Feeling this surge of energy, he couldn't help but stop and look sideways. Sun Chen had transformed into a wild boar very similar to Li Guangyao, but his skin was covered in blue lightning, unlike Li Guangyao. "What is this?" Xu Yuan tilted his head, curiosity written all over his face. "The captains of the new nation are really interesting, both of them are pig-like beasts." Li Xin stepped lightly on the icy surface and stood beside Xu Yuan. "Why aren't you chasing?" "I want to test this pig's strength," Xu Yuan whispered. And the lightning on his body had already disappeared, even Long Ming in his hand had returned to its normal state. "That rotten pig Sun Chen doesn't have the strength of the Li Pig King you just killed, but he has many strange abilities," Li Xin said, her voice carrying a charming tone, which was her characteristic after transformation. Hearing Li Xin say this, Xu Yuan noticed that the skin of Sun Chen under the beast transformation was continuously rotting, unlike the purple pig that had just shed mucus. The blue skin mixed with blood and flesh kept falling onto the ice, emitting a strange glow. Chapter 159. When Chang fished. The storm lasted a long time, showing no signs of stopping even on the fourth day. Only Xu Yuan, Li Xin, and Zheng Fei were in the base, while Tang Yun and Han Ming had gone out on a sea patrol mission. At this moment, Zheng Fei was having a video call with Jiang Shao and Bai Wenwen, with their holographic projections cast by the overhead lamp. "This afternoon, we explored 200 nautical miles ahead and found no anomalies," Bai Wenwen said calmly. Jiang Shao was smoking. "Our base's approximate location has been exposed. We need to be careful of those new nation people coming back for revenge in the coming days." Zheng Fei was unconcerned. "No need to be cautious. With the loss of the Pig King, the new nation can't stir up much trouble for now. I'm more worried about those sticks. Bai Wenwen thought for a moment. How far can Han Ming sense? Centered on our base. He can sense up to 500 nautical miles without any problem, but that would consume too much energy for him. And he can't maintain such a large perception field for long. Zheng Fei's words made Bai Wenwen sigh. We are currently in a passive position, and the weather is bad. Everyone should work a little harder these days and stay vigilant. Understood. After ending the call, Zheng Fei sat at the dining table and lit a cigarette. Shu Yuan. Li Xin, what do you both think? Chapter 160, Blood Shark releasing Li Xin, she quickly moved, stepping through the air straight towards the group of wenchang fish. Shu Yuan took a deep breath and plunged into the sea, swimming swiftly according to the aura in his mind. The ice-blue dragon pupils shone brightly in the water. And as he got closer to the beast, he could see its form clearly. It was a gigantic shark, roughly estimated to be over 30 meters long. Equivalent to the size of an ordinary blue whale. The shark was dark red all over, covered in black stripes, and its sharp teeth were chilling. It swam beneath the turbulent sea, exuding a murderous aura. Interesting, a beast I've never seen in the handbook. Shu Yuan said, raising his right hand. The temperature of the surrounding seawater dropped sharply, and Long Ming was already in his hand. Shu Yuan's aura was steady as usual. The shark didn't sense his presence and continued its pursuit of the wenchang fish group. Just as he was contemplating whether to stab it with a gun or kick it first, the surface of the sea above him flickered with flames, followed by a violent force exploding overhead. The cold seawater temperature rapidly rose. Well, while I was still hesitating, Sister Xin had already made her move. Sensing Li Xin's powerful energy, the dark red shark raised its head, and its massive tail slapped the water, propelling its enormous body suddenly out of the sea. Chapter 161, Underwater Star River inside the base. Upon receiving the news, Zheng Fei called Han Ming. Tang Yun, you stay at the base. Han Ming, come out with me. What happened, Captain? Han Ming looked up as Zheng Fei picked up a coat hanging nearby, and he stood up as well. Li Xin sent a location. She and Shu Yuan hunted a blood shark and 5 wenchang fish. Han Ming's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Wenchang fish. Hurry up, Captain, stop dawdling. Zheng Fei was still putting on his coat, and turned to find Han Ming already dressed. Zheng Fei's mouth twitched, casually picking up the electronic device beside him, which clearly displayed their base's location and the coordinates sent by Li Xin. Before leaving, Zheng Fei reminded Tang Yun, if anything unexpected happens, contact Jiang Xiao and Bai Wenwen immediately. The location is quite far. If something goes wrong, we won't be able to come back for a while. All right, Captain. Tang Yun nodded gently, holding a foreign language book in her hands. As night fell, the wind weakened, but the heavy rain showed no signs of letting up. The surging sea water gradually calmed down. The two were now far from the positions of the blood shark and the manta ray, with the sky covered by thunderclouds, obscuring any light. Li Xin was wearing an oxygen mask, gently tugging at the backpack behind her. The half-height backpack was gradually losing air, quickly forming a vacuum. Chapter 162, Out to Sea with the Jiao. A great opportunity. Extreme cold ice rapidly condensed in her hands. 2 single-edged swords made of solid ice formed in an instant. The twin swords crossed, and the silver-white dragon scales on her arms erupted, unleashing all their power. Swish! The twin swords were swung out rapidly, a cold light flashed, and the enormous snake head was instantly severed. Li Xin reacted quickly. At the moment the snake head fell, she stepped on the seawater, as if it were solid ground, her body shooting out like an arrow. Gululu. Flames erupted from Li Xin's hands, the intense flames burning fiercely in the seawater, creating a strange sight. Only a beast tamer could achieve such a feat. The scorching flames roasted the spot where the sea snake's head had been severed, white flames and bubbles continuously bubbling upwards. One must admit that snakes are tenacious creatures. Even without a head, their breath hadn't completely faded, and their writhing body gradually calmed with the weakening breath. Another sea snake's body emerged from the dead sea snake, opening its gaping mouth and lunging at Li Xin. Xu Yuan nearly instantaneously rushed in front of Li Xin, smiling as he looked at the approaching sea snake. The sea snake opened its mouth wide, sending out a blue electric wave. Oh! Sensing this peculiar energy, Xu Yuan halted the icy sword he was about to swing. Chapter 163, Entering the Sea Dragon. Sister Xin. This creature is stronger than the one we encountered in Alao Mountain. Xu Yuan turned his head, his cold dragon eyes gazing at Li Xin. Li Xin nodded lightly. The river dragon and the sea dragon can't be compared. The dragons in rivers have limited exotic beasts to prey on, unlike the sea dragons, which have abundant resources in the ocean, making them inherently powerful. Seeing Xu Yuan staring at the dragon floating on the sea's surface, Li Xin continued, the dragon can decompose into many useful materials. Before you appeared, there were no means to hunt dragons domestically, and the dragon's strength made it hard to capture. Today, encountering us is its misfortune. Xu Yuan waved the dragon Ming in his hand. The dazzling gun barrel traced a semicircle in the air, and snowflakes seemed to fall, looking quite beautiful, even without the dragon-locking chain. This dragon had no chance against Xu Yuan and Li Xin. Crack! While they were speaking, the dragon that had just been knocked out woke up, raising its massive head, and 2 bolts of lightning shot from its eyes. The lightning crackled with a hissing sound as it tore through the air at high speed. Li Xin moved, dodging the lightning aimed at her. Xu Yuan raised the dragon Ming, and the lightning struck the spear as if it had sunk into the sea, silent and without a trace. Chapter 164, Theory. Golden sunlight broke through the dark clouds and fell on the sea, resembling golden scales. The sunlight illuminated Xu Yuan's face, casting a halo around his handsome features. Li Xin looked up at the sky, a smile on her face. It's finally clear. This storm lasted quite a while. The day before yesterday, a typhoon entered our territorial waters, and the captain stopped it, Tang Yun said softly. Xu Yuan and the others descended, where Zheng Fei was organizing the bodies of the long-haired sea snake and the dragon. He pointed at the dragon, which was bleeding profusely, and called softly, Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan immediately understood Zheng Fei's intention, a blue light flashing in his eyes as a thick layer of frost rapidly formed over the dragon and the long-haired sea snake. We are rich now. With you two here, we can complete our first phase of the mission in less than a year, Zheng Fei said, unable to hide his excitement. Xu Yuan and Li Xin were now the team's top combat power. Faced with powerful exotic beasts, he had no chance and could only rely on them. Zheng Fei tossed a whirlwind, which swept the long-haired sea snake's body to Xu Yuan's front. You take this, and the big one is mine. Huh? Aren't we continuing the exploration mission, Captain? Xu Yuan asked, somewhat puzzled, as they were on a roll. Chapter 165, Can't Fight. Tang Yun stood up to restore Han Ming while turning to look at Xu Yuan, knowing that what she had just thought of, Xu Yuan must have also considered. Xu Yuan, what happened? Zheng Fei asked bluntly. Xu Yuan did not hide it. Before sleeping, I thought of a method and asked Brother Han to try if it would work. Just now Brother Han and Sister Yun entered my spiritual world and saw the black dragon. I was wondering, with a beast tamer with strong mental power as a medium, along with some other powerful beast tamers, could we obliterate the black dragon in the spiritual space? As soon as this was said, everyone present was taken aback. Although Tang Yun had thought of this point, hearing it out loud still felt incredible. Zheng Fei's brows furrowed deeper. Is this method feasible? Back then, Li Xin, Ma Zhen, and Qilu, 3 jewel beast tamers couldn't subdue it. That's not important. As long as we can annihilate it in the spiritual world, I think that will suffice. Xu Yuan's tone was firm. Recovering somewhat, Han Ming immediately waved his hand. No, I think the theory is fine, but just now Sister Yun used her ability, and I felt like my head was going to explode. The power she just used was based on me as the medium. After just one use, I couldn't handle it. We need someone stronger. Chapter 166, coordinated investigation. Xu Yuan quickly conveyed his theory in full to Professor Chen, and recounted the recent experiment with Tang Yun and Han Ming. After listening to Xu Yuan, Professor Chen remained silent for a long time. Xu Yuan wasn't anxious. He knew Professor Chen was considering the feasibility of the plan. After a while, Professor Chen's voice came through the phone. The theory should be fine in the country. The only mental-type beast tamer who can support this plan is Xie Qing. Upon hearing that the theory had been confirmed by Professor Chen, Xu Yuan was overjoyed. Then Professor Chen's tone shifted. However what? Xu Yuan asked. Professor Chen sighed. To execute this plan, you need to go to the Pacific Theater. Their team is stationed there year-round and will not return to the country. Moreover, this plan carries certain risks, and I need to think it through carefully. Once it's confirmed that it can be executed, I will find a way to transfer you to the Pacific Theater. Okay. Xu Yuan agreed without hesitation. There was no use in being anxious now. In this aspect, Professor Chen held authority, and in the end, whether it could be used still depended on his decision. He had become what he was now because he hadn't listened to Professor Chen's advice back then. Chapter 167, Fighting the School of Fish. After resting, the group of 15 mostly wore oxygen masks. Only Xu Yuan and Bai Wenwen from the team were not wearing them. Xu Yuan had looked over their profiles. Both controlled water beasts and could breathe freely underwater. Snap! With a snap of his fingers, the ice layer beneath everyone shattered with a bang. Plop! The 15 of them fell straight into the sea. Silver-white dragon scales quickly covered his body, and in the blink of an eye, he transformed into a dragon. The sense of blockage at his mouth and nose becoming extremely smooth. Bai Wenwen's 2 teammates also entered beast transformation state, their fish scales shining brightly in the sea. Zheng Fei's team was at the forefront, with Xu Yuan and Li Shan leading the way. At this moment, Xu Yuan looked like a moving blue lamp. As the light grew dimmer, the underwater scenery became increasingly mysterious. Isn't anyone with deep-sea phobia not allowed to participate in missions in the battle zone? Xu Yuan spoke up. The voice came through the headphones, startling everyone. Bai Wenwen stared in disbelief. Captain Xu, your dragon transformation hasn't changed much, and you can still talk in this sea. Yeah. Xu Yuan smiled lightly and turned to look. Bai Wenwen's 2 teammates' beast transformations appeared extremely bizarre. Their large fish heads had human limbs, which looked very uncoordinated. Chapter 168, Abyssal Fighting Fish. The light in the underwater forest was gorgeous. Without the fighting fish swarm, the sparkling starry fish returned. Tang Yun sat at the bottom of the sea, staring at the scene before her with an infatuated expression. You really like it, Yun Ji. Xu Yuan casually sat down beside Tang Yun, his silver-white hair gently swaying in the water. Tang Yun nodded gently. Yeah. I love watching these beautiful scenes that seem to not exist in this world. There were many beautiful sights in Kunlun Mountain too. Like the upside-down waterfall and the towering Fusang tree, but I didn't see you this happy. Some I have seen with my own eyes. And some I have seen in materials, so I naturally wouldn't find them novel. The underwater forest and the underwater galaxy are what I've seen for the first time. Tang Yun's tone was soft, making the listener's ears tingle. Xu Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. He had heard from Li Shan that Tang Yun used to paint in her spare time. Ever since he joined the team, she had been wholeheartedly teaching him many things. Even putting aside her passion for painting. Tang Yun's gaze, filled with admiration for the beautiful scenery, turned to Xu Yuan. I heard from Sister Xie Qing that there are many unknown things at the bottom of the Pacific Ocean. Could there be more beautiful sights than the underwater forest, or even a larger underwater forest? Chapter 169, Death's Breath. The seawater surged violently, mercilessly compressing Xu Yuan. Most of the people entangled with the fighting fish had their minds on Xu Yuan, as everyone present had experienced the strength of the abyssal fighting fish to some extent. The terrifying pressure of water pressed against Xu Yuan, making him furrow his brows at the feeling of his body being crushed. What is he doing? Bai Wenwen frowned. looking up at Xu Yuan, who was floating in the sea, motionless. Testing the strength limits of the abyssal fighting fish, and also trying to see what I can endure. Tang Yun quietly observed Xu Yuan. Li Shan smiled reassuringly, don't worry, by team, nothing will go wrong. Yeah? Bai Wenwen certainly knew nothing would go wrong. If so many experts couldn't protect Xu Yuan, then what would happen? The continuously applied force gradually weakened, and feeling his heavy body. Xu Yuan smiled, is this all there is? The abyssal fighting fish in the distance seemed to hear Xu Yuan's words, its eyes instantly turning red. And a powerful force erupted from it, charging towards Xu Yuan with a roar. Here it comes. At this moment, Xu Yuan disregarded the water pressure, he was under and focused intently on the charging abyssal fighting fish. Chapter 170, Xuanwu after transforming into a beast. Han Ming put on his oxygen mask again, which surprisingly fit the size of his head. His fur stood on end, and the white smoke swirling behind him was somewhat chaotic. This was the first time Xu Yuan had seen Han Ming like this. He had never appeared so flustered before. Regardless of the situation. Brother Han, how does this aura compare to the black dragon? Xu Yuan couldn't help but ask. Han Ming's face was panicked as he swam upwards at full speed. It's a different feeling. The black dragon gives me a sense of violent and pure power. This beast's aura is like an abyss, possessing an unfathomable mystery. After transforming, Han Ming looked like a fluffed-up snow leopard, his voice trembling. A voice came through the headset, Han Ming, don't exaggerate. 3 jewel beast tamers, 4 team leaders, and our fully equipped team can't handle a single exotic beast. If you want to die, just stay behind. We didn't force you to leave. Han Ming rarely got angry. Xu Yuan, who was swimming upwards, suddenly trembled. A powerful aura surged into his mind, and that chilling sensation lingered in his brain. Every cell in his body was frantically warning him to retreat quickly. At the same time, a sudden palpitation struck his heart. Chapter 171, Unable to suppress boom. A thick black lightning tore through the sky, and dark clouds filled with thunder engulfed the entire battle zone. Xu Yuan was covered in black arcs of electricity, and the dragon features on his body became increasingly pronounced. Ready to enter the black dragon's furious state at any moment. Sister Yun, I can't hold it back. We need to go. The roaring voice masked Xu Yuan's own voice. The deep tone of the black dragon gripping everyone's hearts. Zheng Fei's expression changed unpredictably, it came too suddenly. And he didn't expect that even Tang Yun and Yang Cheng together couldn't suppress it. Zheng team, Bai Wenwen stood in front of Zheng Fei, this is the battle zone. Let's keep our distance. Even if Xu Yuan loses control, he won't harm us. Li Shan glared at Bai Wenwen, are we just going to ignore Xu Yuan? What can we do in this situation? Bai Wenwen said, waving her hand, separating the clouds beneath Xu Yuan, also dividing Tang Yun and Yang Cheng. The cloud layer carrying Xu Yuan quickly moved away from everyone, and Li Shan, biting her silver teeth, was about to step forward when Zheng Fei pressed her down. Right now, we can only rely on Xu Yuan. Without Tang Yun and Yang Cheng's suppression. Xu Yuan suddenly lifted his head, and a deafening dragon roar shattered the sky. The tamers still fighting in the center of the battlefield had already stopped their battles, staring in disbelief at the scene before them. Chapter 172, Phoenix leads the golden crow. Flaming arrows traced long tails in the air, the arrows cutting through the wind. Surrounded by fierce whirlwinds. Clang! A powerful attack struck the snake head of Xuanwu, and the dark-colored snake scales shimmered with brilliance, forcefully blocking the formidable attack. Still so tough. A smile danced on Tan Jin's face as her wings fluttered behind her, starry sparks cascading down beautifully. Li Shan watched seriously from a distance. Captain, what skills are needed to deal with tamers, and what about powerful exotic beasts? Strength and ability. Zheng Fei stared intently at Tan Jin, feeling that with her here, Xu Yuan would likely be fine, but why was Tan Jin appearing here? Roar! The black dragon suddenly changed direction, unleashing a thunderous blow upon Tan Jin. The dark red armor on Tan Jin swirled with flames, shattering where the thunder struck, and the violent lightning instantly pierced through her. Tan Jin's pupils trembled. Looking at the black dragon with delight, what a strong attack. Oh my god, I've struck gold. Tan Jin's smile gradually turned sickly. Her eyes gleaming with a near-mad light. You're the second person who can break my phoenix armor after the captain, Yuan. Yuan. Chapter 173, A Small Gift. Are you okay, Han Ming? Zheng Fei squatted down, picking up the exhausted Han Ming. Han Ming was gasping for breath. Struggling to speak, but unable to say anything for a long time. Tang Yun was the same, her chest rising and falling with each breath, for Han Ming now. It was too much of a burden, being able to say a few words was already quite difficult. Li Shan looked at the exhausted Han Ming and said, "You've worked hard, Han Ming." Han Ming forced a smile in front of him, as if to say it was no big deal. While a few of them were chatting, a loud phoenix cry caught everyone's attention. They saw the arrow shot by Tan Jin transform into a small phoenix in mid-air. The terrifying power raising the temperature of the fire domain once again. The tip of the arrow broke through the wind, enveloped by a phoenix representing auspiciousness. And with a single strike, pierced through the body of the black dragon. Tan Jin frowned. The defense of this black dragon was so hard. Much stronger than the green dragon they had encountered earlier. Ordinary arrows couldn't break through its defense. Only by using the golden crow arrow pouch combined with her own strength could she do it. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden arrows shot out like a torrential storm. One after another, continuously piercing through the massive body of the black dragon. The black dragon twisted its body, wrapping around the neck of the Xuanwu snake and soaring into the air, its violent aura seemingly wanting to tear apart Tan Jin's fire domain. Chapter 174, Space Freeze. Sister Xia Qing. Li Shan and the others, filled with joy, lost their usual composure in front of Xia Qing, acting like children. Xia Qing landed steadily on the clouds, gently raising her hand, and two brilliant rays of light entered Tang Yun and Han Ming's bodies. The power and mental strength they had lost rapidly recovered. Is this a fountain of recovery? Han Ming widened his eyes, slowly stood up, and looked at his hands in disbelief. Han Ming was not familiar with Xia Qing when Zheng Fei and the others got to know Xia Qing. Han Ming had not yet joined the team. At this moment, the way he looked at Xia Qing was filled with admiration. She was like a large mobile recovery potion. And his mental strength compared to hers was simply worlds apart. It's not easy, Xin, to control two beasts. Xia Qing smiled lightly, looking up and down at Li Shan. Li Shan said softly, "Thanks to my teammates, otherwise I wouldn't know when I could control two beasts." But Sister Xia Qing, how did you end up here? Upon hearing this, Xia Qing pointed at the Xuanwu on the sea surface. Jinna chased it for a long time. The captain said it was heading for a wish. The captain asked me to bring a small gift for the wish, which would help him control the power of the black dragon. Chapter 175, 50. Shu and Tan, in shock, returned to their normal state, staring at each other with wide eyes, unable to speak for a moment. Above the clouds, Zhao Yang swept away his usual laziness, his brow furrowed. The feeling just now was really strange. On the contrary, Xia Qing was very calm, her mouth slightly open. This is a new discovery. I need to report it to the captain when I go back. Zheng Fei and the others were so shocked they couldn't speak. Just now, they were completely immobilized. Not only had the seawater stopped, but even the clouds in the sky had ceased to move. The lightning in the dark clouds was also suspended in mid-air. It was as if time had stopped. Have you encountered Xuanwu before? Yuan couldn't help but ask. Tan Jin shook her head with her mouth open. No. It's my first time encountering it. But I remember Xuanwu's abilities are related to water and ice. Could it be related to ice? Related to ice? Can it freeze space and time? Yuan frowned. Xia Qing, above the clouds, flipped her left wrist, revealing an exquisite watch. Time hasn't frozen, only space has been frozen. Bai Wenwen and the others were puzzled, looking at Xie Qing with confusion. Xie Qing smiled lightly. It probably has something to do with Xuanwu's ice attribute. Xu Yuan should also be thinking about this issue. Chapter 176. What the hell? The technologically advanced base now appeared particularly warm. A team of 5 finished showering in line. And Zheng Fei told everyone to go back and rest while he took a few bottles of ice-cold beer and sat on the sofa. The others did not refuse. Changing into pajamas and lying in bed. Having spent several consecutive days underwater, Xu Yuan revealed a satisfied smile the moment he lay down. Before sleeping, he was still pondering the last move used by Xuanwu, wondering if he could reach that level in the future. He woke up the next morning, grabbed his phone from the pillow, casually unplugged the charger, and realized he had slept for nearly 20 hours. In the base, there were no signs of people. The base door was open, and he couldn't feel Zheng Fei and Han Ming's presence, only sensing Li Xin and Tang Yun's auras. Stepping out of his room, the base platform had already unfolded, and Li Xin and Tang Yun were awkwardly dismembering the corpse of a fighting fish with knives. Xin, you're so clumsy. Han Ming said eating this place will give you a headache, throw it all away. Woo, I got poked again. The two were buried in their work when they looked up and saw Xu Yuan walking out in his pajamas. Did you wake up? Xu Yuan nodded and stepped forward to take the knife from Li Xin's hand. You two ladies should rest, I'll take care of it. Chapter 177. Strange-colored beast pearl. What kind of monster is this guy? Watanabe gritted his teeth, the samurai sword in his hand clashing constantly with Long Ming. The completely black long spear moved like a swimming dragon. The sound of the spear cutting through the air was piercing. Xu Yuan's figure spun, each move carrying the unique fierce aura of the black dragon. The shocking roar of Long Ming clashed with the samurai sword, the pleasant metallic clanging intertwining into a melody. And Xu Yuan's fighting spirit surged stronger. Clang! Xu Yuan spun and swept the spear. The tip carried a hint of astonishing lightning, knocking Watanabe back. Watanabe steadied himself, looking down at his trembling right hand, his pupils shaking as he looked at Xu Yuan, realizing this guy was using him for practice. Dare to underestimate me? A surge of nameless wrath rose from his heart. Young beast tamer from Huaxia, don't be so arrogant. Watanabe let out a long roar, his voice carrying a chilling tone, as the snake head behind him eerily fused with his own head. In an instant, his aura surged explosively. Xu Yuan hoisted Long Ming onto his shoulder, looking at Watanabe with interest. What are you mumbling about? But this aura is more like it. Boom! Just as he was about to attack, a loud bang came from the distant horizon, and Xu Yuan glanced sideways. The sky was stained red with flames. Chapter 178. Thunder. The giant axe roared, each strike containing immense power. Xu Yuan frowned secretly. The tip of his spear trembled as William's attacks were extremely fast, both hands gripping the giant axe, each strike carrying tremendous force. Xu Yuan was pushed back step by William, the giant axe shining with blue light, moving at incredible speed. Damn it! Xu Yuan cursed inwardly. This guy was using the giant axe in a completely different way, with both power and speed, leaving him unable to find an opportunity to counterattack. William also understood that in terms of power, he was no match for Xu Yuan, so he could only make up for it with combat skills. Gripping the long spear tightly, Xu Yuan made a fierce thrust towards William. William slightly angled the giant axe, the spear's tip sliding past the axe head, reducing the force by more than half. Newcomers are just newcomers. William's face lit up. This person's speed and strength were impeccable, but he lacked a lot in technique. Taking advantage of William's moment of distraction, Xu Yuan seized the opportunity, his offensive like the wind, as the tip of Long Ming transformed into its normal state, releasing several shards of ice upon contact with the axe's surface. Ice crystals gathered in the air, transforming into icicles that attacked William. William wore a mocking smile. with bats flapping their wings behind him, and a giant axe in his hand emanating a faint grey energy. Chapter 179, increasingly chaotic. The raging thunder dissipated, and William hovered in the air, the bat wings behind him battered by the thunder. The rumbling continued, with the lightning pouring down, its power significantly reduced from before. Blood energy spread all over William's body, and his face became increasingly ferocious. 2 blue feathers danced beneath his wings, lightning flickered on the giant axe. And the bat wings grew larger, as blood energy erupted. Want to give it a try? William shouldered the giant axe, its blade radiating blood energy, with lightning swirling around it. Yuan looked at William, whose eyes were blood red, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. So this is what it means to be a vampire, William. At this moment, William was completely different from when they first fought. The air was thick with the smell of blood, and his aura was worlds apart from before. I didn't expect even newcomers to know my reputation, William grinned, his sharp teeth white and eerie. Yuan completely didn't understand what William was saying, her long hair flowing behind her as black lightning erupted from her body. A violent aura surged, enveloping the space between heaven and sea. The thunderclouds in the sky churned, obscuring the blood-red sky. Golden dragon pupils shone brightly, with tiny arcs of electricity bursting from them. The powerful aura made William gasp, his earlier arrogance completely vanished, his blood-red eyes trembling in disbelief at Yuan before him. Chapter 180, not selling. Until Han Ming sensed no enemy presence did everyone finally breathe a sigh of relief. Tang Yun was treating Cheng Han, wiping the sweat from her forehead after a long while. It's fine, Captain Jiang. Rest for a few days after returning, and eat more beast meat. Sorry for the trouble, Beauty Yun. Jiang Shao felt a weight lift from his heart. Cheng Han had already fallen into a deep sleep. Yang Cheng's treatment had long been completed, and the injured person looked listless, needing time to recover. Team Bai, which country does that third team belong to? Yuan turned to ask Bai Wenwen. At this moment, Bai Wenwen looked extremely tired, slumped on the mist, while Yang Cheng was treating her. From Bear Country. One of the teams has a dual beast tamer, and their strength is impressive. Bai Wenwen said, looking up and smiling at Yuan. Congratulations, Yuan, on your first kill of a dual beast tamer. He. Yuan smiled shyly. If it weren't for those Russian guys interfering, he would have taken William's head himself. The azure sea surface resembled a massive blue gemstone, with sunlight filtering through the clouds and forming golden lines on the water as gentle waves pushed them. On the platform outside the base, Zheng Fei and Yuan were wearing beach shorts, each holding a fishing rod. Chapter 181, Who Called Me in the Late Night? The sea breeze was gentle. The base jutted out over the sea, with pathways extending from the doors. The salty sea breeze hit Yuan's face as he leaned on the railing, gazing at the night sky. Ever since the black dragon calmed down, he had participated in the night watch duty, just finishing his shift with Tang Yun. It had been half a month since he returned from the war zone, spending every day in the base, occasionally going out to patrol the sea with others. The reconnaissance missions hadn't gone too far, and he hadn't encountered any powerful beasts. The cold beer brought a melancholic mood in the deep night. Yuan took a big gulp and burped loudly. He looked pleased, showing no signs of sadness. Enjoying the sea breeze, Yuan squinted his eyes, the bright moonlight casting down on him, his black attire shimmering like fish scales. After staying outside for a while, Yuan returned to the base, lying on the sofa and playing on his phone. There was signal here, and he boredly browsed through the high school group chat messages, finding classmates complaining about their various universities. After a quick glance, he closed it and opened a minigame to play. About half an hour later, the door to Han Ming's room opened. Yuan was slightly taken aback. Han Ji, why are you up at this hour? Aren't you off next? Chapter 182, Sea Monk Yuan. Yuan. Han Ming shook Yuan's shoulder vigorously, a powerful mental force pouring into Yuan's mind. The black mist outside his eyes dissipated, and Xu Yuan's dazed pupils slowly focused. Han Ji. Xu Yuan felt a splitting headache, as if an invisible force was stirring his nerves. Han Ming bit down on his teeth, even making his gums bleed. Are you awake? Yeah. Xu Yuan nodded. The voice he just heard felt too real. He didn't expect to get lost in it himself, knowing that his current mental strength was only second to Han Ming's. Looking up, he saw Li Xin and the others standing on the ice, each of their eyes shrouded in that strange black mist. Captain! Captain! Xin Ji! Yuan Ji! No matter how much Han Ming shook them, there were no signs of awakening. Xu Yuan looked up at the sky, where the faint black mist still lingered. His pupils trembled, and he immediately pulled Li Xin and jumped into the sea. Han Ji, this mist is problematic, into the water. Splash! Grabbing Li Xin, they leaped into the sea, and a faint cold light emanated from Xu Yuan, rapidly lowering the temperature of the seawater. Upon hearing this, Han Ming didn't dare to hesitate. He grabbed Tang Yun and Zheng Fei and jumped into the sea. Chapter 183, You're really good at this. Li Xin's toes touched the air, allowing her to float in mid-air, surveying the surroundings. The sea was enveloped in thick black mist, which continuously spread outward. The vast sea appeared without any anomalies around the sea monk. Whoosh! She combined two explosive fireballs in her hands and quickly threw them out. The fireballs left long trails of flames as they exploded above the sea monk's head. The erupting flames illuminated the sea monk's entire body. Xu Yuan flew in the air, watching as the wounds blasted onto the sea monk quickly transformed into flesh and blood, the scene extremely bizarre. Xu Yuan, stay back. I don't believe it. Zheng Fei's voice came from behind, and Xu Yuan quickly retreated with Long Ming in hand. Zheng Fei had already entered beast transformation, his bright yellow eyes bursting with fierce battle intent. Swinging his big knife, Zheng Fei moved his body, unleashing sharp knife chi that howled through the air. The sea monk's movements were very slow due to its massive size, and Zheng Fei didn't even need to aim. Every blade of knife chi accurately hit the sea monk. The knife chi sliced through the sea monk's flesh, but the black lines replenished at a rapid speed. The fierce slashes howled. And just as they cut through the sea monk's flesh, the strange black lines would immediately fill the gaps. Chapter 184, Ice Dragon Armor. The black mist surged toward the sea monk at an incredibly fast speed. Come to me, Tang Yun softly called out, and everyone quickly gathered around her. She opened her right hand, her fingers spread wide, and the wind field quickly formed a circular wind shield that enveloped everyone. The black mist flowed over the wind shield, producing a whirring sound. Nothing could be seen outside, and no aura could be felt. The black mist covered the sky, blocking out even the light from the molten magma on the sea surface, leaving no light visible in the surroundings. A faint mist covered Han Ming's eyes. I see it. I go, you have this skill too. Xu Yuan was astonished. There were so many magical aspects about Han Ming. Han Ming did not turn around, seriously staring at the bottom. What did you see, Han Ming? Zheng Fei asked. Han Ming frowned slightly. The mist is pouring into the sea monk's body. Its skin is turning dark blue, standing on the magma sea. This thing looks stranger the more I look at it. How strange. Han Ming swallowed. It looks more and more like a person. After a while, the surroundings gradually brightened until the black mist completely disappeared. And Tang Yun raised her hand to disperse the wind shield. Chapter 185, Fool. Until the sea monk's body completely dissipated, Xu Yuan finally saw what Long Ming had pierced through. It was a turtle with a greyish-blue body, its shell entwined with black lines resembling living organisms. Its head and tail like a fish, only the size of a basketball. This should be the fish turtle that Tang Yun mentioned. With the death of the fish turtle, those black lines also lost their vitality. It looked like something similar to a parasite. Are parasites also exotic beasts? Xu Yuan's face was full of confusion. Better to ask Tang Yun, she knows best about this. Slowly releasing the dragon transformation, Xu Yuan carried Long Ming towards the others. Han Ming lay on his back on the ice surface, gasping heavily, "If you don't wake up, I'm going to be turned into a pig's head." Zheng Fei and the others knelt on the ice. The stabbing pain in their heads still hadn't disappeared, each looking very haggard. Li Xin turned to Han Ming. Forcing a smile, "I'm really sorry, Han Ming." "No problem, just get me some good food when we go back," Han Ming said as he released the beast transformation. But the ice armor attached to him did not shrink. Shu Yuan. Put away your ability, you hit me in the crotch." Shu Yuan, who was walking slowly with a smile, suddenly had a cold light in his eyes, and the ice armor shattered with a bang. Chapter 186. Silver-scaled shark in the sky far from the battlefield. Han Ming frowned slightly. "Wow, two very strong exotic beast auras. You can already feel it?" Zheng Fei asked. "Yeah, I can also sense the aura of Team Jiang and Team Bai. There are two weaker auras, probably injured," Han Ming replied. After he finished speaking, Zheng Fei quickened his pace. It should be a formidable exotic beast, otherwise, with the strength of Bai Wenwen and Jiang Shao, it wouldn't be possible for anyone to get hurt. Upon hearing that the exotic beast's aura was strong, Shu Yuan rushed to the front of Zheng Fei without thinking. Zheng Fei quickly said, "Shu Yuan, slow down, you're not the only one feeling constrained, I'm feeling constrained too." "Okay then." Shu Yuan pouted and slowed down. Tang Yun softly asked, "Can you tell what kind of exotic beast it is, Han Ming?" Han Ming frowned slightly. "One is a silver-scaled shark, the other I can't tell. But Team Bai is currently fighting it, everyone else is dealing with the silver-scaled shark." "Silver-scaled shark? What is that?" Shu Yuan asked in confusion. "The adult size is about 13 meters long, and the shark has silver scales on its body, which are very hard, making it difficult for regular attacks to penetrate its defenses." After Tang Yun finished speaking, Shu Yuan became even more interested. This was the kind of exotic beast he wanted to deal with, one with high defense that could be killed in one hit would be too boring. Chapter 187. Visiting the two had returned to their normal state, covered in blood, sitting on the back of the silver-scaled shark. Zheng Fei's breathing was somewhat erratic. Clearly the recent attack had drained a lot of energy. "This shark is half the size of our team. No problem." Jiang Shao was even more exhausted than Zheng Fei, not knowing how long he had been entangled with this silver-scaled shark. Turning to Zheng Fei, he asked, "Why has your attack become fiercer than before?" "Don't mention it. I was ambushed by a mutated exotic beast. I'm really angry about it." Zheng Fei waved his hand. "Do you have any cigarettes?" "Cheng Han." Jiang Shao shouted at a distance, as the three teams were gathering towards them. In the air, two figures in blue and silver were battling against the exotic beast. And Cheng Han came forward to throw a backpack to Jiang Shao. "Captain, aren't we going to help Team Bai and Shu Yuan?" Jiang Shao rummaged through the bag for a cigarette, not looking up. "If you don't want to be poked by Shu Yuan a few blood holes, then don't go." Zheng Fei smiled slightly. Jiang Shao had almost figured out Shu Yuan's temperament. "Where is my lighter?" Jiang Shao and Zheng Fei both had cigarettes in their mouths, and after rummaging through the bag, Jiang Shao still couldn't find the lighter. At this moment, Li Xin, who had landed on the back of the fish, lightly tapped her finger, and the cigarettes in their mouths were instantly lit. Chapter 188. Lawless Zone. 4 months had passed since their encounter with the sea monk. The sea was calm, and the motorboat was sailing on the surface, kicking up waves. Li Xin sat behind, hugging Shu Yuan's waist. The speed of the motorboat was fast, and her dark ponytail swayed in the wind. "The sea breeze is really comfortable. If only the sun wasn't so harsh." Li Xin closed her eyes as the sea breeze brushed her cheeks. Shu Yuan chuckled lightly. "A little harsh is fine, anyway. I want to get tanned." "That's true. Since becoming a beastmaster, I haven't bought any cosmetics or skincare products," Li Xin said sweetly, her big eyes turning into crescent moons. "I understand skincare products, but Sister Xin, you're so beautiful, why bother with makeup?" Li Xin gently ruffled Shu Yuan's hair. "Sister is naturally beautiful, wouldn't she be even prettier with makeup? That's true. Inside the base, 3 team leaders were having a video call. In the past 4 months, they had fought dozens of battles in the central war zone. The intelligence has been reported. The number of dual beast masters has increased in various countries, by Wen said. Zheng Fei, smoking, looked troubled. This battle is getting harder and harder, Jiang. A quarter of those beast masters, who fought with us a few years ago, have now tamed a second beast. Chapter 189. No appetite on the other side of the island. Several figures in the air were quickly approaching the lawless zone. Xu Yuan squinted his eyes. One of the auras was particularly familiar. It was William, and if they met again, they would definitely fight. William's team landed on the other side of the island. Between the ships, there was a wooden walkway extending out to the island, with the planks tightly fitted together, clearly a beastmaster's ability. The walkway was crowded with people. And Xu Yuan's group slowly descended. Xu Yuan looked at the ships on either side of the walkway, and pointed to a 3-masted sailboat, Han Ji. Doesn't that ship look like the Black Pearl? I noticed it earlier. How about later we go grab it, paint it black, and then head out to sea looking for treasure? Han Ming became interested upon hearing this. Xu Yuan's mouth twitched slightly. I just said it casually. Why are you so excited? After saying that, he smiled gently, but I think we can plan to grab it. He. Anyway, there are no rules here. Whoever is stronger gets to say. At the front of the wooden walkway, a person in armor was making records, unable to see their face, their aura weak. They raised their head to glance at the crowd and silently recorded the number of personnel in their notebook. Chapter 190. Your grandfather is here. The woman in the cage had a fierce expression, dressed in strange animal furs, with a strong build, and her eyes sparkled with wildness. The gaze swept across the beast tamers below, filled with killing intent. Is this a wild person? Xu Yuan frowned as she looked at the woman whose wheat-colored skin was beaten and bruised, clearly whipped. Correct. Yang Cheng glanced back at Xu Yuan. Wild people are often auctioned, mostly caught from remote islands with few inhabitants. To the right of the auction stage stood a man wearing a mask, his face hidden, but his voice was very youthful. A beast orb starts bidding. The translation in the earpiece conveyed his words in real time, and before he finished speaking, someone in front raised their hand to indicate 2 orbs. Single beast tamers beast orbs are hard currency here, followed by currencies with higher exchange rates and gold from various countries. Someone is bidding. What would they want with such a savage woman? Xu Yuan was taken aback. Han Ming beside her said, there are always people with unique tastes. Wild people can still be tamed, and beast tamers have their ways. The crowd was noisy, with people continuously raising their hands to bid. Xu Yuan found it boring and pulled Han Ming outside. Chapter 191. Wang Xiyuan ding ding ding. The tip of the gun trembled. And the powerful force made Tai Yu's arm numb. Xu Yuan's fighting spirit grew stronger. Little calf, you escaped last time, but you won't be so lucky this time. Tai Yu's face was extremely ugly. He had experienced Xu Yuan's strength before and couldn't help but look up at Jin Lixiu, who was battling by Wen in the air. Still daring to be distracted, Xu Yuan seized the opportunity, the gun's tip trembling, brushing past Tai Yu's face. The gun wind pierced the scales on Tai Yu's face, causing blood and flesh to burst. Xu Yuan was delivering a dimensional strike. Tai Yu was completely passive in front of her. How come you guys are still this way in the battle zone? Long Ming swung in Xu Yuan's hand like the wind, the storm-like offensive making it hard for Tai Yu to cope. Poochie. Tai Yu's left shoulder was instantly pierced. Xu Yuan twisted the spear, the tip rotating at the wound, pulling out flesh. Tai Yu gritted his teeth, suddenly retreating, gripping his long knife tightly. Captain. A teammate fighting against a mercenary beside Tai Yu exclaimed. Captain. You die too. The long spear lifted, and a blue icy energy burst forth. The temperature dropped sharply. Long Ming's breath was chilling, and the cold air howled out. Chapter 192. Pink Jiang Feng glanced awkwardly at Shu Yuan, who merely rolled her eyes without saying much, then turned her attention to the beast orb. Shu Yuan remembered that Gao Wei's beast was also quite lizard-like, and this unusual beast orb was just what he could use. How about it, Captain Bai, if you're satisfied? The price is negotiable. Wang Xing smiled slightly and closed the wooden box with a flick of his hand. The light in Gao Wei's eyes dimmed. Then he regained his composure. Captain, I still have 70 million in my card, but it's not enough for the small change, it's too expensive. It's rare to encounter something suitable. You don't need to worry about the money, if you're short, I have enough. Bai Wenwen said, looking up at Wang Xing, let's talk. Boss Wang. Talk. Let's talk. Wang Xing waved his hand, serve tea. A beast tamer quickly brought a set of tea utensils from the back, and Bai Wenwen sat down, with her 4 teammates standing behind her. Shu Yuan and the others stood at a distance, since it was their team's matter. It was not appropriate for them to participate as outsiders. Han Ming looked up at the exotic beast scales and horns hanging on the wall. He took down a delicate short knife from there, the handle plus the blade only 50 centimeters long. What material is this? So strange to touch. Han Ming weighed the short knife in his hand. Chapter 193. A piece of cloth on the head. Before long, Bai Wenwen walked out dejectedly. Yang Cheng followed closely behind her. Captain, why don't you ever listen to advice? You lose every time you gamble, how come you never learn? Where do you find a child that cries every day? Where do you find a gambler that loses every day? I don't believe it. Bai Wenwen's face was flushed. Probably because her blood surged when she was gambling just now. Hearing their conversation, Shu Yuan immediately understood that this seemingly petite and sweet-looking Bai Wenwen was actually a gambler. Han Ming chuckled. Captain Bai likes to play whether the stakes are big or small, but only here in the battle zone. I've never heard of her gambling back home. She seems to rarely return home, right? Li Shan shot Han Ming a glance. Han Ming scratched his head. It does seem so. Bai Wenwen walked up to Shu Yuan with her head down, looking a bit shy. Sorry, Shu team, for keeping you waiting. No worries, Captain Bai. How much did you lose? 15 beast orbs. Quite a substantial amount. Bai Wenwen has been in the battle zone for years, and the resources in her hand are more than Zheng Fei and Jiang Shao combined. The stalls ahead were richer than when they first entered from the dock, with foreign wines and cigarettes from various countries. Chapter 194. Stone Castle. The illegal auction area had a large living room that was beautifully decorated. Shu Yuan helped Yang Cheng walk in, carefully examining the stone castle. The interior decoration did not seem temporary. Moreover, Shu Yuan felt no aura of abilities on the walls, wondering how that Middle Eastern man managed to bring this castle to the foot of the volcano. Zheng Fei and the others were waiting at the entrance, currently in a standoff with a one-armed foreigner. It was the vampire William, who at this moment had already lost his right arm and looked haggard. Upon seeing Shu Yuan, a glimmer of panic flashed in William's eyes as he turned to leave with his team. Shu Yuan saw it clearly and walked up to Zheng Fei. Why is he still so arrogant? I don't know. He glared at me as soon as he saw me. Zheng Fei shrugged helplessly. But don't worry, this bastard doesn't dare to act here. The dual beast tamer by that Middle Eastern man is enough to deal with everyone present. Speaking of which, he looked at the panting Yang Cheng. Yang Cheng, what happened to you? Not much, just got pulled apart in a competition with Shu team. Yang Cheng waved his hand, saying he should have let Shu Yuan drag him back instead of trying to show off. Cheng Han scanned around, but didn't he find Jiang Shao, Zheng team? Where are my team members? Chapter 195. Artificial beast armor. A woman in a long dress walked from the backstage to the stage, wearing a necklace resembling beast patterns around her neck. The woman was tall and exuded a powerful aura. As soon as she appeared, the originally chaotic venue immediately quieted down. The battle zone truly hides experts. Shu Yuan smiled gently, feeling the pressure emanating from the woman. Li Shan stood beside Shu Yuan, smiling without speaking. The woman's melodious voice came through the earpiece. "Welcome everyone to this illegal auction, now let me invite my boss to speak." As soon as her words fell, the curtains above the stage slowly opened. There stood a middle-aged man in a white robe and a white headscarf, holding a golden hand. Behind him stood a dozen beast tamers whose appearances were unclear, each exuding a powerful aura. "Welcome everyone, I hope you enjoy your time in my estate. The purpose of this auction is quite simple, to purchase 2 rare colored beast pearls. If any beast tamers are interested in selling, please contact the staff." The Middle Eastern man smiled, but the forced smile made Shu Yuan frown slightly. This person's aura is that of an ordinary individual. He likely wants to buy the rare beast pearls for the beast tamer behind him. Chapter 196. The third matter 600 million, plus 1 rare beast pearl. Wangxing raised the wooden sign in his hand, a pleasant smile on his face. Lucy in the crowd lightly tapped her earpiece, speaking in a low voice with her boss. Soon, Lucy received her boss's instructions and raised her hand. "Bidder number 065's bid is valid, bidder no. 023's bid of 560 million is invalid." As soon as these words were spoken, bidder number 023, who had just raised his sign, looked dejected and turned to see Akadan beside Wangxing, silently bowing his head. Not only does he have a sturdy wallet, but he also has a strong fist. Zheng Fei chuckled softly. "Wang Xiyuan has been in various war zones for so many years. He has accumulated quite a fortune. This old businessman is still alive." Jiang Shao wore a playful smile. But to go from a small vendor to where he is now, Wang Xiyuan indeed has some skills. Zheng Fei turned to Jiang Shao. "Do you think he remembers when you robbed him of resources in the past?" "He definitely remembers. People like him remember things that are detrimental to them the clearest." Lucy raised her right hand. "The final auction item is won by bidder number 065. Congratulations to Boss Wang." Wangxing smiled and bowed to everyone. "Thank you all for your support. Come to my ship for drinks tonight, it's on me." Chapter 197. Giving you face. On the outskirts of the lawless zone, the setting sun was blood red, various elements exploding and illuminating the dim coastline. At the top of the ancient castle, Red Scorpion and Lucy stood on either side of the Middle Eastern man, their expressions calm. "Who dares to cause trouble in the lawless zone?" The Middle Eastern man showed a flash of impatience, his brows deeply furrowed. Lucy chuckled lightly. "The Huaxia people and Wang Xiyuan have already been notified." The Middle Eastern man turned to Lucy. "Huaxia people? Is there a newcomer this time? I remember that the relationship between Huaxia people and Wang Xiyuan was quite good." Lucy thought for a moment. Boss Wang said that this time there is someone named Shu Yuan in the Huaxia team. It seems he is the son of the tyrant. "Boss, who is the tyrant?" Red Scorpion and the Middle Eastern man trembled all over. "Whose son?" "The tyrant." "Is there a problem, boss?" Lucy blinked, looking at the expressions of the two with some confusion. The Middle Eastern man's eyes narrowed, looking at a young man with a delicate appearance beside him, Lin. "Is this true?" Lin smiled lightly. "Recently, there has been information regarding dragon tamers in the South China Sea, however. Whether he is indeed the tyrant's son remains to be seen. Wang Xiyuan wouldn't do anything without certainty, boss, this is likely true." Chapter 198. The Thunder Domain unfolds. Black thunder roared, and arcs of lightning fell from the dark clouds, striking Shu Yuan. The relief of dragon armor gradually emerged, his black hair flowing, and a violent aura suffocating those around him. The dragon armor fit seamlessly, adhering to the dragon scales, with small arcs of electricity continuously surging as he surveyed the battlefield. Jiang Shao and Zheng Fei were simultaneously dealing with 2 beast tamers, while the 5 dual beast tamers brought by Wangxing fought against Li Shan and by Wenwen. Akadan's gaze was sharp as he watched the relief armor continually manifesting on Shu Yuan, his brows furrowing deeper. Beast transformation armor. The dragon's roar sounded, a deep dragon's chant resonating like a heavy blow that shook Akadan's soul. He looked at Shu Yuan with flowing hair and those cold eyes. Recalling the fear of being dominated by that power. I'll kill you first, then retreat. The tip of the gun surged with lightning, pointing directly at Akadin. The tone filled with endless killing intent. Then let's give it a try. Bang! Akadin suddenly exerted force with his legs. Fist clenched as he charged at Shu Yuan with full speed. Ding! The fist collided with the spear, the powerful force causing Shu Yuan to feel slightly shocked. The dragon's roar vibrating. Shu Yuan was barely pushed back, his brow slightly furrowed. This guy's strength is quite great. Chapter 199, Weapon Destruction. Lightning surged in the thunder domain, the ground a mess from the bombardment. Shu Yuan released icy blue cold air. The power of extreme cold ice bursting from the thunder domain into the sky. Not far away, Akadin dodged the lightning, the armor on his arm already shattered, revealing the grayish-blue skin beneath. The skin shimmered with a metallic sheen as he raised his hand to block the lightning aimed at him. Outside the thunder domain, Red Scorpion led nearly 20 people, watching the surging thunder domain, no one daring to take a step forward. A burly man behind Red Scorpion asked, "Boss, what should we do?" "Just watch." "Huh? Just watch? How do we report back to the boss?" The burly man looked puzzled. Red Scorpion's beautiful eyes flashed with impatience. "We need to help the Huaxia dragon tamer, while not offending Wang Xiyuan. It's not that easy. Just watch, when we go back. We'll tell the boss we couldn't intervene." As Red Scorpion spoke, she looked in the direction of the stone ancient castle, which had once been magnificent, but had now vanished, as if it had never existed. On the coastal side, a large number of beast tamers were present, all involuntarily looking towards the west side of the island. "Who is fighting over there?" A beast tamer from Sakura country had a gloomy expression. "It's Huaxia dragon tamer Shu Yuan." Chapter 200, You are surrounded near the edge of the thunder domain. Wang Xing cursed loudly, "Useless things." After saying that, he turned to walk out of the thunder domain, breathing in the fresh air. And a relaxed smile appeared on his face, as his beast transformation gradually lifted. At that moment, Wang Xing's smile began to freeze, outside the thunder domain. A gigantic creature was staring at him with its lantern-like dragon eyes. Gulp! Wang Xing swallowed hard, his voice trembling. "Dragon." The ice dragon opened its mouth wide, a powerful cold aura shooting out. Wang Xing gritted his teeth, flames igniting all over his body. Inside the thunder domain, Jiang Feng saw Shu Yuan's face filled with pain, frantically crawling out despite his severed arm and chest wounds. Shu Yuan's brows were tightly knitted, black dragon horns on his head flickering with a dull light, as he stepped towards Jiang Feng, holding the dragon spear. Not far away, Bai Wenwen shouted to Shu Yuan, "Shu team, let me take action." Just as she was about to rush over, two beast tamers behind her immediately entangled her. Bai Wenwen gritted her teeth as her steel whip rang out. Shu Yuan merely glanced at Bai Wenwen without saying a word. Stepping on Jiang Feng's ankle with his left foot, the tip of the dragon spear sparking with black lightning, as it fiercely stabbed toward Jiang Feng's head. Puff! The tip of the spear pierced through Jiang Feng's skull, the already feeble life force completely vanishing, and white light emerged from his body, slowly coalescing into a misty beast pearl. Chapter 201, Thunder Dragon. At this moment, only Akadin and another dual beast tamer remained in front of Shu Yuan, radiating indigo light. The frenzy beast state had been forcibly lifted by the raging thunder, maintaining the beast transformation form enhanced Akadin. Shu Yuan's massive dragon eyes locked onto this person. His gaze fierce, with deep features and a longer midsection, a typical Eastern European appearance. The black dragon exhaled a puff of black mist, staring at him intently. Its wings and the unique beak characteristic of avian creatures revealed its beastly nature. Shu Yuan remembered this person. He had displayed impressive combat strength when the four had attacked him together before. At this moment, an indigo light enveloped him, and a strong brilliance shrouded Akadin. Akadin's body was torn by black lightning, with multiple scars appearing, and the lightning continued to fall like raindrops. The massive Vajra mammoth became a natural target. As the descending bolts of lightning struck Akadin mercilessly. Covered in indigo light, Akadin seemed transformed, his enormous body agile, and with each step, he left pits in the ground due to his overwhelming strength. The booming sounds that shook the earth were incessant. Xu Yuan felt a stir in his heart. The black dragon's erosion was becoming increasingly fierce, and they needed to end this quickly. Or else he would not be as lucky if he were to be replaced by the black dragon's consciousness again. Chapter 202, Hot Pot Base Ingredients Nanhai Research Institute. It had been 3 days since the illegal zone incident. Han Ming was hospitalized in the medical department, suffering from a persistent high fever, but fortunately, his wounds had begun to heal. The medical department of the institute was quite special. They used the blood of beasts, with strong recovery abilities, to prepare medicines for beast tamers. After resting, Tang Yun helped Xu Yuan alleviate the mental erosion from the black dragon. And it took 2 full days to completely suppress the lightning patterns that had appeared at the corners of Xu Yuan's eyes. At this moment, Xu Yuan's breath was steady. And there was no longer any pain on his face. He lay on the bed next to Han Ming, showing no signs of waking up. In the ward, apart from the two of them, there was only a researcher in a white coat, adjusting medicines for Han Ming. Outside the institute, 3 bases had been reclaimed. Zheng Fei and the others stood in the center of the 3 bases. In front of them, 8 soldiers in military uniforms were carrying 2 coffins, covered with red flags. All the personnel from the institute had come out to see off Duzhen and Xiaoyu. 3 team leaders stood at the front, with Bai Wenwen holding back tears. She hadn't slept for 3 days, and the immense mental strain had left her looking haggard. Jiang Shao looked at Duzhen's coffin, as it was lifted onto the boat, his eyes filled with sorrow. Everyone present raised their hands in salute, offering the purest respect to the 2 fallen comrades. Chapter 203, Orders. The Nanhai Battle Zone was rich in marine products, and the cafeteria food was even more delicious. Xu Yuan and Li Xin held their trays and selected dishes. Xu Yuan said, "Sister Xin, the mission in the Nanhai Battle Zone has been terminated." The captain said to wait until Han Ji regains consciousness before issuing new tasks. "Is that so?" Li Xin thought for a moment, but it makes sense. There are only 3 people left in Bai team, and Jiang team has also suffered casualties. But why has even our team's mission been halted? I don't know. Anyway, that's what the captain said. Let us wait until he wakes up to ask, Xu Yuan pouted. After Xu Yuan woke up, Li Xin's mood improved significantly. And she smiled softly, "All right." Pointing to a plate of pan-fried golden pomfret, she said, "Get some of this for Yuan, she loves it." Okay. After choosing their breakfast, the 2 returned to the ward, each carrying a tray. Han Ming sat at the edge of his bed, squinting his eyes. "I smell the fried sea intestines." Xu Yuan felt a few black lines appear on his forehead, seeing that Han Ming was in much better condition. Then Han Ji, "This one's for you." He. Xu Yuan is so nice. Han Ming didn't stand on ceremony and cheerfully took the tray. Tang Yun took out a napkin and placed it on Han Ming's lap, watching him gobble down his food, eat slowly. Chapter 204, Letter. The sun shone brightly, and the golden waves shimmered on the sea like flowing gold, with gentle waves lapping at the beach, creating a pleasant sound. Not far away, a small patrol ship was anchored in the ocean. In front of the beach, there were speedboats waiting to pick them up. The remaining members of the 3 teams had all arrived. Li Xin stepped forward to hug Tang Yun. "Yuan, wait for us at your home. We might not arrive faster than you. We still don't know what mission Professor Chen will assign." Tang Yun gently patted Li Xin's back, her tone soft. Li Xin smiled brightly and walked up to Xu Yuan, standing on her tiptoes to hug him. "Xu Yuan, if there are any dangerous missions, you can refuse. And try not to use your full strength again." "I understand, Sister Xin, I know my limits." After Xu Yuan finished speaking, Han Ming turned to Zheng Fei. What kind of limits does he have? Agreed. Zheng Fei grinned. The two had no intention of saying goodbye, as they would see each other again soon enough. No need for such formalities. Jiang Xiao directly led his team to salute Xu Yuan and Tang Yun. Bai Wenwen walked up to Xu Yuan and extended her hand. Captain Xu, thank you for fighting with all your might for us in the illegal zone. Chapter 205, Darim Research Institute. On the 9th day after leaving Changsha, the black SUV finally entered the Darim region. The two of them took their time, stopping along the way to enjoy the scenery and attractions. Tang Yun sent the photos and videos she took to Li Xin, who was so angry that she video-called Tang Yun every day, saying that she also wanted to go play with them next time. Ding dong. Tang Yun, sitting in the passenger seat, had just put down her water cup when her phone rang. Opening her phone, she saw a voice message from Li Xin. Upon playing the voice, Li Xin's pleasant voice came through. Yun are you guys reaching the research institute today? Tang Yun glanced at the map information displayed on Xu Yuan's phone and replied to Li Xin, yes, we'll arrive by this evening. That's great. We still don't know when we'll be back. The team coming to take over our tasks hasn't arrived yet. The captain plays cards with Team Jiang and Team Bai every day. It's so boring. Tang Yun smiled at her phone. That's good. Consider it a vacation. Xu Yuan and I will definitely have tasks when we reach the institute. Woo woo, I also want to do missions with you guys. Alright, Xin. Keep an eye on the captain, he gets too into his games, don't let him start a fight with Team Jiang again. Li Xin's voice came through, They've already fought several times, Team Bai has lost the most and hasn't caused as much ruckus as those two. Chapter 206, Qianqing Project. Watching Professor Chen's departing figure, Xu Yuan couldn't help but frown. Why does it feel like Professor Chen has aged a lot? Tang Yun looked at Xu Yuan with a complex expression. You don't know that Professor Chen is seriously ill? Huh? Xu Yuan's mouth dropped open in surprise. I didn't know, I thought Professor Chen was quite healthy. Tang Yun sighed. Professor Chen fell ill in the second year after his retirement. Saying this, Tang Yun knocked on her left chest. Heart disease, at his age, the risk of surgery is very high, and he doesn't want to undergo surgery. He has been relying on medication to prolong his life for these years. Xu Yuan looked at the small figure in the white coat. Isn't there any other way? Sister Yun, what about your abilities? I can only treat injuries, not diseases. Aren't there many beasts recorded in the classic of mountains and seas that can exempt people from diseases? That won't work, it's ineffective for ordinary people. Beast meat is good for us, but for ordinary people, it's just delicious and nutritious meat, nothing more. Tang Yun spoke, her slightly furrowed brows gently relaxing, but it's already quite good. Professor Chen is currently holding on for your sake. If you had been born a few years later, he might have passed away long ago. Chapter 207, Desert. After chatting about some other matters with Professor Chen, he inquired about the battle details in the lawless zone. Xu Yuan was also candid, informing him about how the Black Dragon Society was trying to erode his consciousness again. Professor Chen pondered for a moment and advised Xu Yuan to avoid using his full strength until he fully mastered the Black Dragon, otherwise, if he was truly replaced by the Black Dragon, it would be a serious problem. Moreover, with Xu Yuan's current power, he could handle himself even without using his full strength, as long as he didn't encounter those monstrous beast tamers. Not finding Tang Yun in the dormitory building, Xu Yuan continued to think on his way to the library about why Professor Chen wanted him to cultivate his own power. He had just tried to ask him, but Professor Chen played dumb and said nothing. Before leaving, Xu Yuan left him with one sentence: although you live in modern society, the unchanging truth is that the one with the strongest fist gets to speak. As for your superiors, they even fear those monsters ranked higher. The library was built with transparent glass walls, and Tang Yun was sitting at a table holding an ancient book, with the vast desert visible through the glass in front of her. The intense ultraviolet rays were significantly weakened by the glass walls, and the light was soft. Chapter 208, Chess Game. In the night sky of the desert, the silver moon cast a layer of silver over the nearby sand dunes. The surroundings were quiet, mysterious, and beautiful. Not even a whisper of wind could be felt. Yuan sat cross-legged, extending his perception outward. Beneath the sand lay scorpions and some insect species. They were afraid of the aura emanating from Yuan and Tang Yun, and dared not approach. At 3 o'clock in the morning, sounds of rustling came from the tent behind them. Yuan opened his eyes and slightly turned his head to see Professor Chen, wrapped in a blanket, crawling out of the tent and sitting down beside him. Looking up at the sky, Yuan softly asked, "Professor, why are you awake so early?" "I am getting old. I sleep less," Professor Chen yawned, still not fully awake, pulling the blanket tightly around him. "Tell me about your recent situation." "Sister Xiaqing helped me enhance my mental strength last time, and currently, the Black Dragon is bound by the Dragon Lock chain. However, after the last incident in the Lawless Zone, even when using my full strength, the Black Dragon is still restless." Hearing Yuan pause, Professor Chen looked at him. "Is that all?" "That's all. Didn't you say I need to go to the Pacific to fully master it?" "I'm thinking about whether I should sneak a trip there. I should be able to get there quickly with my speed." Yuan blinked. Chapter 209, Army Ants. Under the boundless starry sky, against the backdrop of yellow sand, a young man dressed in black stepped forward, gazing up at the vast sea of stars. Behind him, Tang Yun and Professor Chen watched Yuan, both aware of the burdens he would carry in the future. Yet they remained silent. The vast starry sky in the desert had no city-like pollution, only pure darkness and twinkling stars. The stars surged like waves, and the Milky Way spanned across the sky. Unlike when they were at the North Pole, the sky in front of them seemed close enough to touch. Yet it also felt distant, as if transcending time itself. Yuan gazed at the night sky, a smile slowly spreading across his face. "The world is colorful. I've seen many legendary places in ancient texts, and I want to visit them all." Turning to look at Professor Chen, he continued, "As for the path you laid out for me, if you don't want to tell me about it, I'll pretend it doesn't exist. I want to do what I want first and see the world I want to see. The rest can wait for later." Thinking that Professor Chen would scold him, he was surprised when Professor Chen smiled slightly. "Although you didn't inherit your father's physical traits, your thoughts are the same as his. It's just a pity that Haoming realized it a bit late." Tang Yun rubbed her temples. "If I had known, I would have just gone to sleep. I'm so weak now, knowing these things is of no benefit to me." Chapter 210, Lost Sandbar. Peeling the meat. Yuan carefully removed the skin from each piece of meat, placing it on the back of the camel. The weight was not heavy. The flesh of the sandworm is rich in protein. Yuan only kept enough for their dinner, letting the yellow sand cover the rest. The closer they got to the center of the desert, the higher the temperature rose. The wind was hot, and breathing felt like it would burn his lungs. He controlled the temperature within the ice barrier, keeping it pleasantly cool. "We have already entered the center of the desert. Yuan, can you feel anything?" Professor Chen asked, holding the electronic device in his arms. Yuan gently shook his head. "I don't feel anything. There are too few exotic beasts in the desert, it's so boring." "Wasn't that scorpion of decent strength?" "I saw you quite excited when you fought it," Tang Yun said softly. Yuan looked helpless. "Wasn't I just passing time with it? If I wanted to, I could take it out in a second." Okay, I know." Yuan turned back to Professor Chen. "Professor, where is the lost sandbar?" "I don't know, we need to find quicksand to take us in." "Huh?" Yuan was taken aback. "Quicksand? Is it safe for you to take that risk too?" Chapter 211, Long Ride. The electronic device was affected by the magnetic field, causing confusion, and the time displayed was inaccurate. Even the watch on Professor Chen's wrist was affected, with the hands moving quickly. Yuan estimated the time. It was already around 11 o'clock at night. Tang Yun leaned against a stone pillar, resting with her eyes closed. While Professor Chen continued to study the carvings on the pillar with a portable flashlight. Xu Yuan sat beside Tang Yun, eating canned food. Professor, how about taking a break? I'll take a look. Every glance counts, Professor Chen replied seriously without turning around. Tang Yun, eyes closed, said, let the professor look. It's not easy for an ordinary person to delve into the territory where exotic beasts appear. It's because you're here that he came, otherwise. Professor Chen would never reach this place in his lifetime. That's true. Xu Yuan swallowed his food and took out another can from his backpack. Here, have one, Sister Yun. We don't know how long we'll be here. Tang Yun accepted without hesitation. Xu Yuan opened the can and handed it to Tang Yun. I wonder how things are going with Sister Xin. We haven't been in contact for several days. She should still be at the South Sea Research Institute. Once Xin returns, she will definitely contact us. Professor Chen seemed tireless, the flashlight's beam was growing weaker. Yet it didn't affect his continued research. Chapter 2:12. Dragon Lock Well. The three of them leaned over the well's edge and looked down. The well was pitch black. A strong smell of blood rushed to their heads, making them frown. Xu Yuan's black pupils slowly transformed into ice-blue dragon eyes, and the bottom was unfathomably deep, seemingly reaching the Earth's core. The dense darkness was intimidating. Professor Chen was excited, leaning over the edge of the well, ready to jump in. Hey. What are you doing? Xu Yuan and Tang Yun's faces turned anxious as they quickly pulled him back. What are you thinking, Professor? If you jump down and die, I'll take your surname. Yuan's eyes widened in excitement. Professor Chen, usually calm and composed, lost his rationality when it came to matters concerning dragons. He even forgot that he was an ordinary person. So what are we waiting for? Hurry and take me down. I want to see what kind of dragon this is. Tang Yun frowned beside him. Professor, let's let Yuan rest for a bit first. You should rest too. Professor Chen was about to say he wasn't tired, but thought of Yuan's situation and gently nodded. All right. The three agreed to rest and then immediately enter the Dragon Lock Well. Yuan leaned against the stone pavilion's pillar and soon fell into a deep sleep. Tang Yun sat beside him, and the gentle power of the Qingyuan nourished Yuan's spirit. It took Professor Chen a long time to calm his excited heart before he leaned against another stone pillar and fell asleep. Chapter 2:13. Candle Dragon Whoosh. The ice ball shot out, barely brushing past the noses of the two. Tang Yun and Professor Chen exchanged glances. This was the signal Yuan had mentioned. Without any hesitation, Tang Yun jumped down, holding Professor Chen. The sound of rushing wind filled their ears as they descended rapidly. Thump, thump, thump. Professor Chen's heartbeat echoed loudly in the well. And Tang Yun focused her gaze below. As Tang Yun landed steadily, Professor Chen's restless heart could no longer be suppressed. He agilely leaped down from Tang Yun's arms, his posture not resembling that of an elderly man at all. Professor, wait for me. Tang Yun tightened her backpack, her expression serious. The overwhelming dragon aura had already surged into her mind. The powerful presence nearly froze Tang Yun's thoughts. Professor Chen displayed an unprecedented calmness. Yuan has sent out a safety signal. There's no danger. Hurry up, Tang Yun. A beast tamer was being urged by an ordinary person. Tang Yun felt a bit helpless, thinking it was too fast, yet he was still dissatisfied. She slowed her pace and followed behind Professor Chen, who moved quickly, his silver hair swaying back. His eyes sparkled with fervor as he murmured, "Haoming. Yuan will make up for everything you couldn't do. He will stand at the top of the world. This is your pursuit. And it is also what I most hope to see." Chapter 2:14. Three people walking. The blazing sun scorched the ground, and in an instant, everything went dark as they burst out of the sand, a halo encircling their heads. The towering ice pillar brought some coolness to the desert. In the distance, there was a thin ice pillar, and the ropes tying the camels had already slipped to the bottom of the ice pillar. Yuan soared into the air, flying towards the camels. He set Tang Yun down and placed Professor Chen in the middle of the camel's hump. Yuan squatted in front of the camel, gently stroking its head. If I leave you here, do you think you can walk back by yourself? This was a camel that had been trained at the Darim Research Institute since childhood. Leaving it here was somewhat unreasonable. Hiss, hiss. The camel made a hissing sound, shaking its head like a rattle drum. Yuan was slightly taken aback. Could this creature understand his words? After thinking it over, he decided to lead it along for now. When Tang Yun woke up, they could fly back directly. Yuan held an electronic device in his hand, with Tang Yun on his back. He didn't have a free hand to hold the camel's rope, but this camel was quite intelligent and followed closely behind him. After walking for nearly 3 hours, Tang Yun slowly regained consciousness, her head resting on Yuan's shoulder. Yuan, let me down. Let us rest a bit longer, your breath is still a bit weak, Yun Ji. Tang Yun forced a smile. What on earth is this candle dragon? Just locking eyes with it almost drained my mental energy. Chapter 2:15, Elegant Rhythm During Dinner. Professor Chen casually asked, how long until we reach Suzhou? Yuan took out his phone to check the navigation. About 600 kilometers left, at our current speed. It will take a few more days. After closing his phone, he looked at Professor Chen. Are you in a hurry? I'm not in a hurry. But I'm afraid you are. What do we have to be in a hurry for? It's a vacation anyway, just like a self-driving trip. Professor Chen nodded gently and took a sip of soup. That's good. The restaurant was not far from the hotel, and the three walked back leisurely after dinner. Without his researcher's white coat, Professor Chen looked like an ordinary old man, his posture much more hunched than a few years ago. Tang Yun wore the earrings Yuan had given her. With each step, they swayed lightly, looking very beautiful. On the way back to the hotel, they passed a large bookstore, and Tang Yun and Professor Chen stopped in unison. Yuan squinted. How about we go in and take a look? Professor Chen thought for a moment. I probably can't find the book I want in there. Let us go take a look anyway, you never know. Tang Yun said with a gentle smile, leading the way into the bookstore. Even at night, the bookstore was brightly lit. Many young people sat on the floor, flipping through books. Chapter 2:16, Old White Hair. Before long, Yuan walked out slowly, his well-fitted suit appearing steady. Paired with Yuan's delicate face, it balanced strength and softness. The suit was tailored perfectly, giving him an air of nobility. Tang Yun smiled. You look very handsome. As she spoke, she stepped forward, and the woman in professional attire naturally stepped back. Tang Yun adjusted Yuan's tie. Xinxin's taste is as good as ever. She chose this fabric too. It was evident that the two of them had schemed about this quite a bit. Yuan looked at his reflection in the mirror. It was his first time wearing a suit, and it felt completely different from wearing military attire. Tang Yun giggled. The two of us set up a group chat with the designer, and Xinxin even specially got your body data from the Research Institute. As she spoke, Tang Yun tiptoed and leaned close to Yuan's ear. Even without the body data, Xinxin knows you like the back of her hand. Yuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. During the time he was controlling the black dragon, Li Xinxin had always been taking care of him, often wiping the sweat off his body. Yuan felt a bit embarrassed. Is it really necessary to mention this here, Yun Ji? He. This is a gift from Xinxin to you, the one below is from me. Chapter 2:17, Osman. Thus wine. Two elderly men with white hair were playing chess in the study. Meanwhile, outside a certain internet cafe in Suzhou, a silver sports car parked. In the passenger seat, Zheng Fei looked at Yuan with a face full of disbelief. Is it really necessary to drive a sports car out? I just didn't expect that Yun Ji's family garage had a sports car, so I wanted to take it out for a spin. Zheng Fei laughed. I'll drive it back. No problem. The internet cafe was located in the city center, bustling with people. Young women in ultra-short skirts moved gracefully between the machines, each radiating youth and beauty. As Yuan and Zheng Fei stepped out of the elevator, two girls gently lowered their heads. "Good evening, guests." Zheng Fei squinted his eyes and directly pulled out a photo of Han Ming. "We're looking for him." The girl on the right took a careful look, her expression pausing, filled with concern. "Are you here to take him away? This guest has been playing here for 6 days and hasn't slept for a minute." Hearing this, both of their mouths twitched. For Han Ming, this was nothing. In their eyes, it was a sign of impending doom. Zheng Fei shut his phone. "Take us to him." "This way." The little sister walked in high heels, her flower-white thighs swaying in front of the two. Xu Yuan and Zheng Fei seemed not to notice, their eyes filled with helplessness. Chapter 218. Ability Enhancement. Li Shin's hair was loose, beautiful and charming. Xu Yuan rubbed his sleepy eyes and yawned. "I slept so soundly." "Get up quickly," Li Shin said, pulling Xu Yuan up, leaning against the bathroom door, watching him finish washing up. As Xu Yuan unbuttoned the first 2 buttons of his pajamas, Li Shin raised her eyebrows and stared at him. "Sister Shin, why don't you go out first? I'll change my clothes and come out." Li Shin grinned. "What part of you haven't I seen? Why are you still shy? I'll wait for you downstairs." "Okay." After changing into loose home clothes, Xu Yuan walked slowly downstairs. On the sofa, Tang Yun was wearing a dress, and Li Shin was smiling and leaning on her shoulder, talking about something. "Let's go." Xu Yuan. Seeing Xu Yuan come down, Li Shin stepped forward and linked her arm with his, while Tang Yun smiled gently and led the two to the dining room. The morning light was soft, warming the people. Xu Yuan still felt a bit sleepy and stretched. "What were you chatting about with Sister Yun, Sister Shin?" "Yana said she wanted to absorb the beast orb after breakfast, so she called you up to watch together." "Oh, I see." Tang Yun turned her head. "This is a big deal for me. I want everyone to witness it with their own eyes." Chapter 219. Pressure Ahem. Zheng Fei cleared his throat. "The thing is, Xu Yuan, didn't you ask me to help you sell the remaining 3 color-changing beast orbs? The elephant-type color-changing beast orb has been sold, leaving 1 snake-type and 1 armored pangolin type. Someone wants to exchange the pangolin orb for a leopard-type color-changing beast orb, which is quite suitable for Han Ming. The beast orb is your trophy, so you have to make the decision." Hearing this, Tang Qian and Professor Chen instantly understood why they needed to avoid them. This was a private matter within their team, and it was indeed inappropriate for them to listen. Han Ming looked at Xu Yuan with hopeful eyes. Xu Yuan pinched his chin, frowning slightly. "Brother Han, is the beast orb for exchange suitable for you?" "Yes, it is. I don't care what ability it brings me, but it can open the door for me to control 2 beasts." Han Ming nodded seriously, his expression grave. Xu Yuan smiled slightly. "In that case, let's exchange it." Upon hearing this, everyone present smiled. Han Ming was full of excitement, stepping forward to grab Xu Yuan's hand. "Really? Xu Yuan? That beast orb can sell for quite a bit of money." "Money is worthless, we can earn it back later. Besides, the money on my card is enough for me to live comfortably for the rest of my life. Brother Han, you should know that you guys are the most important to me." Chapter 220. Obedience. On the 9th day of arriving at the Tang family, Professor Chen's health was deteriorating. The daily dosage of medicine was increasing. During these days, Tang Qian and Professor Chen stayed together, while others were unaware of Professor Chen's condition. Zheng Fei and Han Ming had just arrived in Tacheng, Xinjiang, with hastily taken landscape photos, almost all casual snaps. In Xu Yuan's room, Li Shin and Tang Yun lay on Xu Yuan's bed, leaning against his pillow, their 2 pairs of snow-white beautiful legs captivating. Xu Yuan leaned at the foot of the bed, looking helpless. "Sisters, I want to sleep." "Oh, why the hurry?" Li Shin waved her hand, holding her phone and asking Tang Yun beside her. "Yunna, look at this. The cut is pretty good, but the fabric looks average. Should I have them customize one for you in the same cut?" He, Yana, you're so nice. Li Shin hugged Tang Yun's arm, her face beaming with smiles. Today in the daytime, Tang Yun had delivered the computer she bought for Han Ming. Tang Yun didn't understand these things, and had bought the best available on the market. Xu Yuan spent the whole afternoon tinkering in Han Ming's room, cursing as he worked. Why is installing a computer so complicated now? It's not that bad. I don't see that many cables, Tang Yun blinked. Chapter 221, Bishi stone carving. The back seat of the vehicle was filled with shopping bags, Tang Yun. The little rich girl covered all expenses for the day. Lunch was at the best hotel in Suzhou. And the photos and videos sent to the group caused Zheng Fei and Han Ming to wail. Tang Yun, you're biased. Why didn't you take us to eat when we were in Suzhou? Sister Yun is so bad. I was gnawing on naan with the captain. Han Ming sent a voice message along with a photo of half-eaten naan. Li Xin, playing with her phone, looked speechless. Were they eating roasted whole sheep yesterday? Yes. Forget about them. Tang Yun chuckled, taking a piece of meat and nibbling on it. Tang Yun smiled. After we finish eating, I'll take you to take a boat on Taihu Lake. It's the peak tourist season now, and there are quite a few handsome guys and beauties by the lake. Great. Li Xin's face was filled with joy. Can we drive the boat ourselves? Of course not, but if you want, I can call my mom to ask. As Tang Yun spoke, she picked up her phone and dialed Song Jinshu. After a brief conversation, Song Jinshu called Tang Yun back. The voice on speaker, just call this number when you get there, and I can arrange a boat for you. Let Xu Yuan drive, and you two girls shouldn't drive. Chapter 222, Dragon's Nest. The night was deep, and tourists were orderly evacuating under the guidance of the staff. The staff held loudspeakers announcing the maintenance of the scenic area. Uncle Hu, accompanied by several strong retired soldiers, stood guard at the spot where Xu Yuan and the others entered the water. At the bottom of Taihu Lake, the blue light on Xu Yuan was vibrant. Due to the depth, no anomalies could be seen from the surface. The giant Bishi stone sculpture lay at the bottom of Taihu Lake, carrying a massive stone tablet engraved with dense small seal characters. A calm dragon energy surged into Xu Yuan's mind, his silver-white eyebrows slightly furrowing. The two beautiful women beside him held their breath. Even Li Xin, seeing the Bishi stone sculpture again, felt a shock. Sister Xin, Sister Yun, you two stay here and watch. I'll go down and take a look. Li Xin nodded gently, their eyes already beastly. Li Xin was clearing the debris off the stone tablet, while Tang Yun focused on reading the contents on the stone tablet. Meanwhile, Xu Yuan's phone left on the shore rang. Uncle Hu bent down to pick it up, looking at the caller ID before answering. Xu Yuan. I just asked the Research Institute to check on Professor Chen, but Hu uncle immediately interrupted. Professor, it's me, Xiao Hu. Xu Yuan has gone into the water. Chapter 223, Haizhou Ancient City. On the 28th day of arriving at Tang Yun's house, 5 people in diving suits quietly entered the lake at the late night of Taihu Lake with flashlights. Li Xin and Tang Yun held onto Xu Yuan's shoulders, not daring to stray far since learning that the Bishi was alive. Zheng Fei and Han Ming were filled with shock. Han Ming wrote on his left arm's notepad, there really is a presence, I can feel it clearly. Xu Yuan had already transformed into a dragon. His silver-white long hair dancing in the water, the presence we feel is very weak. Han Ming continued downstream, incessantly writing on the notepad, so awesome. Who would have thought there was a Bebe at the bottom of Taihu Lake? Watching the characters written by Tang Yun, he felt speechless and wrote on the tablet, that's called Bishi. Not Bebe. Tang Yun was also beside Han Ming, annotating the pronunciation for him. Han Ming waved his hand, unconcerned. Zheng Fei, like Xu Yuan, circled around the huge Bishi, initially thinking that the dragon chain tying the black dragon was quite powerful. But compared to the dragon chain locking the Bishi, Xu Yuan's dragon chain looked like a toothpick. After seeing everything, Zheng Fei pulled Han Ming, and the 5 of them swam towards the lake. On the shore, Zheng Fei took out the hidden backpack and handed out a few towels to everyone. Chapter 224, Shield the tea was fragrant, and on the wall behind the television hung a photo of a family of 4, looking quite new. As if it had just been taken. In addition to Lee Let Ian, who was being held in his arms. There was also a beautiful girl, who looked about 15 or 16 years old. Next to Lee Sao stood a middle-aged man with a calm demeanor, large eyes, and handsome features. Li Shin sat on the sofa, playing with Lee Let Ian. Call me aunt, and I'll give you a red envelope. Yi-ya. Lee Let Ian made a sound, his smile pure and adorable. Tang Yuan felt a bit itchy. Shin, let me hold him for a while. Wait a minute. Let me play a bit longer. Xu Yuan and Zheng Fei tacitly raised their teacups and took a sip, glancing at Li Sao with strange expressions. Li Sao smiled. Unconcerned, Shin, how long are you back home this time? Not long, I just took advantage of my vacation to come see you and my brother. What about my? Li Shin handed Lee Let Ian to Tang Yuan. Tang Yuan became interested and picked up a small toy to play with Lee Let Ian. Li Sao sat down beside her. At the boarding school, your brother goes to work every day, and I have to take care of Let Ian. So no one is looking after Mai's daily life. I enrolled her in a boarding school this semester. Chapter 225, Sleep Record. Hearing Tan Jin's name. Zheng Fei and Han Ming both leaned in, opening their mouths, but making no sound. How did she call you? Xu Yuan shook his head. He didn't know either. The surrounding environment was too noisy, so he picked up his phone and found a quiet place. On the other end of the line, Tan Jin's voice came through. I didn't expect you to recognize my voice. Why is it so noisy on your side? I'm at an internet cafe playing games with the captain. Is there something you need, Tan Jin? Xu Yuan asked. Tan Jin's voice was pleasant. Can't I call you if there's nothing? I'm on vacation, back in the country, and I want to invite you out for a meal. Do you have time? Yes, our whole team is on vacation, we have plenty of time. Xu Yuan sighed in relief, thinking that Tan Jin was calling for something serious. But it turned out she just wanted to meet for a meal. Tan Jin chuckled, then you come find me. I just returned to Jingju, and will take a good nap at home first. Okay, add this phone number of mine and send me a location. All right. Oh right, Xu Yuan, my grandfather said he wants to meet you, and I said I'd ask for your opinion first. Just as she was about to hang up, Tan Jin remembered this matter. Xu Yuan frowned. He had heard Professor Chen say that Tan Jin's family, like his own, had long stopped involving themselves in matters concerning beast tamers. Chapter 226. Dao follows nature. In the heart of the Jianghan Plain, leaning against the Han River. The openness of the plain contains the softness of the Jiangnan water town. The scenery by the river is beautiful, with tourists coming and going, their accents varied. On the way here, Xu Yuan even saw a giant crayfish statue. No wonder Tan Jin chose to eat crayfish here. Han Ming, with a pained expression, held the camera. Come on, sisters, get a little closer. Hearing this, Li Shin and Tang Yuan hugged their sun hats, their faces close together, smiling beautifully. Not far away, Xu Yuan and Zheng Fei sat on a stone bench, holding a bottle of soda. Brother Han is too miserable, he has been shooting all the way. Not really. Zheng Fei's expression was very relaxed. Xu Yuan's phone rang, and when he answered, Tan Jin's voice came through. Xu Yuan, where are you staying? Send me the hotel location. I'll go directly to your hotel to book a room. I'll send it to you right away. Xu Yuan said as he hung up the phone and sent Tan Jin the hotel location. Glancing at the time, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The sun was still a bit harsh, casting a golden layer over the rippling waves. The chilled soda was refreshing, and Xu Yuan squinted his eyes. A light breeze brushing against his face, carrying warmth. By the river, 2 beauties were directing Han Ming to find angles. And Han Ming had fallen flat on the ground. This is too hard, I should have hired a professional photographer for you. Chapter 227, I refuse. Outside. It had started to rain lightly at some point, and the few of them stood at the store entrance. Li Shan stretched out her palm to catch the raindrops. The lights of passing vehicles reflecting on her face. No wonder the evening breeze was cool during dinner. Fortunately, the shop was very close to the hotel. And the six of them quickly ran back to the hotel. After exchanging goodnights, they each returned to their rooms. Xu Yuan had just finished showering when he grabbed his phone. It showed 3 unheard voice messages, all from Tan Jin. What a pity. I wanted to take you all to have fun in Hubei. When you're on a mission, let me know where the research institute is. And I'll come see you before I leave. I'm going to sleep now, you don't need to wake me when you leave tomorrow. I'll wake up and go back to Jingju. Xu Yuan replied one by one, lying down with his hair still damp. He slept very soundly that night. And in the morning was awakened by the sound of a phone ringing, with Zheng Fei's voice coming through. The person picking us up has arrived. Get up and wash up. Okay, Captain. The sky outside was grey and drizzly, having rained all night, and it hadn't stopped yet. Xu Yuan pulled his suitcase out of the elevator, and as soon as he stepped outside, he was dumbfounded. Zheng Fei and the others were all dressed in black military uniforms, while Xu Yuan was still in regular clothes. Chapter 228. Conditions. The faces of the 5 commanders suddenly darkened, and Zhu Buqing's face showed anger. What did you say? I said I refuse. Xu Yuan looked up to meet Zhu Buqing's gaze, his eyes sharp as a sword. Zhu Buqing slowly stood up, the two exchanged glances. And the atmosphere in the conference room turned icy to the extreme. Give me a reason. Zhu Buqing spat out 5 words. Xu Yuan did not avoid or back down. His eyes growing colder. Zhu Buqing felt Xu Yuan's gaze becoming sharper, like a blade piercing into his heart. Zhu Buqing's mind was in turmoil. Was this the gaze a 23-year-old should have? Behind him, Jiang Shao lowered his voice to ask Zheng Fei beside him, "What's going on?" I don't know either. Xu Yuan hasn't told me anything, who knows what he is thinking. Zheng Fei was already sweating profusely, his eyes wide open. Noticing Zhu Buqing's gaze retreating, Xu Yuan finally spoke. I'm not interested, I just want to take care of my own team. There's no need for the whole team to take this risk. Moreover, 5 commanders, have you ever faced a top-tier exotic beast? On what basis do you assume we can easily deal with a top-tier exotic beast? Chapter 229, You are my brother. The discussion among several commanders in the conference room was heated. In the same building below, there was a lounge, with 2 rows of sofas standing opposite each other, and a red carpet laid in the middle. Li Shan and a few others were sitting on the sofa, while Han Ming was indulging in snacks and fruits. The 2 beautiful women looked extremely speechless, and Li Shan squinted her eyes. I can't believe you can eat here. Don't you see where this is? So what? After flying for so long without breakfast, shouldn't I be allowed to eat? Han Ming retorted confidently. As they were talking, footsteps came from the entrance of the lounge, and they turned to see Xu Yuan walking in front with a smile, while the 2 behind her looked like wilted eggplants, listless with wide eyes. Xu Yuan. Captain. The 3 stood up at the same time. Xu Yuan walked directly to Li Shan's side and sat down. Raising her eyebrows at Li Shan, it's done. What is done? Li Shan blinked, looking confused. Xu Yuan looked around the lounge and smiled at Li Shan. I'll tell you later. Zheng Fei and Jiang Shao sat down across from Xu Yuan, both still looking somewhat shaken. Zheng Fei widened his eyes. You didn't discuss this with me in advance. Chapter 230. Back to Kunlun Mountain. The 2 sat silently on the steps. Feng Yi had a strong craving for cigarettes, and handed several to Xu Yuan during the time. Xu Yuan accepted them all, and as Feng Yi lit one, he did too. Soon the next step was littered with cigarette butts. Xu Yuan knew Feng Yi was sitting next to him, because he wanted to ask something, but he remained patient and didn't say a word. The sky gradually brightened, and a bodyguard stepped forward. Commander, you should rest now. Got it. Feng Yi waved his hand, holding a cigarette. With the help of the bodyguard, he slowly stood up, stretching his stiff legs and sighing, "I really am getting old. I can't stand sitting for too long." After saying that, he patted Xu Yuan on the shoulder. "You should go to bed early too." "Okay, Commander Feng." Once Feng Yi's presence faded away, Xu Yuan flicked the cigarette butt away and got up to return to the dormitory. Inside the dormitory, Han Ming was sound asleep, breathing steadily. Xu Yuan drew the curtains and took off his shoes before getting into bed. On the other side, Feng Yi was in the bathroom washing up, smiling gently in the mirror. "Good kid, really patient." The next day, close to noon, Xu Yuan slowly got up. Han Ming was already gone, and Xu Yuan finished washing up and walked toward the cafeteria. Chapter 231, Dragon Tooth. The personnel in the main building were very dense, with many unfamiliar faces. In the hall, projections of various exotic beasts were vivid, even showing how they used their skills. A group of beast tamers stood on the west side, all of whom appeared to have recently become beast tamers according to their aura. Major General Zhu Wenzheng stood in front of them, speaking the same words Xu Yuan had heard before. "Is this a new round of training for newcomers?" Xu Yuan watched with great interest. Tang Yun chuckled softly, "Yes. But the 4 people you will be taking in a couple of days should not be among them. Do you want to greet Major General Zhu?" Li Shen looked at Xu Yuan with her big watery eyes. Xu Yuan shook his head gently. "Forget it. I'll rest after finishing my business." None of those people's auras seemed promising. Xu Yuan naturally had no interest in the inexperienced newcomers. At the entrance of Liu Shurensen's laboratory, several burly soldiers were carrying a huge horn forward. Passers-by on both sides of the road moved aside to make way for them. "Need a hand, brothers?" Xu Yuan grinned and reached out to help under the horn. Everyone felt much lighter on their shoulders, and the leader blinked. "Are you Xu Yuan?" "That's me." Xu Yuan smiled. He recognized many soldiers there, only some new ones he did not know. Chapter 232, The eve before the plan begins. On the way back to Zilinshan Yuan, Xu Yuan told the two about Fang Qian not recognizing him. Li Shen leaned on Xu Yuan's car seat, her pretty face resting on his shoulder. "The Qianqing plan has always been confidential. We only know about it because the captain told us. Isn't that a bit too secretive?" Xu Yuan held the steering wheel with his left hand, asking softly. Tang Yun sighed from the back seat. "So many people died during the experimental phase back then, so they take this matter very seriously. Otherwise, the 5 commanders wouldn't have called you for a meeting. What a hassle." Xu Yuan chuckled lightly, pressing a little harder on the gas pedal. Returning to Zilinshan Yuan was just in time for lunch. Zheng Fei stood at the kitchen door with a plate of food. Blinking at the 3 who walked in, "I thought you would have lunch at the research institute." That was the plan, but today coincidentally coincides with the newcomer training. So it got a bit boring, so we just came back. Xu Yuan said as he ran to sit at the table. Zheng Fei laughed. "You guys sit first. I'll fry a couple more dishes." After lunch, Xu Yuan sat on the sofa watching Han Ming play a mobile game, while the 2 beauties commandeered the television. Xu Yuan had no interest in those palace idol dramas. He would rather watch Han Ming being beaten by the AI. Chapter 233, For your use outside the main building hall, vehicles were ready, and Zhu Wenzheng ordered people to load the prepared supplies onto the car. He stood at the door with 4 people waiting for Xu Yuan and Li Shen. However, at this moment, Xu Yuan and Li Shen had already left the direction of Liu Shurensen's laboratory, and were driving back to Zilinshan Yuan. Li Shen in the passenger seat stretched lazily. "It feels great. I can catch up on some rest when we get back." Xu Yuan, holding the steering wheel, smiled. "Commander Zhu is really cautious. Of course, the Qianqing plan has been in preparation for so long. Commander Zhu won't allow any mistakes. The dragon tooth short knife can improve the success rate of missions, so it's natural to wait." Li Shen turned her legs towards Xu Yuan, her big eyes watching him drive seriously. Outside the main building of the research institute, the four stood straight, with Zhu Wenzheng still looking down at the documents in his hand. At this moment, a soldier, a bodyguard of Zhu Buqing, ran out and said something to Zhu Wenzheng. Zhu Wenzheng's face showed no emotion as he nodded slightly and turned to the four. The plan has been temporarily changed. You will be notified once the departure time is confirmed. You can all go back and rest. Huh? The four were momentarily stunned, their excited and expectant expressions completely gone. Liu Yu frowned slightly. Is there a problem with the mentor? Chapter 234. Entering the mountain. The research institute was bustling with activity. A large off-road vehicle was parked outside the main building, loaded with supplies for 6 people. Next to the off-road vehicle, the four stood neatly in order, arranged from shortest to tallest. Zhu Wenzheng crossed his arms, waiting for Xu Yuan's arrival. Thud, 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 military boots made a muffled sound on the floor. Zhu Wenzheng's mouth curved into a slight smile. They've arrived. The four held their breath, not daring to blink, fully focused on the entrance of the main building. Xu Yuan and Li Shan were seen walking out slowly, wearing a base layer and a black tactical vest over it, with military boots on their feet. Xu Yuan wore a pair of black cargo pants, tucked into his boots. Both of them were tall, with Xu Yuan's hands in his pockets, his expression calm. Li Shan's high ponytail hung down naturally, reaching her waist, with a 50-centimeter black short blade strapped to her back. Hello everyone. Xu Yuan stood in front of the four and greeted them. Led by Fang Qian, the four of them gasped, "It's you." Especially Fang Qian. Looking at Xu Yuan, who was about the same age as him, his pupils trembled. You are our mentor." Xu Yuan smiled slightly. "I don't like the title mentor, and I can't teach you anything, just call me Team Xu from now on." Chapter 235. The pattern python. Late at night, it was getting colder. Beside Xu Yuan lay the firewood he had picked up, which he was constantly adding to the campfire. The wind gradually grew louder, and the plants in the mountains swayed with it. Strangely, the campfire was not affected by the wind at all and continued to burn brightly. A closer look would reveal a layer of light blue shield centered around Xu Yuan, wrapping the campfire and everyone within it. It was hard to notice unless one looked closely. Xu Yuan and Li Shan sat on a blanket, and Li Shan got up to cover Liu Yu with another blanket before sitting back down next to Xu Yuan. "How considerate, Sister Xin." Xu Yuan smiled. Li Shan chuckled softly. "Among the four of us, her physique is the weakest, and if she catches a cold before even entering the inner circle, it would be too unprofitable." Did she see a reflection of her past self in her? Li Shan nodded. "Sort of. I was even worse than her back then. In college, I scrimped and saved, and my health wasn't great either." Xu Yuan recalled what Li Shan had said before, that her first trip into the mountains was in Shenongjia, where her life hung by a thread, and she nearly didn't even see any exotic beasts. The two of them were wide awake. For them, the little exhaustion of today was negligible. The four of them slept soundly, with Peng Sheng snoring loud enough to not wake the other three. Chapter 236. Whirlwind smashed. The heavy rain poured down, and the four of them trudged on, their eyes somewhat dazed. Xu Yuan and Li Shan walked in front, the rain drenching their faces, but their eyes remained bright. For them, this kind of weather was already familiar. They had endured even worse conditions before. The mountain ahead had collapsed at some point, forming a natural semicircular archway about 4 meters above the ground. Xu Yuan and Li Shan exerted themselves and jumped, landing steadily at the edge of the archway. Xu Yuan looked down at the four below. "You have 10 minutes. If you can climb up, rest. If you can't, keep moving." With that, he plunged into the archway without looking back. Li Shan's heart stirred, and a roaring fire ignited in front of her. Warmth enveloped her instantly, illuminating the irregularly shaped archway with bright flames. The four of them dragged their weary bodies. The mountain was nearly vertical and slippery from the heavy rain, making it even harder to climb. Soon, Peng Sheng was the first to poke his head out. Immediately bending down and reaching out to Liu Yu, "Send Liu Yu up first, then I'll pull you all up." Liu Yu's face was pale. And the other three were not much better off. They had just encountered a python that had drained their energy. And now they were relying on sheer willpower to hold on. Chapter 237, Mountain Flood. The rain fell day and night for 2 consecutive days. And the downpour showed no signs of weakening, only getting heavier. The rain obscured their vision, making it hard to distinguish between people and animals even 2 meters away. Since entering Zone 7, Yuan and Lishan had not rested, and they still looked spirited. The 4 of them could not see Yuan and Lishan's figures. But they could clearly see the 4 of them. They kept them within their line of sight. The sky grew darker. And even the giant coon in the sky was completely submerged by the dark clouds. Brother Bei, help me out. Feng Qian reached out, his face devoid of color. Lips pale, and his whole body trembling. Zibei pulled him up and asked with concern, "Do you have a fever?" "A little, I feel a bit cold." Feng Qian said weakly. Nearby, Peng Sheng and Liu Yu heard this and shouted towards the front, "Captain, Captain." Yuan and Lishan heard Peng Sheng's voice, but ignored it. Yuan said to Lishan, "Feng Qian's breath has weakened, he must be sick. Let's take a break. They all have special fever-reducing medicine in their bags. Sister Xin, you wait for them here." Yuan said as he stepped into the rain. Soon. Peng Sheng rushed to Lishan's side in a panic. "Team Li, it seems Feng Qian has a fever. Can we stop to rest for a bit?" Chapter 238. A punch. The rain obscured everyone's vision, and the 4 of them had already exhausted their strength, forcing themselves to quicken their pace. In the rain curtain ahead, the 2 team leaders stood side by side. Yuan raised his right hand, looking ahead with no sign of emotion. Lishan stood beside him, smiling faintly. Glancing back at the 4, "Oh, you caught up. Team Li, what's that noise? Could it be an exotic beast?" Feng Qian asked. Lishan shook her head slightly. "It's not an exotic beast, it's the mountain flood triggered by the heavy rain in recent days, and it's coming soon." "Then why aren't we running?" Peng Sheng's eyes widened in shock at Lishan's words. Liu Yu's eyes flashed with panic. "Shouldn't we hide in a higher place from the mountain flood? But we just came down from a peak." "Run! What are you waiting for?" Zibei was not much better off than the others. Feng Qian was the calmest. "The 2 team leaders haven't run yet. Why are you all panicking?" Hearing this, the 3 who were panicking finally settled down, their eyes wide open, looking at Yuan. The sound of the mountain flood grew louder, and soon, a massive torrent burst into view. The raging flood, mixed with broken branches and stones, appeared at the mouth of the valley. Its magnitude was so great that it was still clearly visible even in the pouring rain. Chapter 239, Should we wash together? Night had fallen deeply. The few of them sat around the campfire, each with their mouths agape, watching Yuan skillfully skin and debone a soil bug. They were now at the end of the ice path, with the full moon hanging high in the sky, allowing them to see everything clearly even in the dark. Not far away, the ice path that resembled a giant dragon was clearly visible. Yuan held the dragon tooth, and Lishan stood beside him, watching, using exotic beast weapons as knives. "I really admire you. What's wrong with that? The captain even used the blade to skin before." Yuan continued working hard without looking up. After cutting off a few pieces of meat, Yuan casually froze the leftovers to eat tomorrow. Yuan and Lishan each took a few pieces of meat to the campfire, and Peng Sheng immediately handed over the branches he had just picked up. The branches were trimmed into large wooden skewers, neat and clean. Feng Qian and Peng Sheng were quite perceptive, getting up to help thread the meat onto the skewers and roasting them over the campfire. Zibei and Liu Yu were not idle either, helping organize everyone's backpacks and filling all the water bottles. Yuan only let them go after confirming that the surroundings were safe. The many days of extreme training had toughened them up. Although they were now tired and sleepy, they were not in a state to collapse immediately. Yuan sat on the blanket, glancing at the frozen torrent, and asked, "Is the air cold?" Chapter 240, Qin Yuan be after the rain stopped? The mountain road became easier to traverse. 2 consecutive meals of exotic beast meat and plenty of sleep left the 4 of them feeling energetic. Along the way, they hardly showed any signs of fatigue. Xu Yuan and Li Shen walked far ahead of them, still keeping within their line of sight. Liu Yu today seemed energized. Walking at the front with a backpack, followed closely by Peng Sheng, and then Fang Qian and Zi Bei. Can you guess what kind of beast the 2 captains are controlling? Liu Yu paused, turned back, and asked the 3. After a moment of thought, Fang Qian said, Captain Shu's is ice and thunder, and there's that strange iron chain. I really can't think of any strange beast that fits this description. Fang Qian paused. Ice can still be traced back, but the black lightning and that iron chain, I'm completely clueless. I was thinking the same, Zi Bei said. Peng Sheng held a different opinion, his mind seemed to be wandering. I now suspect that the beast Captain Shu controls is Superman. Brother Peng, you should just shut up. At the same time, the 2 people in front stepped over a stream and continued walking. Xu Yuan said softly, Sister Xin, you keep watch tonight. I'll rest for a bit. Chapter 241, No Responsibility. Qin Yuan stood on the green vine, tilting his head, occasionally buzzing, looking like he was asleep. It was Xu Yuan's first time seeing the real thing, if it weren't for the many books he had read with Tang Yun. He wouldn't have recognized this strange beast. The largest record of Qin Yuan had a head height of 2 meters, but it would take many years to grow that big. The one in front of him was also impressive, its aura much stronger than the previous earth beetle. Vaz? The sleeping Qin Yuan sensed the presence of 4 ordinary people and instantly woke up, emitting a piercing, prolonged sound that echoed in the cave. Xu Yuan turned back. A pair of ice-blue dragon eyes stood out in the darkness. The beautiful dragon pupils captivated Liu Yu, so beautiful. Ignoring Liu Yu's words, Xu Yuan shouted, Sister Xin. Got it? As soon as the words fell, dozens of flames ignited on the cave wall, arranged in order, burning fiercely on the stone wall. The firelight illuminated the dark cave. Buzz 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 buzz. Qin Yuan flapped its wings, producing a buzzing sound, as the giant red bee rushed over at high speed. Stretching its muscles. In the astonished gazes of everyone, Xu Yuan slowly detached from the water surface, eerily floating in mid-air. Chapter 242, The Skyfall Waterfall. A flash of white light appeared before them, and the 4 instinctively turned to the right, unable to open their eyes. The white hole effect had not yet dissipated. Touching the soft grass, the stones in the hearts of the 4 finally dropped. Xu Yuan pulled them up one by one. The 4 lay on the lawn, gasping for breath. Xu Yuan found it amusing. They were quite a bit more disheveled than he had been. Gradually regaining their composure, the 4 sat up and saw a scene they would remember for a lifetime. The clear water flowed gently, a gigantic lake nestled among the mountains ahead. With a tributary soaring into the sky, a waterfall cascading down like a curtain. The mountains were lush and green, showcasing a commendable vitality. The peaks stood tall, the snow on top reflecting sunlight, glittering like gold. The lake's surface was like a mirror, the clear water bubbling melodiously. The mountains and water complemented each other, with the sounds of birds and flowers in between, resembling a fairyland. The 4 were so shocked by the scene in front of them that they couldn't speak. And Liu Yu was especially enchanted, so beautiful. Xu Yuan smiled but didn't speak. It was indeed beautiful, but once the strange beasts emerged, there would be no time to appreciate these sights. The group was lost in the beauty, unable to extricate themselves, while Xu Yuan lay on the lawn, resting his head on his arms, the gentle breeze brushing against his cheeks, feeling extremely comfortable. Chapter 243, Transforming Snake Hiss. Xu Yuan wiped the water off as he rushed out of the waterfall, and just as he emerged, a powerful aura invaded Xu Yuan's mind. The 2 strange beasts' auras were equally matched. The scene before Xu Yuan made him pause. At the end of the waterfall was a basin-like mountain. The water from the hanging waterfall gathering there, forming a light green lake. It was far smaller than the lake below, but in the rippling water, several towering trees grew. The trees stood in the lake as if they had grown from underwater. A beast that was entirely greyish-blue stood in the water, sensing Shu Yuan's aura. It slowly turned its head. Ha! The beast emitted a commanding roar, a human face staring at Shu Yuan and the others. Shu Yuan then saw its appearance clearly. It had a human face and a jackal body, with bird wings on both sides. A transforming snake. Shu Yuan's eyes lit up. Not expecting to encounter this flood beast here. The classic of mountains and seas describes, the northern stream flows into the Yi River, where many transforming snakes are found. Resembling a human face with a jackal body and bird wings. Its sound is like a commanding call, seeing it means great floods will come. Li Shan clicked her tongue and shook her head, clearly called a transforming snake, yet it doesn't look like a snake at all. Shu Yuan looked up. At the other end of the lake, a strange beast was climbing up. Upon closer inspection, the familiar beast made Shu Yuan smile. Chapter 244, Judgment Ray. The scenery changed. And the sudden teleportation made the four feel their stomachs churn. They only felt a blur before them, and then a beast's painful groan came through. Turning to look. Li Shan was standing on a flower leopard, its body completely severed. The short knife in Li Shan's hand glimmered with a faint blue light. With a clang, she sheathed the knife. The flower leopard had been cut in half by a dragon's tooth, its lower half spewing blood, while the upper half's head, still conscious, let out a groan. Li Shan stood on the flower leopard, looking ahead, the position allowing her to see the two strange beasts and Shu Yuan. Liu Yu and Zibei, pale-faced, knelt on the ground retching. They had already digested the food they ate in the morning, and could only spit out a few mouthfuls of water. Boom! Before the group could regain their senses, a loud sound came from the valley ahead. Fang Qian and Peng Sheng stood close behind Li Shan, Fang Qian staring intently ahead, where a silver figure in the valley was attacking the transforming snake with gunfire. Peng Sheng, still shaken, looked at the mountain peak they had just descended from, then turned to look at Li Shan, cautiously asking, "Captain Li, how did we get over here?" "Teleportation," Li Shan coldly replied with 2 words. Chapter 245, Fire Domain unfolds. The sun was overhead, the sunlight scorching, as if it would burn the earth to ashes. A bonfire was set up next to the water area created by the two beasts. Li Shan raised her hand and chopped off one of the hind legs of the Shanshan beast. Shu Yuan directed a few big guys to help dissect the parts that had been cut off. Liu Yu searched for combustible firewood nearby. The air around the water source was still relatively comfortable. Zibei, holding a dagger, straightened up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "Why is it so hot?" "Who knows? It was freezing before entering the inner circle, and now it's so hot, it's no different from the dog days of summer." Fang Qian replied without looking up, working hard with Peng Sheng to divide the flesh. Shu Yuan and Li Shan sat by the bonfire, chatting happily. Although the 100 Solutions garment was warm in winter and cool in summer, the 4 of them were still ordinary people, and the weather affected them greatly. Unlike the 4, Shu Yuan and Li Shan felt comfortable. Although they would find the heat unbearable after a while, they could adjust slightly and be completely fine. Looking at the diligent few, Shu Yuan chuckled softly, "Work hard, and when you're done, I'll reward each of you with a block of ice to cuddle up with for your afternoon nap." "You keep your word, Captain." Zibei instantly perked up upon hearing this, working even harder. Chapter 246, Lu with the 4, who had just been resting, widened their eyes upon hearing the conversation between Shu Yuan and Li. Peng Sheng's fatigue vanished in an instant as he excitedly ran up to the 2. "Is there really a strange beast, Captain?" The 2 said nothing, but their expressions were serious as they stared ahead. At this moment, Li Shan also sensed the powerful aura of the strange beast and took a deep breath. What a strong presence! What kind of beast could it be? Shu Yuan kept his gaze fixed on the direction from which the aura was coming, took off his tactical vest, and casually tossed it into the hole. He then looked seriously at Peng Sheng and the somewhat dazed Fang Qian and the others. "Stay calm, take this opportunity to rest well and gather your strength. The beast you can handle has appeared. The four were taken aback, then nodded solemnly. Xu Yuan stood in front of Li Xin. Sister Xin, you protect them first. I'll go see what it is. Be careful, Li Xin's tightly knitted brows had not relaxed since the beginning. Xu Yuan nodded lightly, moving swiftly, in the heavy snow. His black outfit was quite conspicuous. Li Xin's gaze remained on Xu Yuan until his figure completely disappeared from sight. She put away her worried expression and turned to the four. Eat and drink enough, and gather your strength. Chapter 247, Thunder Flame Duet. Xu Yuan, how do we attack? You give the orders. Li Xin glanced at Xu Yuan beside her, holding Long Ming, with black dragon horns swirling with raging thunder above her head. Her body covered in imposing dragon armor. Xu Yuan smiled slightly. Lu Wu in front felt the powerful auras of the two and dared not act recklessly. Lu Wu has tough skin and flesh. I'll break its defenses, and you deal the damage. Upon hearing this, Li Xin unsheathed the dragon tooth from her waist with a clang. Originally a short knife, it looked like a dagger in her hand after she transformed into her beast form, short and fierce. Xu Yuan looked speechless. Sister, why don't you just put it away? Li Xin pouted, her bright and charming fox eyes looking particularly aggrieved with her current expression. Okay, I'll put it away. Roar. Lu Wu let out a long roar, and the stench swept over. What the hell? Xu Yuan shouted loudly, raising his gun. Sister Xin, prepare to attack. Understood. Li Xin put away the dragon tooth at her waist, lightly raised her right hand, and a ball of intense flames gathered in her palm. The core of the flames was boiling magma. Behind her, 9 snow-white tails swayed rhythmically, and Li Xin's face was full of fighting spirit. Chapter 248, Breathless in the Valley. A semicircular thunder domain unfolded, and the roaring thunder echoed endlessly. Xu Yuan and Li Xin stood side by side, their faces not showing the relaxed smiles one might expect, but rather serious as they gazed at the black thunder domain. Sister Xin, you feel something is off too, right? Yeah, it's too smooth, and also, Lu Wu's aura has decreased too slowly since it endured our 2 large attacks, unreasonably slow. Li Xin stared at the thunder domain. She and Xu Yuan were close enough to clearly see the black electric arcs constantly roaming within it. Xu Yuan silently raised his right hand, claw-like, and suddenly squeezed. Crack! In an instant, the raging thunder in the thunder domain became denser, with some lightning even bursting out of the semicircular thunder domain. Black lightning danced wildly, resembling a crazed sea urchin from afar. Li Xin looked at Xu Yuan. At this moment, Xu Yuan had a serious expression. Li Xin said, "Can your 10 dragon binding chains completely bind Lu Wu?" "No, it has been struggling, and I have been using my power to suppress it." "What is this feeling of disharmony?" Xu Yuan frowned, as if a strange aura filled the air. The crowd on the mountain top was kneeling there in unison, staring wide-eyed at the calm battlefield below. Chapter 249, Mental shock. Time passed second by second. Among the few present, only Xu Yuan and Li Xin dared not even breathe. Xu Yuan and Li Xin sat on a stone, frowning, their visual range much farther than that of ordinary people. The clearest view was Peng Sheng, whose forehead was glistening with sweat, and his body was trembling slightly. "It seems things aren't going smoothly," Li Xin said softly. Xu Yuan rested his elbows on his knees, cradling his face in his hands. "Not going smoothly is the norm. When I was controlling the black dragon, I was directly devoured by its consciousness, and still haven't fully controlled it. These top-tier strange beasts are not called that for nothing. I've wanted to ask you about this for a long time, but kept forgetting." Li Xin suddenly remembered something and turned to Xu Yuan. "What is it?" Xu Yuan blinked, somewhat confused. Li Xin said, "Controlling the black dragon was so difficult. Why was it particularly smooth when you controlled the ice dragon?" Xu Yuan had read their mission report from back then, which detailed his experience of controlling the ice dragon. After thinking for a moment, it was probably those dragon binding chains. I remember you and the captain mentioned in the report that the entire ice cave was filled with dragon-binding chains. And there were also a lot of chains binding the ice dragon. Chapter 250, Central Zone. As the moon set and the sun rose, the sky was clear and cloudless. In the sea of flowers on the mountains, Fang Qian made a simple sandbag, and the three were playing merrily in the flower sea. Xu Yuan and Li Shan sat cross-legged under a big tree, roasting a deer over the campfire. It was the 9th day since Peng Sheng successfully controlled Lu Wu. Half an hour ago, Xu Yuan had gone out hunting all day and had just returned carrying a deer and a bunch of strange fruits. Li Shan held an unusual fruit and offered it to Xu Yuan. "Try it, it's super sweet." Crunch! Xu Yuan bit into it. And the sweet juice burst in his mouth, the energy of the strange fruit warming him all over. Li Shan smiled sweetly. "Delicious, right? Of course it's delicious. I picked it myself." Xu Yuan squinted at Li Shan. "It hasn't even been half an hour, and you've forgotten so quickly." Li Shan smiled shyly. He. "The taste when sister feeds you is definitely different from when you eat it yourself." He, that's true." Xu Yuan laughed while turning the deer meat on the campfire. "Stop playing and come eat." Xu Yuan shouted at the three who were frolicking in the flower sea. Liu Yu poked her head out from the flowers. "Coming, Captain." The three laughed and hurried back, sitting around the campfire, the deer meat fragrant, the clear mountain spring water quenching their thirst, and the uniquely shaped strange fruits opening their eyes wide. Chapter 251, Beast from the sky. The peaks on both sides of the canyon pierced the clouds, as if two barriers were separating the world. In the dark canyon, Xu Yuan's eyes turned into ice-blue dragon eyes as he rapidly descended, the wind whistling in his ears like a ghost's wail. The lower he went, the colder it became, and the ice-blue dragon eyes stood out prominently in the canyon. He quickly locked onto a nearby strange beast, a smile creeping onto his lips as he raised his hand, and Long Ming was already in his grasp. Whoosh! He threw the ice spear in his hand with all his might. The spear shimmered with light, as it shot into the darkness like an arrow. With a roar, Long Ming precisely penetrated the body of an exotic beast, its howl reverberating throughout the valley. At the same time, Fang Qian and the others lay at the edge of the canyon, secretly alarmed by its unfathomable depth. Unconsciously, they looked up at Li Shan. "Captain Li, are we going to jump down?" "What? Do you like being turned into a meat pie?" Li Shan chuckled lightly. "It's safe down there now. I'll teleport you over." Upon hearing this, the four immediately held hands, familiar with the procedure. Li Shan grasped Liu Yu's hand, and they instantly vanished from their spot. At the bottom of the canyon, looking up at the sky revealed only a narrow slit. Who knows how deep this canyon really is? The visibility nearby was very low. And in the darkness, a pair of blue dragon eyes slowly approached, drawing out Long Ming with a hiss. Chapter 252, Eye for an eye. Li Shan noticed the trembling Peng Sheng, who had just become a beast master, and didn't possess a strong aura. Facing the powerful exotic beast, the Yag, the overwhelming pressure from its aura made him uneasy. "Sister Shin, you protect them, I'll handle this thing." Xu Yuan's golden dragon eyes burst with lightning, filled with combat spirit. Li Shan frowned slightly. "But this is Yag. Are you sure you can handle it?" "I'll deal with any problems as they come," Xu Yuan responded, transforming Long Ming into a lightning spear, lifting the long spear into the air. The proud figure of Yag became increasingly clear, showcasing features of a wolf, tiger, and leopard, with a dragon's head protruding, its purple-black skin shimmering in the glow of the molten lava. Roar! Yag's roar resembled both a dragon's roar and a tiger's howl, causing the suspended molten lava waterfall to quiver, splattering the scorching lava. Bang! The spear tip crackled with lightning, aiming directly at Yag above. And the clash between the exotic beast's weapon and Yag's sharp claws erupted with immense force. The powerful shockwave blinded Fang Qian and the others. Peng Sheng's expression was strange, a mix of fear and excitement, as he braved the impact to watch the clash between man and beast. Black lightning collided with a peculiar energy, creating a tremendous sound that echoed throughout the canyon, as if cheering for the battle. Chapter 253, The Rescue King. The earth began to collapse, accompanied by the bubbling sounds of molten lava. Peng Sheng led the three in a frantic escape. But the cracked earth filled with lava seemed endless. He grabbed the physically weaker Liu Yu and Zi Bei, yelling at Fang Qian. "Run faster if you don't want to die." Fang Qian gritted his teeth and sprinted forward with all his strength. The sounds of collapsing earth behind him ringing alarm bells for his life. Looking back, Peng Sheng felt a pang of worry. Are Shu and the others really okay? "They'll be fine, we just need to not hold them back," Fang Qian replied, managing to talk while fleeing. Fortunately, the supplies in his backpack weren't heavy, otherwise he would have collapsed long ago. Phut! Just as Fang Qian finished speaking, the earth behind him erupted with a jet of molten lava. "Damn it! Run! Sheng Ji! Keep it up!" Zi Bei exclaimed, and Peng Sheng quickened his pace, pulling the two along, leaving Fang Qian far behind. "Old Fang, hurry up." Fang Qian's lips moved. "Wait for me." The ground continued to tremble, the air around them hot and oppressive. If it were to rain now, it would surely be a scorching rain. The canyon had completely collapsed, filling it with rocks. Chapter 254, Little Tan Takeout. Molten lava flowed backward, surging around Tan Jin, who stared with fiery red eyes at Yaji's position, shouting, "Shu Yuan, pull it out." "Seriously?" Shu Yuan replied reluctantly, gripping two dragonlock chains tightly and exerting force. Clink! Phut! The dragonlock chains pulled Yaji out from the rubble, describing an arc in the air, one end firmly locking onto Yaji. Phoenix leads to brightness. The air exploded with fire elements, raising the surrounding temperature to the extreme. Tan Jin radiated dazzling flames, and even Shu Yuan, who was in his dragon transformation, had to squint to see her figure through the flames. Whoosh! A powerful arrow, imbued with earth-shattering force, shot out from the bowstring. The intense flames caused a strong shockwave as it passed, and in mid-air, Yaji hadn't even recovered from the force of the dragonlock chains when the arrow pierced its body. The intense burning sensation caused Yaji to emit a painful howl, and its massive body thudded to the ground. Shu Yuan slowly retracted the dragonlock chains, looking up at Tan Jin with a serious expression. It was too powerful. While he could also injure Yaji, his strength was still far behind hers. Chapter 255, Flowing light. The cracked earth dried up under the blazing sun, with steam rising from the fissures. For 4 consecutive days, they relied on Li Shen's abilities to cool off. The food brought by Tan Jin was consumed entirely by the 6, leaving nothing for Shu Yuan. In the distance, the thunderball still sparkled, with black lightning dancing on its surface, extremely restless. "It's starting to weaken," Tan Jin mused, clearly sensing Yaji's aura diminishing. Li Shen looked delighted. "It's about to end." "It's only been 4 days. The stronger the beast master, the faster they can refine the exotic beasts. A few years ago, I refined a golden crow on Kunlun Mountain, and it took a total of 3 days, including the travel time," Tan Jin said with a smile. Li Shen couldn't fully comprehend, in her understanding. A strong person was like Shu Yuan now, with dual beasts and an exotic beast weapon. She had never thought about refining multiple exotic beasts before. Peng Sheng was in high spirits. These past few days, the beer had been satisfying for him, while Fang Qian and the others appeared somewhat impatient. As Yaji's aura weakened further until it completely vanished, Shu Yuan's already strong aura surged once again. A dazzling purple-black beam shot out from the thunderball, transforming the cloud layers in the sky, dyeing them purple-black, and creating a spectacular sky. Chapter 256, Preparing to retreat. The next morning, the sun hung high. Shu Yuan packed his bag and turned to the 3 behind him, saying, "Are you all ready?" Reporting to Captain Shu, "We are ready. We can set off at any time." Since mastering Lu Wu, Peng Sheng had clearly become the leader among the 4. Shu Yuan still leaned towards Fang Qian. He was steady and intelligent, while Zi Bei was somewhat gloomy. If he had to choose a leader among them, Xu Yuan would unhesitatingly choose Fang Qian. Standing straight, Xu Yuan faced the four, Peng Sheng. Until they successfully tame the exotic beasts, you must take on the responsibility of keeping them safe. With Jinnah here, let's complete this task in one go. Understood. The excitement among Peng Sheng and the others was palpable, especially among Fang Qian's trio. They knew that Xu Yuan's strength had also improved, and with the second-best beast master in the country by their side, this mission would likely go exceptionally smoothly. Xu Yuan smiled lightly. You guys have hit the jackpot this time. With Tan Jin around, even the peak period of the Black Dragon Xu Yuan would dare to engage. Let alone these top exotic beasts in Kunlun Mountain. Boom! Xu Yuan raised his hand, a purple-black light gathering in his palm as the previously collapsed canyon trembled. And countless fragments shot up into the sky. Chapter 257. The first phase ends. Xu Yuan, Li Xin, and Peng Sheng moved rapidly through the mountains and forests. The woods were covered in heavy snow, the air was cold, and the sun was setting in the west. At the foot of a mountain in the outer circle of Zone 7, Xu Yuan set down Fang Qian, and said to Peng Sheng, "Let's take a break." Finally able to rest, "My legs are about to break," Peng Sheng said as he set down Zibei. For 3 consecutive days, he had been following Xu Yuan and Li Xin, running non-stop. Xu Yuan's powerful aura had been rising steadily, and the return journey went exceptionally smoothly. Li Xin looked at Peng Sheng, who was loaded down with backpacks and supplies, and smiled gently. "You've worked hard." Not hard, not hard," Peng Sheng waved his hand. He had not only been carrying Zibei, but also a backpack, and even the spoils from Xu Yuan's battles with exotic beasts over the past few months. Xu Yuan stepped forward and patted Peng Sheng on the shoulder. "Come find me at my place in the Research Institute. Smoke and alcohol are on me. Captain Xu. You're like my real brother." Upon hearing this, Peng Sheng's eyes lit up instantly. As night fell, the three gathered around a campfire. And Xu Yuan asked Peng Sheng, "Haven't slept for several days. Are you not going to take a nap?" "No, I feel like we are almost at the Research Institute." Xu Yuan looked up in the direction of the Research Institute. "We'll arrive by tomorrow afternoon." Chapter 258. The Kunlun Mountain Treasure Vault. The large villa was empty, with furniture neatly arranged and dust-free. It seemed that even during the days when Zheng Fei and the others were absent, Zhu Buqing had kept someone cleaning here. As soon as Xu Yuan and Li Xin entered the villa, the vehicles delivering supplies arrived. 2 soldiers greeted Xu Yuan and carried vegetables and fruits into the villa, leaving only after filling the refrigerator to the brim. After sending off the 2 soldiers, Li Xin took off her tactical vest while going upstairs and stood at her room's door, raising her eyebrows at Xu Yuan. "Xu Yuan, now there are just the 2 of us here, how about we take a couple's bath together?" Remembering the teasing words he had said to Li Xin during the mission, Xu Yuan pulled a few black lines on his forehead. "No thanks, sister, you can wash by yourself. TCH, you have the desire but no guts." Li Xin scoffed and turned back into her room. Xu Yuan opened the refrigerator, glanced at the ingredients, and picked a few to prepare in the kitchen. After taking a shower and changing into comfortable home wear, Xu Yuan returned to the kitchen to continue preparing dinner. Both he and Li Xin were average cooks. Nowhere near as skilled as Zheng Fei, but making some simple food was still manageable. Women took a long time in the shower, and by the time Xu Yuan had stewed the ingredients in the pot, Li Xin still hadn't finished. Chapter 259. 0518 Underground in the Treasure Vault. Xu Yuan soared in the air, while Liu Shunsen looked up with intense enthusiasm at various precious materials below. He even grabbed a few convenient ones to tuck under his arms. Zhu Buqing looked on, fuming. "Old Liu, put that down. You don't need those things right now." Liu Shunsen completely ignored Zhu Buqing's words and continued to take whatever he wanted. Xu Yuan flew in the air and stopped in front of a massive corpse. The corpse was suspended high in the air by specially made iron chains, resembling a cougar, but with a pair of huge wings, 4 legs, and horns on its head. its body covered in scales that looked like crystal. Is this a Western dragon? During his student days, Xu Yuan had watched many foreign movies and had a deep impression of the appearance of Western dragons. The corpse before him was indeed a Western dragon. But it was entirely crystalline, its hollow eyes and a huge gaping maw in its abdomen where the internal organs had disappeared, leaving only a massive shell. Though the dead exotic beast had no breath, Xu Yuan could feel its past power just from its appearance. An unprecedented idea arose in his mind. And Xu Yuan immediately changed direction and flew toward Liu Shunsen. At that moment, Liu Shunsen had materials clutched in both hands and under his arms. His face beaming, how despicable. They actually hid so many good things from me. How infuriating. Chapter 260 Re-entering Zone 12 Sister Xin, what are we having for dinner tonight? Xu Yuan asked casually while playing with the game controller. Li Xin put down her phone and thought for a moment, if it comes to it. We could just go to the research institute and scrounge a meal. That works too, Xu Yuan said, glancing out the window to see that it was already getting dark. He put down the controller and stretched, looking blissful. This resting feeling is really nice. Let us go. Let us change clothes and head to the research institute for a meal. Xu Yuan set Li Xin's legs aside, and as he slipped on his slippers, 4 familiar auras surged into his mind. Feeling these 4 auras, Xu Yuan smiled slightly. Looks like there's no need to go. What is up? Li Xin looked up. Her big bright eyes filled with curiosity. Xu Yuan smiled and said nothing, while Li Xin also sensed the approaching auras and smiled. Looks like we have guests. Glancing at her loose clothing, Li Xin quickly dropped her phone, put on her slippers, and ran upstairs. Xu Yuan, you entertain them first, I'll go change. Okay. A military vehicle stopped at the entrance of Zilinshan Yuan. 4 individuals in regular uniforms looked at the wooden villa hidden halfway up Kunlun Mountain with envy. Wow. Captain Xu and them have it too good. Chapter 261 Fire rained deep in Zone 12, rain was pouring down. Zheng Fei, transformed into a beast, carried a broadsword on his shoulder, surrounded by 2 streams of blue and indigo light. A fierce grin was on his beastly face. In front of him, 2 exotic beasts the size of small mountains were glaring at him. Captain, Tang Yun called calmly from behind, showing no sign of panic. Should we retreat? No need. With your enhancement, dealing with these 2 beasts is absolutely no problem. Zheng Fei's eyes sparkled with battle intent. After spending so much time with Xu Yuan, I've become quite combative myself. Hearing this, Tang Yun was speechless. Don't blame Xu Yuan for this. Don't forget how you earned your beastly title. Vaz? Zheng Fei gripped his sword tightly, the massive broadsword buzzing as his tiger-like teeth glimmered coldly. Tang Yun, maximize the enhancement. Watch me take down these 2 beasts. Understood. Tang Yun's fingers danced, and 2 intertwining colors of light erupted from her body, shooting straight into the sky, extremely eye-catching in the pouring rain. Boom! Boom! Huge sounds echoed from deep in Zone 12, as Zheng Fei's tiger roar and the exotic beast's howls reverberated throughout the valley. Chapter 262 Snake Skin Hearing the sound, Xu Yuan looked over to see Li Xin standing on a branch, blinking her eyes and looking ahead. What did you find? Xu Yuan jumped beside Li Xin, who pointed forward. Look at that. On a massive branch extending outward, a translucent white snake skin hung, glimmering faintly, with the tail part trailing down, disappearing from view. Xu Yuan couldn't help but gasp. Such a large snake skin. How big must that snake have been? Li Xin used her legs to push off, jumping onto the branch ahead, and reached out to touch the snake skin hanging there, feeling a sticky texture on her hand. Oh! She opened her right hand, revealing her fair palm covered in transparent slime. Li Xin looked at Xu Yuan with a face full of disdain. This snake shed is fresh. It looks like it's not even 10 days old. As she spoke, water elements gathered around her, and a water ball appeared out of thin air. Li Xin frowned and dipped her hands into the water ball to wash them. Xu Yuan jumped over. Stroking his chin, were there any snake-type beasts that escaped from the divine tree yesterday? I didn't see any when I chased them. And such a big snake must have a strong aura. I remember the powerful aura I felt yesterday. There were no snake-type beasts. Chapter 263, Descent. The cave was cold and damp, and the flames that Li Shan ignited did not change the chilly environment. The snake's crimson pupils emitted a chilling aura. Xu Yuan's hands glowed with an ice-blue light, the power of Longming infused within. I'll go test its methods first. With that, Xu Yuan took a quick step forward, leaping high and raising his fist to strike the three-headed snake. Bang! The massive body of the three-headed snake wriggled, its tail menacingly swinging in front, knocking Xu Yuan away with a single swipe. Boom! The powerful force sent Xu Yuan flying, crashing against the stone wall behind him, causing debris to fly everywhere. Li Shan frowned slightly. This was the downside of dealing with mutated beasts, as one could not sense their aura, making it easy to fall into traps. Damn, that's ruthless. Xu Yuan's voice came from the air, his body hovering as he shook off the debris from his hair, his expression gradually darkening. The central head of the three-headed snake opened its mouth wide, gathering a chilling energy within. Hiss! A beam of energy shot towards Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan's pupils constricted, and he crossed his arms in front of him to block the energy beam. The bone-chilling cold surged forth, ripping apart his shirt and exposing the skin on his arms. Chapter 264, Refining the Swan Ni. Gurgle, gurgle. The sound of lava churning filled the air, accompanied by a hissing noise. Xu Yuan's ice-blue dragon eyes stared down. The lava lake seemed bottomless, even his dragon eyes could not see through it. Li Shan held Xu Yuan's hand tightly, and he could feel her tension. Yet, the faint smile on her face showed her mix of nervousness and excitement. Xu Yuan. Hum? Xu Yuan turned around, his ice-blue dragon eyes meeting Li Shan's gaze. Her eyes seemed to glow. You know, I feel like I'm stronger than before. Of course. We haven't been idle these past few months, we've been on missions, Xu Yuan replied casually. Li Shan gently shook her head. It's different, I'm not talking about power. But here. Li Shan covered her left chest, and Xu Yuan's eyes widened. Did your cup size grow? Get lost. Li Shan's face flushed. Then she lowered her head. I mean this heart. She lifted her head, gazing into Xu Yuan's eyes. Being by your side has made me braver than before. I have a request. Xu Yuan pressed his lips together. Let us not talk about kissing right now, we're soaking in lava, it's not appropriate. Chapter 265, Proposal. On the 8th day of refining the Swan Ni, Li Shan stood on the stone wall, deeply frowning at the thunderball suspended in midair. How could this be? The aura of the Swan Ni completely disappeared 2 days ago, so the refining must have been successful. But this thunderball shows no signs of disappearing. And Xu Yuan's aura keeps rising. At this time, the outer layer of the thunderball glowed with a faint ice-blue light. Xu Yuan's aura was released without reservation. And the powerful presence even made Li Shan feel oppressed, as if she were being watched by a giant creature. Feeling Xu Yuan's aura gradually becoming stronger, Li Shan's frown deepened. Isn't this intensity beyond the limit? On the 12th day of refining the Swan Ni, there were still 7 days until the second phase of the Qianxing plan began. On the way back to the research institute, Xu Yuan and Li Shan each carried 2 fat snake eggs, leisurely heading towards the research institute. Sis Xin, at this pace, we can make it in time for tomorrow's breakfast, Xu Yuan said with a smile, looking at Li Shan beside him. Li Shan squinted her eyes. You still haven't told me what you refined the Swan Ni into. He, Xu Yuan chuckled, then said, it's also an earring. Shaped the same as the flowing light, just a different color. Chapter 266, Shenongjia Research Institute. Early the next morning, before dawn, Xu Yuan and Li Shan left Zilinshan Yuan with their small bags. The headlights of the off-road vehicle illuminated the rugged mountain road as they drove out of the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute. The early morning weather was cool. And Lishan, wrapped in a blanket, sat in the passenger seat, using her phone to plan the driving route for Yuan. If we drive, can we reach the Shenongjia Research Institute before the mission starts? Lishan asked. Yuan was adjusting the sound of the stereo, softly replying, we can make it. I don't plan on stopping except for refueling before we reach Wuhan. Shin, if you need to go to the restroom, let me know in advance. Okay. Meanwhile, Zhu Buqing, wrapped in a coat, sat in the office and dialed the Shenongjia Research Institute's phone. Old Ma, Yuan has set off. An elderly voice came from the other end. We've been ready here. He can start the mission as soon as he arrives. Zhu Buqing sighed, no. Let him rest well before starting the mission. Just let everything go according to him. If this kid decides to quit, neither of us can take responsibility. Got it? A young lad can make you so accommodating. Old Zhu, when did you become so soft? Ma Xiangshan chuckled twice. Chapter 267, Display of Authority. The guiding vehicle stopped in front of a building. Old Wang did not turn off the engine. Quickly getting out and walking to Yuan's car. He raised his hand in salute. Report, the dormitory building has arrived. Yuan turned off the engine and got out of the car, dressed in white sportswear, creating a stark contrast with Old Wang's military uniform. The lights outside the dormitory building were still on, looking hazy. Yuan took out a cigarette from his pocket, handed one to Old Wang. Thanks for your hard work. No trouble. Old Wang's eyes widened, struggling internally for a second before reaching out to take the cigarette. Yuan lit one for himself and said to Old Wang, please help me convey that this car should not be moved, and we need to get a good sleep. Anything can wait until we wake up. Okay. Old Wang nodded and asked, is there anything you need help bringing down? No, you all can go back, Yuan said. Stepping towards the dormitory building, with Lishan following closely behind him. Old Wang held onto the cigarette, watching Yuan's figure disappear into the mist. Feeling a bit emotional, so young, quite different from the Yuan I imagined. A young soldier's voice came from inside the vehicle, Brother Wang. What are you talking about over there? Chapter 268, Tong Feifei in the restaurant. Besides Yuan and Lishan, there was no one else. And the two were eating slowly, chatting as they ate. After Lishan woke up and freshened up, she went out. She was familiar with the Shenongjia Research Institute, and easily found out where Zheng Fei's crush worked. On the way back to the dormitory building, she was intercepted by Ma Xiangshan, who asked her a few questions. Lishan is very clever, she directly said, I don't know anything. Everything I'm doing now is arranged by Yuan. He hasn't told me anything, and I just do what he says. She couldn't directly confront the commander like Yuan. So she had to say it this way. Yuan raised his eyebrows and smiled, you're quite clever, aren't you, Sister Shin? That's right. Lishan felt something was off and shot him a look. What do you mean by quite clever? I've always been clever, okay. Yuan. You've been increasingly audacious in talking to your sister lately. Hearing this, Yuan clenched his fists. When I first met you in the Arctic, I swore that one day I would get back at you in terms of conversation. I've been working hard towards that. Lishan grinned wickedly, lightly lifting Yuan's chin. Is it just in conversation? Don't you want to find a chance in other areas? Chapter 269, City of the Future. After leaving Tong Feifei's office, Lishan smiled and said to Yuan, did you notice? The captain is definitely in the game. Not just in the game, I feel like they are just a step away from it. By the way, has the captain confessed? Yuan asked. Lishan raised her delicate brows. He's confessed more than once or twice, but every time, Sister Feifei refused. Why? Yuan was puzzled. He could sense a different affection from Tong Feifei towards Zheng Fei. She doesn't even mention his name, instead referring to him as your captain. Lishan gently shook her head. I don't know why, anyway, Sister Feifei has never agreed to the captain's confessions. She shrugged. Sister Feifei is a person who appears cold on the outside, but is warm on the inside. She only shows a smile to people she is familiar with. But she has never given the captain a good face. Sigh, women are indeed hard to understand. Yuan shook his head. Li Shan lightly twisted his waist. Don't generalize. You see, my sister's thoughts are quite easy to understand. Right, let go, Sister Shin. No. Their bickering attracted the attention of others. And Yuan quickly pulled Li Shan away. The next day at noon, Yuan was lying on the bed playing with his phone. He had replied to Zheng Fei's message yesterday, but he still hadn't received a reply. Chapter 270. The second phase begins. The design of the information center features high ceilings, with bookshelves reaching the ceiling. In front of the bookshelves, there are rows of round capsules. The capsules are suspended, and their direction can be controlled via a screen in front of them. At this moment, someone is using this device to retrieve books from the upper levels. It is an anti-gravity flying device, with a limited height it can reach, so it can only be used indoors. In the center of the information center is a reading area, and in the glass room on the far right, researchers are restoring ancient documents. These ancient books were excavated by the National Archaeological Team, and the most professional restoration team in the country is here, where all relics, including documents and books, will be sent. Li Shan walked in front of Yuan, introducing. Behind the restoration area is the office area. The left side of the information center stores older and more valuable unique editions, which can only be accessed by authorized personnel, and they can only read them, not take the physical copies. Li Shan has been here for so many years, so she is very familiar with everything at the Shenongjia Research Institute. Yuan didn't borrow any books to read since they were going on a mission tomorrow. He would come back when he had the chance. For the rest of the day, Li Shan took Yuan to tour the Shenongjia Research Institute. After a whole day of touring, they had only seen the contents of 5 buildings, each filled with a strong sense of technology. The researchers and professors here are several times more than those at the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute. Chapter 271. The truth: the mountains are green and the water is clear, with streams babbling. The vehicle traveled on the road to the East District, and Yuan kept his head down, looking at the documents given by Song Zhenyu, which were very detailed. The document marked the action route for this mission and the entire East District. The atmosphere in the car was quite oppressive, with Yuan and Li Shan sitting behind the driver's seat, and behind them were the participants of this Tianqing plan, 3 men and 3 women. They were sitting quietly in the back, trying every possible way to observe the 2 team leaders in front. Li Shan sat next to Yuan, resting her eyes, her long eyelashes slightly trembling, as if she was thinking about something important. Sister Shin, look at this. Yuan completely ignored the 6 people sitting behind and handed the document to Li Shan. Li Shan opened her eyes, took the document, and revealed a faint smile. This route design is quite interesting. Have you seen the last page? The last page? Yuan frowned, took the document back, and flipped to the last page. The designer of the East District's route had many familiar names, most of which came from the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute. In an instant, Yuan began to brainstorm. Li Shan smiled lightly. It seems Commander Zhu has guessed your thoughts thoroughly. Chapter 272. Frost Sister Shin. I've read all the task reports from you and Team Ling before. Was your relationship with Team Ling particularly good? Li Shan shook her head upon hearing this. Not particularly good. Ling Shuang and I were the 2 most talented people in the same class. Ling Shuang was slightly worse than me. She always regarded me as a competitor, and we fought a lot, but she never won. A relationship of both enemies and friends. Not enemies, but friends. However, the relationship was average. Ling Shuang always wore an icy expression, and no one in the class was willing to talk to her, except me. Yuan nodded gently. I see. But I saw that Team Ling cares about you a lot. She always wanted to surpass me. In the end, during those years when I was depressed, She refined the beast weapon, and got ahead of me, Li Shan said, looking at Xu Yuan. Later, her words became increasingly harsh. The essence of this woman is that she only respects those stronger than her, but at that time, I had no idea of becoming stronger. That incident from many years ago was my fault. I will apologize to her. But I won't meet her again until I am stronger than her. Xu Yuan felt his mouth twitch. A woman who is always striving for strength is always comparing herself with others. Chapter 273. The journey ahead. The road ahead is long and winding. As they delved deeper into the East District, the air became colder. The trees in the deep mountains turned a deep brown color, and the sunlight was completely blocked, creating a heavy atmosphere all around. Upon reaching the foot of the mountain ahead, the surrounding environment changed completely. The wildness of the primitive forest was fully exposed, with streams flowing swiftly. And the sounds of water and birds echoed with wildness. Captain Xu. A hurried voice came from behind. Xu Yuan turned his head. What's the matter? Zhao Qing quickly ran up to Xu Yuan, panting. Captain Xu, Jun Jun was bitten by a poisonous snake. Xu Yuan then noticed the others surrounding Zhai Jun Jun. And he could feel her breath weakening. Sister Xin, you keep going ahead. I'll go take a look, Xu Yuan shouted to Li Shan in front. From the dense forest ahead, Li Shan's voice came. Okay, I won't go far. I'll wait for you up ahead. Xu Yuan quickened his pace and returned to the back in just 2 breaths, where the crowd had parted. Lin He was holding a killed poisonous snake. Its head was triangular, and its body was covered in bright patterns. Zhai Jun Jun lay on the ground, her ankles clothing torn open, revealing 2 puncture marks from the snake's fangs. When she saw Xu Yuan, Zhai Jun Jun weakly called out his name. Chapter 274. Chilly winds. Zhai Junjun, having eaten her fill, lay back down on the grass mat to continue sleeping. Li Shan had spread the mat out wide, and Zhao Qing and Liu Yue were also lying on it, deep in slumber. Xu Yuan and the other boys sat around the campfire, while Li Shan was nowhere to be seen. Lin He kept glancing toward the dark mountain forest ahead. Is it all right for team leader Li to scout ahead alone? It's fine, she's very strong. Xu Yuan, feeling bored, poked at the campfire with a small stick while holding a water bottle in his left hand. After speaking, he looked up at Hu Peng. Want to smoke? No, thanks. Hu Peng shook his head, seemingly gathering courage, and took a deep breath. Xu team. About what happened during the day, I'm sorry. Xu Yuan didn't say anything, took out a cigarette, and started smoking. After several puffs, he said, in the future, if anything happens, don't panic. You're not as steady as those girls, that one do. Just then, a loud bang suddenly erupted from the mountain forest ahead, and flames shot into the sky. Xiao Yun and the others jumped up in alarm, including the still sleeping Zhao Qing, all looking flustered. Only Xu Yuan remained calm, squinting his eyes and leisurely smoking. I just said not to panic when something happens, and you all are doing this. Chapter 275. Ice Dragon Armor. The Ice Dragon Armor exudes majesty, with the heart-protecting mirror shaped like a dragon head with its mouth open, and dragon whiskers extending to the back. The entire set of dragon armor is as smooth as a mirror, seemingly infused with the power of forging 1,000 times. A torrent of power surged into Xu Yuan's body. The ice dragon's power contained the essence of 10,000-year-old extreme ice, which was gentler compared to the violent aura of the black dragon armor. Xu Yuan's aura was overwhelming, holding the brilliant and flowing dragon Ming. His silvery long hair draped behind him, a pair of crystal-clear dragon horns atop his head, clad in silver dragon armor, exuding a sense of mystery. In the distance, Li Shan could hardly contain her excitement as she stood up. This aura, Xu Yuan has transformed into a dragon. How is that possible? How could the ice dragon's aura be this strong? Xu Yuan's transformation into a dragon was different from that of the black dragon, and Li Shan could sense it immediately. Boom! A violent explosion echoed through the forest, and Li Shan and Zhao Qing felt a bone-chilling cold rush toward them, with frost forming on the hair at Zhao Qing's forehead in an instant. The loud noise startled the few who were asleep. And Lin he nearly jumped up in fright. What happened now? Xiao Yun frowned, scanning around and realizing Xu Yuan was missing. He quickly stood up and ran to Li Xin. Team Leader Li, Chapter 276, Yoming Mountain Gorge. In the early morning, Li Xin casually returned, carrying a golden spear. I scouted forward for several hundred miles. Today's route should be fine. Li Xin tossed the golden spear aside and sat down. She pursed her lips and continued, however. There's south one place I didn't explore in depth. It's a gorge, and the surrounding environment is quite strange. At our current speed, we should arrive by noon tomorrow. A gorge with a strange environment. Li Xin gently nodded. Yes, it has a very eerie feeling. Xu Yuan recalled the route they had taken in the East District and realized there was no gorge in his memory. He immediately voiced his doubts. The route can only serve as a reference. Due to the presence of anomalous beasts, the terrain around here often changes. I have gone deep into Shenongjia several times. And each experience has been different. Li Xin took a sip from Xu Yuan's water bottle, looking at the pale dawn. We've been resting here for 2 days. These little ones should be full of energy by now, right? Yes, Jai Junjun's snake venom should be almost cured. Should we wake them up to set off? Li Xin smiled lightly. You're the captain, it's up to you. Hearing this, Xu Yuan leisurely walked over to wake each of the 6 people. Chapter 277, Tefei. The 6 held their weapons and huddled together, slowly moving forward. The Yoming Mountain Gorge was eerily quiet, with the stream beside them flowing silently without a sound. They could only see the purple glow on the rock walls and the faint light emitted by Li Xin's golden spear. A strong, fishy smell grew more intense the further they went, and Xu Yuan activated all of his sensing abilities, his dragon eyes shimmering with light, intently staring ahead. The gorge sides were wide. There might be hidden caves in certain places, and if a mutated anomalous beast were to emerge, it could easily wipe out the 6 behind him. Xu Yuan was in charge of scouting ahead, while Li Xin focused on the 6 behind her, ready to act without hesitation at the slightest disturbance. The snake above them was repelled by the 2's aura, making the gorge even more terrifying. This gorge seemed endless, and it was unclear how long it would take to explore. Prolonged fear could lead to numbness, and the shivering Liu Yue and Zhai Junjun had calmed down, clutching Zhao Qing's clothes, with the 3 boys synchronously trailing behind. Lin he was very calm, following at the back. I scouted this place that early morning. This gorge is too strange. Li Xin's voice was soft, whispering in Xu Yuan's ear. Chapter 278, Taji. Is it time to rest? Xu Yuan turned around and kicked Tefei's head away. The 6, led by Zhao Qing, nodded like chicks pecking at rice. We're done resting. Let us keep moving. Xu Yuan felt exhilarated. If there truly were many Tefei corpses at the end of the stream, it would prove that there was definitely a very powerful anomalous beast ahead. The glowing plants on the rock walls had been completely burned away by Li Xin, and the plants overhead blocked out the sun. Inside the Yoming Mountain Gorge, light was nearly non-existent, and the stream beside them flowed silently, while the cold wind in the canyon carried a fishy scent. After walking for more than 3 hours, Liu Yue couldn't help but ask, Shu team, are there still humanoid anomalous beasts? Why haven't you studied the knowledge of humanoid anomalous beasts? Xu Yuan was somewhat surprised, turning to look at Liu Yue. Not just Liu Yue, the others also shook their heads lightly. Xu Yuan thought for a moment. That makes sense. Humanoid anomalous beasts are not top-tier anomalous beasts, so it's normal for you not to study them. As soon as he finished speaking, Li Xin beside him spoke up. Who said there aren't? The West Queen Mother is one. Xu Yuan narrowed his eyes. The West Queen Mother only exists in literature, right? So far, there has only been one sighting report, and no one else has been able to verify it. And the beast tamer, who witnessed it back then, has also perished. Chapter 279, Elemental Resonance. Understood. Li Xin released a faint glow, instantly appearing behind the Taji, the tip of her spear sliding, and a fiery net quickly unfolded behind her. Shu Yuan held his gun with both hands, the cold light shining. Black thunder coiling around the gun's tip, and he charged forcefully in front of the Taji. Hiss! The nine-headed fox revealed a fierce expression, its eyes emanating a ghostly light. And a strange power erupted. Deep purple energy blossomed, black mist rampaged, and Shu Yuan felt a slight pain in his head, but that sensation vanished in an instant. Ding! One of the fox heads opened its mouth wide, forcibly biting down on the dragon Ming, the immense power making it difficult for Shu Yuan to break free. A flicker of shock crossed his heart. This Taji's power is quite strong. Behind the Taji, Li Shan moved with her spear, the golden spear exploding with light. And golden red molten lava flowed over her body, even her snow-white fur radiating a fiery glow. Shu Yuan rarely felt the overwhelming fighting spirit of Li Shan in his memories. Li Shan had almost never used her full strength. Beast! Shu Yuan twisted his wrist and pulled out the long Ming from the leap's mouth. The gun tip scraping against its teeth, producing a harsh sound. 9 fox heads swayed, their ferocious appearance fully revealed, and their sharp teeth mercilessly bit towards Shu Yuan. Chapter 280, The Beast of Plague Boom. The leech could no longer hold on, its mountain-like body crashing down, the remaining 8 heads unrecognizable. With blood holes punctured by long Ming all over its body, crimson blood slowly flowing. The black blood stream in the middle of the mountain stream was transformed into small ponds due to the impact of the battle. Sister Shin is really lucky. Shu Yuan sighed softly as Long Ming turned into light and entered his body. The leech possessed 2 abilities, controlling surrounding plants and manipulating people's hearts. Li Shan originally had the ability to charm, and after refining the leech, her mental control skills would be enhanced, and she would also gain the ability to control plants. Refining exotic beasts guarantees the acquisition of their abilities, along with 20% of their power. Shu Yuan slowly returned to his normal state and nodded towards Li Shan. It's time to work, Sister Shin. Coming. Li Shan's face couldn't hide her joy as she quickly ran forward, untying the dragon tooth at her waist and handing it to Shu Yuan, ready for battle. At this moment, the leech's breath was weak, its vitality rapidly fading, and the remaining 8 heads were poked by Shu Yuan, showing no expression. Are you confident, Sister Shin? Shu Yuan asked softly. Refining exotic beast weapons carries the risk of failure. The leech could only allow Li Shan to refine it once. If she failed, with its current breath, it would die instantly, and finding a more suitable exotic beast than the leech would be difficult. Chapter 281, Sunshine in the darkness, thunder roared. And the plague wind raged, occasionally accompanied by the sound of bubbling magma. Shu Yuan, clad in black dragon armor, flickered in and out of the 6 people's sight. Liu Yue and Hu Peng looked pale, uninterested in watching the battle, while the other 4 observed closely. Xiaoyun widened his eyes. Why do I feel like Team Shu is different from before? Am I seeing things? No, Zhao Qing denied outright. Although I didn't see it clearly, it is indeed different. Team Shu's offensive is fiercer and more brutal than before. That's about the feeling. Boom! While they were discussing, a burst of flames erupted above the Black Blood River, bright fire soaring into the sky, and the 6 could only see Shu Yuan's back. The roar of the flying creature filled everyone's ears, mixed with Shu Yuan's curses. Why is this damn thing's skin so thick? Take a hit from Grandpa's magma impact. Boom! The magma exploded again, shaking the stone walls on both sides of the mountain stream into disarray. Even with the fire soaring, the 6 could only see a mass of black when looking at Shu Yuan. Isn't Team Shu using his own exotic beast weapon? I haven't seen that spear of his. Lin He blinked, holding a piece of dried snake meat in his hand, chewing without swallowing. Chapter 282, Baby Spoon in the dazzling starry river, silver light flickered. And the mountains and forests were silent. Occasionally, the pleasant sounds of insects broke the silence, and the campfire crackled beside the campsite. While the stones were smoothed by sweet mountain spring water. Shu Yuan leaned against a tree, closing his eyes to rest. Meanwhile, Lin He was snoring continuously. The meat roasting over the campfire emitted a fragrant aroma, and beast skins were scattered nearby. "Captain, have some," Hu Peng said, walking over with a piece of roasted meat. Shu Yuan opened his eyes and took the meat Hu Peng offered. "Thank you." Sitting by the campfire, Zhai Junjun ate while calling out to Shu Yuan, "Captain, after you finish eating, you should rest a bit too. We can take turns keeping watch." "Yeah, Captain, you haven't rested since entering Shenongjia. How can you continue the mission in this state?" Xiao Yan echoed. Shu Yuan shook his head. "It's fine. You all eat first, I'll rest after Lin He wakes up." Hearing this, the others had to give up. They were now deep in the eastern area, and at least one beast tamer needed to stay alert for them to sleep soundly. With no trustworthy person nearby, Shu Yuan knew he couldn't sleep well even if he tried. The bright moon hung high, and the mountains and forests returned to calm again. Shu Yuan kept an eye on the movements in the thunder field. Although he couldn't sense Li Shan's presence, there were no other changes in the thunder field, just as it had been before he left. Chapter 283. White River. Li Shan raised her right hand, and the long spear shot out from the lake, landing steadily in her hand. The lake's surface rippled, with the corpse of the baby spoon floating on it, devoid of life. Shu Yuan's gaze was fixed on Li Shan's long spear. The entire spear was silver-grey, yet it emitted an eerie purple aura. "Sister Shin, what is this spear called?" Shu Yuan asked. Li Shan handed the long spear directly to Shu Yuan. "I'm still debating whether to call it Yuming or Silver Fox. Want to try the feel?" Taking the long spear, it felt heavy and very substantial, its texture vastly different from the golden spear Li Shan used before. Indeed, refined exotic beast weapons are incomparable to man-made ones. "Let's call it Yuming. It fits the environment when we encountered the leech," Shu Yuan said with a smile. And the long spear in his hand transformed into strands of purple light, and entered Li Shan's body after just a few seconds. Li Shan's eyes curved into crescent moons. "I also think Yuming sounds nice. It pairs well with your long Ming." Shu Yuan paused for a moment and called out to Lin He, "Lin He, go get that bird for me. The rest of you start the fire and prepare to roast meat." "Got it!" Lin He exclaimed with excitement, shedding his outer coat and jumping into the lake. The remaining few had clear divisions of labor, gathering firewood and starting the fire, and fortunately, Zhao Qing had them fill the water kettle before the battle began. Chapter 284. Beast running, bird flying. Keep up. In the heavy rain, Shu Yuan frowned and shouted to those behind him. Lin He and Zhai Junjun walked at the very end of the line. The rain didn't affect them much, and staying at the back allowed them to look after the other four. Shu Yuan and Li Shan were still at the front. The heavy rain severely impacted the progress of the 8. And the plan to cross the White River in 3 days now looked like it would take at least 5 days. Due to the raging winds, the group moved through the mountains and forests, occasionally hearing the sound of the White River rushing endlessly. The water level of the White River had risen significantly. The wide area of cobblestones was now filled with the river. The original primitive forest was sandwiched between the White River, and the paths through the forest were muddy, covered in dead leaves and branches. "Oh damn!" Suddenly, Hu Peng shouted from behind. Shu Yuan turned to look and saw Hu Peng half sunk into the ground, still sinking. Lin He quickly stepped forward, grabbing Hu Peng's shoulders and pulling him out. "Be careful, there are many pits here, filled with water and blocked by dead leaves and branches. You could easily fall in." "Thanks." Hu Peng's face was still in shock, his lower half covered in mud. There was no time to clean up, as Shu Yuan and Li Shan in front showed no signs of stopping. Chapter 285. Swallowing Mountains, howling snakes at the end of the White River, in the northern mountains. Just as Shu Yuan had calculated, it took 5 days to arrive. Many beasts had escaped from this mountain range, and during these 5 days, they hunted 2 exotic beasts. So food was no longer a concern. The rain continued to fall. At this moment, 8 people stood beneath the peak they had wished to explore. They would rest here tonight and enter the mountains tomorrow. Shu Yuan casually took off his backpack, and Li Shan controlled the surrounding vines to create a well-ventilated shelter. Although it was still raining heavily, there was no wind. Li Shan threw out a ball of flame to keep them warm. Lin He and Zhai Junjun exchanged glances. And Zhai Junjun stepped forward. Two team leaders. How about Lin He and I take turns keeping watch tonight? This way you two can maintain your best condition for entering the mountains tomorrow. No need, Xu Yuan and Li Shan replied in unison. Zhao Qing frowned slightly. Captain. I think Lin He and Junjun's suggestion is good. The beasts that can trigger a beast tide must be very powerful. So it's best for you two to stay in optimal condition. There's no rush for this day. The mountain range behind this peak is vast and cannot be fully explored in just a day or two. Xu Yuan bent down to take a blanket from his backpack and draped it over Li Shan, who was emitting steam, as she obviously used the fire element in her body to evaporate the rainwater on her skin. Chapter 286, Burning Mountain. The rain was scalding. The air was scorching, and amidst the rising mist, the body of a red giant snake coiled between several peaks. Behind it, a pair of massive wings obscured the sky, casting a shadow over the entire mountain range. Lin He, Junjun, protect them, for, if anything happens, I will hold you accountable. Xu Yuan immediately transformed into a dragon, and the falling snowflakes brought coolness to the others. Lin He and Zhai Junjun's expressions were resolute. We guarantee to complete the mission. Sister Xin, Xu Yuan called softly, and his ice-blue dragon eyes showed no sign of fluctuation, eerily calm. Li Shan took a deep breath, turned to Xu Yuan, and nodded gently. Let's go together, Xu Yuan said in a deep voice. The next second, he soared into the air, his right hand condensing ice crystals, with the dragon Ming firmly gripped in his hand. Clink, clink, sounds like metal clashing echoed, and crystalline ice began to form on the silver-white dragon scales, gradually transforming into a set of ice crystal armor. Li Shan quickly transformed into a beast, her ghostly spear shining as she propelled herself into the air, flying high above. The sight of the roaring snake was even more shocking. Its enormous body seemed to envelop the entire mountain range. The two's auras surged, without reservation. The powerful presence caused Lin He and Zhai Junjun below to gasp in awe, with Lin He remaining steady while Zhai Junjun's body trembled slightly. Chapter 287, Cracking the ground. Zhai Junjun created a firebreak around Lin He, allowing him to finally revert from his beast form. His arms and back were burned, his face pale, beads of sweat continuously trickling out. Zhao Qing frowned slightly. Lin He, are you okay? I'm fine, Qingji, it's just burns, I'll heal quickly. Lin He gritted his teeth and turned his gaze toward the sea of flames ahead, his pupils slowly narrowing. My God, how many kilometers has it burned? The others were also shocked. They were currently in a sea of fire, and if it weren't for Zhai Junjun's firebreak, they didn't know what state they would be in. Where are the captains? Xiao Yan pursed her lips, her brow slightly furrowed. Zhai Junjun's face showed fatigue. She had just become a beast master and was still adapting to her beast form. They are fine, but the snake's aura is weakening. The mountain fire raged, flames soaring into the sky, and they couldn't see the situation on the battlefield. They could only hear the crackling of the flames and the explosions of thunder. Look at the sky, Hu Peng exclaimed, incredulously looking up. Upon hearing this, the others also looked up, dumbfounded. My God, is this the power of Captain Shu? Chapter 288, Rain. The earth's cracks were filled with traces left by lightning strikes, and fires continued to burn above the fissures inside the mountain crevice. It felt like a large sauna, with the air inhaled into the lungs carrying a scorching sensation. It was pitch black inside the crack, and nothing could be seen. Xu Yuan landed steadily, directly facing the massive snake head. He heard the others landing behind him. With a rustling sound, Li Shan raised her hand, and clusters of blazing flames appeared on both sides of the mountain wall, illuminating the vast fissure. At this moment, the roaring snake was charred all over, its flesh nearly devoured by dark lightning, leaving no good flesh intact, resembling nothing like its original form. The hissing breath of the snake was weak, It was now on the brink of death. Xu Yuan, with his back to everyone, spoke in a hoarse voice, "Time is tight, the task is heavy." Liu Yue stepped forward, saying, "Lin He, Junjun, prepare the adrenaline in your packs. If the control fails, it might still save their lives." "Yes." The two didn't dare to be negligent, and quickly rummaged through their packs for several adrenaline shots. Zhai Junjun grabbed Liu Yue's hand. "Don't be nervous. Just follow the method we learned before. This snake has already been tormented by the captain to the brink of death. The innate conditions are more than sufficient. Stay steady and take it slow." Chapter 289. Above Qingqiu, warm sunlight shone down on the earth, and raindrops occasionally dripped from the trees. Zhai Junjun and Zhao Qing were earnestly wiping the blood from Liu Yue and Hu Peng's faces. The two bodies had become stiff and cold. And Zhai Junjun cried as she wiped. Zhao Qing, however, remained calm, cried out, "You'll feel much better." Upon hearing this, Zhai Junjun cried even harder. The sudden death of two teammates she spent every day with pushed her to the brink of collapse. Zhao Qing's mood was equally heavy. She was typically cold on the outside, but warm on the inside, not good at expressing herself. Li Shan had also calmed down a lot and stood beside Xu Yuan. "Xu Yuan, what should we do with their bodies?" "Freeze them with my ice. And we'll take them back to the research institute after the mission is over," Xu Yuan said. Li Shan looked up at the towering trees that blocked out the sun. "Okay." The mission was almost complete. They just needed Zhao Qing to capture a beast and help Li Shan find a suitable beast in Qingqiu before they could leave. After a while, Zhao Qing helped Zhai Junjun walk over. "Captain, it's all cleaned up. Thank you for your hard work." Xu Yuan extended his right hand, and a layer of frost formed over the two bodies, followed by an ice layer covering them, encasing their bodies in two rectangular ice blocks. Chapter 290. Riding the Huang. Passing through the fox, the number of foxes ahead gradually decreased, and the vegetation became sparse. The dazzling sunlight shone down, and the scene before everyone was a refreshing sight. A wetland rippled between the green hills, with round, bright stones laid irregularly in the water. While fish leaped and birds chirped melodiously. A gentle mountain breeze blew, cleansing the soul. The calls of the foxes entered everyone's ears, like melodious flute music, infused with a hint of softness. The aura in their minds was gentle and soothing, making Xu Yuan feel a bit of a lack of fighting spirit. A beast about 7 meters tall was frolicking in the wetland. It was the owner of the aura. It looked like a fox, with white fur draped around its neck and slightly yellow fur on its body, sporting a pair of sharp horns on its back. "Is that a Cheng Huang?" Xu Yuan and Li Shan both looked delighted. No wonder the aura was gentle. It turned out to be the auspicious beast Cheng Huang, the original text of the classic of mountains and seas records. With white hair cascading down its body, it rides the yellow beast, resembling a fox, with horns on its back, and it lives for 2,000 years. The form of the yellow beast is like an elegant spirit fox, with fur that is smooth like silk, shimmering in the sunlight. It emits a lively cry, and its gentle breath brings joy to the heart. Chapter 291. End of Stage 2. In the depths of the forest beyond Qingqiu, only withered branches can be seen, and not a single leaf is visible at the treetops. The surrounding air is dry, and from afar, sounds resembling ghostly howls occasionally echo. Zhao Qing closely follows Xu Yuan, as the round moon above is shrouded in dark clouds, making the forest eerie and pitch black. "Captain, we've been here for several days and haven't encountered a single living creature. Is that strange beast really that powerful?" Zhao Qing quietly asks. Xu Yuan looks ahead, his expression serious. "Very powerful. When we engage, I will set up an ice formation beneath your feet. And no matter what happens, you must not go out." "Understood." Days later, the forest is silent and dark, with several mountain peaks in the center flattened by explosions, leaving a scene of devastation and the marks of battle all around. Xu Yuan sits on the ground, slightly out of breath. Meanwhile, somewhere in the Pacific Ocean, Zhao Yang rubs his hands, sitting next to Xia Qing. "Sister, how is my sister doing?" The colorful light in Xia Qing's eyes gradually dissipates. And a smile appears at the corners of her mouth. It's successful. Ha ha ha, as expected of my sister. Zhao Yang laughs wildly and pushes the door open. Jinna. Let's go out and cause some trouble. Chapter 292, Urgent Night Dispatch in Xu Yuan's room. Li Shan sits opposite him with wet hair. Zhu Buqing has arranged for someone to deliver 2 bottles of white liquor, and the two are currently drinking and reviewing materials. Li Shan is on a video call with Tang Yun, who is sitting on the sofa watching TV while holding her phone. With Zheng Fei sitting across from her sipping on some liquor. Xu Yuan, where do you plan to go for the next mission? Zheng Fei snatches the phone from Tang Yun's hand, and Li Shan turns the camera towards Xu Yuan, who takes a sip of liquor. I haven't decided yet. I'm looking at their materials, probably Changbai Mountain. Tomorrow I need to ask Sister Feifei about the situation there. Tong Feifei has worked at the Changbai Mountain Research Institute before coming to the Shenongjia Research Institute, so she is very familiar with it. All right. Let's see if that brat Han Ming has returned. If he has, we'll go together as a team. Zheng Fei seems to have just started drinking. His words still relatively clear. Is Brother Han still in District 12? Yes, Tang Yun and I have gone back to the Research Institute 3 times. And he's still there waiting. We'll rest for 2 days and then go back to keep him company. After Zheng Fei finishes speaking, he hands the phone back to Tang Yun. You continue reviewing the materials. Chapter 293, The light of reflection. The continuous drizzle seems to stretch endlessly, like a sorrowful heart. The plane lands at a military district in Sichuan, and as soon as they disembark, a military vehicle takes several people towards Chengdu. The small rain patters outside the window, and the sky is slightly brightening, casting a grey, melancholic hue over the entire city. The raindrops incessantly tap against the car window. It is now deep autumn, and the rain carries a hint of chill. Li Shan and Xu Yuan sit very close, holding Xu Yuan's hand the entire time, while Xu Yuan lowers his head. His expression heavy. On the outskirts of Chengdu, outside a villa by the mountain, military vehicles are parked orderly along the road, and people are standing by the roadside. The stone path is lined with lush bamboo forests, vibrant and full of life. Many soldiers stand at the entrance. And the first floor of the villa is crowded with people. 4 commanders sit on the sofa with serious expressions. Xu Yuan and Commander Ma have arrived. A soldier reports. And a military vehicle stops at the villa's entrance. Xu Yuan opens the car door and rushes out. Zheng Fei stands at the entrance, exchanging a glance with Xu Yuan and nodding slightly. After passing the first floor, Xu Yuan quickly rushes to the second floor of the villa, where Professor Chen's daughter and several doctors are waiting outside the door. Xu Yuan has seen this woman at Tang Yun's home before. She was the one who took Professor Chen away. Chapter 294, Chen Qianxing. The continuous rain falls, pattering on the bluestone floor, and the damp, fresh air carries the scent of flowers. The sky is covered with thin clouds, hazy and mysterious like an ink wash painting. Inside the house, the hot pot is boiling, and the aroma of chili fills the air. At the dining table, 5 commanders, Professor Chen, and Xu Yuan are seated, while Chen Shi stands next to Professor Chen, responsible for cooking the ingredients. Several small jars of white liquor are placed on the table, their fragrance wafting through the air, with the liquor appearing a faint yellow. The remaining soldiers and Zheng Fei are waiting outside. After a while, a business vehicle stops at the villa's entrance, and Tang Qian steps out in a black Tang suit. Grandfather. Tang Yun approaches, but Tang Qian's expression is serious. The surrounding soldiers salute. Old Commander. How is old Chen? Tang Qian asks, holding a pair of walnuts in his hand. Tang Yun looks towards the villa. Several commanders and Xu Yuan are accompanying him for a meal. Come in with me. Tang Qian sighs, and Tang Yun supports him as they walk towards the villa. Professor Chen picks up a piece of spicy beef and places it in Xu Yuan's bowl. Xu Yuan, eat more. Xu Yuan has little appetite, feeling low. At that moment, Tang Yuan pushes open the door, and Tang Qian's voice comes from the entrance. I can smell the aroma at the door. Would you mind adding another pair of chopsticks? Chapter 295. The funeral at 9 in the morning. Chen Shi enters the funeral home supported by Li Shan and Tang Yuan. Dressed in black, looking haggard. Professor Chen's body lies among yellow and white chrysanthemums, his appearance neat, covered with a bright red national flag. In the memorial photo, Professor Chen still bears that stern expression, and the wreath reads, "A master in the field, may he rest in peace." Many people have arrived one after another. Filling the area outside the hall, more than half of the beast tamers in the country are present, and most researchers and professors from various research institutes have already arrived. The beast tamers wear black military uniforms, while the professors are dressed in black, making them easy to distinguish. Only those within the circle are present, and at this moment, several commanders are taking turns to speak, praising Professor Chen's contributions to the country. Li Shan wraps her arm around Chen Shi's shoulder, who is continuously sobbing. Only Chen Shi is present from Professor Chen's family, with no relatives or friends. Xu Yuan stands by the window in a daze, hands in his pockets, expressionless. The atmosphere is heavy, and the weather outside is gloomy. It has not stopped raining since arriving in Chengdu. Xu Yuan does not know when the memorial service will end. He only knows that when he comes back to his senses, Professor Chen's body has already been sent for cremation. Chapter 296. The Night Emperor. The heavy rain pours down, and the grey rain curtain envelops the entire cemetery. Someone is coming. Xu Yuan furrows his brows, looking towards the cemetery gate. Through the rain curtain, a tall man walks over slowly, dragging a half-dead soldier with his right hand. Before his appearance can be clearly seen, his voice comes through. Low and heavy, "Who taught you this? You dare to stop me?" Hearing that familiar voice, Zhu Buqing, who was striding forward, stops abruptly, his heart sinking. Not only him, but the other commanders and senior professors and beast tamers were also taken aback. A man slowly emerged from the rain curtain, dressed in black, wearing only a black suit jacket on the upper body, revealing a fair and strong chest. He was handsome, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, exuding an extraordinary aura. He raised his hand and threw the half-dead soldier aside. "I really haven't been back for a long time, and now even the most insignificant people dare to stop me." Next to Xu Yuan, Zheng Fei swallowed hard. "Night team." Xu Yuan was startled, looking at the man walking towards him, his eyes wide open. He looked only 28 or 29, completely different from the night team he had imagined. Chapter 297. Teacher. At 10 in the morning, the rain had lessened significantly. The air was fresh, and the gloomy feeling that had lingered in the sky for days had finally disappeared. The villa was nestled against the mountain, with bamboo forests on both sides, appearing very green even in late autumn after the rain. Chen Shi had a bamboo basket on her arm, picking fresh bamboo shoots from both sides of the road. Xu Yuan and Chen Yi were sitting by the floor-to-ceiling window, and Chen Yi handed Xu Yuan a foreign cigarette. "Did you sleep well?" "Almost. The stronger the ability, the less sleep I need," Xu Yuan replied, taking the cigarette. Sniffing it lightly, the tobacco had a fragrant smell, but compared to the domestic flue-cured tobacco, it was still better. Chen Yi lit the cigarette. "You should still try to sleep more when you have the time, it helps with your mental recovery." "Okay, Brother Yi." A military vehicle drove along the Bluestone Road, and Xu Yuan and Li Shan got out of the car carrying large and small bags. Tang Yuan handed her things to Li Shan, bending down to help Chen Shi dig bamboo shoots. "Did you sleep well, Xu Yuan?" Li Shan asked as soon as she entered, echoing Chen Yi's earlier question. "Go wash up first, you have a new toothbrush, and you should change your clothes." "Is the captain still asleep?" "Still sleeping," Xu Yuan said, taking the things Li Shan handed over and turning to Chen Yi. "How much did you guys drink last night?" Chapter 298. Bad habits in the Kunlun Mountains. The vehicle drove from the military district towards the research institute. The driver was still Xiao Hua, with Chen Yi sitting in the front, and Zheng Fei, Tang Yuan, and Chen Shi sitting in the back. Chen Yi was in the passenger seat. And the usually talkative Xiaohua had become silent, constantly glancing at Zheng Fei through the rearview mirror. Zheng Fei just shook his head gently, indicating for him not to speak too much. Crossing under the dome of the sky was a deep blue, and a giant coon was soaring in the sky. Its massive figure breathtaking. Chen Yi smiled. It's been so long since I've seen it. Seeing it again is still so shocking. Wow, Chen Shi in the back seat exclaimed. Her eyes wide. Are there really such large exotic beasts in the world? Although she knew what Chen Yi and Professor Chen were doing, her understanding of exotic beasts and beast tamers was superficial, with a knowledge base even less than that of newcomers. Yes, it's super big. I played on its back before. I walked for many days without reaching the end. Chen Yi rolled down the car window and lit a cigarette. Tang Yuan in the back couldn't help but ask, Night team, why is it here? What is its purpose? Chen Yi turned his head. And Tang Yuan could only see his profile. To be honest, I don't know. Although the entire Kunlun Mountains are under the dome of the sky, even Xie Qing can't sense its aura. It has a physical form but no aura, and currently, no one can uncover its secrets. Chapter 299, Changbai Mountain Research Institute. Snowflakes danced in the air, the mountain peak wrapped in silver. The checkpoint ahead stopped the vehicle. And the soldier in charge smiled at the female soldier driving the car. Xiao Huang, going to pick someone up. She smiled gently. Her skin was very fair from staying in Changbai Mountain for a long time, and she looked good when she smiled. Yes, Li Ji. Hey. Weren't you on duty when I just came out? Just switched shifts. Who are you picking up this time? Still those newcomers. Li Ji said, looking back at the rear seat and meeting Li Shin's eyes, momentarily stunned. Have you seen enough? Xu Yuan's tone was calm. If you've seen enough, let us go. Hearing this, Li Ji quickly diverted his gaze, feeling a tremor in his heart at Xu Yuan's icy eyes. Sorry. Xiao Huang lowered her voice. Li Ji. The general only told me to hurry back. He didn't say whether the newcomers are here for a mission. Routine check. Li Ji put away his smile. Xu Yuan and Li Shin didn't have their military IDs on them. Xiao Huang turned to the two with a wry smile. The things you just bought might be confiscated. It's fine, don't worry about it. Li Shin smiled slightly at her. Li Ji led a team of soldiers to check the vehicle, and when he opened the trunk, everyone was stunned. They had seen people sneakily bring cigarettes and alcohol into the research institute, but had never seen it done so openly. Chapter 300, Shu. Beautiful inside the research institute in the mountains, everyone was busy, and the temperature around was moderate, with almost everyone wearing long sleeves and jackets. Xu Yuan and Li Shin, wearing only short t-shirts, stood out. After asking Wang Yongwei about Professor Xu Ishu's office area, they left. Xu Yuan. What you want is much more than what you said before. Aren't you afraid that Major General Wang won't agree? Li Shin walked beside Xu Yuan, gently linking her arm with his, completely ignoring the gazes of those around them. Xu Yuan smiled slightly. He will definitely agree, and even if I ask for more, he will agree. Meanwhile, in Wang Yongwei's office, Xiao Huang stared blankly at the open office door, somewhat astonished that the quiet, seemingly younger than himself young man was actually the executor of the Qianxing plan. Major General, he was only confiscated 3 packs of cigarettes and a case of alcohol. Why would you agree to what he wanted? Xiao Huang looked at Wang Yongwei in confusion. Wang Yongwei sat in his chair, the phone next to him still making beeping sounds. He extinguished the cigarette, but in his hand, looking towards the office door, what he wants is not those things, but my attitude. Chapter 301, Disdain for Stupidity. The next morning, after a hearty meal, it was still Xiao Huang driving, with Xing Kongying sitting in the passenger seat acting as a guide. The sky was somewhat gloomy, with the possibility of snow at any time. Xiao Huang was much more restrained around Xu Yuan and Li Shin, concentrating on driving and speaking less. Xing turned back to the two sitting in the back seat. The mountain goods you bought can be taken to the cafeteria for processing. So many colleagues will take the opportunity to stroll through the mountain goods trading market during breaks. Yuan was not very interested. Just curious about what the mountain goods trading market was like. Li Shan said to Yuan, after Han Ming's training period, he will be stationed by Qianchu. He is a regular at the trading market. We'll take him next time, he knows it well. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've seen Brother Han. I wonder how he's doing over there. It's fine, with the captain and Yana around, it's all good. The trading market was bustling with activity, despite the bad weather. It couldn't dampen people's enthusiasm. Xiao Huang and Xing led the way, also responsible for paying. Wang Yongwei had specifically instructed last night that all expenses for Yuan and Li Shan would be covered by the research institute. Most items were wild mushrooms from the mountains, as well as ginseng and similar goods. From wild mushrooms to rare medicinal materials, as well as fruits and pine nuts. Yuan bought some snacks to eat. Chapter 302, Border War Zone. The night was deep, and in the room, scented candles were lit, casting a dim light. A bottle on the table was already more than half empty, as Yuan flipped through the notes left by Professor Chen. With the profiles of 5 participants in the Qianqing project spread out before him, taking notes in hand. After the lesson learned last time, this mission had to be approached with caution to minimize casualties. The notebook left by Professor Chen contained many things, many of which Yuan had never heard of before. For example, the method of controlling the third beast that Chen Yi mentioned last time. Sigh, work is tough. Yuan put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and took a big swig from the bottle. He used to not understand why adults drank alcohol, but now he slowly began to appreciate the troubles. Alcohol numbs the nerves and feels much more comfortable. It had been 2 days since he last met with the 5 of them. And Wang Yongwei had sent more detailed information, documenting all their training records since they began participating in the Qianqing project. Wu Yu's performance was exceptional in all aspects, with an unlimited future ahead. Interestingly, the section on his suggestion for controlling exotic beasts simply stated all can be done. Professor Chen had said that the strength of the exotic beasts also determined the growth limit of the beast tamers, but occasionally there would be geniuses who could become very strong even while controlling ordinary exotic beasts. Chapter 303, Strangulation. The cold wind was biting, and the snow was getting heavier, with thick clouds in the sky creating a heavy atmosphere. The banks of the heavenly pool were shrouded in thick smoke, and the traces of battle were shocking to behold. Yuan's body radiated blue light, and his ice-blue dragon eyes swept over everyone nearby. The cold aura from the extreme cold causing the beast tamers from the Shenluo kingdom to shiver involuntarily. The beast tamers who had come to provide support were helping to transfer the injured back to the base, and 2 deceased bodies were also being carried away. Jianhang, your injury isn't healed yet. Go back and get treated, Yu said, looking at Song Jianhang, who was standing beside him. Song Jianhang shook his head, glancing at the knife wound on his abdomen. The bleeding has stopped, Brother Yu, let me stay here. If I miss this scene, I'll regret it for life. Yu looked into Song Jianhang's determined eyes and nodded. Then don't stray too far from me. Yes? On the opposite side, in the Shenluo kingdom camp, a powerful beast tamer stepped forward. Have you moved? Yuan's gaze sharpened as he locked eyes with him, an overwhelming aura erupting, enveloping him in a pillar of ice-blue light that broke through the heavy clouds, painting the sky brilliantly. The deep, authoritative voice resonated like a dragon's roar, shaking the hearts of everyone present. Chapter 304, Sending you off. The wind and snow gradually subsided until the cold wind completely stopped, and the overcast sky seemed to gain a touch of color, with gentle snowflakes slowly falling. Yu walked alongside Yuan, carrying a giant hammer, while Song Jianhang followed behind with a long sword. The inability to store artificial beast weapons was still inconvenient. Shu Yuan looked at the nearly twice the size of UK's giant hammer, which was made large for easier use after he transformed into a beast. Having something to use is already good. The storage technology has been applied to the artificial beast armor, which is said to have a huge cost. So the exotic beast weapons did not use that technology. Shu Yuan then remembered that the set of artificial beast armor auctioned in the lawless zone of the Nanhai War Zone had storage technology. He wondered if the set made for Li Xin would also employ that technology. Brother Yu, I've heard the captain mention you many times. He said you never take the initiative to contact him, Shu Yuan said lightly. Upon hearing this, Yuke sighed deeply. I've been stationed in various border war zones. And he has been leading teams in the war zones as well. Once a mission starts, it can last from a few months to several years. There's always something to be busy with, so there's not much time to catch up. Li Xin, standing nearby, chuckled softly. But the captain said you haven't been rated as a formal team member, so you feel embarrassed to contact him. Chapter 305, Wolf Pack leading the way. Wu Yu and the five of them were heavily dressed, wearing close-fitting by G clothing underneath, with each carrying the mission supplies on their backs. On their way to the south gate, Xin Kongying came to see Shu Yuan and Li Xin off. Shu Yuan, if you encounter ice wolves, remember to bring one back for me. My research has been stalled for too long, Xin Kongying said. Shu Yuan nodded. You've said this 8 times already. Noted, noted. Don't worry, even if Shu Yuan forgets, I will remember, Li Xin said with a smile. You? Forget it, Xinji, your memory is worse than mine. Shu Yuan replied with annoyance. Li Xin bit her silver teeth. It's been a few days since I last hit you. Are you getting itchy? Watching the two playfully bicker, Xin Kongying felt a bit dazed. Were these two really going on a mission? They looked more like they were going on an outing. Standing at the door, Wang Yongwei tossed away his cigarette, but stamped it out. They are here. Shu Yuan and Li Xin stepped out, and unlike the fully armed others, Shu Yuan only had a backpack, while Li Xin had a short knife strapped horizontally at her waist. Both wore black tactical vests over their by G clothing and military boots. Let's set off once everyone is here. Shu Yuan glanced at the five. And when his gaze passed over Wu Yu, he quickly averted his eyes, not daring to meet Shu Yuan's gaze directly. Chapter 306, Ice Wolf King under the long night. The stagnant cold wind suddenly picked up, and the sharp wind howled, with a blizzard stirring. Li Xin stood beside Shu Yuan, her slender hand resting on the dragon-tooth knife at her waist. There are so many of them, dealing with them might be a bit troublesome. Leave these little things to me, Shu Yuan said, pointing in a direction. The Wolf King is over there. Xinji, you handle the Wolf King. You don't need to worry about the rest. All right, Captain Shu. Li Xin smiled sweetly, drawing her dragon-tooth knife and almost lying down on the snow-covered mountain. Sprinting forward at incredible speed, Shu Yuan stood at the stone house door. Gao Chen, are you interested in taming the Ice Wolf King? The few people peeking out behind him were momentarily stunned, and Gao Chen's heart surged. Captain, is the Ice Wolf King a top-tier exotic beast? I don't know. It feels very similar in terms of aura. We'll find out once Li Jie engages. Shu Yuan's tone carried a hint of excitement. The aura of that Wolf King was no less than that of a top-tier exotic beast, making it very suitable for Gao Chen. Boom! Just as Shu Yuan finished speaking, a massive explosion echoed from not far away, and flames shot into the sky, painting the horizon red. Li Xin possessed multiple attributes. Ever since she tamed the flame nine-tailed fox, she had prioritized the fire attribute, relying on it for all her battles. Chapter 307, Underground mountain range. The wind and snow grew heavier, and Shu Yuan returned in the early morning. The few people in the wooden cabin were sound asleep. Li Xin, wrapped in a blanket, spoke softly. Should we take a break? No, we'll set off once they wake up, Shu Yuan replied, sitting down beside Li Xin and pulling out a map from his backpack. Li Xin, being considerate, draped the blanket over Shu Yuan and gently hugged his arm. Shu Yuan had long since become accustomed to this, pointing at the cave entrance marked on the map. It should be nearby. Those ice wolves suddenly appeared. And they likely came out of this cave. This map is so detailed. The one I got while on a mission in Changbai Mountain wasn't marked this well. Li Shan said, her face almost touching Shu Yuan's. Shu Yuan smiled and said, "This is what the class leader asked Song Jianhang for. They have been on missions for years, and this is marked by their team." Team leader He Yuwei sat up and gently called out. Shu Yuan looked up. Meeting He Yuwei's eyes through the flames, "What's wrong? Did we wake you with our talking?" "No." He Yuwei shook her head, stood up, and sat down in front of Shu Yuan and Li Shan. "I'm a bit confused. Isn't the Qianxing plan supposed to let us control top-tier exotic beasts and mutated beasts? Why are you letting Gao Chen control that Ice Wolf King, team leader?" Chapter 308. Enlightened Beast. The fragrance of fish filled the air, unlike the ice wolf. The taste of the dream fish was exceptionally delicious, like a flavor gathered from fish essence. Shu Yuan considered himself to have eaten a lot of exotic beast meat, but it paled in comparison to the dream fish. Li Shan enjoyed it sweetly. The dream fish is a species unique to our country. Although it isn't powerful, it's very rare. In the black market, it's priceless. Brother Han said that what we eat doesn't distinguish between expensive and cheap, no matter how expensive it is. We should eat our fill first. Shu Yuan was also captivated by the taste of the dream fish. Even without any seasoning, its deliciousness was irresistible. The others didn't eat much. Aside from Gao Chen, Shu Yuan and Li Shan were the main combat power in taking down this dream fish. "Everyone, eat your fill. We have 3 points to scout today. If we encounter anything suitable, I'll let you control it," Shu Yuan said, swallowing a piece of fish meat. Wu Yu was completely enchanted, holding a piece of roasted fish, his stomach full yet still longing for more. "It's a pity I can't eat more. This is way better than the exotic beast meat we had during our closed training period." Gao Chen was too busy eating to respond. The underground river's water was sweet and chilling. Water and food were not a problem here. Chapter 309. Dragon Call. The ice blue dragon pupils were gradually eroded by gold, and the black dragon scales shimmered, revealing a violent aura. The others saw Shu Yuan in this state for the first time, watching as dragon-patterned armor gradually appeared on him, leaving them all dumbfounded. "What is this?" Zhong Haitang's pupils trembled. "The team leader, he looks like a god. This is the man who can change the world pattern, as mentioned by the mentor of the Qianxing plan." He Yuwei stared with wide eyes. Thud. Gao Chen sat down on the ground, his eyes wide with fear. "Team Shu is simply not human." "What do you mean?" Wu Yu was entirely focused on Shu Yuan's current image, clad in dragon armor, surrounded by black lightning, with a spear in hand, exuding strength. Gao Chen shook his head. "You can't feel Team Shu's aura. I thought the enlightened beast was strong. But in front of Team Shu, it's nothing. And what's with this aura? It's so heavy with hostility." After Gao Chen finished speaking, he looked at Wu Yu beside him. "You once said that it was a miracle for Team Shu, a young kid, to still be alive. I feel like he could kill me just with his aura." Chapter 310. Strange wind. On the way forward, entrances near the underground mountains were often seen, and it was unknown where they led or how these entrances came to be. A gentle breeze brushed Shu Yuan's hair as he poked at the fire pit with a stick, feeling bored. Li Shan had been exploring ahead for over 12 hours without returning, making Shu Yuan anxious. Though he trusted Li Shan's strength, the prolonged absence made him worry. "Team leader." Zhong Haitang called out softly. Shu Yuan looked up, his hand still moving. "What's wrong, Haitang?" "You don't need to worry too much. Li Shan's strength is formidable. There shouldn't be any problems." Zhong Haitang smiled slightly at Shu Yuan. Upon hearing this, Shu Yuan casually threw the stick into the fire. "What do I have to worry about? I'm not worried," Shu Yuan said, waving at Gao Chen, come here. I'll teach you how to use ice and snow abilities. Yay! Gao Chen, who was bored, perked up and ran over. He Yue squinted her eyes. Looking at Zhong Haitang beside her, Haitang, isn't the team leader being a bit insincere? Remove the bit, and it's very insincere. Zhong Haitang said with a speechless expression. Anyone with eyes could see there was something between them. Haven't they broken through that layer of glass yet? Chapter 311, Ice Bear Wu. In the depths of the silent underground mountains, a sound broke the stillness, and a strange cry sent chills down the spine. The terrifying sound echoed in the valley, and an invisible force caused the surrounding plants to wither rapidly. Xu Yuan's eyes were bloodshot. He suddenly woke up from a deep sleep, his mind still a bit hazy. The group held their breath, cautiously looking ahead. Xu Yuan, what is it? Li Shin's hands were surrounded by a faint purple glow, ready for battle at any moment. I don't know, I can't sense anything. Xu Yuan frowned, observing his surroundings. That strange wind not only extinguished the fire Li Shin created, but also caused the nearby plants to wither quickly. Xu Yuan took a step forward. And that strange wind struck again, a low moaning sound echoing around. If Xu Yuan couldn't sense anything, Li Shin's expression darkened. Is it a mutated exotic beast? It's possible. Pack your things and follow me. Xu Yuan said, extending his hands, electric arcs coalescing into a black dragon as thick as a wrist, swimming forward. The others didn't dare slack off and quickly packed their bags, following Xu Yuan's lead. The temperature ahead gradually became humid, and the strange wind brushed past their ears, carrying a chill. Chapter 312, March sunshine soon, the mutated ice bear completely transformed into gas and merged into He Yue's body. Gao Chen picked up He Yue and jumped to Xu Yuan's side, looking at the blood stains from her orifices with a worried expression. Team leader. Is she going to be okay like this? It's fine, she has successfully controlled it. Her physique will change while she is in a deep sleep. Haitang. Do you have any drinking water? Wipe the blood off He Yue's face. Yes, team leader, right away. Zhong Haitang quickly took out a water bottle and a towel from his bag upon hearing this. The surrounding magma gradually dispersed, and the temperature was slowly returning to normal. Xu Yuan lay back on his backpack. Sister Xin, I'm going to take a nap. Let's rest for 2 days, and we'll set off again when He Yue wakes up. Okay. Sleep well, nothing should happen in the short term. Li Shin smiled and sat beside Xu Yuan. He Yue's aura continued to rise, and the vitality that had almost disappeared was gradually recovering. Soon her breathing became steady. The sun shone on the peak of Changbai Mountain, making the snow peak sparkle in the sunlight, as if countless stars had fallen to the earth. In mid-March, this sacred mountain painted a unique spring scene with a spring snow. The snowy realm felt pure and beautiful. At this time, nearly 5 months had passed since the start of the third phase of the mission. Chapter 313, Skiing. As dinner time approached, more people came to the cafeteria, including many newcomers participating in the training this year. Xu Yuan had a lavish spread of food in front of him, the unique aroma of exotic beast meat tantalizing everyone's taste buds. One of the newcomers was very young, about 17 or 18 years old. He pointed at Xu Yuan. Instructor. Isn't he getting special treatment? The middle-aged beastmaster, referred to as instructor, raised his hand to swat away the young man's finger, pointing at Xu Yuan. Don't point at people, it's impolite. After finishing his meal, Xu Yuan waved his hand. Captain Xu, long time no see. Long time no see, Lao Wang. Xu Yuan was enjoying his food, and when he heard someone greet him, he looked up and smiled at him. He remembered this person, who had been transferred from the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute. Take your time eating, Captain Xu. I'll take the newcomer over there, Lao Wang said, pulling him aside like picking up a little chick. Xing Kongying, sitting opposite Xu Yuan, felt a bit embarrassed. Is it appropriate to openly have a private meal like this? What's inappropriate about it? When I was at Kunlun Mountain, Commander Zhu even had his guards drive me over. Xu Yuan had his mouth full of food. And he had to admit that the taste of the exotic beast meat was even better with the seasoning. After eating and drinking to his fill, Xu Yuan patted his round belly. That was satisfying. Squad leader, get up early tomorrow. Chapter 3:14, Reassembly. The stars were twinkling, the car window was half open. And the night breeze carried the scent of flowers, filling the air with fragrance. The cheerful music was at a moderate volume, not disturbing the conversation among the few people. The person who came back with Brother Zeng last time really scared me, Xiaohua said. Xu Yuan laughed, knowing Xiaohua was talking about Chen Yi. Looking back now, he recalled how poor Chen Yi's attitude was towards those commanders at Professor Chen's funeral. There must be some backstory that Xu Yuan didn't know. Xiaohua, have you sent supplies to Zilinshan Yuan recently? Li Shan asked. Xiaohua nodded, yes, but Brother Zeng and the others aren't around. And only one woman is living there now. Oh, that's the one who came back with Brother Zeng last time. Xu Yuan and Li Shan exchanged glances. Sister Chen Shi. The absence of the team leader meant they were still with Han Ming in District 12. Her name is Chen Shi. Xiaohua asked, turning his head. Xu Yuan nodded, yes, she is Professor Chen's daughter. Ah? Xiaohua's eyes widened, pressing harder on the gas pedal, so that's how it is. No wonder Brother Zeng respects her so much. The moonlight was like water, the mountain breeze was cool, and the sounds of insects and flowing streams echoed in the mountains. Chapter 3:15, Legacy. Han Ming's eating style was wild. He held a bowl of rice, and shoved it into his mouth with a rice spoon. Watching him eat like that, Chen Shi was dumbfounded. What kind of hunger has this child been through? Understandable, Sister Chen Shi. He has been in the mountains for more than a year. Anyone would go crazy, Zheng Fei sighed, waving his hand at Xu Yuan. Let's go, have some tea and smoke. Let's go, let's go. The two sat at the tea table, and Tang Yun smiled as she brewed tea for them. It's nice to be together. Xu Yuan also had a pained expression. Of course, for more than a year, Sister Xin and I have either been on missions or on the way to missions. We spent nearly 5 months in the underground mountains of Changbai. Han Ming wolfed down his food like a whirlwind, finishing it all, then dashed to the TV. Expertly grabbed the controller, almost moved to tears. Woo 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 woo, this is the life of a human. In the evening, the steaming hot pot released the aroma of chili and numbing pepper. The white wine was spicy, and laughter filled the dining table. By the way, Xu Yuan, when we came back, Commander Zhu said the celebration banquet would start tomorrow, Zheng Fei said, picking up a slice of beef. Xu Yuan nodded, searching for something in the pot with his chopsticks. So annoying, next time just tell them not to hold a celebration banquet. I just put in the tribute vegetables. Chapter 3:16, Celebration banquet. In a corner of the banquet hall on the first floor, Tong Feifei wore a white lace bell-sleeve shirt, a fitted skirt, and patent leather heels. She was beautifully dressed, her makeup exquisite, exuding a mature charm. Sister Feifei. Xu Yuan waved to Tong Feifei from a distance. Seeing a familiar face, a smile appeared on Tong Feifei's cold face. Xu Yuan, Shina, Yana. As she spoke, her gaze locked onto the tall Zheng Fei, who turned his head away, blushing. Tong Feifei's eyes flickered as she looked at Han Ming beside him. Han Ming is here too. Sister Feifei, long time no see. Han Ming grinned. Pulling Xu Yuan aside, you guys chat, we'll step away for a bit. Tang Yun also pulled Li Shan to follow Xu Yuan and Han Ming. And the four stood behind a table, observing the two. Feifei, how have you been lately? Zheng Fei, dressed casually today, looked like a silly boy in front of Tong Feifei. Tong Feifei looked up at the much taller Zheng Fei, reverting to her icy demeanor. Same as usual. Have the recent missions gone smoothly? Very smoothly. Do you want something to drink? I'll go get it for you. Zheng Fei was very shy in front of Tong Feifei. A stark contrast to his usual carefree self. Chapter 317. Human Fountain. Fengyi called Xu Yuan to one side and naturally handed him a cigarette. Are you having fun? If there's something, just say it, Commander Feng, no need to beat around the bush, Xu Yuan replied, taking it and lighting it. Recalling how Fengyi had sat beside him in silence for a long time back in the capital military district. He always felt that this commander wanted to say something to him. Fengyi smiled lightly at this and turned to look at Zheng Fei and the others grilling outside the main building. Have you considered leading a team yourself? No consideration. Xu Yuan directly refused, as Zhu Buqing had discussed this matter with him before. Fengyi was not surprised by Xu Yuan's answer. I'm just the messenger. This is old Zhu's intention. He wants you to stay in the country and go to the Pacific Theater after the third phase of the Qianxing plan ends. As a captain, you also have to fulfill your duties. He wants you to select people to form a new team in the Qianxing plan. After speaking, Fengyi looked at Xu Yuan, their eyes meeting. Of course, what I just said is old Zhu's meaning and does not represent my personal opinion. Hearing this, Xu Yuan felt a surge of inexplicable anger. What? Just a few days ago, you promised me a year, and now you've changed your mind in just a few days. If you push me too hard, I won't do it. Chapter 318. Crystal Dragon Armor. Zheng Fei pushed open the door, carrying a small table from the bed, which held white wine and some snacks. Xu Yuan stood by the window in his pajamas, wide-eyed, still drinking. Captain. Just a little, a whole night of beer isn't satisfying. I need something stronger, Zheng Fei chuckled, placing the small table on Xu Yuan's bed, kicking off his slippers and sitting cross-legged on the bed. Xu Yuan sat opposite Zheng Fei. Zheng Fei poured wine while asking, if you have any troubles, just tell me. Sigh. Xu Yuan sighed. Lifting his cup and taking a small sip, the alcohol tingled on his tongue. No troubles, just recently, I feel out of sorts with everything I do. Xu Yuan looked up at Zheng Fei. Captain, I feel like I've lost that initial passion. That's because you've had everything go too smoothly in the past year. You and Li Shen have refined 2 exotic beasts. Have you encountered any setbacks? No, Xu Yuan shook his head. Zheng Fei continued, that's not it. The Qianxing plan is just a task for you two to improve your strength. I don't believe you prioritize the Qianxing plan above everything else. In your case, just fighting a few battles in the war zone will do you good. Chapter 319. East Sea War Zone. It was drizzling outside, and Xu Yuan's car was parked in the parking lot opposite the main building. The two walked leisurely in the rain. Outside Zhu Buqing's office, looking through the glass at the two people below, Zhu Buqing frowned. This morning, Zheng Fei reported to me that their team is going to the East Sea War Zone tomorrow. He said it was Xu Yuan's intention. Fengyi stood beside him. Lao Zhu, you called me over just to say this. What did you say to Xu Yuan? Zhu Buqing stared at Xu Yuan below, who was getting into the car, his tone calm. Fengyi frowned. What do you mean? You went out to chat alone with Xu Yuan last night, right? Zhu Buqing turned his head, his gaze sharp as a sword. Fengyi met Zhu Buqing's gaze without fear. What? Do I need to report to you when I chat with him? When did you think you could suppress me? Zhu Buqing remained silent, slowly turning his head. You've always been at odds with us, and besides, they are leaving too hastily. HMPH, you always want to keep everything in your hands. But don't forget, Xu Yuan is not someone we can control, and Chen Yi is still in the country. Do you want him to cause another scene? Fengyi took out a cigarette and lit it. Chapter 320. Catching the net. The dormitory window was open, the sea breeze blowing the curtains, and the sound of the waves brought in a peace. After a quick wash, Xu Yuan lay on the bed, still looking at information on his phone. He only knew about the myth of the Jingwei bird from the story Jingwei Fills the Sea, and hadn't paid much attention to avian monsters before. The Shanhai Jing records that the daughter of the Flame Emperor was named Nuwa. Nuwa swam in the East Sea and drowned, hence she is called Jingwei, often carrying wood and stones from the West Mountain to fill the East Sea. Searching for a long time yielded only mythological stories. Xu Yuan sighed, wishing he had brought his captain's terminal, otherwise, he could have checked more thoroughly. After thinking for a while, Tang Yun should have made sufficient preparations and understood the details better. He was just trying to make some preparations. The daughter of the Flame Emperor, fire element, perhaps. He thought for a while before drifting off to sleep. The window was left open all night, and in the morning, Xu Yuan was awoken by the sounds of laughter outside. Sitting up, he looked out the window to see 7 or 8 people playing beach volleyball. The weather was still great today. These were all beast tamers stationed at the research institute to protect it, with missions similar to those guarding the border. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he changed into a clean set of clothes and tossed the dirty clothes into the laundry bag. Just as he stepped out, he saw Li Shin tying her hair. Good morning, Shinji. Chapter 321. Storm Sizzle. The stingray was cut into fish pieces, making a pleasant sound on the iron plate, with a wafting aroma filling the air. They had been at sea for half a month, and had encountered many weak monsters these days. Han Ming had not let a single one go, taking them all. As night approached, the sky darkened, and the air was full of water elements, indicating that a storm was about to arrive. Tonight didn't look peaceful. Zheng Fei stood on the deck. A big wind is coming. Xu Yuan pushed open the door and shouted to Zheng Fei outside, Captain, come back for some pan-fried stingray. Coming. Zheng Fei walked into the lounge, holding an ashtray in his left hand, extinguishing the cigarette, but as soon as he sat down, he said, Don't rest tonight, the storm is coming. Xu Yuan had just taken a bite of the fish. Are you afraid of capsizing? Tang Yun shook her head. It's not that, we are in the war zone now. Naturally, the storm caused by natural phenomena won't be a concern for the captain. Ahead, there will either be powerful monsters or battles between beast tamers forming a battlefield. Let's endure a bit these 2 days. Han Ming, after you finish eating, go to the cockpit and pay attention to any distress signals at sea. If it's not our country's distress signal, we'll bypass this area. Chapter 322. Snow Woman. In the cockpit, Han Ming was shouting, Captain, I can't stop. I really can't believe it. Xu Yuan doesn't care about anything when he fights. Zheng Fei gritted his teeth, gathering his power in his hand, the blade tip pointing downward, and suddenly slashed out. A strong blade energy howled, leaving only a scratch on the ice. Zheng Fei's eyes widened. What the hell, are you kidding me? I can't even break through the defense of this ice. Captain, try again. Xu Yuan's ability application is what I taught him. His control over his powers is excellent. We can definitely charge into the cold storm. Tang Yun pushed the door open, raised both hands, and 2 beams of blue and indigo light attached to Zheng Fei's hands. Zheng Fei's figure rapidly swelled, a pair of white wings unfurling behind him, instantly entering beast transformation. Damn it. I never thought I would need to use all my strength to break Xu Yuan's ice one day. Han Ming, don't shake your hands, my striking range is limited. If the ship collides, I'll blame you. Zheng Fei's voice boomed, and Han Ming's voice came from inside. Don't worry, Captain, I'll get you through this cold storm. Roaring Tiger Slash. In the center of the black storm, facing 2 dual beast tamers, Xu Yuan's offensive was unstoppable, each shot containing immense power. Chapter 323. Cold Wave. Chunchi's proud figure flew in the center of the cold storm, the sky and sea enveloped in a strong ice blue hue, dazzling in the night. The beast tamer from Sakura country, holding a katana, gritted his teeth, never expecting Zheng Fei to use the beast frenzy right away. Xu Yuan's ice dragon armor shone, the tips of his gun accompanied by a piercing cold wind, making it difficult for the enemies opposite to withstand the fierce attacks. On the other side, Li Shin waved away the combined attack of 2 enemies. Feeling the surging aura of Ling Shuang beside her, Li Shin gently tilted her head. You can take a break. I can handle them by myself. If I take a break, how will my teammates see me? Ling Shuang stepped forward, a snowstorm swirling beneath her, lifting her to the same height as Li Shin. Tang Yun was healing the three injured on the ice, her brows slightly furrowed. A vast life force surging, your injuries are quite serious. Fortunately, you all came, otherwise, our entire team would have died here. A girl forced a smile. And Tang Yun remembered her name was Shu Yu, as Ling Shuang called her. She looked up at Li Xin and Zheng Fei, who were fighting in mid-air. I never thought I would see Sister Li Xin and the captain fighting together one day. Chapter 324. Diverting. Sasaki looked at Shu Yuan in front of him, a storm rising in his heart. In his beast transformation armor, Sasaki's eyes were dark, completely different from his previous demeanor, and he tightened his grip on the katana. Boom! The halted battle below erupted. Marjan had transformed back into his regular beast form, holding a one-handed axe in his right hand, barely blocking the enemy's attack. His eyes sparkled with excitement as he unconsciously looked up at Shu Yuan in the sky. It's really Shu Yuan, ha ha ha, all these bastards are going to die here today. As soon as Marjan's words fell, he unleashed a powerful energy, swinging the one-handed axe to meet the attack from the opposite side. On the other side, in beast frenzy mode, Qilu had transformed into a fiery figure, flames swirling around her. And she was locked in a fierce battle with an enemy who had also entered beast frenzy mode. In the sky, Wu Di slowly floated to Shu Yuan's front. His gaze slightly sideways. Shu Yuan, how are Ling's team doing? Are Zheng's team far away? They are all fine, the enemies over there have been annihilated. Shu Yuan's tone was flat. Vaz? He opened his right hand, and Longming instantly took shape. His eyes coldly fixed on Sasaki in front of him. Play with me to the fullest, and I'll make your death a bit more merciful. Chapter 325. Weapon Destruction. In the battlefield near the waters of Sakura Nation, ice walls stood proudly on all sides, their ice-blue glow illuminating the space between heaven and sea, creating a strong sense of oppression. The surging sea gradually stabilized under the power of the extreme cold ice, and the chilling air surrounded them. Above the battlefield, Shu Yuan's face showed no emotion, his golden dragon eyes locked onto Sasaki, resembling a predator staring at its prey, filled with murderous intent. Feeling this violent aura, Sasaki's face turned serious, stronger than Wu's aura. Suddenly, a thunderclap erupted, and Shu Yuan transformed into a flash of lightning, rushing to Sasaki's front, thrusting his spear. Bang! Sasaki's pupils suddenly constricted, gritting his teeth as he crossed two knives in front of him. The immense force instantly knocked Sasaki back. He crashed against the ice wall behind him, which cracked in a spiderweb-like pattern centered around him. Damn it! Sasaki cursed through gritted teeth, glancing at his numb arms. A storm brewing in his heart. That incident in the South Sea lawless zone was indeed not baseless. On the sea surface, Wu Di was battling with Marjan and Sasaki's teammates, his large knife slashing down, leaving a shocking wound on the enemy's left shoulder. Xiaoqian, step back and rest. We'll take care of this. Chapter 326. Strange. Damn it, can't shake him off. Sasaki's face was grim. Shu Yuan relentlessly pursued him from behind. Sasaki's stamina was nearly depleted, and the injuries he had just sustained, combined with his full-speed efforts, made it hard for him to bear such a large consumption. Damn it, damn it, damn it! Sasaki roared in anger, suddenly turning to Shu Yuan and spitting out an energy beam. Shu Yuan's expression darkened, his golden dragon eyes shining in the night. He raised Longming and forcefully shattered Sasaki's attack. The black lightning flowed around the spear, and Shu Yuan suddenly thrust it forward. A bolt of lightning as thick as a wrist crackling against the air, mercilessly attacking Sasaki. A strange power rippled from Sasaki, his body once again phasing out to dodge this strike, but his aura suddenly dropped significantly. Troublesome ability. Shu Yuan spat, realizing that this ability was akin to an invincible skill, but the consumption was enormous each time. Right ahead, an island appeared in sight, lights flickering on it. This was the forward research station established by Sakura Nation for the East Sea War Zone. Seeing this, Sasaki was overjoyed, disregarding his injuries. At that moment, his potential exploded. Laughing maniacally, "Ha ha ha, we've reached our territory. You bastard, come chase me if you can." Chapter 327, White Dove. As dawn broke, golden light pierced through the clouds, and the shimmering waves sparkled like scattered gold on the sea surface. The rising sun cast strands of golden silk through the clouds, mesmerizing to behold. Wu Di also stepped out with a beer in hand, sitting beside Shu Yuan. "Shu Yuan, is that black dragon of yours the same one that Master Ming rode back in the day?" Captain Wu, do you know my old man?" Shu Yuan nodded. Wu Di smiled gently. "Everyone with experience knows him. You're even more warlike than your father. It's in the blood." Shu Yuan grinned, recalling something, and turned to ask, "Captain Wu, what does it mean to provoke war?" Hearing this, Wu Di looked speechlessly at Zheng Fei. "Zheng, it seems you haven't taught him anything." Zheng Fei scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "I didn't expect him to chase someone onto foreign territory. You're something else." Wu Di put down his beer and said to Shu Yuan, "You should know that beast tamers often pursue exotic beasts into foreign waters, right?" "Yeah. I've encountered it in the South Sea War Zone before." Wu Di continued, "This situation is normal, but if it involves land, the nature changes completely. As a beast tamer, the moment you step onto foreign territory, it will be regarded as a declaration of war." Chapter 328, Ticket. Shu Yuan and his team rested at Wu Di's base for 3 days. The Ling Shuang team was stationed at the rear and had left 2 days ago. Yesterday, Ling Shuang had sent some supplies for Jian Guo and the others, along with the supplies Wu Di added to the ship. There was enough to last Zheng Fei and the others for 2 months at sea. At this moment, Wu Di's team stood on the base platform, waving to Zheng Fei and the others on the deck. "Currently, the only lawless zone coordinates we know of are that one. You can take a chance. If it doesn't work out, you can find another lawless zone. Those information brokers are sometimes quite reliable." "Thanks, Captain Wu." Zheng Fei waved with a smile. Wu Di took a drag from his cigarette. "What thanks? We should be the ones thanking you. We'll rest for another 2 days and then go find those bastards' base. This time, we need to uproot their main force in the East Sea War Zone." Upon hearing this, Zheng Fei and the others saluted, "Wishing you good fortune in battle." Wu Di's team returned the salute, Wu Di smiling, "Wishing you a successful mission." The ship sailed forward, and Wu Di and the others turned back to the base only after the ship was completely out of sight. At this moment, in the cockpit, Zheng Fei set the autopilot according to the coordinates sent by Wu Di. According to the displayed route, they would reach the lawless zone in 2 days. Chapter 329, Information Broker. Soft music played in the private room, and Tang Yun held a knife and fork, eating elegantly. "The taste is quite good. The beef is like exotic beast meat, and the sauce is well made. Shu Yuan, don't you want to try exotic beast meat steak?" "I have to try it." Shu Yuan put down his legs and pulled a steak to himself, devouring it. Zheng Fei held a bottle of red wine. "I've commissioned Team Ling and Captain Wu to look for that green dragon in the East Sea War Zone. Didn't Night Team say you should refine it?" "I almost forgot about that," Shu Yuan recalled, realizing that his recent thoughts had not been on himself. Shu Yuan looked at Zheng Fei. "Captain, is that green dragon on the same level as the Xuanwu we encountered before?" "It definitely isn't." "Are you linking it to the 4 divine beasts?" Zheng Fei's eyes widened. Shu Yuan stuffed a piece of meat into his mouth. "Aren't they the green dragon, white tiger, the million bird, and Xuanwu?" Tang Yun set down her knife and fork, gently wiping her mouth. "The green dragon we encountered is definitely not the legendary one, otherwise, with our strength at the time, we couldn't have matched it at all. You've seen the power of Xuanwu. It's completely not on the same level as the green dragon we encountered. I guess the higher-ups called it a green dragon because, like your black dragon, it was judged by its color." Chapter 330, Red Mist. The three bought some goods to take back, mostly ingredients and fine wines, along with some rare seasonings. The most sold here were exotic beast materials, which they didn't need in their team. Zheng Fei didn't buy any cigarettes, fearing that the black market ones were tampered with. Is this enough? Zheng Fei looked at the pile of goods behind him. If we don't bring anything back, Han Ming will nag endlessly. Xu Yuan handed his backpack to Tang Yun. This should be enough. We need to withdraw once our mission is complete, and we won't consume all these supplies before leaving. Let's go, Zheng Fei said, and together with Xu Yuan, they shouldered the goods. As they reached the entrance, the previously responsible receptionist, Kai Wen, walked over with exaggerated cat-like steps. Her hips swaying dramatically, she held out a golden card with both hands. My boss entrusted me to give this to this handsome young man. Yuan handed the card in her hand to Xu Yuan, who was slightly taken aback and then frowned. I don't know your boss. My boss is called Jones. And he is right there. Yuan looked towards the private room on the second floor. Xu Yuan and the others followed her gaze and saw a middle-aged man with deep-set eyes, brown hair, and blue eyes standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. His gaze was fixed on Xu Yuan, and when Xu Yuan looked over, he smiled and waved. Chapter 331. Strange smoke fished the red mist spread like blood, filling the air. There was no sign of life around, not even the most basic marine creatures, which was extremely eerie. Zheng Fei stared at the sea surface, while Li Shan observed their surroundings. The mist seemed to be drifting up from below, otherwise, it wouldn't be possible for the sea surface to be red. Zheng Fei frowned. Li Shan's eyebrows twitched slightly, her right hand resting on the handle of her dragon-tooth knife. Still can't feel any presence. Thud, thud, thud. Xu Yuan quickly ran up from below. Only Tang Yun was in the lounge. What happened, Yun Ji? Tang Yun shook her head lightly. I don't know yet. Xu Yuan. A voice from the cockpit came from Han Ming. Xu Yuan glanced at Tang Yun and turned to enter the cockpit. Outside the glass, there was only a sea of blood red. Han Ming's expression was strange. Can you feel anything? I can't feel anything. It just seems that this red mist is very eerie. Xu Yuan stood beside him. Han Ming's features were almost twisted together. I can sense something is off. But it's a strange feeling that I can't describe. Suddenly, a heavy thud came from outside the ship, as if something had struck the water. Xu Yuan pulled open the window and jumped out of the cockpit. Notify us if there's a situation. Chapter 332. A circle. Xu Yuan only managed to fish out part of it. About 20 fish. Is this enough, Yun Ji? Enough, enough. Tang Yun held an electronic device and looked up. Anyway, there are no live ones. This is enough for them to study. As she spoke, Tang Yun slapped Han Ming beside her. Stop thinking about it. Professor Chang said it can't be eaten. This kind of thing needs to be studied. Xu Yuan sat next to Tang Yun. Yun Ji, what is the significance of studying this? Tang Yun, who was writing a report, paused for a moment, her expression becoming serious. Ordinary creatures that eat beast meat undergo mutations. Do you know what that means? What? Xu Yuan pulled out a cigarette from his pocket. The bruise from Zheng Fei's hit had already subsided. Tang Yun turned to look at Xu Yuan, speaking earnestly. It means humans can too. In an instant, a flood of thoughts rushed into Xu Yuan's mind, and his expression grew increasingly grave. Is this kind of thing allowed? It's not allowed. This kind of research is explicitly prohibited internationally, but countries are secretly researching it. Whichever country succeeds means they will have unlimited beast tamers. Professor Chen's theory is very humane. He merely proposed the possibility of human mutations, unlike the crazed research of other countries. Chapter 333. The death stare. The afternoon sun blazed over the sea. An ice-cold beer slid down the throat, making one feel refreshed. Ha! Who do you think researched this stuff? It's just comfortable to drink. Zheng Fei looked intoxicated, and in the lounge, it was just him, Tang Yun, and Han Ming. Xu Yuan and Li Shan were nowhere to be seen. Tang Yun was flipping through an ancient book, taking notes as she read. Captain, how many days have we been in this sea area? Han Ming asked, turning over on the sofa. Zheng Fei sat down with a beer. Today is the 40th day. Where are Xu Yuan and Li Xin? Let me check. Han Ming picked up the electronic device beside him. They just left the 7th coordinate point and are heading to the 8th coordinate point. Captain, is it really useful for us to investigate separately like this? They've been out for 2 days. Zheng Fei looked quite helpless. What else can we do? We just need to roam around. We'll run into something eventually. The information that informant sold you guys isn't fake, right? Han Ming mumbled quietly. Zheng Fei shook his head. No, I asked Team Wu about that informant. He is quite reliable in the East Sea battle zone. Han Ming got up from the sofa. I'm going to get some shaved ice. Yun Ji, do you want some? Chapter 334. The flame of rebirth. A sea eel burst out of the water and paused when it saw Xu Yuan. Its dragon head moved slightly. Golden dragon eyes displaying endless majesty, black dragon whiskers floated, and Xu Yuan opened his dragon mouth. Crack! A bolt of black lightning shot out, instantly piercing the sea eel. And black arcs spread across the sea surface. In just an instant, the giant sea eel lost its life force. Xu Yuan was unconcerned. Turning his dragon head to continue watching the Jingwei bird, coiling his body around it. The already large Jingwei bird appeared like a small sparrow before Xu Yuan, roar. The dragon's roar shook the heavens, seemingly about to shatter one's liver and gallbladder. The Jingwei bird flapped its wings, suddenly losing strength, its body began to plummet rapidly. With a splash, it fell into the sea. Xu Yuan's heart stirred, and the dragon lock chain wrapped around the unconscious Jingwei bird pulled it out. Awesome, Xu Yuan. Han Ming grinned widely. Tang Yun unfolded her green wings behind her and quickly flew towards the Jingwei bird. The black giant dragon surged with thunder. And Xu Yuan gradually returned to his normal state, watching Tang Yun fly towards the Jingwei bird below, letting out a sigh. This should be foolproof now. Thank you for your hard work, Xu Yuan. Tang Yun smiled up at Xu Yuan in the sky, and Xu Yuan gently nodded at her. The dragon lock chain binding the Jingwei bird slowly receding. Chapter 336. Lucky Star life is about flavor, food is about encounters, days are plain and fragmented. But only the lingering warmth of food forms the greatest confidence in our lives. The streets were filled with enticing aromas, although it wasn't mealtime. Many diners were still searching for delicacies. The restaurant Han Ming chose wasn't large, and he sat in a chair, enthusiastically ordering dishes. Captain, what do you think of this restaurant? Tang Yun showed Zheng Fei her phone, who was studying what drink to have without looking back. It's all good. You and Li Xin can choose. The hotel is not far from here. While waiting for the dishes to be served, Zheng Fei and Han Ming stay here, while Xu Yuan and the others take 5 suitcases to the hotel for check-in. All 5 people's documents are with Tang Yun, who walks ahead with her suitcase. Xu Yuan and Li Xin each pull 2 suitcases behind her. Not too far, right, Yuna? Just a few minutes of walking, it's quick. The sound of high heels clicking on the stone path made Xu Yuan's expression strange. Sister Xin, doesn't Sister Yun get tired walking in high heels? You get used to it, Li Xin chuckled lightly, her big eyes visible through her sunglasses. Chapter 337. Receiving guests. In Tong Feifei's office, Zheng Fei's team, Chen Shi, Tong Feifei, and Xin Kongying are all present. Tang Yun helps Chen Shi brew tea. Sister Feifei, you also chose the laboratory on the 3rd floor. Yes. It's closer to Sister Chen Shi, and I have Kongying with me. I suddenly found that work isn't so boring. As Tong Feifei spoke, she looked up at Li Xin. Xina, someone has been cleaning up at Zilinshan Yuan, so you can move in directly when you return. Okay, thank you, Sister Feifei, Li Xin smiled. Xin Kongying looked at the 5 sitting on the sofa, finally seeing all members of Zheng Fei's team. I suddenly feel like I've succeeded in chasing a star. Chen Shi chuckled. You've looked through their information so much that it's normal to feel this way when you see them in person. Han Ming tied at his hair. This beautiful lady, do you have a boyfriend? Would you consider me? Let me introduce myself, I am Henming, a beast tamer. And the soul of our team. Xing Kongying was taken aback and immediately looked to Xu Yuan for help. Xu Yuan's mouth twitched as she pulled Henming, class leader. You guys chat first, Hanji, let's go report to the captain at the commander's place. Chapter 338, Transmission over 1,000 miles. At the dining table. Zheng Fei finished cooking the exotic beast meat he brought, and the food was delicious and visually appealing. Besides Zheng Fei and Fang Qian, everyone else was watching them drink. Zheng Fei downed one cup after another, and at first, Fang Qian found it hard to swallow, but as he drank a few more cups, he gradually let loose and kept up with Zheng Fei, drinking white liquor. Xu Yuan and the others watched in disbelief, in their impression. Zheng Fei only drank like this when he was with Jiang Shao. I heard your batch of newcomers is going to fight Xu Yuan together. Listen to me. It's good to be alive, keep your distance from that monster. Zheng Fei said, putting his arm around Fang Qian's shoulder, raising an eyebrow. Fang Qian, already quite drunk, became a bit more sober after hearing Zheng Fei's words. Captain Zheng, I thought you should know after leading the team for so many years. How could Xu team alone deal with 13 of us? Although we haven't been beast tamers for long, we are all controlling top-tier beasts. Zheng Fei, with blurry eyes, patted Fang Qian's shoulder. You guys don't understand. Even if you're geniuses, he is a monster. Xu Yuan has seen more geniuses than you've seen beast tamers. How dare you challenge him? Chapter 339, Reunion. As dawn broke, the heavy clouds were tinted with a golden layer, dreamlike and surreal. The wind was gentle, not fierce, stirring the clouds in the sky like a sea of clouds. In the Altai region, Karnas was shrouded in morning mist, with lush mountains and forests, wildflowers everywhere, and the lake water mingling with the green spruces, sketching a fairyland-like picture in the morning fog. Got it. Xu Yuan, flying in the air, smiled as a familiar aura entered her mind, and she immediately dove towards the direction of the aura. Below, the wooden houses were scattered, with faint smoke visible, intertwining with the morning mist. The magnificent and beautiful Karnas lake looked like a blue silk ribbon winding through the mountains, as golden sunlight penetrated the morning fog, transforming the lake water into a deep mysterious color like jade. On the other side of the village, a wooden house was built by the lake, where a middle-aged man sat in a wheelchair, holding a simple fishing rod. Beside him, Chen Yi, dressed in a black suit with a pure black shirt, held a cigarette and looked up at the sky. He is coming. Hearing this, the middle-aged man fishing trembled slightly, his voice hoarse and brows furrowed. Why did you bring him here? Chapter 340, Division of Chains. What happened back then? Chen Yi, smoking nearby, had a deep gaze, a hint of ruthlessness flashing in his eyes. The children of Nan village bullied me when I was old and weak. Our country's beast tamers were almost wiped out in that war. After we regrouped, the Dove organization was established. Xu Yuan listened, confused. The children of Nan village bullied me when I was old and weak. So that war was multiple countries attacking us at the same time. I'll tell you the details later. Chen Yi extinguished his cigarette. Xu Yuan saw Lin Zhu walk out of the wooden house, her fingers crackling with black lightning, blasting Xu Haoming's unfinished cigarette into powder with a pop. Cough cough, Xu Haoming coughed lightly and said softly, "Good kid." Chen Yi, not knowing when he had a phone in his hand, said, "Xu Yuan, we should go now, my people are arriving." Brother Yi. Xu Yuan's brows furrowed as she looked reluctantly at Xu Haoming and Lin Zhu. Xu Haoming sighed, "Go ahead, no matter what you encounter, you must trust Xiao Yi. Just as you trust Uncle Chen, he won't harm you." "Don't worry, Dad, I will." Xu Yuan had just finished speaking when Lin Zhu stepped forward on her tiptoes and embraced Xu Yuan. "Son, you smile a lot less than before. You have a lot on your mind, right?" Chapter 341, Breaking the Rules. "I can't stay this time. I have some things to take care of. I came to say goodbye." Chen Yi gently touched Chen Shi's head, his eyes filled with tenderness. All right then, Chen Shi said a bit dejectedly. Knowing that Chen Yi had to stay in the war zone for a long time, and had many things to do. You live well here. Don't tire yourself too much. Learn what you can. If you can't, go back to Zilinshan Yuan to tend to flowers and birds or something. If anyone bullies you, tell me, and I won't spare them. Chen Yi advised Chen Shi, who nodded obediently like a child. Xu Yuan found it strange. She had to admit that beast tamers aged too slowly. Chen Yi looked like he was only 28 or 29, while Chen Shi, though looking young, was actually older than Zheng Fei. She called Chen Yi brother, which always felt a bit odd to Xu Yuan. All right, stop looking at the information and go rest. Chen Yi pushed Chen Shi towards the resting room. After pushing Chen Shi into the room, Chen Yi held the doorknob. Go wash up and sleep. Chen Shi looked at Chen Yi reluctantly. Brother, will you be gone when I wake up? Chen Yi was taken aback, said nothing, and slowly closed the door. Go to sleep. Chapter 342, Can't be blown up. Still looking back. You can't see them anymore. Chen Yi turned back to look at Xu Yuan, who was kneeling in the back seat, and looking back. Xu Yuan sighed and sat up straight. We've been together for so many years and have never been apart for this long. Being apart for a while is good. Xiao Fei and the others have relied too much on you in battle, which isn't good for them in the long run. Chen Yi took out a cigarette, lit it, and tossed the remaining half-pack to Xu Yuan. He exhaled a puff of smoke. I've looked through their information, Tang Yun, Han Ming, and that new recruit Lu Ru can all start refining exotic beast weapons. Xiao Fei is now lagging behind a bit. There are many different colored beast pearls at the base. You should go take a look to see if there's anything suitable for him. Okay, Brother Yi. Xu Yuan lit a cigarette, and looked back reluctantly for a moment. Beep beep, the phone made a sound. Xu Yuan took out his phone, and saw that Li Shan had sent him 2 crying emojis. Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile as he stared at the screen. The soldier driving the vehicle looked ahead. Team Yi, the plane is ready. You shouldn't stay in the country for too long. I know. I'll handle some matters in the city and then leave. You need to visit the teacher often. Make sure the living supplies are never short. Chen Yi rested his arm on the window, and the wind tousled his hair. Chapter 343, Pacific Research Institute. They had already entered the Pacific waters. Should we fly lower? Chen Yi raised an eyebrow at Xu Yuan beside him. Xu Yuan was looking at the radar, and lifted his head upon hearing Chen Yi's words. Won't we be discovered by the enemy? If we are discovered, you fly the plane, and I'll go down to fight them. It's not a big deal. Let's not do that. Among the vast oceans, the Pacific holds a significant position with its unparalleled beauty and vastness. The plane pierced through the clouds. Looking down from the sky, it resembled a giant sapphire. Magnificent and imposing. A call request icon lit up on the electronic screen, and Chen Yi pressed the button to connect. A man's voice came through. Team Yi. The landing platform has begun to rise, and it is expected to land in 3 minutes. Received. Prepare meals for 2. Understood. The call was then disconnected. Xu Yuan noticed that Chen Yi was very straightforward in both his actions and speech, which was quite similar to Professor Chen. The plane dived down, and on the azure sea surface, a metal landing platform slowly rose from below, leveling with the water. Chen Yi held the control stick as the plane's thrust gradually diminished. Xu Yuan tightened his grip on the seatbelt. A strong sense of weightlessness surged in his heart, and he vowed never to fly in a plane piloted by Chen Yi again. Chapter 344, Welcome Home. Bang Bang. As they entered the cafeteria, 2 firecrackers went off, and red paper petals flew everywhere. Welcome back home, Xu Yuan. Chen Yi stepped aside, leaving Xu Yuan standing at the door, looking at the smiling crowd, feeling both strange and familiar at the same time. Old Wang put down the firecrackers in his hand. I didn't expect they could still be used after so many years in the warehouse. He walked up to pat Shu Yuan on the shoulder. Welcome home, Shu Yuan. Behind Old Wang stood about 100 researchers, most of whom were middle-aged, with very few young faces. Thank you. Shu Yuan snapped back to reality and smiled gently. Old Wang went behind Shu Yuan and pushed him forward. Come, come. We've prepared a lavish welcome feast for you. You can eat your fill today. The people around Shu Yuan surrounded him, applauding continuously. Shu Yuan felt a bit overwhelmed by their strong enthusiasm. Chen Yi had already sat down, and Old Wang pushed Shu Yuan to sit next to Chen Yi. The total number of researchers and professors in the institute was 233, with half of them present and the other half still at work. These people were the young individuals that the teacher had initially brought from the country, and they had been working here for a long time. Chapter 345, Chen Yi's team. You still have a lot to learn, the application of abilities and combat skills. Although Li Xin and Tang Yun are good teachers, they lack experience in fighting top-tier powers, and their own abilities are limited, so they can't teach you much more. What made you think about refining a long spear? Isn't a knife cooler? Chen Yi asked with a smile. Shu Yuan took a puff of his cigarette and replied, different strokes for different folks. I just think guns are cool. Fortunately, there's that kid Zhao Yang around, otherwise, I wouldn't know where to find a gun expert for you, Chen Yi chuckled, turning his gaze forward. His smile gradually faded, and his brow furrowed. You don't need to learn how to control your abilities. Tang Yun taught you that well. But you need to start from scratch on the application of abilities. It's not just about releasing them into skills, there are deeper uses. Tan Jin and Xie Qing can teach you this, and Zhao Yang can teach you combat skills. The year ahead is a bit tight, the Qianxing project must be done. We will definitely impart everything we can to you. How much you learn depends on your own abilities. Shu Yuan nodded. He had prepared himself mentally before coming, knowing that there was still much to learn and understand. Chapter 346, Bullying Children. At this moment, in the living room on the first floor, Tan Jin was holding a bag of chips and felt the surge of Xie Qing's abilities, raising her head to glance at the ceiling, just arrived and already needing treatment. It seems Shu Yuan's situation is more serious than I imagined. It shouldn't be as severe as Ming Yi's back then, when I was still a rookie. Ming Yi's mental power was permanently damaged. Zhao Yang sighed, his expression no longer cheerful. Crunch, crunch, Tan Jin chewed like a hamster. It's okay, with Sister Xie Qing around. Shu Yuan will definitely be cured. Gentle energy transformed into strands of colorful silk swirling around Xie Qing's fingertips, like a clear spring flowing into the heart. Shu Yuan felt as if he was in the vast universe. His heart felt clear and bright, like a blind person regaining sight after many years. Before this, Shu Yuan never felt that his mental power was damaged, but under Xie Qing's abilities, this sudden clarity was like a long-awaited rain after a drought. In the mental space, the black dragon was subdued by this strong mental power, and its fierce aura gradually calmed down. Its eyes that had been open for so long slowly closed. This should be fine. Xie Qing took out a tissue to wipe the small beads of sweat from her forehead. Suppressing the black dragon was more difficult than she had imagined. Once this dragon woke up, it would continue to devour Shu Yuan's mental power. Chapter 347, Complete Release. Now, Shu Yuan was taken aback, not expecting Chen Yi to be ready to start as soon as he woke up. Huff. Chen Yi exhaled a puff of smoke. Do you want to wait until tomorrow? Right now, you three go change into battle gear. As soon as he finished speaking, Tan Jin and Zhao Yang instantly dashed into the room, their speed astonishing. Xie Qing smiled lightly. Hurry up, Shu Yuan, this time you, Jinna, and Zhao Yang are the main force, and I will be responsible for building the battlefield. The captain will lead. Qiu Fan, who had been looking down, raised his head and blinked. Chen Yi patted his shoulder. Be good, you won't participate this time. Qiu Fan nodded and continued to play with his decryption toy. Soon, Shu Yuan and the other two came out dressed in combat suits. Chen Yi didn't waste any words, with his right hand holding a cigarette, and his left hand raised. A powerful force erupted instantly. The previously calm sea surface suddenly rippled, waves spreading outward as if something was about to rise from the seabed. Then, a huge platform resembling white jade rose from the sea floor, the pure white jade platform smooth and warm. Chen Yi pushed off with his toes and jumped onto the center of the platform, with Zhao Yang and Tan Jin following closely behind. Let's go. Xie Qing smiled and floated toward the nearby white jade platform. Chapter 348, Binding the Phoenix. The arrow whistled, emitting scorching air and flames. In the vast fire domain, the flames were drawn by this arrow, transforming into a three-legged golden crow that rushed towards the massive dragon head. The arrow transformed into a bird's beak, with enormous wings spread wide, surrounded by golden red flames. The scarlet full moon bound the black dragon's tail, and wild thunder flashed, continuously eroding the scarlet energy sphere. Sensing a powerful flame force, the black dragon's eyes emitted wild thunder, and the black lightning gathering in its mouth was about to be unleashed. Suddenly, Zhao Yang waved the ancient long spear in his hand, Eclipse. With a hiss, a piece of the energy sphere at the dragon's tail instantly vanished. As if severed by Zhao Yang's spear, the energy exploded, and the black dragon's body twisted, the wild thunder in its eyes and mouth disappearing without a trace. With a roar, the dragon's cry carried a hint of painful lament. Upon closer inspection, the black dragon's tail had been completely devoured with the disappearance of the scarlet full moon. Zhao Yang smiled slightly. Although I can't kill you, incapacitating you is no problem. At the same time, the golden crow cried out, instantly piercing through the giant head of the black dragon. Wish! Tan Jin and Zhao Yang shouted simultaneously behind them. Chapter 349, When Darkness Descends. Roar. The ice dragon and the black dragon both let out an angry roar at each other. The black dragon's roar was deep and filled with unwillingness. Wish's roar was clear, like a piece of millennia-old ice. As Wish emitted a dragon's cry, an extreme cold ray shot out from its mouth, mercilessly piercing through the black dragon's mouth, instantly causing flesh to fly, creating a large hole in the back of the dragon's head. Indeed, only under the suppression of the dragon-binding chain could this dragon be harmed. The black dragon felt the pain, its dragon's cry abruptly stopping, never expecting that Wish would pull such a surprise on it. Kid, not bad, unexpected. Zhao Yang grinned, stepping on the dragon-binding chain, and thrusting his spear fiercely, creating a hole in the black dragon's body. This is the feeling of a spear piercing flesh, just now. When I hit it, it felt like stabbing into cotton. Tan Jin, holding a fiery long staff, struck the ice dragon with a bang, bending its body with tremendous force, the flames scorching it. Wish's dragon body swam and spiraled upward, the extreme cold ice once again coalescing in its mouth, hissing as it pierced through the black dragon's massive body. The dragon's mouth, just penetrated by Wish, had not yet healed when another fatal wound appeared in an instant. The black dragon raised its head, its fierce eyes seemingly wanting to kill Wish with a glare. Chapter 350, Thunder Emperor. On the jade platform outside, Chen Yi and Xie Qing had just exited Wish's mental space. Xie Qing's body went limp, and Chen Yi gently wrapped his arm around her waist, as she leaned against his chest, breathing heavily. Are you all right? Xie Qing nodded slightly. I'm fine, just a bit drained, I just need to rest. Is everything okay on Wish's side? The rest of the matters can only rely on him. Can you still walk? Chen Yi asked softly. Tan Jin, standing nearby, pouted. Of course not, Captain. Aren't you going to carry Sister Xie Qing back? Chen Yi turned to glare at her. Are you itching for trouble again? Come help Sister Xie Qing back. I can't, Captain. I'm not fully recovered yet. After finishing, Tan Jin spread her fiery wings and quickly flew back to the island, raising an eyebrow at Qiu Fan, who had been watching. Qiu Fan smiled without speaking. Zhao Yang's pupils trembled, and he quickly jumped back to the island. Captain, take good care of Sister Xie Qing. Chen Yi sighed, looking down at Xie Qing, who was now gazing up at him with her beautiful big eyes, blinking. I'll help you back to rest. The moment the two left the jade platform, Whisk's body erupted with black lightning, the violent thunder destroying the jade platform beneath them. Chapter 351. Officially online. Dark clouds rolled, and the lightning in the clouds had completely descended. The massive pit beneath Whisk was gradually filling with seawater, and at this moment, he had a blank expression, eyes tightly closed, with small black arcs of electricity dancing all over his body. Xie Qing smiled lightly. The fierce aura is still so strong. It must be the characteristic of the black lightning. That dragon's presence has completely vanished. Now I can only feel Whisk's aura. The dragon that troubled both our generations has finally been completely resolved. The teacher must be very happy when he finds out. Xie Qing, you should contact the teacher later and tell him about this. Chen Yi's dazed gaze cleared up a lot as he turned and walked toward the small building. The rest is up to you. Whisk should sleep for a few days. I'll also go rest. Don't disturb me when Whisk wakes up. According to my previous instructions, you all take turns teaching him. Okay. The few of them smiled. Then turned back to continue watching Whisk. His aura was currently somewhat chaotic, slowly recovering, at this moment. Aside from his dragon claw-like hands and the dragon horns on his head, there were no other dragon characteristics visible. His body was wrapped in a set of ancient and solemn black dragon-patterned armor, exposing only his hands and the area above his neck. Chapter 352. Space Domain. Thunder Emperor Whisk's mouth gradually curled up. Not bad. The captain didn't stay long in the country this time. Most of the time he was inspecting other battle zones. The incident in the lawless zone of the South China Sea and your battle with Sasaki has already spread. It almost reached the territorial waters of another country. Currently, some of your simple intelligence has circulated in the South China Sea and East China Sea, and it is believed to have flowed into the Pacific battle zone. Now many people know that a monster-level dragon tamer has emerged from Huaxia, and your reputation may even surpass Jinna's. After all, Jinna didn't create such a big stir back in the day. Her reputation was built in the Pacific battle zone. Xie Qing poured a glass of water for Whisk and sat beside him. Whisk took a sip from the cup. I was already mentally prepared for this. Information leakage was only a matter of time. You should eat quickly, after you finish. I still need to teach you. Xie Qing rested her chin on her hands, blinking her big eyes at Whisk. Whisk rubbed his belly, putting down the cup. Looking at the unidentified food on the plate with some hesitation. I just woke up and don't really feel like eating. I'll leave it for Jinna. She's a big foodie. Then come with me. Xie Qing stood up and walked outside the small building, and Whisk got up to follow. Chapter 353. Martial God. Are you talking about Han Ming? Your team controls Meng Ji, right? Tan Jin blinked. Whisk nodded, yes. He can become invisible and completely hide his presence. Even a great immortal wouldn't notice him. I thought this skill would be effective against Han Ming. But Tan Jin shook her head. That won't work. Huh? Tan Jin slowly flew toward the sky dome. Meng Ji is a very special beast. So special that it exceeds your imagination. Even Sister Xie Qing has said that those who can control Meng Ji are few and far between in history. I also asked Sister Xie Qing the same question, and she said this little trick wouldn't work against beast tamers like Han Ming. Just now. You couldn't feel my space domain, right? But people like them are very sensitive to presence. But don't worry, such people are rare, among the people I know. Only Sister Xie Qing and Han Ming are in that category. Hearing this, Whisk nodded. That's good. Teach me how to compress the space domain presence later. No problem. Outside the small building on the island, Zhao Yang stood next to Xie Qing, watching the two enter the sky dome. Oh, you're back. I thought little Tan had taken Whisk away to fight. She didn't dare to. The captain had instructed her before leaving that she was not allowed to leave here for 100 days. All she should focus on now was studying hard and training well. Chapter 354. Talkative. The sky was filled with magnificent evening clouds, like a prelude to the upcoming performance. heralding a grand variation about to unfold. The distant dark clouds were illuminated by the setting sun, showcasing vibrant colors dominated by deep purple, presenting a gradient. The sea became turbulent, with white waves crashing against the shore. Xu Yuan and Zhao Yang were practicing on the beach. Xu Yuan's offensive moves were swift like the wind, while Zhao Yang held a gun in both hands. Eliminate unnecessary movements, turn every shot into a lethal strike. In battle, discard that little bit of pity in your heart. Xu Yuan remained silent, her gaze indifferent, each shot accompanied by a sharp whoosh, her attacks as rapid as thunder. During these days, aside from using her abilities while learning from Tan Jin and Xie Qing, she had completely relied on her physical fitness when training with Zhao Yang. Without using her abilities at all, Tan Jin stood outside the small building with a bucket of ice cream, looking up at the horizon. A typhoon is coming. The long guns of the two clashed on the beach, each strike sending out ripples, the aftershocks blowing Tan Jin's hair, to which she was already accustomed. A typhoon is coming, you two should come back early. Neither of them heard Tan Jin's voice, one attacking and the other defending. Zhao Yang originally planned to teach Xu Yuan some defensive and deflecting techniques, but was outright rejected by Chen Yi. In the end, apart from the attacking techniques, Xu Yuan only learned Zhao Yang's method of deflection. Chapter 355. See execution ground. In front of the dressing mirror, Xu Yuan looked at herself in combat gear, a confident smile on her face. She turned and took a tactical vest from the wardrobe, picked up her phone from the nightstand, and saw dozens of messages from Li Xin. The general content was that they had just completed a mission, everything was fine, and that Xu Yuan shouldn't worry. Sister Xin, you must pay attention to safety. I also have a mission to go to, let's chat when I come back. After sending the voice message, Xu Yuan tucked her phone under her pillow, looking at the group photo of Zheng Fei's team on the nightstand with a smile. Are you ready yet, Xu Yuan? Hurry up, came Tan Jin's voice from downstairs. Xu Yuan put on her military boots. I'll be right there, why are you in such a hurry? Hurry, hurry. Outside the small building, rain was falling on everyone, and Chen Yi leaned against the door smoking. You two listen up, this mission is very simple. Go catch a rainbow fish, the research institute needs it. There's no deadline for the mission, go wherever you want, but when you come back, I want to see the fish. Chen Yi took a couple of steps forward and patted Xu Yuan's shoulder. There are many lawless areas in the Pacific War Zone. If anyone offends you, or if something or someone makes you unhappy, feel free to make a scene. No matter what happens, I'll have your back. Chapter 356. Center of the sea. Near the edge of the Thunder Sea, dense black lightning made one's heart feel uneasy. They varied in thickness, and the entire sea area was shrouded in violent malice, with only the sound of crashing waves and thunder echoing. Behind was a blue sky, and the sea was calm. In front, however, the sea was turbulent, engulfed by the pouring thunder, resembling a hell on earth. Has it shown no signs of weakening after all these years? How is it even possible? Xu Yuan extended his right hand. A bolt of lightning struck into his palm, and the veins where the lightning hit were clearly visible, vanishing in an instant. Tan Jin observed, how is it? Can you mobilize this energy? I can, but it requires a lot of effort. Xu Yuan replied with a slight smile, looking at the Thunder Sea in front of him. But this is indeed a natural battlefield, it's practically tailor-made for me. Tan Jin flew to his side, her body completely transformed into flames. The captain said only beast tamers of the three beasts can escape from this sea area. Even I almost died here back then. If you want to make this your battlefield, the enemy has to agree to fight you here. There must be a way, but it requires careful consideration. Jinnah, what level are the beast tamers in the Pacific War Zone? Chapter 357. Thunderfire Inferno. In the sea ahead, various elements were piled together, forming a chaotic field of abilities. Two groups of beast tamers were engaged in battle, and 4 corpses floated in the water below, each suspended with a differently colored beast orb. It was evident that this was a fight between 2 teams of beast tamers, resulting in casualties. Tan Jin suppressed her presence to the lowest level, even the flames on her wings dimmed, as she flew close to the sea surface, difficult to detect. Xu Yuan swam quickly, less than a meter from the sea surface, the 6 auras in his mind growing closer. I see them, Tan Jin smiled, raising her hand to condense a fireball and throw it into the sea. Receiving Tan Jin's signal, Xu Yuan slowed his speed and swam downwards. At this moment, the 6 were in a fierce battle, the collision of exotic beast weapons making a sound, abilities bursting out with the clash of weapons. A bearded beast tamer wielded a giant axe, swinging it to deflect the opponent's attack. Damn it, you guys have been quiet lately under the pressure from Huaxia. Why are you popping up now? Why don't you show such arrogance in front of the Night Emperor? The square-faced beast tamer in front had an arrogant expression, Chen Yi. Even if he dares to make a move, it's not like he can do anything. Their team has been inactive for a long time. Chapter 358, Exploration. Xu Yuan cast a puzzled glance at Tan Jin upon hearing this. His father had told him last time that he would take him back to the Xu family to learn how to use the dragon lock chain. He had not had the time to think about the split chain he had seen last time, and today Tan Jin mentioned it again. Curiosity was inevitably piqued. To be honest, I still don't know how else the dragon lock chain can be used. I'm not too clear on that either, after all. I haven't seen your dad. But the captain has told me about him. He mainly uses abilities and the dragon lock chain in battle. So I think there must be more powerful uses. Xu Yuan blinked. What about your family's phoenix binding rope? Does it have higher level uses? Of course it does. Although my family no longer concerns itself with worldly affairs, I've been trained as a phoenix rider since I was young. I started learning archery at home when I first gained memories. My grandfather also told me about your family. You completely avoid involvement in the conflicts between beast tamers. Your father is an exception. According to my grandfather, he appeared suddenly. Ever since your father showed up, the higher-ups have been sending people to look for the Xu family's whereabouts, but so far, they have found nothing. Chapter 359, Decapitation. What you said makes sense. Xu Yuan sat comfortably on the sofa. After flying over the sea for so many days, even if his body could handle it, the mental fatigue was real. Tan Jin sat beside Xu Yuan, a thick menu laid out before her, featuring delicious dishes from various countries. What should we eat? Or should we eat it all? The suite had a large living room as soon as they entered, equipped with everything one could expect. There were single rooms on both sides, a total of 5. This made him somewhat suspicious whether this ship was built specifically for beast tamers. Xu Yuan turned on the television, which was filled with channels from around the world. He held the remote, glancing at the menu that was as thick as a dictionary. Sister, are you really not worried about overdoing it? This is just the beginning. Ding dong. Tan Jin was watching and was woken up by the doorbell. She tapped Xu Yuan's shoulder. Open the door, Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan stood up and walked slowly to the door, only to see a man in a suit standing outside, followed by 2 servants. Hello, Mr. Xu. I am here on behalf of Mr. Henry to invite you both to dinner. Dinner? Xu Yuan called out to the back. And Tan Jin walked over with a cheerful step, looking at the person standing outside with a smile. I didn't expect it to be you inviting us, Falcon Crow. We'll be right over. Chapter 360, The Clean Freak. Black Merchant. Boom. Wangxing's headless body fell to the carpet with a dull thud. And a milky white beast pearl slowly formed. The air was filled with the smell of blood, and Tan Jin frowned slightly. Why do this here? The taste of the food has changed. It's my oversight, Henry said with a smile, raising his hand to signal his subordinates to handle Wangxing's body. The silver sword in Crow's hand glimmered with a cold light, not stained with a drop of blood. The sword quickly dissipated, transforming into energy that surged into Crow's body as he stepped back to stand behind Henry. Henry noticed Xu Yuan and Tan Jin's expressions. At the moment Crow acted, neither of them showed the slightest fluctuation in their expressions. Henry was somewhat familiar with Tan Jin, but this was his first time dealing with Xu Yuan. He didn't expect this young man's temperament to be so calm. "Mr. Henry, I've already shown my sincerity. You may change your mind at the auction the day after tomorrow. We can discuss the specific cooperation details then. All expenses incurred during your time on the exploration will still be counted under my name." Xu Yuan raised his head. Locking eyes with Henry, "Does killing a waste count as sincerity, Mr. Henry? Why don't you name an enemy now, and I'll help you kill them. And we'll call it even." Chapter 361. Under the black cloth pushing open the door, Crow stood at the entrance and bowed deeply to the two, "Mr. Xu, Miss Tan. Mr. Henry invites you to his private room." Why go to his private room now when the auction doesn't start until the afternoon? Tan Jin showed no impatience. As she wasn't very good at hiding her emotions, which were all written on her face. Crow straightened up. "If you have other arrangements, I can accompany you both. Just arrive before the auction starts." Xu Yuan, wearing a tactical vest over his combat suit, stood with his hands in his pockets. "Then accompany us to stroll around the black market. I'm quite interested in the black market organized by Mr. Henry. Please follow me." Crow gestured for them to go. Previously, Lord Knight Emperor stayed on this ship at Mr. Henry's invitation. "If you don't mind, I can take you to places Lord Knight Emperor visited before we go to the market." "No need," Tan Jin directly refused. "There's nothing to see on the exploration. Just take us to the market." "All right, this way please." Crow was dressed in a suit with a lace collar, exuding a British style. Chapter 362. The Beastman. Tan Jin narrowed her eyes, a look of horror flashing in them. "What is that?" Under the spotlight, 13 naked young children were bound by metal shackles, both boys and girls, with their eyes covered by special blindfolds. Xu Yuan immediately noticed 2 adjacent cages containing 2 white-haired girls kneeling in the cold iron cage, emanating a strange aura. "I didn't expect Mr. Henry to be involved in human trafficking." Xu Yuan frowned and lit a cigarette. In the private room on the second floor, the crowd was in chaos. Standing by the floor-to-ceiling windows and closely watching the auction stage, Henry, holding a golden cane, walked over to Xu Yuan with a smile. "Don't you feel the strange aura emanating from them? The show is about to start." Boom! Henry's cane tapped the floor, producing a dull sound, and a strange force was released. The metal shackles binding the 13 children emitted blue and white electric arcs. Instantly, the entire auction venue was enveloped by that strange aura, and animal-like fur began to erupt from the bodies of the 13 children, while horns similar to those of exotic beasts started to grow from their heads. Xu Yuan looked at the 2 white-haired girls, their exposed skin covered in a layer of snow-white dragon scales, with western dragon horns growing from their heads. Chapter 363. The cruise dinner. As dinner approached, the banquet on the exploration was held as scheduled. The banquet took place on the 11th floor, in a large venue with a stage resembling an auction platform, where the 13 metal cages were currently placed. Xu Yuan was dressed in a suit, his shiny shoe stepping on the soft carpet, holding a glass of champagne. Tan Jin followed closely behind. She was also dressed formally today, tightly wrapped up, which allowed her to wear her combat suit underneath in case of emergencies. The guests present were all dressed very formally, indicating that Henry indeed disliked poorly dressed guests. Tan Jin found an empty table and sat down, picking up a knife and fork to start eating, while Xu Yuan stood beside her. "Why hasn't Henry arrived yet?" "Who cares? Let's eat first." Tan Jin glanced at the stage and then continued eating. Xu Yuan pulled out a chair and sat down, his eyes wandering among the beast tamers. The attendees at this dinner were all top beast tamers from various countries, and many people's gazes were focused on Tan Jin. Their auras were restrained, making it hard to gauge their strength. During the day at the auction, Xu Yuan hadn't noticed, but now he realized there were over 100 guests present. The weakest among them were jewel beast tamers. Chapter 364. Late night snack. As the banquet just ended, the beast tamers were led by Henry's people to the bar on the deck level. On the central circular stage, nearly naked women were posing provocatively. Xu Yuan was enjoying the scene from a corner seat, and many women came over to flirt with him, not knowing which country's beast tamers they were. Tan Jin walked over from a distance, pulling Xu Yuan up from his seat with some snacks, and headed straight through the bar to the outside deck. There were few people here, and a bartender was showcasing his impressive cocktail-making skills. Xu Yuan let out a breath, feeling the air was particularly fresh after the storm. Tan Jin looked at Xu Yuan somewhat speechlessly. It was suffocating inside. You were just sitting there because someone was doing a strip show. That's definitely not it. Xu Yuan insisted. I didn't even look. I didn't even see the mole on her right breast. Don't slander me. Tan Jin rolled her eyes. Taking a beer from a nearby ice bucket and handing it to Xu Yuan, have you thought of a good plan? Still thinking, don't rush, Xu Yuan said. Taking a few gulps of beer, there will definitely be a way. Chapter 365. The show begins outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. It was pitch black, the black market had dispersed. And various vendors had returned to their ships to rest. At some point, thunderclouds had gathered in the sky, the rumbling noise making it hard to sleep. Xu Yuan sat on the edge of the bed, wearing his combat suit, his expression gloomy. In the living room, Tan Jin's poison had already begun to take effect. And she was now deeply asleep. Because of the toxin from the king spike dolphin, her entire body was in a paralyzed state. Xu Yuan's perceptive ability was fully activated. And small electric arcs danced in his pupils. The faint sound of a door creaking was amplified infinitely in the deep night, silent and still. In the vast living room, apart from Tan Jin's breath, no other presence could be felt. Just as Mr. Henry said, all the food had been consumed by Tan. Satisfying one's appetite comes at a price. Has she woken up? Still sleeping, keep the noise down, Tan must be returned safely before dawn. The breath of Xu Yuan in the room was steady, breathing evenly, truly feeling as if he were asleep. Xu Yuan could only sense Tan Jin's breath slowly moving, but felt no presence of others. He thought to himself that it must be a beast tamer similar to Han Ming, capable of concealing their form or completely hiding their presence. Chapter 366. Unstoppable thunder raged along the walls, floors, and ceilings, surging towards them. The presence of these beast tamers was fully unleashed, their bodies quickly entering beast transformation. Some were entangled by the raging thunder before they could even transform. The arcs of electricity, filled with hostility, mercilessly tore at their bodies. Their abilities, once released, were quickly consumed by the raging thunder. The dragon Ming embedded in David gradually solidified, a beast orb of a different color slowly forming. Arcs of electricity erupted from Xu Yuan, climbing onto the beast orb, gradually transforming it into a thunderball, moving along with Xu Yuan. This move was taught by Tan Jin, wrapping items with one's own ability, allowing them to stay close. The corridor was already in ruins, and Tan Jin was still ahead as Xu Yuan moved forward, holding the dragon Ming. At the bottom of the exploration ship, over a dozen beast tamers simultaneously pushed a massive energy crystal into a device, and the entire ship's lighting quickly restored. Henry sat on the sofa, staring at the electronic screen that was still loading, as a beast tamer behind him handed him a headset. Boss, communication has also been restored. Just received news that the Thunder Emperor is on the ship level where the laboratory is located. Ophi is on the way there. Henry took the headset and put it in his ear. What else? Chapter 367. Laboratory Crow stared at Xu Yuan expressionlessly, slowly taking off his headset and crushing it. Hearing standard Mandarin spoken by a Westerner always surprised Xu Yuan. Your dragon transformation looks different from your father's. Xu Yuan couldn't sense any emotion in his words. Tightening his grip on the dragon Ming, who exactly are you? Just a homeless man abandoned by the country, Mr. Xu Yuan. Crow paused. Are you planning to destroy this laboratory, or just take Miss Tan away? Xu Yuan remained silent, his golden dragon eyes firmly locked onto Crow's. Seeing no fluctuation in his gaze, his tone flat. Crow looked into Xu Yuan's eyes and then exhaled. I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Crow turned his body to the side, clearing the path to the laboratory for Shu Yuan. Seeing this, Shu Yuan furrowed his brows deeply, completely unable to understand what Crow was planning. For a moment, he gripped the Dragon Ming tighter, raising his gun and brushing past Crow, softly uttering 2 words, "Thank you." Crow watched Shu Yuan disappear around the corner, his body gradually becoming transparent, and before completely vanishing, a smile appeared on his face. "Master Ming. This time we're even for what I owed you before. Mr. Shu Yuan, you must not let these heartless beasts escape." Chapter 368, Closing the door in Henry's room. He paced back and forth, anxiously. Haven't contacted Crow yet. Crow's communication was cut off 5 minutes ago. Also, the laboratory's communication just went down. And it seems that his voice became quieter. "What did you say?" Henry was struck as if by lightning, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. And his aura suddenly flared up, showing hints of beast transformation. The beast tamer behind him quickly stepped forward. "Boss, what is happening?" Henry's figure swelled, his expensive suit bursting. And in the blink of an eye, he entered beast transformation, roaring like a lion. "Send someone to check what happened in the laboratory. Notify everyone on the exploration ship. They must not let those 2 leave." "Yes." Soon the news came, and the beast tamer's face fell. "Boss, the laboratory is on fire. And there is a lot of molten lava on the ground. It has already burned through the ship. The professor and researchers responsible for the Beastman project are all dead." Boom! Henry punched the floor-to-ceiling window in front of him, his eyes blood-red. "Where is the Thunder Emperor? He has already reached the casino level, killing many along the way." Chapter 369, and now black arcs of electricity swirled around, lightning coiling around the Dragon Ming. Shu Yuan's smile at this moment looked like blatant provocation to Kiao, his fangs gleaming threateningly, as he charged at Shu Yuan with a massive hammer. Clang! The impact of the exotic beast weapons created shockwaves, and Shu Yuan gripped the Dragon Ming tightly, feeling the force transmitted to his hands. Shu Yuan was secretly alarmed. Kiao's strength was definitely among the top in the Pacific War Zone. Ding ding! The black dragon armor on Shu Yuan clinked. The entire set of armor emanating dark energy, as he forcefully swept aside Kiao's giant hammer. The powerful force sent Kiao staggering back. A flash of surprise crossing his blood-red eyes, yet he stubbornly retorted, "Is this your full strength? Try again." His voice was deep like thunder. And Kiao felt a flash of black lightning pass before his eyes. The next second, the spear grazed his cheek. Immediately, Shu Yuan's voice rang out, slightly teasing, "Oh. Quick reaction. Damn." Kiao cursed under his breath, swinging the giant hammer, but it missed as it touched the Dragon Ming. At this moment, Shu Yuan had already retracted the Dragon Ming, the spear tip crackling with thunder, stabbing towards Kiao's wolf head. Ding! Chapter 370, Absolutely Forbidden Area. A blazing pillar of fire pierced through the exploration ship, rushing into the sky. The rolling thunderclouds died with flames. The fire gradually turned a golden red, accompanied by a piercing phoenix cry. The golden red flames raged like they were alive, spreading in all directions. The moisture in the air evaporated instantly, and the erupting fire pillars grew fiercer, yet could not suppress Tan Jin's rising aura. The 4 who had just arrived trembled. Staring wide-eyed at the casino engulfed in flames, the most troublesome woman has regained her combat ability. All beast tamers, retreat. These 2 are not something you can handle. Countless milky white beast orbs floated within the casino. Who knows how many people Shu Yuan had killed. The golden red flames were as hot as hell, raging fiercely, seemingly ready to devour everything. Meanwhile, the flames released by Tan Jin had already set the entire exploration ship ablaze. The fierce flames spreading along the ship to the reef supporting the giant cruise ship. From a distance, the rising rocks supported a giant cruise ship that was burning fiercely. Flames cascading like waterfalls down the rocks into the sea below, even the surface of the ocean began to burn. Fire Domain unleashed. Chapter 371, The Masked Man Boss. Adam shouted to Henry not far away, whose face was dark, a strange power swirling around him, lifting him to fly behind Adam and the others. His voice was hoarse. "Mr. Shu, you have killed so many of my subordinates, and the exploration has also been destroyed by you. This ends here. I will give you appropriate compensation, is that okay?" "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, a surge of anger rose within Shu Yuan. "Now you say it ends here. It's too late." Boom! The thunderclouds in the sky suddenly erupted with deafening thunder, followed by the clouds churning rapidly, and the friction of lightning produced a rumble. "Ilifa! Take the boss away!" Adam shouted. "Leave? Do you think you can escape this sea area?" Shu Yuan's voice thundered, and as soon as he finished speaking, he had already charged in front of Adam, the sharp gun barrel aimed directly at him. Seeing Shu Yuan take action, Tan Jin's flaming wings behind him flapped, and his longbow condensed into a spiritual fire staff, rushing towards the other two. Adam swung his knight sword rapidly, the sound of metal clashing rang out incessantly. On the other side, Ilifa took Henry out of the thunderfire purgatory. After just a short stay in the area, Henry's breath had already diminished significantly. Chapter 372, Law Enforcement Angel. Thousands of thunders exploded, flames danced wildly. Adam and Ilifa barely maintained their beastly states, while the other two had already returned to their normal forms, panting heavily, unable to even transform into beasts. Swish! Swish! Two fiery arrows whistled towards them, and Ilifa, with only one wing left, found flying difficult. Nevertheless, he resolutely charged towards them. If there were any more casualties, it would be an even greater blow to him and Adam. Phut! The gargoyle's defense was extremely high, and the tips of the two fiery arrows that struck Ilifa's body didn't pierce through him. Shu Yuan watched this and raised his dragon claw, slapping Adam away. "Continue." "Understood." Tan Jin's eyes shone like torches as he drew his bow. Suddenly, countless strands of tiny light gathered in front of Ilifa, and two auras surged into everyone's minds simultaneously. Tan Jin slowly retracted the bow he had drawn, his expression darkening. "This is bad." Shu Yuan also sensed these two ominous auras. His body emitted black light and gradually transformed back into a dragon form. He raised his right hand, and a bolt of lightning descended, guided by Shu Yuan, condensing into a dragon's shadow in his hand. More and more light gathered, coalescing into a humanoid shape. Chapter 373. All teams mobilized. The terrifying power between Kid's hands rapidly condensed, as if it were going to distort the surrounding space. Shu Yuan's speed was extremely fast, and behind him, Yilin's body quickly transformed into countless strands of light, and rushed towards Shu Yuan. Tan Jin noticed the power in Kid's hands and frowned slightly, thinking, Shu Yuan has the ice dragon, he should be fine. Thinking this, she saw the golden crow arrow pouch at her waist swirl, and then transformed into a tangible three-legged golden crow. The golden crow spread its golden fiery wings, wrapping Tan Jin within. "What is this?" Shu Yuan was taken aback. "What is this? A refined beast weapon that has come to life." The intense firelight blinded people's eyes, and Kid, opposite Tan Jin, also widened his eyes, feeling the terrifying temperature slow his movements. The skin on his hands was burned and blistered within seconds. The golden crow let out a piercing cry, like a sun shining between the heavens and the sea, and the terrifying temperature continued to rise rapidly. Shu Yuan hadn't expected that Tan Jin had such a hand hidden away, urging the power of the ice dragon within him to resist the sun-like terrifying heat. Thousands of thunders poured down from the sky, and under the illumination of the golden crow, the trajectory of every black lightning bolt could be clearly seen. Chapter 374. Blood. The three teams stood in opposition, the boundary line in the sky was clear. Arthur looked at Chen Yi and Xiaoye Liang with a smile on his face. A brown-haired woman behind him softly said, "Captain, Tan has already fainted. Now is a good opportunity to eliminate them." Upon hearing this, Arthur's smile gradually faded. "Did you not notice that young man next to Chen Yi who looks like an Eastern dragon?" The Thunder Emperor Shu Yuan. After saying this, he turned to glance at his teammates. In a one-on-one, you will find it very hard to gain the upper hand against him. Is that possible? The Thunder Emperor only emerged a few years ago as a newcomer. Arthur snorted lightly. Newcomer. How long has that black merchant Henry been entrenched in the Pacific War Zone? Do you think Henry's downfall was caused by the Phoenix alone? Use your brain, fool. After saying that, he continued to look at Chen Yi and the others. His brows furrowing. To eliminate them, we must first kill Xia. That woman's ability is too difficult to handle. The brown-haired woman shook her head. The possibility is low. After the battle starts, that mute will only stay by her side. I suffered losses during our previous encounter. On the other side, Chen Yi wore a teasing smile. Arthur. What are you mumbling about? How long has it been since our three teams clashed? Want to hear my suggestion? Chapter 375. Full responsibility for the next 5 days. Shu Yuan and Xia Qing stayed in the laboratory, while Old Wang and the others stopped their work to study the blood of the two beastmen. During this time, a professor suggested taking some of their bodily tissues for testing, but before Shu Yuan could speak, Xia Qing flatly refused. She had seen clearly from Tan Jin's memories that those black merchants had never treated these beastmen as human. In the end, Old Wang and the others only extracted some blood. Shu Yuan, I wanted to ask you a few days ago, what is your purpose in bringing them back? Xia Qing asked gently while holding a thermos. Shu Yuan, wearing battle gear, had not slept for several days. I don't know, maybe it's because of kinship. Xia Qing blinked. Are we Eastern dragons the same kind as those winged lizards? I don't know, but they indeed possess dragon aura. The moment I saw them, I had a very subtle feeling. Shu Yuan sighed. Let them stay, they might be useful in the future. After speaking, Shu Yuan turned and walked towards the door. Sister Xia Qing, keep an eye on things for a moment. I'm going to take a shower and change clothes. Do you want me to bring you dinner? Bring back 2 shrimp cakes. Chapter 376. The key point. Everyone present had serious expressions, completely losing the earlier way they looked at the children. The way they now looked at Shu Yuan was the same as how they looked at Chen Yi. Clearly entering work mode, Shu Yuan drew on a cigarette and briefly reviewed the research data in front of him. Is there any other data that hasn't been organized? I have it here. Professor Liu stood up. I just did brain scans on them today. Their brain nerves have suffered damage, and I suspect that their inability to speak is related to this. Moreover, I deduce that they have most likely lost their language system. Hiss! Shu Yuan gasped, realizing that Henry's actions were simply to turn the beastmen into war machines. Beside him, Xia Qing pursed her lips. I can treat them, but Shu Yuan, I'm very curious. How do you intend to deal with the two of them? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present looked at Shu Yuan and nodded. Shu Yuan extinguished his cigarette. Given their current situation, it's definitely impossible for them to reintegrate into society. I want them to stay in the Pacific War Zone. Of course, I need to communicate with them before confirming this. If they are willing to fight, I think we can train them to become warriors. If they are unwilling to fight, they can stay at the Research Institute to serve as guards. If the Pacific Research Institute doesn't need them, I can take them back to the mainland or the Arctic. Chapter 377. The Path of Growth. Chen Yi took off his suit jacket and tossed it to the side. Looking at Shu Yuan, attack me with your judgment thunder. Oh, you call it the wild thunder, right? Anyway, it doesn't matter, just hit me hard. Ah? Shu Yuan widened his eyes, but quickly regained his composure. Chen Yi was so strong that even if he attacked with all his might, there shouldn't be any problem. Resolving in his heart, Shu Yuan took a deep breath, his body quickly entering the dragon transformation state. Dragon scales erupted, shredding his regular clothes to pieces. And a set of ancient black dragon armor appeared, covering his entire body. Crackle! Wild thunder coiled around him as Shu Yuan raised both hands. A powerful thunderball quickly coalescing in his palms. Shu Yuan continuously compressed the energy within the thunderball, and the terrifying violent aura made Chen Yi's eyes twitch. Did this kid want to kill him? Shu Yuan, actually, you don't have to use too much strength, Chen Yi said, but before he finished speaking, he saw Shu Yuan erupt with thunderous light, followed by a deep dragon roar, Judgment Ray. Swish! The ray, infused with violent energy, shot towards Chen Yi's chest with overwhelming force, sweeping up the grass beneath it with a tremendous momentum. Chen Yi's eyes suddenly narrowed. Are you serious? Chapter 378. Extracting the essence. Ding ding ding. The alarm clock by the bedside rang on time. Shu Yuan got up and glanced at the time on the clock. 6 hours of sleep was enough. After a quick wash, Xie Qing was standing outside the door. Seeing Shu Yuan come out, she smiled and greeted him. Good morning. Shu Yuan, up so early? Yeah, Brother Yi said he had something for me to do today, so I set an alarm. Hearing this, Xie Qing looked at Shu Yuan with sympathy. Take care. What do you mean? Shu Yuan blinked, not understanding what Xie Qing meant. Xie Qing pointed behind Shu Yuan. You'll know when you go to the captain's office. The two of them are almost awake. After they wake up, I'll take them for a checkup. If anything unexpected happens, I'll let you know. Shu Yuan, confused, lit a cigarette and walked towards Chen Yi's office. Pushing the door open, he saw Chen Yi slumped over the desk, asleep. The desk was piled high with documents, and the floor was littered with empty bottles, leaving almost no space to step. Brother Yi. Shu Yuan gently nudged Chen Yi. Chen Yi groggily lifted his head, frowning, looking very tired. Shu Yuan sighed and helped Chen Yi up. Brother, why not go back to bed and rest? Too many documents. Old Wang and the others have been busy with those two beastmen these days. This work can only be done by me. Chapter 379, Half Sunny. Half rain reflecting life. Old Wang had just stepped out of Shu Yuan's office when he saw Chen Yi standing at the door of his own office. Seeing Old Wang come out, he couldn't help but smile. How's it going? Just like Professor Lin back in the day, hates troublesome matters. Just told me to arrange it. And from now on all documents should be concise, extracting the essence and discarding the dross, Old Wang said with a smile. Chen Yi, who was smoking, looked at Old Wang with a twitching mouth. Didn't I say the same thing to you guys? Did you execute it? That's different. Captain Yi, you just scold us. The way Shu Yuan just slammed the table reminded me of Ming Yi. Old Wang walked in front of Chen Yi and stood still. But Captain Yi, why are you training Shu Yuan for this? Chen Yi exhaled a puff of smoke. He'll have to manage this place in the future. I don't have many people I can use. Shu Yuan is different. He is the leader of this generation. In a few years, this place will be their world. He patted Old Wang on the shoulder. This is the hard work of my old man and my teacher. I can only trust him with it. I see. You want to throw in the towel and dump all these matters on Shu Yuan. Chen Yi listened, speechless. Keep your voice down. Chapter 380. 24 Angels. The calm sea surface presented a deep ink blue, merging with the bright blue of the sky at the horizon. A yacht suddenly appeared on the sea, leaving a trace of movement on the tranquil water. The fresh air brought peace of mind as Tan Jin stood at the bow of the ship, arms outstretched. The air is really nice. Shu Yuan and Xie Qing sat in the lounge, watching the cheerful Tan Jin through the glass, smiling. Sister Xie Qing, now that we are out, those two in the research institute won't run into any trouble, right? Of course not. I left a coordinate on them. If anything happens, we can return immediately. That's good. Zhao Yang took out several bottles of chilled beer from the fridge, opened them one by one, and handed them to everyone. It's the first time I've stayed underwater for so long. I'm about to burst. Shu Yuan looked at him, somewhat speechless. Aren't you often out hunting exotic beasts? That's different. Zhao Yang sat next to Shu Yuan with a beer bottle in hand. Turning to look at Chen Yi in the cockpit, with us and Shu Yuan, Sister Xie Qing. The captain isn't planning to get into a fight with the white dove this time, right? Xie Qing also looked at Chen Yi. His temper really is a bit unpredictable. Chapter 381, Rainbow Sea Area. The blood-red glow and scorching fiery arrows instantly reaped the lives of 6 individuals. Zhao Yang collected the 6 exotic beast orbs, and under Xie Qing's instructions, retrieved 4 more orbs, making a total of 10 beast orbs now held in Xu Yuan's hands. This tiger-type exotic beast orb is too poor. Xu Yuan frowned, holding an exotic beast orb in his hand. The white-purple orb contained 2 vividly depicted tigers. Xie Qing merely glanced at it. This one isn't suitable for Zheng Fei. His Qiangqi is a top-tier exotic beast. Absorbing this orb won't provide much enhancement, and won't help him meet the conditions to control a second beast. Sigh. Xu Yuan sighed, casually tossing the beast orbs to Zhao Yang. Zhao Yang chuckled. Now we can make some money in the black market. The captain seems to have brought no money at all. He laughed and took the beast orbs toward the lounge. As the 2 beast tamer teams were completely wiped out, the stormy sea gradually returned to calm. Xu Yuan sat in the cockpit, smoking, looking at the electronic screen in front of him, pondering some matters. For Zhao Yang and Tan Jin, those 2 beast tamer teams were hardly a challenge. Except for himself. The people in Chen Yi's team didn't like to enter beast transformation mode. In Xie Qing's words, it was unnecessary. Chapter 382, Supervision Angel following Zhao Yang. They flew toward the yacht. Xu Yuan couldn't help but ask, Yang, what was that dragon group just now? That phenomenon is called leading dragon, where a golden dragon leads a group of dragons into the Rainbow Sea area, which happens every year. As for how they come out of the Rainbow Sea, I don't know. There are still too many unsolved mysteries in this world, fantastical, peculiar, and bizarre. Perhaps the reason why this world is always so captivating. Zhao Yang smiled at Xu Yuan. Do you know about the Amazon rainforest? Of course. It's a famous human forbidden zone. Xu Yuan nodded. Zhao Yang continued, the Amazon rainforest, China's Lopno, Alau Mountains, Kunlun Mountains, Antarctica, the Arctic, the Bermuda Triangle, the Atlantic Ocean Cemetery, and so on. These places coexist with wonder and danger, and perhaps even beast tamers could meet their end there. There are countless such places on Earth. I really want to see them all when I retire. Wishing felt it was very interesting, and thought he would also go and see it later. On the deck of the yacht, Tan Jin was holding onto a bundle of phoenix ropes, dragging 2 dragon-shaped creatures behind him. Qiu Fan was standing on one of them with a knife, preparing to divide it. Chapter 383, Dislike for foreign girls. After finishing a cigarette, Chen Yi slowly spoke, since that's the case, you go to the Atlantic for me to handle something, and I won't take Yi Lin's life. It is said that the Night Emperor is unkind. But isn't he quite easy to talk to? Annie threw a flirtatious glance at Chen Yi. Is the matter in the Atlantic related to Junan? Junan was the captain of the Huaxia second team stationed in the Pacific War Zone before. And Chen Yi had moved their entire team to the Atlantic War Zone before returning. Chen Yi smiled slightly. You guys have some means. After Junan and the others were moved, you already grasped their whereabouts before they did anything. I am the monitoring angel. Overseeing various war zones is my duty. This kind of thing is easy for me. Chen Yi closed his eyes as if pondering something, and after 2 or 3 seconds, he opened them. Atlantic War Zone. Gallia Country's second team. I want the beast pearl of their team leader. No problem. But Mr. Chen Yi, I hope you can keep this transaction confidential. After Annie finished speaking, she opened her right hand, and a streak of crimson gold light flashed in her palm, followed by a metal briefcase appearing in her hand. She raised her hand and tossed the case to Chen Yi. Everything you need is in here. Chapter 384, The Last Night in the Suite. Wishing looked at the luxurious decoration and shook his head, the evil capitalist. This suite had a great location, with floor-to-ceiling windows in the living room and bedroom offering an unobstructed view of the sea. Tan Jin comfortably nestled on the sofa, This is much bigger than the place we stayed at Henry's before. Wishing, what are you looking at? I'm looking at that island. Wishing pointed to the island below, which was circular in shape, with the ocean in the middle and a small circular island within it. 16 roads connected the outer ring of the island to the central small island. In the center stood a European-style castle, and the entire island was covered in lush vegetation. Completely different from the previous makeshift black market. Now, Wishing could even pull an island up from the seabed using the power of the stone of Yazi. It really is beautiful, Tan Jin said excitedly, standing beside Wishing. Let's take a couple of days off and invite Sister Xia Qing to go explore it together. Sure. Hey. Where's Sister Xia Qing? Wishing turned around and only saw Zhao Yang and Xiao Fan sitting on the sofa. Tan Jin shrugged. She went to take a shower. Wishing suddenly thought of something and frowned. Wait, Jinna, you've been in the Pacific War Zone for years. Haven't you ever been here? Chapter 385, Underground Gladiatorial Arena. On the other side, Charles frowned and asked the approaching subordinate, "What's going on?" "Not much, they've just been chatting and drinking. There shouldn't be any problems." Charles's expression was pained. "Shouldn't? Be careful and serve them well, there must be no mistakes." "Understood, boss." Sighing, Charles continued to ask, "Has everything left behind by Henry been checked thoroughly?" "Our people have already gone to check, but there's been no response yet." Charles felt a headache coming on. Chen Yi's words forced him to take this matter seriously. In the restaurant's private room, Chen Yi and Arthur were exchanging cups, chatting about various things while boasting and bantering. Zhao Yang was yawning on the side, while Tan Jin lay on the sofa behind the dining table, bored after eating. Wishing hadn't drunk much, and since he couldn't join in on Chen Yi and Arthur's conversation, he looked somewhat listless. Xia Qing noticed this and said softly, "You guys can go back first, I'll keep an eye on him here." "Will anything happen?" Wishing still felt a bit worried. Xia Qing smiled, "No, I've already explored this entire sea area, Arthur's team only has him here." Chapter 386, Black Market Disaster in the Lounge. Wishing was smoking while listening to Huang Yu explain the competition rules. Using beast frenzy is prohibited, and large-scale skills are not allowed. Wishing raised his hand to interrupt Huang Yu. "What do you mean by large-scale?" I'm not quite sure about that either." "Please wait a moment, I'll go ask." Huang Yu turned around and tapped her earpiece, relaying Wishing's question. The person in charge of the gladiatorial arena, under Charles's instructions. Huang Yu turned back to Wishing and said, "Mr. Wishing, our boss said that as long as you don't use anything that could destroy this Titan to cruise ship, you can do as you please. Of course, beast frenzy is still prohibited." "Got it." Wishing smiled, guessing Charles's intentions. Perhaps the audience was already full, and Charles wanted to create a buzz to make a profit. It was also a good opportunity to see if his strength was as rumored. After finishing a cigarette, Wishing looked at Huang Yu. "How long until it starts?" "It will take some time, please wait a bit." Huang Yu squatted by Wishing's feet, gently peeling fruit for him. And as Wishing expected, the audience on the third level was already filled with beast tamers and merchants from various countries. Upon learning that the challenger against the Thunder Emperor was Muto, everyone had an expression of watching a good show. Chapter 387, Death's Guidance. Muto exuded a strange aura, with a faint purple light visible. Seeing Wishing remain unchanged, Muto couldn't help but frown. His already somewhat hoarse voice became even more raspy after transforming. "Young man, being too arrogant can cost you your life. Then you need to have the ability to back it up." Wishing snorted lightly, moving his gun, the tip of the Longming spear shimmering with cold light. Ding! Muto raised the golden sword in his hand to easily block Wishing's spear. He stared at Wishing's calm eyes. "Do you really think you can win against me without transforming? You underestimate me too much." Wishing's lips curled into a barely noticeable arc. "Aren't you also not using your full power? I can handle you just fine in my normal state." Saying this, he turned his wrist, the tip of the Longming spear twisting, unleashing an extreme cold aura that surged against the golden sword. Muto felt the temperature around him plummet, as the eerie purple light crawled up the golden sword. Wishing frowned slightly, attempting to withdraw the Longming spear, but found the tip stuck to the sword, unable to pull it back. Extreme cold ice surged forth, causing Wishing to emanate cold air. As his immense power was released, the purple aura on the golden sword thickened, completely swallowing the extreme cold ice that Wishing unleashed. Chapter 388. The Thunder Emperor's form vines coiled around Muto's body, rainwater coalescing into flowing streams, with a purplish-red glow spreading, his aura skyrocketing. A powerful shockwave suddenly exploded from Muto, shattering the rain and trees swirling around him. His new form and that overwhelming aura made Wishing furrow his brows. At this moment, the left half of Muto's body was flowing with water, while the right half was composed of small branches. Even the strange crocodile head sprouting 2 pairs of oddly shaped horns. A round, disc-like necklace adorned his neck, resembling those worn by the god of death in ancient Egyptian mythology. He also wore a pair of golden bracelets on his wrists, exuding a formidable aura that could not be underestimated. The ice spikes that had burst out from within have disappeared, and those wounds have healed completely. Xie Qing frowned at Mutuo's strange appearance. The necklace on his chest wasn't there last time she saw him in the arena. Mutated beasts combined with new beast weapons. You can still surrender now. Mutuo looked at the slowly descending Xu Yuan, his expression returning to its usual calm demeanor. Xu Yuan sighed. I wanted to play with you a little longer. I hope your mouth is still so tough later. Chapter 389. Unexpected gains. The meal sent by Charles was very rich. After the fight, Xu Yuan was indeed a bit hungry, and she ate cleanly with Tan Jin. Xu Tan raised her head and finished the remaining beer, with a satisfied expression. Tan Jin patted her full belly. It tastes better than at night. Xu Yuan glanced at the time displayed on the TV. It was already midnight. Where are the captain and the others? Xu Yuan lazily slumped on the sofa and casually asked. Zhao Yang sighed. They are probably drinking somewhere again, don't worry about them. With Sister Xie Qing here, it's fine. For the next week, Xu Yuan and the others stayed on the Titan. Xiao Fan not only didn't he like to talk, but also didn't he like to go out, just a pure dullard. While Xu Yuan and the others were playing on the Titan, Xiao Fan stayed in the suite watching TV. The weather today was great, the sunlight outside wasn't too harsh, and the sea breeze carried a hint of coolness. The circular island in the lawless zone was full of Hawaiian style, with coconut trees, beaches, and dense vegetation, giving a refreshing feeling just by looking at it. Xu Yuan wore a white shirt, beach shorts, and flip-flops, with sunglasses perched on her face. This was their first time visiting this island after arriving on the Titan for a week. And there was an auction held every day in the European-style castle in the center of the island, gathering many good things from this war zone. Chapter 390. Quick retreat. No wonder this document is so thick. Xie Qing picked up the thick document. 2 dragon tamers, they are well hidden. If it weren't for half clear and half rain, we wouldn't have any information about Western dragon tamers now. Chen Yi took a sip of red wine and then lit a cigarette. It seems we are not the only ones secretly accumulating power. Those foreigners are doing the same as us. Xu Yuan. Huh? A bad smile appeared on Chen Yi's previously listless face. How about we secretly infiltrate and test their strength? Can we do that? Xu Yuan suddenly perked up. Won't that provoke a war? Chen Yi squinted. Those black merchants can sneak in and get his blood. So can we, as long as we do it discreetly and leave no evidence. Even the white dove won't be able to do anything about us. Upon hearing this, Xu Yuan instantly thought of Han Ming. His ability was most suitable for this task. If paired with Xie Qing and Li Xin's abilities, they could indeed do it without leaving any evidence of infiltration. Xie Qing looked helplessly at the two, grinning. You two should save it. There are still many things to do. It's easy to infiltrate without leaving a trace. But Xu Yuan hasn't even finished learning how to use the dragon chain yet. What is the point of going? Chapter 391, Sincere Question, Where are we retreating to? Thunder Domain. The electric arc at the tip of the Dragon Ming spear exploded, and the thunderclouds above the battlefield were gloomy, with lightning pouring down. And the ability domain opened in an instant. Dense black thunder filled the thunder domain, and the sound of explosions was incessant. We can't retreat. I don't know who shouted. 15 beast tamers activated their abilities to withstand the onslaught of the raging thunder. And a short-haired beast tamer, who looked like a captain, gritted his teeth, use ability domains to fight back. Hey, let us temporarily team up. I don't believe he can withstand the combined forces of our 3 teams. Agreed. Agreed. 3 captains stepped forward and simultaneously opened their respective ability domains. The moment the domains opened, the thunder domain ruthlessly tore them apart, devouring them completely. Are you kidding? Complete suppression. The person in the middle trembled all over. Turned to look at his teammates, only to find that they didn't even have the chance to open their ability domains, black arcs of electricity crawling all over them. And resisting this black thunder had almost exhausted all their strength. The beast tamer on the left, holding a giant axe, had a grim expression. We can't win with abilities, let us attack together. As soon as the words fell, a faint glow emanated from the 3. And they charged towards Xu Yuan, wielding their beast weapons. Chapter 392, Involvement. Shall we go check it out? Tan Jin looked up at Xu Yuan, who was a head taller than her, and asked softly. Xu Yuan nodded. Since we're here, let us check it out. I smell a conspiracy. Me too, he. Let us investigate, we can do both. Tan Jin chuckled. Her tired expression had eased a lot compared to before. Her recovery ability was also very strong, otherwise she wouldn't be able to sustain long-term combat. Although they were supposed to investigate, the 2 had no clue, and could only fly aimlessly. Jin, do you remember what the flags of those 3 countries look like? Xu Yuan thought for a moment and turned to ask. Tan Jin, who was tying her hair while flying, nodded. I remember, because I've never seen them before. The previous Pacific War Zone was dominated by major powers. And these small countries didn't have the strength to survive here. I also find it strange, with 9 teams, I am dealing with them alone. And aside from being a bit exhausting, there's no pressure at all. If I encountered the 2nd or 3rd teams of those major powers, I wouldn't be able to handle it at all. Xu Yuan nodded. The 3 teams I encountered were the same, except for those 3 captains. The rest couldn't even withstand my thunder domain. Chapter 393, Catalyst. Brilliant light filled the entire room, making it hard for people to open their eyes. The sound of leather shoes stepping on the stone slabs echoed crisply. A hand picked up the wine bottle in front of Xu Yuan and took a swig. Chen Yi said calmly, what happened? This doesn't seem like a battlefield. This wine is really good. Why do you drink everywhere? Xie Qing's gentle voice rang out. Zhao Yang lazily replied, Sis, what are you saying? It's abnormal if he doesn't drink. As the light gradually revealed several figures, when it dissipated, all members of Chen Yi's team appeared in the room. Park Jun and Xiao Jin opened their eyes wide. Filled with terror, their bodies involuntarily retreating, Knight Emperor Chen Yi. Huh? A Korean. Chen Yi turned to look at the 2, causing them to shiver all over. Park Jun wanted to cry without tears. The Thunder Emperor and the Immortal Bird had almost scared him to death, and now the highest combat power of Huaxia was here. His mind was filled with only one thought, find a way to survive. Zhao Yang's aura began to rise. Captain, should we kill them? Chen Yi stared at them without speaking. Qiu Fan followed closely behind Xie Qing, and seeing the serious expression on Xu Yuan's face, her smile gradually faded. Xu Yuan. What happened? Chapter 394, Dark night rose on the island base. Xu Yuan walked barefoot on the beach. It had been 4 days. And there hadn't been any news from Chen Yi. Shu Yuan, come back for dinner. Xie Qing, wearing an apron, stood outside the small building and waved to Shu Yuan. Shu Yuan twitched the corner of her mouth and forced a smile. I'm not hungry, Sister Xie Qing. Let Jinna eat more. All right then. Xie Qing smiled lightly and turned back into the small building. 2 minutes later, Tan Jin rushed out with a look of panic. Shu Yuan, you're not human. Xie Qingjie counted your share on my head. Seeing Tan Jin conjure a flaming longbow, Shu Yuan turned and ran. If you're not going to eat it, then why pull out a weapon? Ouch, hey, you're really shooting. The two chased and played on the beach. Zhao Yang, who had just stepped out the door, smiled at the scene, but his expression suddenly changed. And he vomited everything he had just eaten. In the first-floor living room, Shu Yuan and others sat on the sofa, while the sound of a toilet flushing came from the bathroom. Qiu Fan struggled to walk out while leaning against the wall, looking extremely pale. Shu Yuan and the others unanimously gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. To make a beast master suffer from a stomachache, Xie Qingjie is really something. By the way, what did she make that even the absolutely defensive Qiu Fan couldn't handle? Chapter 395. Purging action. The female team member of Xie Yiliang was very close to him. A gentle force pouring into his body, with small beads of sweat forming on her forehead. Captain, the negative effects weren't cleared completely. I know. Stay away from me. You can't withstand one hit from Chen Yi. Xie Yiliang gritted his teeth, as Chen Yi in front of him swung his sword with tremendous force. Once Xie Qing made a move, the situation became completely one-sided. Before, they could send someone to harass Xie Qing without the intervention of the Thunder Emperor, but now, let alone harassment, if they were careless, the entire team would be done for. Chen Yi swung his sword, and the powerful sword energy buzzed. He turned to look in the direction of the Titan. You came so fast. Are you afraid I'll focus on you because Xie Yiliang might die? From sensing Arthur's aura to him appearing on the battlefield took but a moment. Holding a knight's sword, he grinned at the two. Can I join in too? Cut. Chen Yi frowned, quickly distancing himself from Xie Yiliang, and the three again took up opposing stances. Once Chen Yi stopped, Shu Yuan and the others did the same, as they saw that Arthur's entire team had appeared on the battlefield. Now, whoever moved first would get hit. This is boring. If you had come a minute later. No, half a minute, my aunt would have shot you into a hedgehog. Tan Jin, who had just drawn her longbow, retracted it. And her opponent looked at her with a serious expression, before quickly retreating to Xie Yiliang's side. Chapter 396. Stab again. Chen Yi mumbled over there and then looked at Shu Yuan. How's your studying going? Not bad. Just that some things Xie Qingjie taught me haven't been learned yet, need time to digest. Shu Yuan flipped through the report in his hands without looking up. These things can't be rushed. In the past few days, those useless ones at sea have decreased significantly. Tan Jin and Zhao Yang have both gone out on missions. What are you doing staying at the research institute? Chen Yi asked as he extinguished his cigarette. Sigh. Shu Yuan sighed and put down the report. The more I understand this world, the more I find it complex. There are orcs in front. And behind them are those useless beast masters produced by that guy named Ella. Their strength is clearly no different from ordinary beast masters. Yet their aura is that of dual beast masters. Although my captain isn't a dual beast master, he can definitely crush them. What a strange feeling. Chen Yi smiled. There's nothing impossible in this world. Exotic beasts are spread all over the world, possessing unbelievable abilities, and many of their powers are still unknown. Don't you think that's what makes this world most appealing? Shu Yuan nodded, rubbing his temples. Brother Yi. How much longer can I stay in the Pacific War Zone? Chapter 397. One after another the thunder domain, full of raging thunder, gradually receded as Tan Jin and Zhao Yang flew to Shu Yuan's side. Did she get away? Yeah. So embarrassing. I talked big, but ended up letting her escape. Shu Yuan returned to normal. scratching his head awkwardly. Zhao Yang held two differently colored beast orbs. There's nothing embarrassing about it. That woman got away from me once a few years ago. One got away from me too. It makes me so mad. Tan Jin only held one beast orb. What a good opportunity. We could have wiped out the entire Goryo team for. Zhao Yang reached out to pat her head. All right. All right, don't be angry. We came out to complete a mission, not to fight. This was Xu Yuan's last mission in the Pacific War Zone. With 12 days left until the deadline. We need to hurry and find a deep blue jellyfish to bring back for the captain. Tan Jin swatted his hand away. Don't touch my head, I'm not a child. Every time you get angry, you're just like a child, hee hee. Zhao Yang grinned. Tan Jin pouted and looked at Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan, are you really going to leave? What else? I still have 2 phases of the Qianxing plan to execute, time is tight, and the tasks are heavy. Xu Yuan sighed, let us go, find that ice block jellyfish. Chapter 398. Swim back. The beer bottles on the table hadn't been cleaned up yet. Tan Jin ripped open a pack of snacks with foreign writing on it. And Xu Yuan didn't know what it was, tasted it, found it bad, and never touched it again. Xu Yuan. Is it feasible to complete the 2 phases of the Qianxing plan within 3 years? Xie Qing asked. Xu Yuan thought for a moment. It should be feasible. The mission time is quite flexible, it doesn't have to be completed right on the dot. That's good then. Besides executing the Qianxing plan. Do you have any other plans for this trip back? Xie Qing continued to ask. Hearing Xie Qing's words, Xu Yuan looked at her strangely, in his impression. Xie Qing had never cared about these things, which only left one possibility. Brother Yi sent you to ask, didn't he? Xie Qing's lips curled slightly. I said not to let me ask these things. After saying that, Xie Qing closed her eyes, and energy flowed through the air. Soon, Chen Yi walked in holding 2 bottles of wine. Xu Yuan looked at him with a hint of helplessness. Brother, just ask what you want to know directly. Why send Sister Xie Qing to do it? Misstep. Chen Yi's old face flushed as he sat down beside Xie Qing. Skillfully opening a bottle and handing it to Xu Yuan, I just wanted to know what you're thinking right now. Xie Qing used to study psychology. So I thought I'd let her probe your thoughts first. Chapter 399, The Fisherman Under the Sea. The dark blue curtain opened, revealing dreamlike corals blooming. Xu Yuan moved forward at high speed with glimmering dragon eyes. The ice blue figure passed through a school of fish, which scattered in panic. Ahead. The shark sensed the chill behind it, turned around, and just happened to meet Xu Yuan's ice blue dragon eyes, instantly scared out of its wits. Frantically thrashing as it swam away. The vast ocean hides endless secrets waiting to be explored. On a beach somewhere in Zhoushan, under the blazing sun. A young man stood on the rocks with a fishing rod in hand, casting and reeling in with glee. As the cigarette butts at his feet indicated he had been there for a long time. He looked at the few fish in the fishing bucket and smiled. The Air Force has finally brought in some catch after so many days. Let us get a big one. Just as he finished speaking, a sudden massive pull came from the fishing rod. And the young man's expression turned ecstatic. It's here. Wow, this feeling is amazing. The fishing rod bent deeply, and he gritted his teeth, quickly reeling it in. Feeling the heavy force on the rod. Ha ha ha, come out. He exerted all his strength to lift the rod. A hand suddenly emerged from the surface of the sea. Slapping down on the reef, followed by a young man with a delicate face, dressed in black, who leaned out over the rocks. Chapter 400, No Free Meals or Lodging Finished, Xu Ji. A Xiang, carrying a bag, saw Xu Yuan sitting on the sofa as soon as he went upstairs. Xu Yuan put down his phone and stood up, saying, Sorry to disturb you. I'll take a nap and leave. Oh, you're not disturbing us at all, Xu Ji. No need to rush, feel free to stay here. A Xiang opened the bag he was holding. There's nothing new at home. So I just went out to buy you a towel and a toothbrush. I'll make your bed in a moment. I'm the only one living on the second floor. So don't worry. Xu Yuan's hair was still wet, and Xiang's enthusiasm made it hard for him to refuse. It was already afternoon. And after Yuan made the bed, he lay down, reminding Xiang not to call him for dinner. Zhoushan Island has an airport, and to return to the mainland, one either takes a boat or a plane. If he took a plane, Uncle Zhu would know all of his whereabouts. His father certainly had his reasons for not wanting to return to the research institute, and Xu Yuan didn't want them to know his father's location. Looking at the message on his phone, he saw that a boat would pick him up at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. Xu Yuan turned off his phone and fell into a deep sleep. The window was left open, and the guest room faced the sea, with the sea breeze gently moving the old curtains. When the first ray of sunlight broke through the mist, the island welcomed a gentle day, with a soft orange-red hue peeking out, and the sea sparkled as if countless jewels were dancing on the surface. Chapter 401, as expected after the Atlantic incident broke out. Countries other than Huaxia suddenly deployed a large amount of military strength to various war zones. Listening to Li Xin's description, Xu Yuan drove while pondering. Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan. Li Xin's voice grew louder, pulling Xu Yuan back from his thoughts. What's wrong, Xinji? In the screen, Li Xin blinked her beautiful big eyes. What are you thinking about? After perfectly mastering the Black Dragon, you frown more than before. Hearing this, Xu Yuan sighed. I guess it's because I know more things now, and my worries have increased. If you have any worries, tell me. If I can't help, there's still Yana. She's better at talking than I am. Noticing Xu Yuan frowning, Li Xin also frowned. Some things cannot be solved just by talking, Xu Yuan thought to himself, relaxing his brow and smiling at Li Xin. I can handle these things myself. By the way, why are you the only one at the base? The captain and Xiao Ru went out to patrol the sea, and Han Ming and Yana are still sleeping. Although Li Xin was smart, she was also very emotional. After years of interaction, Xu Yuan understood this about her, so it was easy to change the subject. The two chatted for a while before hanging up. Chapter 402, Wu Qian Shuhaoming was silent for a moment. Xiao Yi's entire development has been part of Uncle Chen's plan. Xiao Yi was cultivated by Professor Chen himself. Whether it's the beasts he controls or the exotic beast weapons he refines, everything is within his plan. Xiao Yi has always said that there is no father-son relationship between him and Uncle Chen. He was born as Uncle Chen's experiment. Xu Yuan opened his mouth. Then what about Yi Ji's third beast? What does it mean to be forcefully inserted? Regarding Professor Chen, Chen Yi had never said anything good. He did not deny Professor Chen's contributions, but every time he mentioned him, there was only hatred in his eyes. Let me think about how to tell you. There are many strange and incomprehensible abilities among the exotic beasts in this world. One of them is called Pai Xiao, which has the ability to devour and bestow. The beast master controlling it can also possess these two abilities. Years ago, Uncle Chen developed a god-making plan, and the first experimental subject was Xiao Yi. After controlling two beasts and refining four, Xiao Yi still hadn't met the conditions to control a third beast for many years, so Uncle Chen initiated the god-making plan. The master of Pai Xiao devoured a mutated exotic beast and bestowed it to Xiao Yi. Chapter 403, Chess OK. For Zhu Buqing, these were indeed small conditions. Although it is a taboo for ordinary people to enter the areas where exotic beasts roam, it wouldn't be a problem with Xu Yuan around. Xu Yuan chuckled. He had authority in the Pacific War Zone, but here he had none. Unlike Chen Yi, who had the power to mobilize all beast masters across the country. Zhu Buqing stood opposite Xu Yuan, finishing his meal and wiping his mouth. You can talk to Chen Shi yourself. I'll call Zhao Qing back for you. The second phase of the Qianxing plan is also divided into 3 stages, with 7 personnel in the first stage. Where are you going later? I'll have someone deliver the information to you. Xu Yuan thought for a moment, There were no residents in the Zilinshan Yuan. And it would be too lonely to stay there himself. Just find me a dormitory. Commander, have the cafeteria prepare extra meals tonight. Get some exotic beast meat for us to eat. Zhu Buqing stood up. Got it, I'll arrange it. After saying that, he turned and left with his guards, leaving the people in the cafeteria dumbfounded. They looked at Xu Yuan with strange expressions, guessing who this young man was, as it seemed that Commander Zhu had no way to deal with him. Chapter 404. It's a notification behind the dormitory building. Beside the chessboard, a portable lantern was placed. Xu Yuan scratched his head as he stared at the chessboard. I can't even beat you at Go. I admit defeat. Admit it, Xiao Shu, he. Old Yi cheerfully placed the pieces into the chess box. Shall we continue tomorrow? We can't delay your work. Xu Yuan collected the pieces. I've been busy with work. I estimate I'll have to go on a mission in a few days. If I come back next time, it will be at least 4 months later. Your work as a beast master is inherently burdensome. You're so young and can lead a team deep into Kunlun Mountain. Your future is limitless. Old Yi looked at Xu Yuan with a kind gaze, as if he were looking at his own grandson. Xu Yuan waved his hand dismissively. I'm used to it. I don't think about the future. I live in the moment and enjoy life. Very good. Old Yi gave him a thumbs up. There aren't many people your age who can live so clearly. Xu Yuan picked up the chessboard and chess box. Want to come to my room for a drink? I have good wine there. No, I'm too old. 1 drink and I'll be drunk. I can't compare to you. Old Yi stood up, clenched his fists and tapped his waist. You see, I've only been sitting for a little while, and my back can't take it. If I drink again, it might take my life. Chapter 405. Area 2. The wine bottle tilted, and the liquid flowed gently into the cup. Xu Yuan filled a glass of white wine and pushed it in front of Zhao Qing. Your brother asked me to take care of you more while I'm back. He hopes that besides fighting, you can also learn something else, so you won't end up like him, unable to do anything but fight. That way, if you don't learn anything later, you can still find another job at the research institute. I don't ask for you to be rich and powerful. Just hope you can live a safe life. As Zhao Qing just picked up the wine glass, he heard this and his eyes turned red, his voice slightly choked. Is my brother okay? Very good, you don't need to worry about him. Although he has been in the war zone for years, there aren't many who can beat him there. Zhao Qing nodded, not minding the spiciness of the white wine, and downed it in one go. Then he stood up. Zhu, I'm going back to rest. I'll keep my spirits up and try not to hold you back during the mission. Go ahead. Zhao Qing turned around and closed the door behind her. Xu Yuan was still a bit confused about why the personality differences between siblings could be so great. Zhao Qing rarely smiled, while Zhao Yang seemed to smile every day until his face might crack. They remained silent for the rest of the night. The next morning, the light mist rolled like soft gauze, gently enveloping the mountains and forests, the outlines of distant hills appearing indistinctly in the haze, as if blurred by inkwash painting. Chapter 406. Ere Mao's as night fell, Chen Shi and Fan Qi, along with a few others, were sleeping soundly against a large rock, their exhaustion from the day causing each of them to sleep deeply. The power of the domain lingered around them. Not far away in the stream, Xu Yuan and Zhao Qing stood facing each other, each holding a straightened wooden stick. The night in the mountains was quiet, and the two stood in the stream, which only reached their ankles, clashing their wooden sticks with a dull sound. Zhao Qing had only been a beast tamer for just over a year, and lacked Xu Yuan's strength. Seeing her kneeling in the stream, she dropped the stick and lit a cigarette. Let's take a break and continue. Okay, Team Xu, Zhao Qing said, sweat beading on her face as she sat by the stream, looking at Xu Yuan. It seems like what you taught isn't my family's gun techniques. Although I'm not very skilled, I watched my brother practice a lot when I was young. Xu Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke. Turning to look at her, Yang taught me this way. He said not to be bound by specific moves. Every attack from your opponent is lethal. To counter their attacks, your own moves must be even more ferocious. Zhao Qing recalled Xu Yuan's earlier attack. Although he used a wooden stick, every strike carried a fierce momentum, aiming for vital points. If he had used his long spear, she didn't know how many times she would have died. Chapter 407, Dark Forest. The ear mouse, which had been knocked away, adjusted its form and issued a warning to Zhao Qing. Its large tail unfurling, as its body floated ominously in the air. Zhao Qing showed no fear. Her hands infused with the power of the heavenly dog as she charged forward. Chen Shi watched intently. Focusing on the duo of one person and one beast, isn't this just a heavenly dog? Yes, it's from the Shenongjia region. The West Mountain Classic records it. There's another heavenly dog in the Classic of Mountains and Seas, Great Wilderness, Western Classic, which is entirely red, and called the Heavenly Dog. It's also one of the few documented mutated beasts. Both she and her brother's first beasts were heavenly dogs, though Zhao Yang's second beast was the entirely red Qiango. Chen Shi blinked. I haven't read the Great Wilderness, Western Classic. I'll check it out when I get back. Xu Yuan turned to look at Chen Shi. And the 7 people behind him stared in astonishment, with only Chen Shi maintaining a calm demeanor. One could only say that she truly lived up to being Professor Chen's daughter. Despite being unarmed here, she remained composed. Bang, bang, bang. Zhao Qing's movements were quick. Each strike heavy, but the power attached to her fists or feet always felt insubstantial. Xu Yuan frowned. How come this girl hasn't made any progress after so many days? Chapter 408, Human Horned Mountain God. Xu Yuan stood before everyone, holding the Longming. Releasing his aura and calmly staring ahead, too. That's a bit few. Zhao Qing grabbed Chen Shi's arm, standing half a body length in front of her. She turned to Fan Qi and the others. Stay behind me and don't move. Understood. Despite Zhao Qing appearing to be about the same age as them, she was still a beast tamer after all. Ahead, the branches of the trees cracked, and the entire forest was forcefully torn apart by 2 human-faced owls. The sounds of breaking branches mingling with the flapping of wings. Goo-goo. 2 large owls stood on the branches directly in front of Xu Yuan, their faces human-like, with blood still staining their beaks. The human faces on the eagle bodies were eerie. Goo-goo-goo. The human-faced owls tilted their heads, staring at Xu Yuan, who could hear the gasps of the people behind him. Thunder swirled around Longming, and Xu Yuan disdainfully looked at the 2 human-faced owls. You beasts. Just the 2 of you aren't enough. Where's your main force? Ah? It seemed they understood Xu Yuan's words, suddenly letting out a piercing shriek, opening their beaks to form 2 blazing fireballs aimed at Xu Yuan. Chapter 409, he smiled. Xu Yuan, Chen Shi called softly, this mountain god beast represents an ominous sign. Have you seen it before? I have, Xu Yuan slowly replied, his gaze fixed on the human horned mountain god. He clearly remembered the more than 20 mountain god beasts that helped him bite through the dragon locking chain, among which was this one. After that incident, Professor Chen found a lot of information about mountain god beasts for him. Not all mountain god beasts represent auspicious signs. For instance, this human horned mountain god represents a great omen. Its appearance signifies disasters like storms and floods. Will it attack us? Yang Mu asked, seeing such a strange beast for the first time. Just now, those human-faced owls seemed obedient and cute in front of it. No, Xu Yuan asserted firmly. So far, he had encountered many mountain god beasts, but none had ever attacked him due to his reasons. On the contrary, they had helped him significantly while he controlled the black dragon. The mountain god beast suddenly let out a howl at Xu Yuan, who furrowed his brows, unsure of what it wanted to do. It slowly stood up, its body resembling a giant, towering nearly 7 meters tall, not counting its long antlers. Chapter 410, Bug Mountain. Passing through the eerie, damp dark forest, a scene unfolded before them that lifted their spirits. Ahead, The mountains were covered in flowers and grass. A crystal-clear stream winding through the flora, flowing gently. Various wildflowers clustered together, swaying gently in the breeze, emitting a pleasant fragrance. The scene before them looked like a carpet woven by nature, nestled among the mountains. Fan Chi and his group had spent 3 days in the dark, sunless forest. And upon seeing the vibrant scene ahead, they dropped their backpacks and joyfully ran into the flower patches. Yang Mu knelt by the stream. Cupping the cool mountain spring water in his hands and bringing it to his mouth, a joyful smile on his face. Xu Yuan watched this and couldn't help but chuckle softly, sitting down on the ground and taking off his backpack. Zhao Qing pulled out 2 water bottles, squatting by the stream to fill them. Team Xu, look at this. Not far away, Meng Xiu held a brightly colored fruit in one hand. Can this be eaten? Yes. It's very tasty, Xu Yuan replied with a light smile. This patch of flowers and grass concealed many exotic fruits. He casually picked a fruit with a pink mist from the nearby bushes. Sister, try this. Thank you. Chen Shi smiled, taking the exotic fruit and taking a small bite. The sweet juice burst in her mouth, and a look of surprise flashed in her eyes. This tastes really good. Chapter 4:11. Proud Bug. Chen Shi's curiosity was piqued, and she almost leaned in close to Xu Yuan. What beast is it? I promise I won't tell. Proud Bug. Xu Yuan lowered his voice to utter the 2 words. And upon hearing this, Chen Shi immediately showed a look of realization. So it's that one. Are you really going to let the girl tame a proud bug? What's wrong with that? Zhao Qing is such a pretty girl, and she tamed a Qiango, Xu Yuan replied with a shrug. Inside the cave, the magma rolled. And Xu Yuan timely adjusted his abilities, drying them off and setting the cave to a suitable temperature. The weather changes frequently in various areas of the Kunlun Mountains. The rain stopped before dawn, and those rain clouds seemed to have drifted away somewhere. Here, the water beast stirring up winds and rain is a common occurrence. With the experience from previous missions, Xu Yuan feels quite at ease in the Kunlun Mountains. As long as nothing too drastic happens, he can handle it easily. He leaned against the stone wall, guarding the cave entrance, sleeping lightly while the others inside were still in deep slumber. Only Zhao Qing sat by the lava pool, watching the outside of the cave, still reflecting on the scenes of Xu Yuan's battles from a few days ago. Everyone involved in the Qianxing plan is a genius. But compared to people like Xu Yuan and Tan Jin, they still fall short by a lot. Chapter 4:12. Curiosity. Xu team, be bold and assured. Xu Yuan murmured softly, the Longming in his hand buzzing. Upon hearing this, Zhao Qing felt no more worries. Black energy surged around him, and he charged swiftly towards the proud insect. His sharp claws enveloped in black mist. The swarm of insects around the proud insect sensed the presence of Xu Yuan and Zhao Qing and showed no sign of retreating. While the proud insect in the center merely waved its hand lightly. In an instant, the swarm surged towards Zhao Qing like a tide. And the densely packed beehives hanging on both sides of the stone wall vibrated with the buzzing of bees. The swarm formed a barrier between the proud insect and Zhao Qing, and with Xu Yuan providing support, Zhao Qing's eyes were filled with fierce combat intent. His palms were imbued with the devouring power of the Tengu, forcefully tearing a gap in the swarm. The buzzing sound of countless bees made people's hearts tremble. Upon closer inspection, those bees had strange patterns on their bodies, and since their appearance, the air had taken on a hint of bloodiness. A group of insects still wanted to create a stir. Xu Yuan scoffed. Years ago, he would have chosen to retreat in the face of this scene. But now he was no longer the same. Ding! The Longming heavily embedded itself into the rock at his feet, and the violent thunder instantly spread from the Longming, creating a thunder domain that filled the entire space with a menacing black lightning. Chapter 4:13. Jade must be polished. Xu team, what do you want to ask? Zhao Qing squatted dumbly beside the wild boar, holding a dagger in his hand, watching Xu Yuan skillfully separate the boar's skin and flesh with the ice blade. Feeling confused inside, Xu Yuan didn't lift his head. his left foot stepping on the boar's head while his right hand swung the ice blade rapidly. Zhao Qing. Who taught you after you became a Beastmaster? 2 Beastmasters. The training program was formulated by a professor for me. Usually, apart from training, I was stationed at the border war zone, and in that year, there were only 3 battles, and they didn't even let me take action. I see. After hearing Zhao Qing say this, Xu Yuan completely understood why Zhao Qing, despite having such good aptitude, was so weak in strength. At that time, he had Zheng Fei for strength training, Li Shan teaching him combat skills step by step, and Tang Yun, who was second to none in ability control, teaching him how to use his powers. Even Xie Qing said Tang Yun was a genius in controlling abilities. After becoming a Beastmaster, aside from training, he was involved in practical missions, and the training content was all formulated by Professor Chen, a big name in the industry. As for Zhao Qing, the instructors were ordinary Beastmasters who hadn't become official team members. And the training programs they devised were far less detailed and practical than those formulated by Professor Chen. Chapter 4:14, Little Ancestor 4.5 months later. Kunlun Mountain Research Institute, in Zhu Buqing's office. Zhu Wenzheng knocked on Zhu Buqing's door. Commander, Xu Yuan and the others have returned. Back? Zhu Buqing put down the document in his hand and stood up. They all returned. All back, not a single one died. The mission was a complete success. Zhu Wenzheng's face was beaming with a smile. Zhu Buqing smiled upon hearing this. It's thanks to that kid Xu Yuan. Where is he? Just as he said this, Xu Yuan walked into Zhu Buqing's office with a measured step. Commander, sit down quickly. Zhu Buqing hurriedly walked out from behind the desk and waved to Zhu Wenzheng. Old Zhu, bring me my treasured tea leaves. Zhu Wenzheng, dressed in a crisp military uniform, raised his hand in salute and turned to take a wooden box from the cabinet. Opening the box, the fragrant aroma of tea wafted out. Xu Yuan sat on the sofa, crossed his legs, and smoked a cigarette, while Zhu Buqing brewed tea with a smile. Xu Yuan, this mission was completed very well, he said, pushing a cup of brewed tea in front of Xu Yuan. What about the others? They are eating in the cafeteria. I told them to eat and then rest. Xu Yuan picked up the teacup and took a sip, looking up at Zhu Wenzheng, who was standing there. Major General Zhu, come sit down and drink together. Chapter 4:15. I make the decisions. Xu Yuan scanned them coldly, his tone calm. The Qianxing plan selects only geniuses. And the exotic beasts they are given to control are all top tier. Yet in the end, they are not as powerful as a beastmaster like Liu Ru, who has mediocre qualifications. The original intention of launching the Qianxing plan was to cultivate strong beastmasters for our country to address the talent depletion issue caused by war years ago. This problem has not only not been resolved, but has become increasingly severe. Each of them has expended a huge amount of manpower and resources during the closed training period. In the end, the beastmasters cultivated are not even as good as those trained in the new recruits. Every word Xu Yuan spoke was like a slap, ruthlessly striking the faces of those professors. The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. Zhu Buqing knew in his heart that Xu Yuan must have seen Zhao Qing's performance during the mission, which led to today's situation. He was dissatisfied with Zhao Qing's training results, and very dissatisfied. But Xu team, we executed the entire plan strictly according to the content formulated by Professor Chen. That Professor Su met Xu Yuan's gaze, but quickly shifted his eyes away, for in Xu Yuan's eyes, he only saw coldness. Chapter 4:16, The Highest Executor Commander. Xu Yuan's mouth dropped open, big enough to fit a light bulb. Ever since they referred to Old Yi as commander, Xu Yuan understood his identity. The top superior of Zhu Buqing and the others, also the person with the most authority in China's Beastmaster Circle. Now you tell me that this old man, whom I spend every day playing chess and chatting with, is the commander. The 5 commanders stood up in unison, their eyes filled with disbelief as they looked at Old Yi. The people in the conference room also stood up, their eyes wide open. staring at the seemingly robust old man. "Commander." Zhu Buqing and the others quickly stepped forward. Feng Yi still had his cigarette unlit, hurriedly extinguished it, and raised his hand in salute. "Commander." Old Yi's gaze was sharp, scanning the faces of the five. Only Feng Yi wore a smile, while Zhu Buqing and the other four avoided his gaze, not daring to meet Old Yi's eyes. "Buqing, when did you become like this?" Old Yi's voice was deep. Zhu Buqing lowered his head, remaining silent. Old Yi looked at the other commanders, Yu Dong, Xiang Shan, Guo Hong, Xiao Yi. "You all know the Qianqing plan is of utmost importance, yet you all have become hands-off managers. You have all participated in battles. Can a soldier raised in a greenhouse still be called a soldier?" Chapter 4:17. The highest executor after receiving the letter. Chen Shi had lost interest in listening to the two speak. Holding the envelope, she sat by Shu Yuan's bed and gently opened it. Yi Feng picked up his glass and took a sip. There's nothing impossible. The two of them have been preparing for war their entire lives. Our country lost a large number of beast masters many years ago, which has left us in a passive position in the war zone for so many years. Old Chen and Chen Yi, as well as your father, are all secretly planning for the war. Chen Yi and Xie Qing have the same power as Bo Cheng and the others. In our beast tamer circle, every major planning change is voted on by Chen Yi, Xie Qing, and Bo Cheng, along with the other two. However, the results always favor Bo Cheng and his group. That's why Chen Yi and Bo Cheng don't get along. Old Chen wants to use the Qianqing plan to elevate you to the same level, which is beneficial for Chen Yi and Xie Qing. And it's also for the balance of power. Although I am the commander-in-chief, the matters within the beast tamer circle are still dominated by them, as they have always been in charge of these affairs. Shu Yuan listened to these words and began to brainstorm. No wonder Dad told him not to underestimate Professor Chen's mind, and no wonder Chen Yi has never given Zhu Bo Cheng and the others a good face. Chapter 4:18. Heading to the East Sea in the conference room of the main building of the Kunlun Mountain Research Institute, a few people were scattered around the large room. Zhu Bo Cheng's eyes were red, clearly having not slept all night. He looked at Shu Yuan sitting beside him and forced a wry smile. "Yesterday, the commander-in-chief scolded us quite a bit. The lists in front of you are all the professors, researchers, and beast tamers in the country. You can't mobilize those in the maritime war zone right now, but you can freely mobilize everyone else. Last night, the commander-in-chief issued a document requiring all research institutes to fully cooperate with your work." At this moment, there was a mountain of documents piled up in front of Shu Yuan, and he was flipping through them one by one. Xu Yi, Chen Shi, Tong Feifei, and Xin Kongying were all sitting next to Shu Yuan. Shu Yuan quickly flipped through a few pages of information, then lit a cigarette and said to Zhu Bo Cheng, "Commander Zhu, I want all of them." "No problem." Zhu Bo Cheng didn't think twice. After all, the commander-in-chief had already given the order. Shu Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke and continued, "Additionally, I want to build a dedicated site for the Qianqing plan at the old Research Institute site. Flatten the old site and construct office buildings, medical rooms, cafeterias, and dormitories. I want to transform the open valley where the Black Dragon was suppressed into a training room." Chapter 4:19. Quite like the sea in the storm was like an enraged giant beast, continuously roaring with deafening sounds. Huge waves rolled, and thunder rumbled. At the East Sea Research Institute, the beast tamers stationed here stood by the floor-to-ceiling windows, watching the raging storm outside. Shu Team is indeed called the Thunder Emperor. It hasn't stormed like this in months, has it? Why is it storming and thundering again, as soon as he arrives? One beast tamer said while smoking, with two teammates standing beside him. With such heavy wind and rain, Shu Team shouldn't he come today? Just as he finished speaking, a dark figure appeared on the sea, walking step by step towards the Research Institute. "Damn, he is coming." The one smoking quickly threw away his cigarette, and ran outside. The fierce wind was raging. Xu Yuan looked at the brightly lit research institute ahead, letting the wind and rain hit him. The tightly closed door was pulled open by someone. And they welcomed Xu Yuan in with smiles. "Xu team, I thought you wouldn't come in such heavy rain." As he spoke, he handed a towel to Xu Yuan, who took it and wiped his wet hair. "There's also wind and rain over there by the coast. It should be a typhoon, otherwise it wouldn't be so noisy." Chapter 420. Hard Journey. Sit here. Li Shan waved at Xu Yuan, who had just come out wiping his hair. Xu Yuan, wearing combat gear, casually hung the towel aside and sat next to Li Shan. Li Shan cheerfully opened a can of beer for Xu Yuan. "Xu Yuan, eat more." The captain and Tang Yun prepared dinner for a whole night. "Okay." Xu Yuan took the beer and took a sip, while Han Ming, sitting diagonally across from him, kept blinking at him. "Can you eat now?" Eat. Zheng Fei smiled, and Han Ming immediately grabbed the utensils. With a spoon in his left hand and chopsticks in his right, attacking from both sides. Tang Yun picked up a piece of fish and placed it in Xu Yuan's bowl. "Xu Yuan, you didn't bring anything this time, huh?" I mainly came to refine the Qinglong and bring you all back." Xu Yuan nodded slightly. Upon hearing they would return to the country, a hint of excitement flashed in the eyes of several people. Zheng Fei leaned back on the sofa. "Even if you don't let us go back, I still have to apply to Team Yi to return. We have to go back to help you. We all know the conditions you discussed with the Commander-in-Chief. And for this general position, we have to support you in getting it. Captain, do you know? Although your strength is not strong, I always feel very at ease with you here." Chapter 421. Dream Spirit. Eyes. Xu Yuan slept until the afternoon, although he didn't sleep as long as before. He felt particularly at ease. Pushing open the door, a group of people was in the living room. Li Shan, Tang Yun, and Lu Ru were sitting on the sofa discussing recent fashion trends. Zheng Fei was busy back and forth in the open kitchen, while Han Ming, like a little tail, followed Zheng Fei around drooling. The atmosphere in the base was harmonious and warm, and Xu Yuan couldn't help but smile at the scene. Xu Yuan. Tang Yun was the first to notice Xu Yuan and nodded with a smile, waving at him. Seeing this, Li Shan immediately stood up and ran over, tiptoeing to ruffle Xu Yuan's slightly messy hair. "Did you sleep well?" I haven't slept so peacefully in a long time," Xu Yuan replied and waved to Tang Yun. "Sister Yun, you look good. Of course, ever since I saw you yesterday, my smile hasn't disappeared. And Sister Xin and Ru Mai are the same." Han Ming was happily eating a tomato. Zheng Fei was pouring oil into the frying pan. "Xu Yuan, go wash up first, dinner will be ready soon." "Okay." Hearing this, Tang Yun stood up. "I have a new toothbrush in my room, wait a moment. I'll go get it." The aroma of the dishes filled the living room, and Zheng Fei was distributing chopsticks. "Team Wu and Team Ling have already gone over there. After we finish eating and take a short rest, we'll go over too." Chapter 422. I'm here to pick you up. Lightning wove spiderweb-like patterns in the clouds, and every bright flash revealed the sea's eerie fluorescence. A bright yellow windshield enveloped the entire team, completely isolating the wind and rain outside. The sky was getting darker and darker, clearly indicating that night had begun to fall. "Captain, there are many traces of exotic beasts nearby." Han Ming looked up at Zheng Fei. Zheng Fei looked ahead. "There's no time to deal with them now. Team Wu and Team Ling have already arrived, and we need to hurry." At the estuary from the Yangtze River to the East Sea, Wu Di and Ling Shuang's teams flew in the air. A light blue ice and snow protective shield opened, resisting the storm. Before long, Marjan leaped out from the sea, stepping on clouds and mist. "Captain, Ling team, there really is a blue dragon at the bottom of the sea directly below. It's coiled around the volcano." Wu Di nodded slightly, turning to look at Ling Shuang. "Ling team, when did they find this dragon?" "I don't know either. I just know that their entire team has been searching for this dragon for a long time," Ling Shuang said, shaking his head slightly. Wu Di moved his neck, making cracking sounds. Another tough battle ahead. Marjan, Qilu, what was your experience battling that black dragon at Kunlun Mountain before? Chapter 423, Livestock. The howling wind swept across the towering waves, and bubbling foam continuously surged from the seabed, causing the entire sea area to boil. In the mist, Tang Yun grabbed Han Ming's shoulders, the rising white fog obscuring her vision. However, Han Ming's white eyes, shimmering with a strange light, pierced through the fog, allowing him to see everything clearly, even beneath the sea. My goodness, he thought, watching the scene below, his face filled with disbelief. What's going on? Tang Yun furrowed her brow slightly, her expression shifting between curiosity and worry. Han Ming said little, as the white mist surrounding him formed ribbons that swept past Tang Yun, causing her bright eyes to glimmer with that peculiar color. The view became clear and bright, cutting through layers of white mist and boiling seawater, revealing the underwater scene. There, Xu Yuan had one end of the dragon lock chain around the azure dragon's neck, while the other end acted like a whip, striking the massive body of the azure dragon fiercely. At this sight, even Tang Yun widened her eyes in shock. What is this? It's so brutal. Han Ming gulped. This kid Xu Yuan is getting more and more twisted. Chapter 424, Dream Creator. Seeing Xu Yuan release the azure dragon, Zheng Fei and the others were taken aback. Lu Ru tugged at Zheng Fei's arm and urged, "Let's go, Captain, Xu Yuan can handle it himself." Without the restraint of the dragon lock chain, the azure dragon swam freely in the air, its massive body showcasing its prowess. It darted between the towering water columns, causing the aquatic plants on the sea surface to sway wildly, and the rain intensified. A deafening roar resonated, the dragon's roar overpowering the previously tumultuous sea. The azure dragon directed an angry roar at Xu Yuan's location, as if declaring war. The sea calmed, and Xu Yuan floated above the water, his toes barely 5 centimeters from the surface. With a crackling sound, his tightly clenched fists made noise. Xu Yuan smiled, his right hand opened, and the ice spear entwined with black lightning instantly solidified. Come on. Xu Yuan moved the spear, exuding chilling energy with black lightning wrapped around it. His fighting spirit surged as he faced the imposing azure dragon, with his spear raised. Zheng Fei and the others flew far away, but they could still see the battlefield. The soaring water column surging with destructive power directed toward Xu Yuan. Chapter 425, Thunder Dragon Refinement. Meng Ji. The classic of mountains and seas records that 280 miles to the north lies a mountain of stone, filled with exquisite jade and clouds, with jade trees and flowers. These precious stones and metals often change. During the day, they turn to stone, and at night, they become soil. Only those with fate can witness their true forms. On the stone mountain, there is a peculiar beast with a spotted forehead and white fur resembling a snow leopard, known as Meng Ji. Meng Ji can enter the dreams of others and respond to their inner desires to fulfill dreams, referred to as awakening among beast tamers. Han Ming floated over to Tang Yun, kicking away the enemy in front of her. Sister Yun, I don't have much strength left, help me recover. Tang Yun was still a bit dazed, unable to comprehend how Han Ming had done this. 2 beams of light, one azure and one indigo, fell upon Han Ming. The white mist beneath his feet gathered again, and he frowned slightly. This ability needs to be used sparingly. It feels like I need several meals to recover after using it. Tang Yun looked at Han Ming with an odd expression. When did you learn this? Chapter 426, Rampage. Upon hearing this, Liu Ji immediately took out a device to show Junan. The 3 teams are not at the base. The terminal shows they are all here, but I don't know what they are doing. The task of finding the azure dragon was directly assigned by Chen Yi, so they didn't need to report the progress to the research institute. Junan glanced at it and understood what they were doing. Taking the device and handing it to a gentle-looking man beside him, Xiao Yi, take this. Let's grab a bite and go check it out. Yes. Yi Ran took the device and glanced at it. Captain, this is very close to the Yangtze River estuary. Junan didn't reply, but looked at Liu Jie. Is there any food left, Xiao Liu? I am starving after several days of travel. Yes, Captain Zhu. Please follow me. After saying this, he led them to the cafeteria. The large cafeteria only had Junan's team, which consisted of only one female member. The rest were male. The girl ate rudely, contrasting sharply with her pure and cute appearance. Yi Ran looked at the device in hand. Elegantly eating food, the three teams are working together, still within our maritime territory. What are they doing, Captain? Junan casually replied, refining the extraordinary beasts, if successful. Xu Yuan will possess the power of 6 beasts. Chapter 427, Azure Dragon Pendant. Damn it. I knew something big was happening with your 3 teams gathered together. The leaden-grey clouds spread as Junan advanced, and a loud shout startled everyone present. Ling Shuang breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing the newcomer, Captain Zhu. Junan floated in, exuding a formidable aura that couldn't be underestimated. Standing in mid-air, his mere presence was a form of intimidation. The unparalleled aura seeming capable of shaking the heavens and the earth. Overlord Junan. Saotome and Sasaki's pupils constricted upon seeing him. Confused as to why the captain of the Huaxia second team stationed in the Pacific War Zone would appear here. Junan stood high, looking down at Zheng Fei, who bore an expression of calm despite his severed arm, and smiled. Captain Zheng, it's been a while. Captain Zhu, I thought we wouldn't meet this time. Zheng Fei's lips, pale, moved slightly. Tang Yun looked haggard, even if it meant exhausting her last bit of strength to stop Zheng Fei's bleeding. She was unable to do so, as her stamina had completely run out, and she could only rely on Lu Ru to barely fly. Zheng Fei's right shoulder was still bleeding profusely, and Tang Yun was almost in tears from anxiety. Tang Beauty, my team members are coming soon. Let them take care of Captain Zheng's treatment, Junan said, tearing off his outer coat and tossing it into the sea, forming a rusty green iron rod with his right hand. Chapter 428, Any conditions. The sunset turned the sea surface into flowing amber, the sea breeze carrying a gentle, salty warmth. As the evening clouds hung low, the boundary between sea and sky gradually blurred, leaving only a deep blue ribbon enveloping the sleeping waves. The sea calmed, and Xu Yuan landed beside Li Xin, frowning slightly at the two who looked somewhat haggard. He raised his hand to gently brush aside Li Xin's hair. Why do you look so tired, Sister Xin? Haven't you rested? I've been waiting for you. Haven't rested at all, Li Xin replied softly, holding Xu Yuan's hand. Xu Yuan smiled. Thank you for your hard work. By the way, where are the captain and Sister Yun? Lu Ru is also not here. He sensed nothing around them except for Li Xin and Han Ming. Li Xin lowered her head. Silent, while Han Ming's feet rose in white mist, something happened. The captain and the others are at the research institute. Let's head back. Research institute. Xu Yuan's eyelids twitched, a bad premonition rising in his heart. The 3 jumped into the air, Han Ming leading the way, while Li Xin seemed depressed. And Xu Yuan noticed that both of their moods were off. He gently parted his lips and asked, Han Ji, what happened? While you were refining the Azure Dragon, enemies invaded our maritime territory, led by Sasaki, with a total of 3 beast tamers teams from the Sakura nation. The captain was injured while resisting Sasaki. Chapter 429, Please enter the trap. The sky was still asleep, but the sea breeze had awakened. It danced among the rocks on the island's shore, bringing with it the distant silence and depth. The beach in the early morning was very quiet, only the sound of waves crashing against the rocks could be heard. Scattered black market merchants were bustling around the port, transporting goods to be sold from their ships to the island. A giant ship was anchored not far from the island, and the eastern horizon was beginning to glow with the first light of dawn. This ship was larger and more magnificent than the one Jones had previously boarded. And it was the new ship, Wanlihao, that Jones had replaced. In the largest room on the top floor, a beast tamer hurriedly knocked on Jones's bedroom door. What is all this fuss about? The door was opened by a middle-aged man with brown hair and blue eyes, wrapped in a bathrobe that revealed a thick patch of chest hair. He was Jones, the greatest black merchant in the East Sea War Zone and the owner of the Yuan. The person delivering the news looked frantic, and he saw Jones swallow hard. Boss. The black market disaster star, Lady Yuan, has arrived. What did you say? Jones's previous impatience vanished, and the sleepiness on his face was replaced by panic. Where is he? When did we offend this disaster star? Jones's brows furrowed deeply. Chapter 430, The night before the auction. Mr. Shu Yuan. The sensually dressed Kaivan bowed deeply to Shu Yuan, who glanced at him, and downed the red wine in his cup. He picked up a cigarette from the table, and Kaivan immediately took out a lighter to ignite it. Mr. Shu Yuan, the boss has prepared a room for you to rest in. Lead the way. Shu Yuan exhaled a puff of smoke and stood up. He indeed needed to rest well and recharge. He watched Kaivan, who walked ahead, timid and cautious, and narrowed his eyes, not understanding why the previously confident and generous Kaivan had suddenly become so careful. The luxurious suite on the top floor of the Yuan was the most opulent room on the entire ship, the same as the one Jones resided in. Shu Yuan frowned as he saw Kaivan following him in. Why are you still here? Mr. Shu Yuan, the boss asked me to take care of your needs. You can tell me directly if you need anything. Kaivan lowered her head, not daring to look Shu Yuan in the eye. Over a year ago, she was also responsible for receiving Shu Yuan and his companions, but at that time, Shu Yuan was just following Zheng Fei. And Kaivan initially thought he was just a handsome beast tamer. However, in just over a year, this person had grown into the focus of the world. Especially since Jones had just killed many people because of him, which made her feel even more in awe. Chapter 431. Hello. The crystal chandelier illuminated the auction venue with countless light spots, and the air was filled with the aroma of cigars and champagne. Waiters in tailcoats moved gracefully through the center of the venue with silver trays, as precious items were presented on the auction stage, reaching a peak in the atmosphere of the auction. In Sasaki's private room, a waiter entered holding a golden tray with 2 bottles of expensive red wine. The waiter's demeanor was elegant. Boss, Mr. Sasaki, Mr. Sato, Miss Cozy. Jones, holding a cigar, waved his hand lightly. The waiter placed the 2 bottles of red wine on the table and turned to leave. Jones stood up to personally pour wine for Sasaki and the others. Ladies and gentlemen, this is a rare treasure I acquired from a count's wine cellar. I hope you will take care of me in the future on this sea. Jones's attitude and tone were very humble, which pleased Sasaki and the others. Sasaki caressed the woman in his arms. Don't worry, Mr. Jones, our combat power in Huaxia can't keep up in the future. The East Sea War Zone will still be under our control. After saying this, Cozy, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, shot him a stupid look and whispered, Idiot. Junan from Huaxia has already appeared in the East Sea, saying that is really underestimating the Overlord.